teach you how to let your head down and be a free God, singing like a Nita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It gets so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome to another episode of Facet Blind Ranking. That is right. It is a very fun game where we have some very fun talent. Our boys from PSG Quest Esports. Did I say the whole name?
Yep.
Yeah. Very good. Fantastic. Welcome, gentlemen. We, of course, have Noob and Omar. Do I have to say the exclamation point when I say noob? Do I have to say no?
No. But I think you need to do
noob.
Exactly.
Okay,
I
so
think you need to do the trademark.
Oh, that is a trademark. We're going to be playing today Facet Ranking. Now, you're going to rank these facets from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. However, I only give you 1 at a time, so you must be careful. Don't do 10 from the first one. You might not know what's coming. Are you guys ready to play?
We're ready.
Sure.
Great. Do you know facets?
Kinda.
No? You haven't memorized all the innates, all the facets? Okay. We'll see. All right, well, let's begin with number 1. This is Snot Rocket. This one comes from our boy Bristleback. Max stacks and armor reduction per stack is increased. Damage of releasing quill spray from taking damage. He does nasal goo instead to all nearby allies. So, he goos. Big goo. What do you think about the snot rocket, boys? 1 through 10.
Looks like a scam.
I would say 7.
7.
7.
Is that accurate there?
7, like, it's bad.
Ah,
But
I
one is-
see.
I
So-
mean, yeah, that's 3 away from worst.
okay. Maybe 8. 7 or 8.
Each gives a different ranking. Or
No,
what?
no, no. You're a team. You have to decide together.
7.5.
7.5.
We can go 7 or 8, doesn't matter.
What do you
Go
think?
8. Go 8.
8. 8. You don't see this a lot? Not really? Bristleback?
It's not even played. So.
Yeah.
Dang. Do you think it will get played
I mean,
soon?
I watched some official. He actually played with the other facets, so
Oh, okay. So you trust them?
yeah.
Very well. Well, that was a quick answer. Let's see if we can get a little harder. Next up is Slugger for Earthshaker. He makes the enchant totem. If you kill someone with it, any enemy, they go flying, dealing damage to people that hit along the path.
It's a good talent. It helps you farm.
Yeah,
It's like
I think so.
You both think it's good. How good?
Yes.
5 or 6,
It's not the best, but the other one is not good. So this one's better.
something like 4, 5, 6. You
4,
can choose.
5.
You can
It's average. Go 5.
go
Go
5.
5.
Yeah.
Guys, this is the least anyone's argued on this show so far. How come you guys are so in sync here?
Mid laner opposed for chemistry. You know what I'm saying?
Of
He
course.
steals my room. Doesn't count. Stuff like this.
You gotta be nice to each other, I guess. All right, very well. Well, moving right along then, Liquid Frost. This is Jakiro. Jakiro's attacks chill his enemies, slowing movement for 4 seconds and increasing damage taken from attacks. Does not apply to buildings.
Aye.
I see Dukal
One
is
or
taking
two.
this one every game.
1 or
It
2.
should be good.
No, it's actually insane good.
I don't know.
Just
Not 2, not 1. Give 1 later.
yeah, exactly. I think 2. 2.
2?
Yeah.
Is this one really that good? I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't even affect buildings anymore, brother.
But it's just insane for laning. It's just you QE some guy and he doesn't want to play anymore.
Yeah, that is very accurate in most of my games against
It's
Jakiro.
very strong.
For
It's
sure.
very
How come we're not seeing it in, the main stage? Where's your Jakiro at?
You are seeing it, no?
Yeah?
I think people are picking it a lot, and even we picked it one game. I mean, we lost, but in general, this hero,
Maybe we lost because of Jakiro.
It was Jakiro's fault. wasn't it?
Probably.
of course, it's always post 5 fault.
Absolutely. All right. This one's a big one, okay? Pudge, Flayer's Hook.
Oh my
Meat
god.
Hook deals bonus damage based on the distance pulled, but base damage is reduced overall. So long distance hooking.
This should be top 2, bro, but we already
But no, it's after the nerf. It doesn't deserve.
Really?
Yes, it's nerfed because
nerf.
they removed hook speed.
3?
It matters a lot. I don't think
it's not
3.
1.
It's not that high. I think no.
4 or 3?
Should be 4 or 6.
6?
Yes.
6?
Because I mean not 6 because it's
Bro,
not.
I play against
4.
Pudge, he's
4.
killing
4.
me with 1.
4 then.
Okay, 4 is
4.
fine.
4?
Because I wouldn't rank it higher because they nerfed it and
Okay.
you don't take it on core anymore.
4.
So it's 4.
Did you guys see a lot of Pudges in, the higher ranks
I
these
lose
days?
every game to Pudge.
Bro, tell him
Yeah?
who's the best Pudge
Every
is.
game
Tell
someone
him.
picks Pudge, auto win.
Bro,
Why?
say who's best
just-
Pudge. Say
And
it.
it's not him. He just lands one hook, team goes AFK.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, but do you think that this hero is going to get back to being, first pick, first ban status anytime soon?
I wouldn't think so.
I
but
don't think so.
No,
Maybe some people will play it.
we're safe for now. I hope it continues. Next up is Event Horizon. This one is for Enigma. Units in a 600 radius
too
moving
bad.
away from Enigma have a 15% move speed penalty. I think this is his innate, if I... Might be. No, it's not, sorry.
No. It's I think
Event
6.
Horizon.
What do we have?
6.
7,
It's
9?
it's not very bad. It's actually decent. Just
Go 7. We will get one.
7?
but we ranked 8 the first one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Go
guys
7.
use 8, 5, 2, and 4.
Yeah,
Go
so
7.
go
This is a
7.
7. That's not very high, guys. I thought you said it was okay.
We made some
Kinda
mistakes.
meaningless, yeah.
We made some mistakes. Move on. We learn. We live. We improve.
Move speed penalty, 15%. Is that a lot?
On laning stage, it's decent.
Sure.
People
Yeah.
cannot actually run away from you.
Okay.
It's actually decent.
Hey, I guess I never really noticed before, but you're right.
I never know. I don't play the hero.
It's because most people actually take the other one. The
okay.
one where you, if they hit you, you make Eidolon.
Yeah.
I think people mostly take this, but I think the other one's actually decent.
Okay.
It can work for sure.
I'll take it for you. Now, as our Jakiro experts here, it's time for Liquid Fire, the other one. Jakiro burns his enemies in an area of effect with fire added to his attack, slowing their attacks. Liquid Fire.
We can give it 9
9?
or 10.
9.
Really? The ice is so
I mean,
much
no
better?
one's taking it.
Oh,
no one is
really?
taking it.
Wow.
Everyone's taking the other one.
Wow.
Yeah. Gotten.
10
Yeah.
is the worst one.
Yeah.
Damn.
We removed 10.
Why is that?
I
other
think
one's just so much
I
better.
haven't seen it actually. This patch, no joke. I haven't seen it.
Damn. Okay, noted and goated. So be it. Next up is Insensitive. This is the Fever from Troll Warlord. It grants armor per stack while in melee form.
Oh.
What's the other one? For troll?
No, I know this one that you get armor with stacks from Fervor, but the other one I'm not actually sure about. But everyone's taking this one for
Really?
troll, yeah. It's actually decent.
I have no idea what it does.
Did
He explained, but I didn't even
Did we
listen.
put 3? Third skill of troll. When you're taking stacks, you get armor.
Melee form.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty typical mid laner. Stop paying attention.
Did we
Doesn't care.
use 3?
We didn't use 3. I think.
I mean,
We have 3,
it's-
6.
We have 1,
9.
3, 6, 9.
1369. That's correct.
You want 6? 3 or 6?
Just it's a carrier. Go 6. Who cares?
6.
Go 6. Okay.
Who cares?
Who cares?
That's
It's a big deal. Carries matter. Not really. Okay, next up is Chronic Nourishment. This is a passive
Lush.
for Lashrak. That's right.
mana?
Lashrak
Yeah.
restores mana equal to damage. 50% manage.
It's the one
Should
you.
have given 6. We have 3, 9. It's not
1,
1,
3, 9.
for sure.
It's 1, 1 for sure.
139.
It's not
I mean,
that-
it's decent.
It's not good enough to be 3. It's like, should give it 9.
Quinn would be disappointed.
Quinn will be very upset. Are you going for 9 on this one?
It's not a 3.
Go. I mean, he's the mid laner. He judges this
go
one.
9.
I
Go
can't.
9.
It's not me.
Really?
It doesn't
It's him.
change anything. It just
Really?
Yeah.
Dang, you would think so. It sounds pretty good. All right, this one is an innate. Symmetry. Void Spirit gains physical damage barrier when dealing magical damage.
Bro, we made the same
So
mistake.
1 or a 3?
This is 10.
This is
Yeah, go 3.
go 3. Can you please explain why this one's so good?
We don't have choices.
No, I mean you have to explain why you put it as 3, man.
Division barrier. Barrier is really important. It keeps you alive.
He's just mid laner. He's just Void Spirit fan. This is why.
I'm the best
He's
Void
just
Spirit
like
out there.
copium. It's copium over here.
Make sure you're banning it against you guys. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, noted. All right, well, and of course this would be number 1 then.
Of course.
Congratulations. This
For
one
sure.
is Sunder. There's no minimum health
Oh, it's actually
threshold
top
for
1.
sundered
You buy
enemies.
armlet dig.
Yeah, it's actually insane. It's broken. It's overpowered. It's
Have you done this before?
Yes, of course.
Yeah?
You did
Yes.
it to us in
I actually
twice.
won like 4 games on TB. doing this.
Ho!
No joke. I
No
played it
joke.
was for. Yeah.
What is the build?
I mean, usually you'd go for something like drums blink, armlet dagon, it depends. Something like this. You're just literally removing one hero from the game.
We're gonna see this in pro games then?
You saw it on
I mean,
Twitch.
Yeah.
If someone would do it, should be 9 class. He's the one most probably will do it. And I
okay.
think you might even see it.
Now I tried this. I watched that game, and I went in a game, and I didn't really look at the enemies. I was against a Necrophos, and I believe it's
Yeah.
Hero.
TV Insta. Like.
Yeah, it was not good. I blinked in with the 0, and Necro killed me just from existing. So
It needs good players to do it.
Yeah. I think it's a player problem, not a hero.
skill issue. Whatever, guys. All right. So how do you think your ranking went?
Horrible.
Good? Yeah.
Horrible.
Horrible.
No, I think it's fine.
Bro,
Not the best, but
what
it's fine.
fine? With Spirit top 3?
Bro,
Don't
it's fine,
talk.
it's fine.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much. I hope you learned a lot watching from some true experts out there. And good luck with your facet choices. We'll see you next time.
See you.
Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sleet Fighter 2! In this quarter, our green quarter, bringing it in with the highest GPM. We'll see if he's ready to GP kick some butt. GPK! And in our red corner, he got his name because it's the thing that his enemies scream when he walks into the room. Bring it together for Save Me from this man. He's going to beat me to death. Let's go ahead and get into the game. BSJ.
Thank you, Slacks. We're back with another round of Sleep Fighter. I'm here with BB Team. We got the mid laner GPK on my left, and we got the 4-position Save on my right. I saw you guys warming up a little bit before this. Save, who do you feel like is going to take this?
I guess me.
I guess me, he says. Do you feel the same way, GPK?
Yes.
Oh, no, that's not the confidence we need to hear from a mid laner. Well, there's only one way to find out. So what we're going to be doing is a best of 5 where each game is 3 rounds. So you get to choose a new hero if you'd like after game 1. And if you want to institute bans, you guys can do so if you both agree. So without further ado, go ahead and pick your heroes for the first round and let's get started. Okay, we got the Vengeful Spirit versus Dawnbreaker matchup. Dawnbreaker's all about those long-range attacks with the hammer, but Venge is about the projectile and the swap. Let's see if GPK understands. You know, we saw... Oh, he swapped right away, and he laughed. I assume that was completely accidental. Manages to block all 3 attacks of the Starbreaker, and he lands the final one that time around, dealing decent damage, but GPK, okay, I was gonna say gaining some momentum as Save proceeds to clean wipe him from 80% HP. Round 1 of game 1 going towards Save. And round 2, let's see what he whips out this time on the side of GPK. Will he swap immediately, or is he going to save it for confusing himself later as he proceeds to use the, what are those, the missiles from Venge?
What is this?
How deal with this, says Save.
How to jump?
I think you can dash pushing double left. You have to time it. You have to time it. Yeah, there you go. They get in there. Yeah. Okay, a little bit of coaching from BSJ here as Save. Will he use it for the turnaround? Heals a little bit on the Dawnbreaker after he swaps. Okay, round 2 goes to GPK using the ranged missiles, forcing Save to close the gap.
Okay, I'm just gonna press one
comes
button.
out swinging in round 2, heals himself back to full on the side of Save. GPK swaps. I really don't know if he's doing that intentionally, but he's not laughing anymore, so I'll have to assume he is. The Starbreakers all managed to get dodged, comes back firing with the kicks. Starbreaker, all 3 land that time around. He's running out of shield on the side of GPK as he lands those multiple missiles from range. This is going to be a tight game 1 as round 3 goes to my boy GPK. I don't know. I don't know. That was round 1. You said this was going to be you, Save. He even said this was going to be you, man. What are you going to do differently?
I mean, Dawnbreaker is not my hero.
Dawnbreaker's not your hero, he says. Okay. So
maybe Tusk.
Mirror matchup?
Yeah, yesterday I played Tusk in official game 0-10.
I saw that. Redeem yourself or what? Okay, we got the mirror match Tusk for game 2, round 1.
My Tusk has no set.
Yeah, you got the default skin there. Let's see if hats truly are pay to win in Dota 2. Penguins are canceling out Penguins here. Neither one of them wants to take the initiative.
Yeah, we'll take a penguin.
As GPK has been eating a few penguins for breakfast this morning. Not literally, just in the game of Sleep Fighter. As neither one of them wants to try anything else. They seem quite committed to this bit, as this almost reminds me of Jenkins, as he just proceeds to do the same thing over and over again, thinking it's funny. And here we are. Will this first round be concluded with simple penguin throwing? As I feel like Save is way better at the penguin throwing. That's a lot of shard practice for Save there. You can see it paying off, as that was an epic game 1, or round 1 of game 2. As the Penguin strat continues going into round 2, but Save's had enough of this, and GPK quickly fends him off, throwing more and more Penguins with a near perfect round 2. Even tips his hat to us. Thank you, Tusk. That was very appropriate. As going into round 3 of game 2, both games so far have gone to the deciding round, as the Penguin strat seems to really favor Save.
Yes,
and I feel like whoever gathers momentum's the one cleaning off here.
I'm coming back to my old strategy. Yeah.
Old strategy being employed. I like that. There's not much to commentate on right now, as they are both quite committed. Is this a matter of like who can spam the button faster? I think if you keep doing this, it'll eventually run out of time. So Save, I believe the stall strat will work for you. GPK is going to be forced to make a move kind of like Counter-Strike, where he's going to have to plant the bomb in the next 19 seconds. GPK, the time is counting down. Will he follow through all the way till the final seconds? 8, 7, 6. GPK, he's willing to go down the way he started,
okay,
I guess
it's
you could say, as the timeout, the first one of the day, goes to Save. So game 2 in favor of Save. He was right. He redeemed that 0-10 Tusk.
Okay, Tusk is banned now.
Tusk is banned. Do you agree to that, GPK?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Marcy.
Whipping out the Bristleback Marcy matchup. Okay. Game 3, Bristleback Marcy. Round 1. Pops the ultimate unleash on Marcy. The Quill Spray spam coming out from GPK. Drops him down to half HP. Can he even land a single? Okay, he gets a little bit of a jab out there on the side of Save, but he's dropping low. Those Quill stacks are stacking up, but the combo, the 3-hit combo from Save, this could be anyone's game. 1 hit each. Will they finish? Oh,
easy.
One combo, I guess you could say, as Save narrowly takes round 1 of game 3. And here we are, new round, new fresh day. He's snotting him up, giving him the goo.
Oh,
I don't even know what that does, but that looks disgusting.
The same as on Tusker. What is this?
The same strat as Tuskar? Yeah, he's whipping it out.
Oh.
Does he have the... Oh, the Quills following up the goo. I think those Quills are pretty close range in this fight. As when you get in there all nice and close on Marcy, it is getting the wallop from that mace. And he swings it around just as he did to Marcy during the round. Round 3, game 3. This is to decide who takes the advantageous 2-1 lead going into game 4. Who's going to put the other on the ropes as Save convincingly takes round 3. Okay, going into game 4. You've dropped the last 2, GPK. What's the strat?
Easy win.
Easy win. You know, it's all about confidence at the end of the day, and that sounds a lot better than what we had at the start.
Revenge?
Давай.
Divide. I like it. Divide indeed. The mirror matchup. If you guys swap, that's when it gets really interesting.
Okay.
Fortunately for me, they do have different colored cosmetics, so I do know which one is which. Save in the yellow Venge. They double swap, so they're back to their respective sides, as both are sticking to the ranged attacks. They like the shards on the house. They seem to like...
Okay.
No stun, I think, is what they just agreed to, as this is now an all-out brawl with the fists in the feet, as... I like the gentleman's agreement to stick to the man fight. Oh, yeah. Oh, we saw that, GPK. We saw that.
It's okay, I blocked it.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I don't think he's purposely doing it, but I think Save gets 2 in the bank for now if he wants. As he pops his own, they both drop super low. Who's going to finish who? They both are on block. Defensive nervous to take that last hit, but Save delivers the finishing blow. Yellow Venge tops the red Venge. As we go into the potentially final round for GPK, can he redeem himself? Round 2 of game 4, down 2-1 right now. Save straight out to the aggression, but GPK responds with the volley of 3 attacks, as this is quite the back and forth. Again, both dropping low, both defensive, both look like they're playing not to lose here.
As an official.
Yes, just like Nightfall said in their interview yesterday in the official. And GPK, he's dropping low. He's 1 hit away. Is this the end? Could Save finish that final blow? Oh, with the double block into the turnaround punch. Save. This was the prediction, or the outcome that both of you predicted. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fellow teammate, but, you know, adversary for now?
There's not much to say.
Easy game or what?
GG.
Trash game.
That was much more respectful than I anticipated, but congratulations, Save, taking 3-1, best of 5, and that's going to be it for that edition of Sleep Fighter.
Hello, I'm here with XXS. Good morning, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Great to hear. All right. It's been 5 days group stage. How do you feel about your performance this group stage?
我觉得我们小组赛一开始打得不太好吧，然后后面几天算是在慢慢的进步吧。
What do you feel is the biggest thing you've learned over the group stages that you've improved upon? How does the current way the game is played differ now from when you were scrimming before coming here?
我们开始训练的时候选的一些英雄，感觉到现在都不太好用了。然后就是在10分钟前老是被别人打爆，然后我们现在已经就是学习其他队伍，然后我们就是情况已经有所改善了吧。
What do you consider to be one of the biggest challenges you've overcome during this group stage?
就是我们在打那个液体的第一把吧，我玩了一个兽王，然后我的塔也没了，然后远古也被冲烂了，然后感觉如果能在这种情况下大家都能保持淡定，然后继续发育找翻盘机会的话，我觉得就队伍的韧性会起来吧。
That is great to hear. Are there any teams in particular that you've looked towards during this group stages and like taken ideas from and see how they do it?
我们就是在和 Entity 打的时候学到了很多吧，就是他们的那个白牛就冲得我们出不了门，然后我们就自己试了一下，就觉得还可以吧。
If you were to pick 3 teams that will be in the top 3 here, it's in a random order, doesn't have to be in order. Which 3 teams would you see in the top?
我觉得我们吧，然后雪碧还有 GG。
Okay. Do you feel that there was a big difference between Group A and Group B? I know you were in Europe and you scrimmed a lot of the teams already beforehand. Do you feel that there was a big difference?
我觉得 A 组 B 组其实实力差距不大吧，但是 A 组的积分都就是比较接近，可能是因为他们比较靠末尾的战队就是比我们组的强吧。
How are you feeling about going into the playoffs tomorrow? Are you ready?
当然我很期待这一天。
I'm waiting for this day. Is there anybody in particular you would love to beat most?
就对手啊 Falcons 啊。
Okay. But you were happy with the bracket?
我觉得挺好的。
Okay, good luck for you in the playoffs and talk again soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Very good morning to everyone. It is a beautiful day here in Riyadh. We've got the top 8 teams left here for Riyadh Masters live from the Esports World Cup. And today we're gonna bring it down to 5. Oof, that's actually sounding pretty scary right about now. A lot of Dota to go through. Yesterday was one of the longest days we've had with every series going the full distance. Maybe we can get so lucky today as well. But let's talk about everything. And of course, I'm not gonna monologue here the whole time. I'm gonna be joined by my panel. Let me first introduce to you, Jenkins.
Shiver, it's really good to be here. I'm excited to see potentially some teams get eliminated. I think that there are teams that have powered on BB team, which we're going to have the glory and the honor of watching this morning. I do believe they've figured some stuff out. I don't want to get into it too quickly, but I'm excited to see the Dota today.
Excited to see the Dota today. I bet you are as well, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting close to the end, finding out which teams are just... Kezu. You know what? I want to hear from Kezu because...
Shiver, please reveal the last analyst.
Ladies and gentlemen, our final analyst is Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver, for this great introduction. Yes, I am. What was your question?
Hi.
He was too focused on standing backwards.
It's me, actually.
Just to make sure that it was you.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is actually I. As Jenkins said, many people, their dreams will be crushed today. Surely you did say that line.
I said that, yeah. I did say it. I think I said something about dreams.
Did he?
Used to have a lot of those, actually, Shiver. Yeah, now I'm here on a panel with you.
Appreciate it, Jenkins. Back to you, Shiver.
No, I want to talk a little bit more about just overall the Dota that we've seen. We're heading into the final 3 days. This has been a total of a 3-week journey. And I think everything played out a little bit different than what we were expecting, which is a good thing because, you know, where's the fun in if everything is going the way we expect it to be? What's the biggest thing that surprised you over the last 2.5 weeks, Kezu?
Let's see. Maybe... Okay, so I had hopes for Tundra, but with how well they're doing, I think their one surprised me. And the secondary, maybe how much the pace of Dota gameplay has increased. I think when we look at like Gaimin and Liquid, they're playing really fast, which is kind of the leading force in them winning their games. I would say that is some of the biggest surprises, at least for me.
Right, how about you, Effie?
Surprises?
Surprises or just things that stood out over the last 2.5 weeks?
I think for me, just what stands out most is how quickly we can feel like one hero is the best hero in the tournament, and then that just kind of changes the next day, where one day everybody's first phasing Darkseer, the next day everybody's ignoring Darkseer, one day everybody's picking Tiny, the next day he just goes unpicked. Teams are letting Weaver through when he was banned all the time at the start, so there are a lot of just flip-flops day to day.
Yeah, the ebb and flow of the draft is definitely interesting.
Yeah, that is true. I think part of that is the fact that we had two very distinct groups, and I covered personally both Group A and Group B. I don't know if it was like morning was Group A, evening was Group B, but I was on both morning and evening, so I had the privilege of seeing both groups. And in one of the groups, I think it was Group A, Sand King was like completely ignored, other than like one team. And then in the other group, it was like Tiny was the mid laner that everybody was picking. And then all of a sudden, you know, teams get stomped, like Spirit gets stomped by Tiny, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna pick it. And then they all of a sudden stomp a team out of the lower bracket with this hero. And then in the series yesterday that we saw, teams were kind of figuring out Tiny and coming up with counters. We saw Gaming Gladiators go for the TA versus the Tiny. So I agree with Mira. The development of the meta has been very interesting. A lot of that is due to the splitting of the group stages, and then we also had play-ins, so those teams were a lot different. Because I remember in pubs, Crimson Guard was very popular, like right at the start of the tournament, and then it completely fell off, and now we're back to like Pipe Crimson Guard.
Yeah, it is. It's a very interesting group stage for sure. And for me, I'm just gonna put my point in there as well, even though nobody's asking me. Shiva, what did you think?
I'm asking you, Shiva. What do you think about the?
I thought going into it, the group stages looked. I thought the previous groups looked uneven. I thought Group A was gonna be a lot stronger than Group B. But in our top 8, we actually have 5 teams from Group B left and 3 from Group A.
So pretty even.
So it's pretty even, and I do know that the 3 in Group A are at the moment higher ranked than the 5 in Group B overall. But it's still a lot more even than I was expecting, and that's just really exciting for me. Another thing that is really exciting is as we are nearing the end of Riyadh Masters, we know more and more and more about the club championships and about how the teams are doing. As yesterday, the Counter-Strike playoffs started on the main stage, and those games definitely have had repercussions already, Jenkins, for the standings.
Yes, they have, Shiva. Team Spirit has 60 points. That has come from their CS2 team. And of course, Team Spirit is still in the Dota competition. So if they win today, they are going to go from 30 points from their Dota team to 60, guaranteeing that they double it, which would put them in. They have 2 top 8 finishes so far, and they have a PUBG team also that is coming in. So they have one more chance to, you know, get more points in the club championship. And I said this yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I know that the teams really care about these club championships. Like, this is a huge point of sustainability for these esports orgs, where you hear it's a tough business to be in. You know, you can pay a lot of money for a team, and then it's the best team in the world, and then they just don't do well in a tournament, and it's a hard business. So this is something that lets them sustain. So a team like Spirit doing well, getting points, matters a lot.
Matters a lot, and I know we often focus on the top, Falcons doing well, yada yada, but I want you to look at the coming video explaining the club championship and pay attention to just what you need to be in the top 8, which is what matters.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Yeah, so we all know the top is looking pretty good for Falcons right now, but to be in the top 8, that's where a lot of the money is. So to be in the top 8, you also need top 8 finishes. So for Team Spirit already, they're on the right track to be in that top 8 to get a chunk of the $20 million prize pool. It's a lot of money, guys. But we all need to pay attention to them, but also to Gaming Gladiators, who still need a #1 finish in order to have a chance of being #1 and be able to maybe beat Falcons. We'll see if that ends up happening, but it's something we're keeping a close eye on for sure. But for now, let's focus our attention on the Dota at hand, on Riyadh Masters, because we had a very long day yesterday for a multitude of reasons, but the main reason, Effie, every single series went the distance.
We really did. I mean, yesterday we had some surprises, we had some epic games, we had some, you know, maybe some questionable plays too thrown in there, but in a very big surprise for me, the biggest one yesterday was that OG was eliminated by PSG Quest in the lower bracket, which a lot of people didn't expect, but PSG Quest have been consistently drawing the best teams. So we never really got to put them in a situation where they played a full best of 3 and took the knowledge from their draw onto a third game. But it turns out they can rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I will say that some of the teams we have seen lose, at least in the lower bracket, like at least Aurora and OG, I feel like you could tell that there's a lot of nerves, a lot of pressure. All the teams that now play in the lower bracket, they have played on stage. So I feel like we will see at least better Dota when it comes to the lower bracket. And upper bracket-wise, I feel like Liquid, they won me over pretty hard yesterday. I liked a lot of their drafts, a lot of the way they played as well, like just busting out an IO Lash, something we haven't seen in a long time. Just a lot of cool things. So honestly, there's just so many new things that, like Mira mentioned earlier, are coming out every single day. Because there's new stuff you need to answer, and teams, they're showing that.
I want to say one thing about the Liquid series last night. I'm so happy to see 33 clutch and carry a game, because I feel like since he joined the team, there's been a lot of criticism of 33 is not Zai, his playstyle doesn't fit the team, he farms too much, there's too many farming players on the team, whatever. That Wind Waker save in the black hole where Mickey turns and then just wipes the floor with Tundra was beautiful. Like, they were done. That game was straight up over. Liquid was losing. They were supposed to be knocked down into the lower bracket by Tundra there, but then 33 clutches it. It's just really nice to see. You know, your back's against the wall, everybody's saying you can't do it, and he's like, you know what? I'm still 33. I'm going to make those clutch item decisions. It's what he's known for. He thinks like this. He's big brain. It's nice to see it finally.
Yeah, it's nice to see it come together for Team Liquid, because it has been a little while since we were waiting for this iteration of Liquid to properly click. But yesterday it did, and I'm sure some of the moments of the games of their series are going to be featured in our Aramco Top 5 highlights. We saw it all yesterday with elimination happening and of course 2 teams securing a top 3 finish here at Riyadh Masters, so emotions were running pretty high for the players involved, and that's why our Pepsi reactions will be filled with, I think mostly happy faces. Of course, our first series of the day was probably emotional for mostly for OG, who got eliminated, but overall, I think there's a lot of teams, Jenkins, that can be very happy with themselves.
Yeah, I think that some teams were not performing so well coming into this tournament, or maybe not performing up to the standards that they would expect for themselves. And so, you know, coming into arguably the most important tournament of the year and then making it into the top 8 or top 6 or top 3, depending on what series you're watching, is very important for some of these teams. I also think that same pressure means that we'll see a lot of authentically disappointed reactions, authentically angry, sad, anguish, you know, the whole spectrum of emotions at this point. Yeah, like for Pure there, oh man, that series was rough. Like he was hard carrying and it was in their hands. They had it, but they just got out clutched. It is what it is. Sometimes you just get outplayed.
I mean, and sometimes it is just that one clutch item, like you said, with 3-3's Wind Waker, or like a clutch team fight where you kind of bring it together, because I will agree with what Jenkins said earlier. I wasn't too sure about 3-3. Obviously, he's a great player. He's a TI winner. You can't say anything against that. But some of his earlier performances on like a Brewmaster weren't as good. But yesterday, I mean, just kind of goes to show that they're in form.
They are in form, Matthew.
Yeah, maybe all it takes is some time, because I was also one of the people who was critical, not of 3-3 as a player, because everybody knows how great of a player he is and how intelligent of a Dota player he is, but how his playstyle would fit into Liquid's playstyle, because they play a very, very high-tempo game where he definitely has that Tundra flair of slowing it down and wanting to farm more, and we did see a clash of that a lot throughout some tournaments this year. But finally, it seems like they found that really happy middle ground where it works for everybody.
It really does, and it does seem like 33 has fit his playstyle into that of Team Liquid, adapting the high-paced playstyle, which we have seen from so many teams this Riyadh Masters. The fast playstyle we thought might be successful, the successful recipe for OG as well to go further, but they were the last team in the first round of the lower bracket to get eliminated at the start of the day, and their key got crushed. Noob, this was actually the reason why you might think like, oh, you know, he looks like it's another day in the world of Noob. It actually is. This is the second key that he was allowed to crush. So he's like, hey, here we go again. And they are looking to potentially continue that road of crushing keys all along the way, Kezi.
Yeah, another day in the park. You know, today they have to do it against Spirit. I don't see why they couldn't do it. I will not say that they're the favorites, but they look good yesterday. It is one of the newer teams, like them winning on stage and like moving forward, having the momentum. You know, it could change a lot. They're playing well. Maybe need a little more emotion. Why not?
Yeah, why not? And the crushing of the keys, you know, it's very nice to do. But you know, it's also nice just getting a large chunk of $5 million prize pool, and that is what the players are steering towards as well. Oh, it's a lot of money there, Effie.
It is, and it's nice and evenly distributed. It's not as top-heavy as other large prize pools that we've seen, but I mean, as teams are getting closer to that, you know, #1 prize, every game means a lot of money at this point. So you're not just playing for your place in the tournament, you're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars now.
Yeah, the series between OG and PSG Quest yesterday, that just doubled the prize money for PSG Quest from 100k to 200k. We'll see how far they can go with that. And if you're wondering, like, what did you just watch? What was Noob doing to a chunk of gold with the hydraulic press? Let me tell you.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, we'll see which keys will be encased by the end of the day in the winner's trophy. Can't wait to see if that will bring some spice about. But today we will see 3 more keys added to the, you might have seen it actually, the pedestal in the middle of the arena. That's where they're all gathered at the moment. But that's 3 series today, all elimination series. And we, of course, can't wait to start talking about the first game of the day. But let's see which series Purge wants to highlight.
Thanks, Cheever. We're in the Jamil Motorsport Arena, where there's a lot of cool stuff in here. Here's a brief Jamil Museum, the history of the Jamil Motorsport team. Some nice merch stuff, some trophies, some nice pajamas. Lots of cool things to look at. Isn't it beautiful? Don't you guys want to drive vehicles in the dirt? I sure do. Just don't want it to be a Cybertruck because I'll get stuck. Anyways, the Jamil Motorsport match of the day, in my opinion, is going to be the first match of the day. And it's a big match because it's going to be BB Team versus Extreme Weibo Gaming. And that is a match that, it's an elimination match. I'm ready to see more trophies crushed. That's what I'm here for. We had a lot of good feel-good moments yesterday, but today, that's what I want to see. I want to see more crushings. So that's the match I want to watch. Is the powered-up BB Team, with their morale higher, is it going to be strong enough to beat Extreme Weibo Gaming? Or is Extreme Weibo Gaming, who've looked really solid, are they going to be defeated by the super high MMR that BB Team is working with? I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but I do know that one team is going to get crushed. And sometimes former winners can move on and open nice museums with their prize money and their trophies. And maybe we'll see that happen tomorrow. I don't know. Anyways, back to you guys.
I don't think that's a pajama. I think that's a racing outfit.
I don't think he's watched racing once in his life.
Let's continue, because I'm happy that he chose the series that we're about to watch, but I do want to shine some light on the series later today as well. Team Spirit and PSG Quest will also play to decide which one of those 2 teams will secure a top 6 finish here at Riyadh. And then later on in the day, we have Tundra waiting for their opponents, because whoever wins the first series today and guarantees themselves top 6 will play again against Tundra to move even further into Riyadh Masters. So it's a very intense day, I think, for all teams involved. But we are going to focus on our first series as we are watching the Jamil Motorsport player arrival. I just want to highlight that these 2 teams meeting at this point in the lower bracket, Effie, I feel like both of these teams have had a very similar year where they did good. And in the case of XG.WBG, they actually took a title where BB Team did not. But they both just not able to deliver this event so far.
Yeah, I think with XG.WBG, they definitely delivered more than BB Team did, right? Because they started in the upper bracket, and that needs to be acknowledged as a feat of its own, whereas BB Team, which is a team we're used to seeing in almost every upper bracket, they started from lower bracket, and honestly, their journey to the lower bracket didn't even look great. A lot of their drafts were uninspired. Some of their players were just playing a completely different playstyle than other players. GPK, who we were used to seeing play super high tempo all the time, was just not really delivering on that, just maybe over farming in some games. But in their last series versus Entity, they looked good, honestly. They were playing very high aggression. The early game was theirs, and they looked like their old selves.
They powered on. I do think the way that they played throughout the group stage, we should acknowledge. I agree with what you said entirely. There was that one play where Toronto Tokyo like straight up ditched Nightfall. And you could, it's like, I swear to God, you go to the replay and you're going to see the camera of Nightfall click on Toronto Tokyo after he dies. It was like that Darkseer dive when it was the Darkseer Morphling lane. They looked very disconnected, and I think we were all very concerned. It's like, oh no, here we go again with BB Team. Like, this is what they do. Now they're tilting even earlier. But I'm actually, and once again, it's so funny that this is always the narrative for this team, but I'm actually very hopeful for them because like Mira said, they always start in the upper bracket. They rarely have their backs against the wall. Usually they're just, oh yeah, they're one of the best teams in the world. They're going to make it top 3, top 4. But this is a different story this time.
It is. Let's focus our attention first on XG.WBG, as they are the contenders coming from the upper bracket, as Effie said. They also have needed to find themselves, Kazu.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too sure where I would rate them right now, because, yeah, they are starting to do better, but in the last match that they played against Aurora, I feel like they didn't get tested. I don't know if they've improved or like what happened. Obviously, they had time to adjust, look at other games, so that will help you to like kind of get a better stance on the meta. But when I compare these two teams and who has improved more, at least from what I can see from the games, I will give the edge to BB team. But then when these two teams match up against each other, I don't really know where I'm going to rate one over the other, because last time when XG.WBG played, Ame needed to do a lot of very cool moves that generally you don't want your carry to have to do that early on in the game. So I'm just looking if they can maybe change that within the draft and their early game. Because, yeah, I don't know where I would rate these two teams.
Yeah, I think for XG.WBG, they have tended to play a more slow style than some of the other teams that started in upper bracket. But luckily for them, BB team, known for very high duration games. The thing is, when you're XG and you already play for that win condition in Ame, and you're very, very happy to slow down the game, and a lot of the moves that they make on XG.WBG are made to slow down the game, where they're just like, okay, let's put out some fires, let's take control of one side. We don't want to play the momentum, we just want to make sure we get to our item timings on our Morphling, or on our TB, or on our Cruel, whatever it is for them. BB team, will they be able to disrupt those timings? Because they've been playing longer duration games as well.
Well, we're going to find out how XG.WBG is going to do today and how they're feeling today, as we're going to hear some words from XM with Ferg.
Hey, I'm here with XM from Extreme Weibo Gaming. My first question is, how are you feeling after your series against Falcons?
毛哥，首先问你，就是你们打完这个 Falcon 战队之后，你们感觉如何呢？
就感觉我们还有很多不足的地方，就虽然输了，但就是其实收获挺多的。就这样，其实我们现在还不够强，到拜德组也能学到更多吧。这样。
I feel like, even though we lost the Falcons, I felt like we learned a lot from it as well. We definitely felt that there were a lot of areas that we could improve on. There were a lot of issues, a lot of mistakes in the way that we were playing. And we feel like even though we're in a lower bracket, it only gives us more opportunities to learn and improve as a team.
Great. And I heard that you were happy to go to lower bracket because you wanted to crush a lot of keys. Is that true?
就听说你其实也挺就是落到拜德组也挺开心的，因为你说可以碾压更多钥匙，是否是真是假的？
这也不算开心吧，也算安慰自己的一个手段。就是也要对自己保持有信心吧。
I wouldn't say that I'm happy about this. It's more like simply like a means to console yourself, and I mean ultimately you still gotta keep the right like a positive mindset going to every single game.
All right, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
My main question for XG.WBG is, yeah, we know they played slow against Aurora last, what was it, Wednesday? But we also know that Aurora kind of let them, and that I think any team, if given the space, they would do the same thing as XG did. I talked to XXS a little bit ago, and both him and Insania, actually, I asked them what they learned most about the group stages. They mentioned the series against each other, where XSS says, well, we got smashed by Liquid in the first game of groups, and we realized we have to play faster. And so they know that they gotta play faster. They experienced it during Falcons already. And I think that if you know, you're gonna be able to adjust. And I just really hope that today Jenkins' speed of play is not gonna be a factor.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm a little concerned for Extreme Gaming, Weibo Gaming, because Ame did hard carry the series. He was forced to do some pretty crazy things.
Which series?
However, whichever one you guys were talking about.
The one that he won versus Falcons?
I think it was the Falcons. The Falcons game. The game that they won. They didn't win the series, but they won the game. And the Aurora series in particular, I remember Ame was actually dying quite a lot to kind of goofy things, like he was getting solo killed on Morphling. I think he went down to jabs one time. sitting at like 300 HP or something like that. Like there were still some blunders from him, even though he was carrying the team in like the later stages of the game and in the other games. So I guess what I'm saying is that even in the games where they stomped Aurora, I agree that that was because Aurora had a very disappointing day, and I feel like Extreme Gaming, Weeble Gaming, if they're facing up against a powered-on BB team, I worry for them. I do worry for them.
Well, that's the question, right? If you focus on BB team, I'm gonna ask the question I ask every single time. What is the face?
Carry on. There was something strange on my screen.
All right. I was not paying attention to the screen. But if we are talking about BB team, then the question is, every time, is this going to be the BB team we know they can be? Are they going to deliver?
I hope so. Come on, Nightfall.
I mean, it's going to be a better BB team than what we've seen the last days. The people I'm looking at least right now is, I think Safe has been the most stable player. He's also, in my opinion, the most skilled player on the team. Like, they win lanes they shouldn't. He can make moves like that maybe other fours wouldn't do. Like him and GPK, or I feel like he has to do well in his lane, then take GPK with him and like give themselves a good early game.
Well, let's see if Nightfall especially can get a good early game. And the earliest game you can have is the game with Purge.
I'm here with Nightfall of BB Team. You guys had a great win against Entity, a team that had been like smashing all over their group stages. So how are you guys feeling after that?
I mean, we're feeling good. We're like, it's for us, it's not even about Entity win. We're just like playing a little bit better since the group stage improved a bit, and can't be sad about that.
Yeah, you guys seem like a confidence team, a team that needs to be riding the wins. You have a lot of expectations on how good you should be playing. So do you guys feel like you've recovered at this point?
I mean, I think our expectations for sure like is lower now since we're starting from lower bracket round 1 and like we lost to everyone in group stage, but we gain confidence from every win. Yeah.
Okay, and for your upcoming opponents, Extreme Weibo Gaming, how do you guys think you're going to do against them? Have you prepped enough?
I mean, it's going to be an interesting game for sure. They're a good team, but I think our record against them in the season was good. We won like all important games against them, so we'll see.
All right, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
BB team might have won all the important games against XG.WBG, but overall, I will say the record with these two teams, they faced each other quite a few times over the last, in 2024, let's say. 6 wins for XG, 7 wins for BB team. So it's very even, this series for me. And also in terms of the results this year, we know that XG did manage to get a #1 title, and they came pretty close, and they did pretty well the whole year round. For BB team, they did pretty well the whole year round, just didn't take a title at any point. And the question is, which team's going to continue? Which team has leveled up more, Jenkins? You got any predictions?
Yeah, this is the best of the East versus the best of the East.
Yeah.
Just one is slightly more East, depending on where the middle point on the map is that you want to decide. What was the question? Which one has leveled up more? I would honestly say that depends on the day. I think XG has leveled up in general more over the year because China as a region was just considered quite weak for the last 2 years, honestly. But XG has been the team that's like kind of carrying them with a little bit of LGD mixed in there. Whereas with BB team, I feel like they've very slowly but steadily improved, where their rankings have been kind of like top 5, top 4, top 3, top 3, top 3, top 3, top 3, and then we're just waiting for them to get a top 1. So I think XG has improved more, but I don't know if it's enough to beat BB team.
Yeah, I feel like, so XG, I think they're just winning from, I mean, their worst placement this year was like top 8 somewhere that I can't remember, but it was some minor online tournament, but they've also top 4'd every tournament, and I think they've consistently top 4'd more than XG have, even though XG have won a game.
Yeah, correct.
But XG have also just had, I mean, BB and XG, they're just top 4ing, right? These are both top 4 teams. Never quite the winners, but XG did win that PGL?
Elite League.
Was it PGL or?
They won
it's Elite League.
Elite League.
Yeah.
But, and then they were in the grand finals of PGL.
They won the Wallachia as well, yeah.
Oh, they won that one too. So they have 2 first place finishes this year.
No, Spirit won Wallachia.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, okay. They have one.
Moving on.
They have 2 grand finals.
Yes,
this
they
year,
did.
Which is very impressive, you know?
Yes.
I think BB team had 1 grand finals.
2 grand finals, 1 for Dream League Season 22, and 1one for ESL 1 Birmingham.
So I don't even know if it was which teams improved. They both had very impressive finishes.
Yeah.
It's like who's
it's close. These are really close.
Yeah.
Honestly.
In this tournament, it's more like like Jenkins said, is it going to be a good day or a bad day for BB Team? Because they look so different.
We're gonna find out as we are moments away from getting these two teams on stage as we head over to the Kitty Arena with Fancy and Tsunami.
Playoffs continue here in the Qiddiya Arena as Riyadh Masters is starting to narrow down the team selection. Eliminations onto the agenda for today as we had a whole bunch of upper bracket matches yesterday. Points on the line, money on the line. So much happening. Fancy, I'm gonna be real with you. It was a long day yesterday. I don't even, it was nine games of Dota yesterday.
Yes, we had 9 games of Dota, but how can you not remember?
Keep me up.
You know what?
Catch me up.
I'll catch you up. So first we had Quest losing to OG, making them the only play-in team that's still surviving in the tournament.
No. They beat OG.
Yeah.
The play-in team survived, which means that they are now going to have to face off against Spirit, the champions of last year. Okay, it's coming back to me.
All right, so we also had Falcons losing to Gaming Gladiators, making them the first upper bracket team that makes it to the grand final. Sorry, not the grand final. It's it's the upper bracket final. Yeah, you're right.
That's what I'm telling you, man. There was a lot of Dota to keep up.
It's not easy to keep up.
Which means that the most dominant team of 2023 took down the most dominant team of 2024, and then our last upper bracket.
I think it was, wait, let me check my notes. I think it was Liquid. They went 2-1
Of course
against,
it was 2-1.
Yeah, against Tundra, because we had 9 games.
All right, that means that we finally get the Liquid versus Gaming match that always puts a smile on the Dota community's faces, because we never see it happen. It's such a rare thing to happen.
Right, but we also have a lot of lower bracket matches to catch up to, and whoever makes it to the next stage for tomorrow, they only have like 2 or 3 matches to get to the lower bracket final and then up to the grand final. But I think we're ready to introduce the first match for the day. And for the first team that's walking on stage, please welcome XG.WBG. Ame, XM, XXS, Zenki, DY. They may have suffered a loss against Falcons, but they were able to continue their journey in the lower bracket. Knocking out Aurora, they have 4 matches left to the grand final.
And joining them on stage, it's BB Team! Nightfall, GPK, Miero, Save, and Toronto Tokyo have showed up so many times on this stage at this point. They are veterans, as well as being veterans of being on the edge of elimination. This time, they are facing off against China's Last Hope. Will they persevere, or will the journey end here and their key get crushed? Teams, please take your seats, place your keys. And viewers, there's nothing left for you except to enjoy some quality Dota.
For either of these teams, the road will end here and they will be left at top 8. And for both of these teams, that would be a major disappointment, especially after the year they've had. We'll see who can keep their head held high. And if you already have an idea about what's going to happen in our upcoming series, make sure you get your predictions in at www.sdcplay.gg. I'm expecting it to be... I actually think the prediction should be pretty 50-50, Hezu.
I think it shouldn't be different. Like 60-40 is the max I see for either team, depending on how people feel. I'm expecting a 2-1. Jenkins, what do you think?
Absolute 2-0 destruction and devastation coming from the side of BB Team. I think XG is going home today, Stream Weeble Gaming.
Is it because of the speed that they might not be able to match? Because we talk about that a lot. Maybe I just talk about that a lot.
I think both teams are slow, but I think BB Team is better at laning, and I think BB Team is better at transitioning out of the laning stage and then kind of constricting the map. I think the lanes are going to go super heavily towards BB Team, but we'll see.
I would respectfully disagree on that. I think that whichever team drafts better today will win because both of these teams have had very, very severe drafting flaws. And for BB Team in particular, I don't think they have been correctly picking heroes for GPK up until recently. And if, honestly, there can be a draft to kind of enable Save and Miro from that offlane and give GPK a tempo hero, then I would heavily believe in BB Team's ability to win. But if they just get some key heroes taken away for Save, I think that they've already shut down like 50% of BB Team's early game firepower.
I agree with Mira that BB Team has been drafting honestly terribly. The Storm Spirit Tusk opening was one of the most questionable draft openings that we've seen. We were like, are they just picking GPK something that he's comfortable with, or are they okay sacking him? He had like 2 stacks of Galvanize for the entire game. It was extremely rough. However, I will say that in the Entity series, their openings look a lot more in line with what other people are picking. They opened with a Snap Tiny, they opened with a Sand King, Grimstroke. Grimstroke's a little bit weird, but opening with the Sand King, finally they're picking the OP heroes, and then pairing it with the Grimstroke, I think that's completely fine. And then they also have a bunch of Grimstroke players, so I like their drafts recently. We will see if they can manage it against Extreme Gaming, Weeble Gaming, because they do have some weird heroes you need to deal with.
Yeah, no, for me, it's just a lot about like also these hero combos. Like Dota is just a lot about your drafts, your lanes, how well can you execute? Do you have the hero combos necessary to like fight into the enemy team? Because I will say, both teams, yes, they absolutely have had their flaws. GPK is the guy I'm looking at to be perhaps better enabled, more played around, and him also getting involved with his team. So kind of, you know, the whole shebang of what you have to do to just play a good game of Dotes. But at least when it comes to the prep, they've taken out a lot of good heroes from XG.WBG with no ET, no Monkey. Their Beast Flex last time also is kind of the gotcha that got Falcons in at least one of the games. But both teams, you know, just getting the type of heroes they want. Snap first pick, solid. BB Team have looked very good on Doom. Like, they are winning a lot of lanes with Doom, where I was like, not sure if they could win, so I had a wrong read, but their Doom, it looks good.
I mean, it's one of Miro's best heroes, like, if not his best hero by far at the moment. He plays it so well, and I really think that the approach for BB Team is to enable that offlane pair, to enable Save and Miro, and then go to GPK and make his game more active and help him get that mid tower, because even in the teams that BB Team have lost, for the most part, Miro and Save have been winning their lanes. Like, if they have a good support pick, because usually some weird support picks have come out, like the Tusk that you mentioned, Jenkins, but if you give Save like a Hoodwink or a Batrider or something along those lines, he always
his bat popped off last time.
And that's why we see it banned already, but that Hoodwink's still in the pool. And so is Nyx Assassin, by the way. I don't know if either of these teams prioritizes that very highly.
I know that XG.WBG have played it before. BB Team, obviously, they can play it. I prefer Save on other heroes. There was another hero I'm thinking about. Weaver's in the pool. Toronto had an insane Weaver game. Like, he played well. His warding was nasty. It literally won him the whole early to mid game. It is also a great pick from second pick, which BB Team are. So any support here that gives you follow-up damage and good laning, I feel like I would just makes it simple.
I would guess that's probably what they're considering here, is do they go for the Hoodwink, because Save has had such amazing Hoodwink performances, or do they go for the Weaver, which is less telegraphed where it's going to go, because they can play it on a few roles. And I also really like Weaver in general, because it feels really bad to play a lot of carries against Weaver. It feels really bad to play a lot of heroes in general against Weaver. So the fact that you can flex it and pick it this early, but they do go for the Hoodwink. And I think this is fair. This is like just top 2, maybe even the best support currently. So if they didn't pick it here, then they're going to be playing against it, which doesn't feel very good.
And again, BB teams should play through their offlane. They've been their most consistent duo. And Nightfall has had some very good lanes this tournament, but he has failed to impress me in situations where he's top net worth, but his team is losing, and then he does something to take the game upon his shoulders. He hasn't had a standout game like that for me. And maybe you can make the argument that because the mid lane's doing so badly, because the offlane did so badly, Nightfall couldn't do much, but in his Ursa in particular, I hope they don't run it back in this suit, if I'm going to be honest.
I mean, I will agree. I don't think he's had he's played good, but he hasn't had like the pop-off, you know, where you have this good game and you carry your team to victory. I will absolutely agree with that. When I look now at XG.WBG, they generally play these supports like Phoenix and Jakiros that give you more like team fight. I think Phoenix can also be quite annoying for Doom, unless you get Doom first. Like Egg is annoying, you can always help around. But I will say that I question the Sand King a little bit into Doom. I think, first of all, if you get doomed, you can kill the Sand King. He can also itemize, which is very annoying for you. He can build pipes in the early game, he can sell it later, he can build auras. So I will have to look how they can furthermore enable it, because one-to-one matchup, I heavily favor Doom, and you saw this hero already.
Yeah, I think when you look at this Sand King, I mean, for XG.WBG, they've played it on the offlane. They haven't played it mid yet, but they definitely should if they need to. But the way that XG.WBG play, and they draft around Ame, and like they pick his Morphlings and his like win condition carries, if you have a hero like Sand King who can kind of tank the Doom for him, that fits into their playstyle anyway. If you have 2 high-value Doom priority targets, you can alleviate the burden from your carry. I mean, they snapped the Morphling on BB team. This could be 4. Well, it can't be 4 because of a Hoodwink. But this could be 1, this could be 2, but for the most part, Nightfall is one of the best Morphling players in this tournament.
Yeah, if you want to get a hero that Nightfall is comfortable doing that, you know, back against the wall, he's the top net worth, he needs to 1v5. I would trust his Morphling out of all of his heroes to do that on. He has a lot of experience, and it's also blocking it from Extreme Gaming, Weeble Gaming. Ame is not going to be able to play that, even though you don't... It's like, it's a weird matchup against Doom, because if you get doomed, obviously the stab morph does nothing, so it's a counter in that respect, but then also it's a natural Link Inspire, so and it does well against the Doom in lane, so I think block picking that makes a lot of sense.
Wow, I am impressed by Ame here. He called for a Chaos Knight.
I think this is pretty good.
In my brain, I was like, God, Ame's gonna call for some TV or some PL or some... No, he calls for a CK, which is a very high-tempo hero. It builds Orchid, which is gonna be incredibly high value versus Morphling early on. And I mean, the important part is, it's a carry that can self-sustain. It can be left alone so that the supports can be freed up to rotate to either the enemy offlane or to the mid lane, because you're gonna need it. You're playing against Chen. This Chen does create issues for XG.WBG. They don't have a support that deals well with Chen. They don't really have AoE damage outside of Sand King, and Chaos Knight can get kicked out of his lane if Chen ends up rotating to his lane.
No, I'm glad you mentioned, because we've been seeing this more. Like, look at Snap, Sand King, Rubik. The way they fight, they're gonna like drop some Burrow Strike, drop all their spells, and hopefully they have to pray that those heroes die. But if this happens at like 15 minutes and there's some Doom pipe, maybe Chen with Mech and Hand of God, you can easily run into damage issues, and we've seen this a lot from the upper bracket teams. That's how they're winning. You know, your Liquids, your Gaming Gladiators, they just take these mid-game fights, you can't really power through it. So XG.WBG, they need another hero, whoever it is, whether it's mid or off lane, you need more damage pumping out. Like, unless your lanes absolutely explode, which I will say I like the CK. It has a good matchup against Morph. You need to damage control the enemy offlane with the Doom Hoodwink. So I'm happy that Ame did see a better pick than some of the other times.
Other than Sand King being able to go mid and off lane, is there any other flex potential? Like, could we see an XM playing Snap mid still, or are we pretty sure that the Snap and the Rubik are the support duo for XG.WBG?
Snap can definitely go mid if it needs to.
What do you guys think about a coddle for Extreme Gamers, Weeble Gamers, XM to play here? I feel like it's a natural Vessel buyer, which is very good against the Doom and the Morph and all the Chen heals. It can defend against the Chen army and the push. It will do fine against anything mid, pretty much, and pairs very well with the Sand King.
I would love Coddle, actually, for either team, too. I mean, BB team ban out the puck in the storm. They ban out high-tempo heroes, but also heroes that jump backline targets.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. So I think Coddle, if XG.WBG want to play on tempo, I think Coddle can work. Otherwise, I feel like they're looking at something else, like something with higher damage. I don't really know how to explain it, but I think they are looking for maybe like more explosive damage.
Sniper.
Yes. You can't let him.
Explodes.
He does. He will explode to Morphling. No, like there's some. I can't call the XG.WBG pick, but I'm not the biggest fan of Coddle for them. For BB team, I could see Coddle or Zeus, something high range, like just long range and more sustain. Like Coddle gives you both the sustain and the damage.
I think Zeus is great. They're one of the few teams that picks it as well. It can stop the Snapfire kisses from long range. It clears the CK illusions. You can see the Sand King and the Sandstorm with all the, detection that Zeus gets naturally from his spells. I really like that, actually. Although they will lack a little disable on the side of BB team if they go for the Zeus.
They might be going mid on Sand King because of the Leshrac Ember bans.
Yeah. I do think they need a core, because generally when you lag damage, a support pick doesn't really grant you that all that much. So I will think that it should be a core hero. I feel like there's other stuff, like maybe the heroes I see, they don't give you the bonus damage in the game I'm looking for, so I can't find this pick that like really wows me.
I think maybe just an offline pick then. Darkseer, yeah, Darkseer is cool.
Okay.
So like so because they banned Ember Lesh, those are counters to mid Sand King that we've seen recently. They needed something from the offlane that's going to be able to play into a Chen lineup, and the two heroes that could have done that for their team were Darkseer and Primal Beast, actually. But Darkseer is just more consistent, right? Because you have good Ion Shell targets in Sand King and in CK, and you're going to build auras versus Chen's auras. And actually, this pick is beautiful. It really ties XG's draft together in a way that they needed to.
This makes a lot of sense against BB team as well, in particular, because GPK has not played Morph mid. And I feel like this would be a great time to flex the Morph to mid and then pick a carry that does well against Darkseer. Like Troll, for example, is still in the pool. This is the hero everybody is banning whenever they pick Darkseer. But Extreme Gamers, Weeble Gamers feel like they don't have to ban it because they are pretty confident there's going to be a Nightfall Morph. I would love to... I hope GPK has been practicing the Morph strength mid.
I know he's played it. Like, I actually am kind of on board for the sort of, if they want to do it, if they want to be more clean. I don't like the Zeus anymore because there's like a Darkseer with a pipe now and whatnot. I could see Pango because it gives you more team fight, more physical damage, and actually like a way to tie your Hoodwink together. Maybe that can work as well.
I think it's Pango or Invoker. Probably make
Pango
sense.
coming out.
Yeah, I think for Mr. BB squad, this does make sense. It does tie it together pretty nicely. I will say that I completely overlooked Darkseer being in the pool. I feel like that was also kind of XG Weebo's, best last pick that they could have gone for. Because, yeah, it just works really well. You needed a type of aura as well, because Morph Doom, also, they need a lot of time. Like, their damage isn't, like, really nice, so... I feel like both teams kind of did get the last picks that they want, so I will process a bit. Jenkins, back to you.
I really like the XG draft, honestly. I feel like Morphling is... This is a very difficult Morphling game. There's a lot of instant stun. There's really good damage for him from the CK. Darkseer is going to spawn an illusion of him. They don't have much damage to deal with the Darkseer in the lane. I feel like the pipe and the mech and the Greaves timing from Darkseer will allow them to sustain through most of BB Team's heroes. The Doom is the only X factor where I do think if you Doom any hero, they're going to die, but there's a lot of heroes in Doom. There's all these CK illusions. I think XG has a really good shot here with this draft.
Yeah, I agree with Jenkins with that. I think that the Pango, it gives them a lot of early game aggression, but it's not really it's not a mid-win versus Sand King, right? And this Darkseer Aura lineup's gonna be very good versus this Chen one. I don't think Chen is super heavily enabled in this game because he doesn't necessarily have that carry that's going to throw its body in early on, which you really want with Chen's. Like we see Gaiman run a CK with Chen because it throws its body in and Chen can back it up in that sense. But Morphling needs a little bit more time. And there's Rubik. The Rubik factor versus Doom is always something you have to consider. The Doom steals, the potential spell steals. But XG have a really good draft here.
But it seems like both teams are pretty comfortable in what they managed to get against each other. As we do see, I mean, you wanted 60-40 either side, Kezu. I think... yeah, you can be pretty happy.
Yeah, I think also
Wait, no, let's find out what the coach has to say.
All right, Maps. I mean, your draft right now, you know, the analysts, your fans out there, they're pretty happy with it. In general, I'll say that XG, we're happy to see, you know, XG adjusting, adapting to the meta. But I want to ask, does it actually suit your team's playstyle? Because we know that the XG.WBG that we know is kind of known for having a slower pace and more farm-oriented game. 所以 Maps 就想问你，就是这次你们选的阵容呢，跟你们往常选的阵容可能稍微有点不一样。然后也感觉你们调整的挺快的。但是就想问，这种快节奏的阵容，你们战队发挥得出来吗？
那肯定是能发挥出来吧，相信队员的实力。
Obviously, you know, if we are drafting it, it means we can play it, and Maps over here has shown a lot of confidence that XG.WBG can play it very well. So we look forward to seeing the game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. BB team up against XG.WBG. Very exciting stuff and a lot of fun to be had with this draft, right? We've got XG.WBG. They've got that old wombo combo. They really do. They've got the vacuum, they've got the burrow strike, and they've got that snapfire follow-up, and a lot of potential good steals for Xingqiu on his Rubik. Aside of BB team, though, we're getting this Morphling. I feel like Morphling, a lot of games when sometimes it slows down and not a lot happens, Morphling can kind of come out on top. And Nightfall, his carry performance, even in the losses, has been pretty solid.
Yeah, it's been pretty solid. This definitely looks like a pretty interesting game in terms of the greed, mixed with a little bit of that early game kind of support from BBT, because they do have this Chen. They haven't ran it so much. They ran it, I believe, 5 days ago. They had a Tusk in the game, so it's hard to say who had the more, like, who kind of like had this difficulty in the game, because that Tusk didn't really do much of anything. The time before that they played it was 5 months ago. So it's definitely not the most played hero for them in particular. So let's see how they're going to run with this Chen lineup, because it's going to be a lot of auras this game. So we've been getting used to in every single one. And which one will reign supreme? The Darkseer or the Chen? The Darkseer in a lot of these situations, if the game slows down as well too, he's just a teamfight king. So let's see if BBD can endure that pressure. And it is a greedy draft. A Morph and a Doom together can suffer at times, but overall, I've been seeing these Dooms have quite good early games, in particular playing with, you know, Save behind him. I think they've been setting up Miro for success, and I think 33 has definitely displayed something on this Doom multiple times now of how broken this hero really can be if you just get like one good creep. Good pressure onto Miro.
I get some body blocks off here as well from Arme.
Might just have him. Another stun in 5, they should.
Yeah, this should be first blood. See if they can make sure Arme's the one to grab it. Let him get the last hit. Easy first blood. Well, that's quite the way to start the lane here for Arme on his CK.
And they were... Oh, it was 2 for 2 bounties. Okay, so all things even in there. So we'll see how these lanes end up going. The Pango versus this Sand King. This does not feel particularly easy for a Pango at all, especially if XM wants to go the Burrow Strike route. Now I've been seeing... There's 2 routes. I still want to see an early point in stun no matter what, especially because he's playing versus melee. I think you actually always want to, pretty much. But I've been seeing it, you know, either 2-0-3 or you go for more points in Sandstorm to farm. I think this is that pressure lane. You want to be able to get stuns off, apply multiple caustics onto this melee hero, because Pango can definitely suffer versus that.
Oh, let's see how GPK can do against it. Indeed, could be a tough start for him. I mean, on the side lanes, do you sort of like what BB team has going a bit better? Like if they got things to look towards there, that should be pretty solid. Like this Chen Morph lane is Nightfall having an easy time down here? Is the pressure going to add up from the XXS Xingqiu Darkseer Rubik duo?
It's a strong lane once they hit theory, as we always say for that Rubik, but Chen makes things complicated because he's actually able to do the Satyr creep. A lot of the games that I've been seeing from these Chens, they end up... There's like a Nyx Assassin picked or something like that, and they won't be able to go for this Satyr creep. This time around, he's just going to be able to freely burn the mana, make sure that Nightfall's pumped up as well too. So overall, I would say this Morph should have a good time unless he makes some mistakes mid.
Yeah, looks like both of them were dancing with death here.
Yeah.
With how low they were getting. Both all managed to walk away before it was coming out.
The nice thing, at the least for the Pango in particular versus some of these melees, he does have high armor. So the physical damage that comes out from Stinger can be, of course, mitigated because of that, plus that shield crash. So if he does, is able to utilize that one nicely versus these constant Stinger spams. Right now, he's doing pretty well.
Top lane, despite giving up the first blood. Nothing drastic been going in favor of Arme really in this lane. We're seeing Miro getting some good denies in. They're able to hold the wave in a pretty good position. So not a super easy start here by the looks of it for Arme. Miro able to hold the lane well with Save.
Very strong aggressive lane. Now these two just win. I think these two win their lane like not 80% of the time, even when they have a losing matchup. They make some magic happen. Save in particular always seems to know how to take advantage of any mistakes and missteps. Definitely a strong aggressive lane, especially once they have level 3 timing as well. That Scorched Earth level 2 plus Infernal Blade, it usually ends up netting a kill up here.
Let's see if they get the opportunity. Should get the 3 hit soon. Depends if they want to continue to split the XP. Arme's already going to try and make a bit of an attempt himself with the stun.
GPK's played this very nicely here so far. Watching in the mid lane how he's securing some of the CS, so he's gone through one of the harder parts, at least, of these early caustic annoyances. So XM does have the 2 points in the stun to be able to attempt the pressure, but yeah, very nicely done here from GPK, who's had pretty good lanes in a lot of these games. It's just been afterwards when he's faltered a little. And they get a heartbeat creep. Nice lane here for Nightfall.
It's really setting up to be an easy start for more. Nightfall not feeling any pressure whatsoever down here so far.
And Ame is definitely feeling that pressure. Constant Infernal Blade spam, it's keeping him a bit low. He does have 2 points inside the Chaos Strike to be able to withstand some of that pressure and sustain, but not CSing so well up there versus the Doom.
I think BB team overall going to be very happy with the way these lanes have started. Top is trying to get aggressive onto Arme. Throw down the blood grenade as well. Sigma's able to dive in with this. Got the last creep sort of tanking the tower hit, so we'll have to hold back and be cautious.
GPK is doing, just phenomenally here. Bringing it to XM. And XM has to be a little cautious himself. That null from GPK is giving him that extra mana regen to keep getting this spam going. He's going to be able to get the rune as well. 1 for 1. But yeah, keeping XM under pressure. So avoiding these caustics, tanking them nicely here with the shield crash. Good job.
Top lane just seems very difficult for DY and Arme to get aggressive, or at least they haven't found the opportunity to punish Save, catch him out of position. He's been very careful here on the hoodwink.
GPK is starting to just dominate. He's broke the bottle charges as well with the swashbuckle as he was using them to regen back. So now this lane is complicated for XM. Could end up going down if he's not careful.
That's getting close to the point where you just go for dive plays. He's going to be off the mark with the shield crash there, though, GPK.
Wasn't a kill anyway, but ends up missing. It's 12 stick charges. XM is just fine. Nice attempt from GPK. And yeah, bottom. This Nightfall is absolutely free farming. A glyph is used aggressively from GPK. Glyph on glyph action.
30 for 7 against the 27.
He's getting nice too.
Keeping that lead, getting the range ones as well.
Bottom.
GPK should hit the 6 really early in this game.
The tower hit almost finishes up XXS 20 HP.
I mean, it just, this bottom lane, it's a bit of a dream here for Nightfall on the Morphling. 33 and 12, getting completely free farm.
All 3 of those lanes are getting good free farm and still applying some pressure. CK has a good advantage just because of that first blood, of course, but Miro not being slowed down whatsoever. He's already got the chainmail. Very unlikely that he's going to get pressure from this physical damage lane.
We see in the mid there with those denies and the way that GPK has had the edge, getting the 6 that little bit sooner than XM this game.
And look at the aggression that he's placing already. He puts a very deep ward so he can watch the stacks because he's playing versus Sanking, he's playing versus Darkseer. These heroes always play on these stacks, so he'll be able to watch that out as well. And now Power Rune will be secured for him as well, too. A very good first 6 minutes here. I thought he just attacked the rune for a second. I looked down for a second and heard the attack. I was like, oh no!
Toronto Tokyo. He's trying to do what he can to disrupt the...
He got one.
Little bit of jungling from XXS. Indeed, was able to snipe one.
Got one of those big creeps. And they have this lane ward as well, too, to protect Nightfall, who's already getting this free farm. That's a very ideal start for them, and it's going to be looking like Toronto Tokyo wants to make an aggressive move. There's a Wisdom Rune coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like on the build-wise, Nightfall. The jump on him. In fact, he's just going to look to turn and fight aggressively back towards XXS. He's not scared of these two whatsoever right now. And yeah, Nightfall just showing that these two heroes right now, they can't do anything.
Nope. And
to sort of hinder the Morphling.
And GPK is maximizing. I like what he's doing here. He's pulling the creeps into the jungle so he can farm jungle on top of everything else here in the Pango. And he's stacking the camp, so very cool stuff coming out here. And yeah, we see the build. Nightfall is queuing up that Linken's.
Yeah, go for the Linken's rush. Which you said, but the more standard one we're seeing is what the Manta rush.
Yeah, it's either Vlad's or Manta, but I think for this one, he's looking just to have that extra sustain, and he's playing versus Chaos Strike, he's playing versus Sand King Stun, he's playing versus Rubik Lift, so there's 3 annoying single target disables that he does want to be able to play through. I like it. Pretty cool with it. And he is getting free farm, so it does feel nice to be able to go down this item route if you are getting absolute free to farm. If you're not getting free farm, this item does feel pretty bad in a lot of situations.
Because you don't get it super quick, and then your next item gets very, very much delayed. But indeed, he should be able to get the linkers out very quickly.
Yeah, I'm pretty
able just having extra regen as well. It just allows you to stay on the map and continue to farm to your heart's content.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot here. And Toronto Tokyo now at this point, he's going to start doing those Chen things, so his net worth will start to skyrocket as well. This hero does farm very, very fast, and we see he's, the Darkseer is having the most difficult time.
It just really feels like they're getting a little too much from these first few minutes, BB team.
Mid lane.
And they're going to get the setup. Rolling Thunder to follow up. They'll need another bounce back to try for XM. GPK is able to find the angle. He's got a burst strike. Is he able to get away from this combo? XM, he is.
But he's surrounded.
Indeed, Swashbuckle comes in, and Toronto Tokyo with a rotation just catches them off behind the tower. BB team in this early game, they are crushing XG.WBG.
With a Morphling on their team as well,
yeah.
too. So
that
really
lane,
nice
that lane as well being the one that crushed the hardest when you look at the difference between the Darkseer and the Morphling. XXS falling massively behind. I mean, Toronto Tokyo's nearly taking over him.
XM also just got bodied by GPK from these moves here, and now GPK is able to secure runes as well. They can keep making these moves to pressure these early towers. And then if they pressure towers, those stacks that Darkseer wants to be able to try to catch up on will be able to be contested as well, too. This is a beautiful start. One of the best ones we've seen from BBT.
Absolutely. They've had a lot of rough games. I think the other day what we really started to see them shine once again with their capabilities. Turning up today here in this game one. Doesn't really get much better than this for BB team, especially considering their lineup and what they were against.
And also considering that Pipe counters quite a lot of the side of XG.WBG. If they're able to get a fast timing on a Pipe on this lineup, it could be very problematic for XG.WBG to do much damage besides that CK. They're going to have pretty accelerated timings on that one in particular. I'm already seeing Doom queuing Midas. Miro doesn't really go down this too much. Miro has been pretty consistent about just doing that Veil Shiva's build, so he is looking to get a bit more greed going because they've already won this early game pretty handedly. And they have the late game greedy draft. They have a nice greedy draft as well, too, to be able to keep progressing.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They're in no rush.
No.
If they start to get the lead now, they don't have to try and kind of... they don't have to risk throwing it away by going for these tier 2 pushes or trying for objectives that give XG.WBG a chance to fight back. They can just hold the map in a safe position, just continue to free farm on their cores. And,
absolutely.
And this game's going to be difficult for XG.WBG to get back into. They will have that wombo combo. They've got to try and find a chance to put it all together against BB team.
That can usually be the key to come back in these games, right? When you do have big team fights. So they do have decent levels on the support as well. Snap has already hit 6, so this could be an X factor to be able to fight back around perhaps this next tower, but all of BBT already kind of set up around here, so it could be difficult for them to actually set up for the defense, in particular with the Snap and Sanking. And these are heads-up moves. Applying so much pressure. XG.WBG, a bit of a slower team in particular, even if they do have what could look like a faster paced draft and stuff like that. It's been BBT just doing all the first moves in 10 minutes.
It's topped out.
They're too late to be able to defend it. Even though they have the 6s on the supports, they can't actually set up this defense right now, so 2 towers brought down incredibly early. Midas is starting to come out as well, too. Big result of what happened in, like you said, bottom, but also in particular mid. They don't have a Sanking to play around right now, since XM has suffered so much. And he didn't have the jungle to go back to, because the Darkseer was taking it because his lane was so bad. So XM definitely going to have some troubles catching back up in this one, unless they get that wombo combo. Just some progress.
You're going to go for the smoke. They want to try and get something going with these ultimates.
I mean, these two should kill pretty much anybody they do find. We'll go for the
Miro, and Burrow strike into the kisses. Miro, is there any way out of this one? The Hand of God heal will come out, but Miro will go down. XG.WBG able to take out the Doom. Find a big kill.
Good TP coming out from some. Yeah, good move. I mean, they didn't use the epicenter too. I like seeing that from XM. He knew the kisses would be enough, so can go for it later on, go for another kill with that. And he does get the last hit, I believe, also on the Sanking. So yeah, Blink very close. So that's going to allow them to make some nice moves around him. Good to catch this game back up a little bit. XXS also starting to catch up. Not in the greatest of manners, of course, but slowly but surely. Pipe also, I would say, not as valuable by any means versus BBT's lineup in comparison to versus XG.WBG's. Quite a lot of physical, actually, on the side of BBT also early. Coming from the Pango, the Hoodwink. This tower's getting pressured. Ooh, Q.
Save. Beautiful setup there from the tree line. Able to get the opening onto Xingqiu. If they can find more. GPK with the Rolling Thunder. I'm going to catch onto XXS, but the backup comes in. XM's in with the jump burrow strike. GPK will have to shield crash out of that.
Too tanky. They've got the mech behind them too. And there's some stack. Not a huge one, but anything to deny away from XG.WBG, who needs some type of recovery outlets. Everybody's back at full HP here on BBT. They can stay in this area. I love how they're playing as a team, just pressuring together. Xingqiu shows for a second, instantly just go on this Rubik. Super fragile, can't surge or reset him. You don't have a macro pipe of your own yet. Pretty beautiful stuff so far, even though it's only 3-2. You have the Morphling lineup versus the CK. He's pretty much, does he have it done pretty much? He's very close to having this Lincoln's done.
Yeah, we'll have to check the timing when he gets that delivered out, because it's definitely going to be one of the faster ones, I feel.
No deaths on him in a
rush.
fully secured lane. Level 9 already too, so he got the extra points and stats. And he got a pig pull, so yeah, lots of stats up on this Morph to be able to sit back and farm, keep that advantage over CK. So for XG.WBG, yeah, just have to play around these ultis, but they did lose. I mean, they lost all 3 tier 1s so early, and they have a lineup that wants to be able to fight around tier 1s with Sand King and Snapfire, so definitely some concerns in that early game.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to sort of get out and make a play, especially without smoke, you know, so it's going to have to be around every single smoke usage that XG.WBG find these opportunities.
And yeah, there's that Lincoln, so sub 14 minutes. Pretty fast.
Yeah,
Not the absolute fastest, it seems like, but much faster than the average.
Yeah. Of course, that's
Also,
a
it's
little
not
bit
the first
skewed
item
because
usually, but
indeed, yeah, it's not normally rushed. Yep.
Bounty. Wisdom for wisdom exchange, and yeah, XXS, still about, yeah, 1,200 away from having it. That pipe, Toronto Tokyo is found isolated.
Go for the jump on him, he's pretty tanky.
Got him back up.
Taking him quite a bit of time. Well, they'll get him.
He brought his creeps in for them too. Well, thank you very much.
A nice little bit of a bonus there for XG.WBG.
Oops.
Okay, now they're getting some pressure on XXS, able to start pushing in on the bottom lane. The rest of the team ready to join him.
That's actually so sad for him, because he uses the Divine Favor because it's your buff up for your armor, but it actually recalls the creeps when you use it on yourself. So it does get that extra armor to survive, but then just gifts them a free, what, 150 something gold or whatever. Okay, whoops.
I'll take your
Good move from XG.WBG, catching slightly back up here with that one. And overall, Ame, he's having good farm. He's not been pressured really at all. After that laning phase, he's been able to just back up and get the farm going. He's level 11, so keeping up with very good pace versus Nightfall. And he is going to be able to go down this route, of course, of the Orchid, the standard build-up that we've seen every single time on the CKs, and it can be very strong this game versus the Pango and the Morph until they have a way to dispel it in particular. They'll have the Lincolns to block it, but you can only block one of these targeting spells. Mero looking to get involved. Has bought the Blink now, as we mentioned. He did go the greedy route, so he's had a bit of a quiet game on this Doom, but he is farmed. BBT looking to
maybe die
more here, yeah.
They might go for this if they see a chance. Success. He's playing very careful. Not going to be stepping outside of the base, or at least not too far, so they won't get the chance to jump in.
They're shrinking that lead down to 3k.
Yeah, Ame's farming well.
Yep.
He's farming very, very well on the CK.
He's denying farm as well, too, with this Phantasm. He's sending him into the Ancients. He's actually stealing an Ancient stack with this. There's a double Ancient stack that Ame's able to just walk into with the Phantasm and take.
There's that Orchid now, yeah, so he's ready to get involved.
Yeah,
ready to start for kills, and also ready to just react if they try and go for him.
Absolutely. Starting to get these timings going with their early game lineup. And the pipe, I believe, is finished up for XXS. As we said, there's a lot of physical damage as well on the side of BBT, but with this group up, we're looking strong with that big team fight wombo combo. And the mech, of course, will be queued up for the snap, so that'll also come to be able to match those timings of BBTs. Great macro plays have kind of gotten them back in, even though it's very minimal on the kills, just these little movements that they've made with the CK. Ame now, though.
Oh, Mero's thinking about it, but the silence, yeah. Nicely done there from Ame.
Sam thinking about it. This one's going to have some explosive team fights, it feels like, because both teams are just waiting for timings, getting their farm. As we said, you know, Miro has gone the greedy route for this Blink and Midas. It's been quiet, so see if he's able to get that big Doom on one of those crucial targets when the fight ensues, but he's the one gone on.
Yeah, straight away, Pyro Strike into the kisses. They'll try and run, but the vacuum's there from XXS. XG starting to make some smart moves, and BBT, that lead is crumbling.
Yeah, it's pretty much gone. Beautiful rotations just playing around XM's Blink Dagger timing. They've found Miro now 3 times to just stop that, and he went for Midas, so every time he does die, you know, he's a bit of a pinata that does explode, so extra gold being given for them. And Ame, he's farming in such aggressive position. I really love this, because he's denying the farm away from Nightfall, wanting to go over here as well.
That should help.
Even though he's not like finishing it off, it's just like that positioning, playing around his team. It's very annoying for BBT. They're not wanting to play over here at all. And Nightfall, yeah, he's got to go down the Manta route now. So maybe just going to wait for that one for him in particular before he wants to fight, unless he joins at the end of stuff. But they do want to use the timing. GPK does have Aghanim's finish, so he wants to try to utilize that here. And they probably want to just get to use Miro's Doom, see if they can find an opportunity, because they have this deep ward right now. So they'll see DY. And they might know where Ame is, too. They do.
Yeah, they're going to let Frit Miro. He's able to get him with the Doom this time round. Ame not able to get the silence off in time as he gets caught by the Doom. Rolling Thunder in from GPK. They'll take both of them out.
Beautifully done. This time, Ame pushing the limits a little bit too more, and that ward in particular, I believe, did scout them for a second there. Be able to see them playing it up too far. Nicely done. Good read.
We'll check it again. Yeah, Ame. It looks like he was going to go for the Phantasm instead of the silence first, and that sort of delay meant that he couldn't stop, or didn't, you know, wasn't quick enough to stop Doom coming out. Even if he does get the silence on the mirror, highly likely he gets caught by GPK's Rolling Thunder, so probably would have died anyway.
He thinks he's safe because he has that sentry on the cliff. He's like, oh yeah, they didn't see me over here. There's no information, but they did have, yeah, that lane ward in particular to see the movements coming in. Smoke up. XG trying to strike back here with their Darkseer. They've got Pipe. Do they have the mech finished? The mech's not quite done, but still looking to play around here. They have a Vessel, so probably wanted to get this Vessel charge also for Jin Q. And an Arcane Rune on Sand King. What are they going to find? Save will break it. Couple wards placed.
Looking to get in with the jump, Miro. Telekinesis. Saves able to turn with Bushwhacker, the sharpshooter straight down onto the Sand King. XM's getting hit burst low, but he's still alive. Cookied out to the side. GPK is considering chasing, but he won't go for the rolling Nightfall as of yet. Jump forward for Nightfall. He's in with the stolen Burrow Strikes. He morphs into the Sand King. Is able to burst XM.
Nice move.
Might be able to find more. They get the stun opening on towards XXS. Rolling Thunder comes crashing through as well from GPK. They'll take down both with the core.
And they can maybe look for Roche here. They're right in the area. They have Chen, so they could look to just push for that one. Yeah, they can do it. Great break there from Save. Catches the smoke rotation, puts a ward down quickly, and they see everything. XM tries to go for a jump forward aggressively, but way too aggressive this time around from the Sand King. It gets turned on his head quickly. I think he missed the burrow too, right? When he first jumped in, so just, yeah, a bit awkward there for him to get that first jump. And Nightfall. I like how he's getting involved. He feels safe because he has this Linkens to jump in a little bit more, flanking around, and he catches that Sand King. Now it's the comfort of an Aegis, a Linkens, and a Manta. He's got the block versus the Orchid. He's got the Dispel just in case, and he has an Aegis just in case he does get caught by anything too. So
it's been a pretty flawless game from him so far in the Morph. So very much set up for success with that laning stage, and so far he's not let that lead slip away from him. Ame on the other side, of course, is catching up. Continues to be right behind that of Nightfall's farm.
They're going double Shivas on the side of XG.WBG.
Wait, what?
Darkseer is about to have, I mean, he's 2,000 away, but the Sand King is also about 400 away. So they're going to have a bit of a stacking coming out here.
Sometimes you do that.
That's a heavy commitment because the recipe nowadays...
Hey, it's not as bad as double AC. Was it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it could be.
You know what I mean?
It probably isn't.
We've seen that in the past.
But it's a 2,000 gold recipe. Yeah. It's very expensive nowadays when you do commit for this. That could hurt.
Maybe they'll change their mind because XXS doesn't have to upgrade his, right? He could go like Lotus into Ags instead.
Yeah.
But he probably won't. Or he might. We'll see.
I think he could go Lotus.
Right, because he hasn't bought the recipe.
As the Veil.
You know what I mean? I kind of prefer that, right?
But I also...
Lotus could be kind of nice.
I would also prefer him having the Shivas and XM just going down the route of something like Bloodstone instead. But XM already pretty much has it, so
because he's bought the recipe.
So, yeah.
Maybe he could have given the recipe to the Darks here.
Imagine that
mechanic.
They'll add a new facet or a new innate that you can pass recipes to people. Proper.
All right, he's got it. We'll see if indeed...
a lot of gold spent on this.
XXS does also finish his off, because he still has the luxury of not, if he wants to... I mean, obviously the Veil eventually is just going to be a Veil. At the moment, there's nothing else you can upgrade a Veil into, unfortunately.
No,
Maybe one day.
Fortunately. Let's say fortunately.
Well, yeah, that item's too busted.
Yeah, this item's already
Don't give
broken.
it more
We don't need
options.
no upgraded pipes.
No.
Please.
That's true. Now, what about that? A Veil and Pipe combo item.
Oh.
That's exactly what we need.
No. Please, no. Support players crying everywhere. Jin was able to get the attribute shift in the last fight too, so very tanky. BBT, they've got Doom ready, they've got Aegis, they're looking to strike. They get Vision of Ame.
Oh! The bushwhack, TP's out coming in, sharpshooter, the rolling thunder straight over towards the CK.
They'll just throw the Doom. It gets stolen.
It does. See if he's able to use it to good power in return. Name should tick out here. I don't think there's any sort of way of saving him. There isn't. He will go down. Jump forward for Nightfall. He is immediately in. He's going to get caught, though, by the stolen Doom.
He does have the Aegis, though. So.
He does. So he's going to be ready to go for round 2. XG.WBG, they will manage to get, looks like the majority of them out of there outside of Arme. DY, he may be running out of options. Yeah, he has no TP. He has nothing to save himself. So DY will slowly but surely get taken out. So they get the 2 kills. I don't think they'll mind losing the Aegis for that one, BB team.
It's
they also tank the stolen Doom, so that's also going to be put on cooldown.
Yeah, it's a very, very good move. Good usage of that ace, just to pressure. The wards, I mean, the wards win games, Vision wins games. They see Ame, they get the jump. Off the mark a little with the initial war stomp there from Yarrow, but either way, he waits. Once they see that it's like, okay, we might not get this kill, he throws the Doom for that insurance policy to ensure that he does get it. Back up to 5k. BBT striking back quickly after a couple mistakes from XG.WBG, but then a nice aggressive move that they're able to move around this ward. And they have mech pipe now on Toronto Tokyo. So if they're fighting around the Chen, they're very, very strong versus the magic damage that XG.WBG has.
Absolutely. And yeah, the catch, the setup for GPK is going to be really easy. Between his Rolling Thunders and the Harpoons.
He's stepped up deep here.
Has he got anything to say? Toronto Tokyo stepping up to try and buff him up, but indeed underneath the tower, caught by the Burrow Strike, GPK is going to get punished for being a little too close for comfort. Now Toronto Tokyo has to end up going down as well in his efforts to try and step up and save him. Nightfall, very close to him also getting caught there, so a bit of a slip and a miss then.
I think GPK just got way ahead of himself. I mean, he was 4-0 at the time.
Yeah, playing perfectly up until that.
He's hitting the tower as a Pango. That's definitely crazy when he's playing versus this Orkin. I mean, he's just not respecting the damage that can come out with everybody from XG.WBG. They strike back themselves. Back and forth we go. 9-6. That's a big slip up. And I was literally going to mention as well, too, that he's got a bit of a different item build on the Pango.
Yeah, with the Harpoon, right?
He upgraded the Harpoon. I don't think I've seen that one on the mid. I've seen the Echoes and stuff, but I don't know if I've seen them finish up the Harpoon so much. So he committed quite a bit of gold right before that and does die right afterwards. And Toronto Tokyo, I believe, lost his army. Oh, slip up there.
The trees.
Combo.
Oh, they're on the cliff!
And the Doom's still there.
Oh, indeed, they're on the cliff. The stolen Doom's able to catch him out. That's going to be Nightfall out of the game for 50 seconds. Mirror's going to try and go for the BKB TP out. He'll make it away.
XM is in.
Let's see if GPK's able to roll back over to get XXS. XXS still hiding on the cliff. And looks like he's going to get away with it. Oh, maybe not.
Okay.
Can they kill him? They can't kill the Darks here. GPK, he's dead as well.
The stolen Doom still being held on.
I guess they just didn't keep track of the timing. I mean, to be fair to them, I think it only just came back online, right? Because when we saw that play up top, it was like 100-second cooldown. And it must have just come back up.
They did a lot of ways. It just came up
just
right
then.
There. Yeah, and he didn't get burst because he did have that adaptive, you know, the attribute shift stolen from earlier. 100 HP when he gets the Doom up. I think I just saw him stand up in the camera when he got it off or something, because that was
did he?
Split second.
Oh, damn.
It looked like it's some excitement coming out from Jin-Q. It was split second.
It really was. It came up and no panic at all whilst he's being jumped. He gets it on the big target, takes Nightfall out of the fight, and after that, the rest of XG.WBG, they have no trouble clearing up. It was beautiful. Always lovely to see some heroes up on cliffs.
Absolutely.
It's classic.
And yeah, attribute shift definitely coming into play. Yeah, just what, he has 2,600 HP on the Rubik with 47% magic resist because of the, you know, your new innate with the arcane supremacy. You're just super tanky. That is very cool. Nice play from Jin-Q. And these mistakes.
Yeah, a couple of fights
quickly.
now. This was sort of the play up top was sort of self-imposed, right? BB team, they were hitting the tower, going for that push, and that one down there, they're trying to jump a Rubik. They underestimate the potential for him to turn in the backup to come in. BB team, that it feels like they've got to calm it down a little bit.
It does feel like it. They've given up quite a bit here after that one. The top mistake in particular from GPK, and then back-to-back death. He goes bottom by himself. Looks like a bit of frustration from BBT, perhaps. They're going to smoke to try to re-establish things, but a lot has been given to the side of XG.WBG. And double shields are working. XM has gotten his Bloodstone at a pretty good timing too because of those last two moves. So he's got Bloodstone, he's got the amp damage, and he's gotten blessed, of course, with the Cloak of Flame. So probably the best neutral that he could have found also on the Sand King. BBT, they're trying to regroup and reestablish things because of those mistakes.
Yeah, right.
Miro.
Okay, they are a little scared of him. He was leading in.
Yep, and we did see Miro do he sold a Midas, he bought a Shiva's Guard, and the Blink BKB.
GPK is going for the Rolling Thunder play here to try and start things off. XM's pretty tanky. The Bushwhack's going to miss. XM's out of there, so the Rolling Thunder is not going to catch anyone.
Quite deep to try to go for that. Now, okay, whoa. Careful.
I mean, they want to smoke and fight.
They know there's no Rolling Thunder.
One of the ults is down.
They have pretty much everything available. They have Phantasm in 15. He's got a Manta BKB, plus he got Vindicators, so the best neutral he could find.
He's more than ready to fight. Ame can absolutely get involved.
Nightfall did find a Nemesis Curse, so tons of explosive damage from him. He has gotten a Daedalus also, so if he is left unchecked, he will be able to clear targets up. He's also
Mirror does have BKB. It's actually having the blink out as well. Still with the telekinesis. If they can put that BKB out of him, they can. He'll go for the BKB TP. They won't have any ways to stop that.
Nice play though. They're trying to just catch BBT off guard because that Rolling Thunder was on cooldown and now the BKB on cooldown, so they could continue looking for this aggressive play because of that. Our position bottom together. Seeing XXS, he is queuing up the Agnes. It's definitely a fantastic game for it when you're playing versus the Morphling. One of the best illusions you can get.
That's it, 2 taken. And this was with in mind the fact that BB team had such a fantastic start to the game. They never got to the point where they're able to take a tier 2 themselves.
No, it was only that 5K lead. They didn't really establish it too much further. I mean, that top play definitely caused a pretty big result afterwards for XG.WBG to open up the map for themselves. Yeah. This CK is almost, it's been neck and neck with the Morphling the entire time.
Actually, Arme's farm's been fantastic this game.
And GPK has fallen off massively in this one now too.
Which has been in the case of some of the recent games for BB team. This game round, it didn't look like it was going to be that case because of how good of a start he was having, but the couple of deaths now setting him back a little bit.
And they were, like you said, a bit of self-imposed ones. The top one, he's hitting the tower as a Pango, and then the bottom one, he went in after everybody was dead, just trying to secure some type of final kills. And the team fight wombo combo is definitely going to start. We're going to see one hit pretty soon, very likely. We haven't seen it all come together just yet for XG.WBG, but they haven't really needed a full wombo combo yet to still be able to fight back.
That blink on Xingqiu as well, so he's also going to have the very likely chance of following up with some really clutch steals. I mean, the big one, of course, that he has been looking for, the Doom.
Yeah.
Almost the Doom and the Rolling Thunder, I imagine, are the top of his list.
100%. BKB now for Nightfall, so very strong. Nemesis Curse and a Daedalus. He does a ton of damage, and he's hit 20, so he applies tons of damage with that waveform as well. I think you have to find Xingqiu. It feels like he is a very big priority target.
Fight. He's going to make some sick plays otherwise.
Yeah, he's very pesky, and he does have the ways to multiple ways to break this link. And Bloodthorn is finished also, so let's see how BBT executes this strat.
This feels a little scary. This fight could go horribly wrong for BBT.
Especially because look at XXS. He's playing in the back lines. He's knowing that if he's sitting in the back, he'll get a vacuum opportunity. Stepping up a bit far.
Little setup with the Bushwhack. Has burst him quickly.
They get the Doom on Ame.
To start the fight. Indeed, he's going to get jumped out of the fight for now with the Cookie. Burst strike coming in from Nightfall straight over towards XM. The Sandstorm's down. GPK's in with the Rolling Thunder. They focus the Sand King. They're able to take out XM. Now Nightfall turns his attention over towards DY. Another kill to be found here for the Morphling. Turns back into the Sand King. Burst strike down over towards catching the Darkseer. XXS taken out as well. Nightfall playing that team fight perfectly.
What an insane catch. A perfect one. They catch Ame used Phantasm, or I believe it was the Manta, one of the two. Is the Phantasm, and he gets caught on his real hero immediately. Miro finds the right target, and it kills Xingqiu at the start. So pretty much an exact formula for success, and Nightfall is able to just sit there, BKB, whacking onto this Sand King. And XM did buy back at the end of it all, too. They'll be able to get the successful fight.
That is pretty painful.
Roche and those buybacks.
As you say, just bursting the Rubik as quickly there as they did the start. And as I said, Nightfall's target prioritization in this fight was perfect. You know, he's able to get in, help take down Xingqiu. Now he wants to sort of isolate XM, just make sure that the Sand King doesn't get to have one of these fights that we see Sand Kings have where they live for so long. And then easy pickup onto DY, turns back into the Sand King, and he's got the follow-up setup and control to allow him to get XXS as well.
I don't think you could actually look at this team fight and say there could be any better moves that they made there. That was as perfect as it comes. Literally every single thing coming together. Controlling Sand King, controlling even the Phantasm illusions with the Burrow Strike plus the Rolling Thunder from the Morph and the Pango, and they catch the Rubik, and they catch... It was literally just perfect. And such a quick Doom. Have to give Miero that credit. Instantly onto the right target.
Yeah, rest in peace, Tokyo. They're dying to Tormentor. I mean, this is kind of just the BBC we expect, right? Yep. Moments of brilliance and then moments of dying to Torment. You know, you get a bit of everything with this squad.
Absolutely.
Very entertaining. It was close. It was close. You know, to be fair to Toronto Tokyo, he nearly survived that.
Dataless, you know, those crits. Sorry, my friend. He's like, it's fine, it's fine. And of course, it is Nightfall now who gets that shard. So, a very strong one versus these disables. Always going to be able to get the shift off. Ame, unable to do anything in that last fight because
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it feels for XG.WBG that they... Yeah, so someone's got to have sort of the setup and preparation to catch the Doom, catch Miero as he goes in, which obviously is very difficult to do so with the BKB on him.
Or they need to get like a Linkins or something and bait somebody in some type of fashion because the Doom is pretty brutal.
And they've got to try and do something about the Morph. You know, Nightfall getting the freedom to play the fight as he wishes. I mean, at this point, though, the way Nightfall's playing, I don't necessarily know how they do go about dealing with this Morph. Like, who does control the move more? If they set up and get the opening on him, can they even burst him? I mean, Lincoln's BKB and Manta, it's just a really difficult kill.
It is. I really like his item build this game. It feels pretty perfect as they find bottom. Quick easy kill. And they buy a gem. Getting the momentum going their way again here. Yeah, definitely not easy now that he's got this Aegis because he essentially has... You know, sometimes we use the clown, it's like the 3 defensive item builds on some of these heroes can sometimes be a bit weird, but in this game, it's absolutely perfect.
Morph is fine.
It's always fine on the Morph, and he's got the Daedalus plus this stat build, so the defensive build is kind of this aggressive build anyway.
Yeah, he's got everything.
Yeah.
So, honestly, it's going to have to take quite a mistake, I feel, for Nightfall now for him to slip up. And honestly, from the games that we've been watching from BB Team, I feel like out of the squad, he's the one that makes the least mistakes, at least at this tournament.
Absolutely. And for XG.WBG overall, I feel like it is going to get to this point where it's like, buy Lincolns, buy mass of them just to be able to deal with this Morphling, or to deal with the Doom in particular. As Nightfall, isolated.
He's got the Aegis.
Dangerous position.
So if they want to set up for a second fight here, the BKB and run, or BKB and fight, depending what the options are, he'll BKB and run. Go for the TP out. So let's take this.
Tokyo won't be so lucky.
Yeah, he'll pay the price for that one. Tried to do what he can. I wanted to go and help out his Morph. Next thing he knows, he's the one dying for it.
Hey, like you said, BBT, they deliver beautifully sometimes, and then sometimes they're also just a bit out of position and get punished. I mean, because that
Nightfall he won't call that a mistake. He's like, hey, I had Aegis. I got out. I lived. It's fine.
It's like, what are you gaining out of that spot over there, right? It's like sometimes it does happen.
Space, you know? Space.
Nope.
Hashtag space.
Go. Game is delivering on all fronts.
It's close. It is a close one.
It is very close. I mean,
you know, and if that could happen to Nightfall whilst it's got the Aegis, maybe it can indeed also happen in moments when he doesn't. So we'll see if actually WBG are able to find those opportunities.
It gives them quite a bit of time to finish, like, farm up these Lincolns. I saw like everybody queuing it up, by the way. So even Xingqiu is queuing up Lincolns because they do want to get like even triple of them to play versus this Doom, just throwing it onto the CK so Ame can fight. And Ame, he is still tied in that worth versus this Morph. He has bought a heart now as well too. As long as he's not doomed, he is going to do a ton in the fight. But he might just get continuously doomed.
Just
have the BKB.
Scaring out the BKB there.
Of course, you did see from Miero. He bought the Midas back, sold the Midas back, now has Octarine. I think this is one of the first games I've seen Miero be abusing the Devil's Bargain this time around. I know 33, we've seen him do it pretty much every single game when he's playing that Doom. Even buying and reselling drums and stuff like that, so good to see that. Blink now on the Darkseer. Level 20 has also been claimed, so 40-second replica It's always something that you have to factor in this game. The stronger the Morphling gets, the stronger the Dark Souls gets. He's got that fast walls every 60 seconds, and he's got the Aghanims. So this game feels pretty dead even. It's just gonna really be up to execution. Who gets these jumps? If the Doom comes out, is it blocked? Is it stolen? Eyes on Jinq. And will XG.WBG get this downtime now that they, got that Aegis taken away to finish up at least one of these Lincolns in particular, or a Lotus Orb? I didn't see a Lotus queued, but I see that 3 Lincolns queued up. BBT. What are they gonna find? Are they gonna get the initial go? Checking out the wards in the area.
We should start to get a bit of a read that they're down here potentially. And the illusions show on the next wave. They'll know the rough area. Actually, I said that Arme's holding back the illusions, so he's not really revealing too much. Okay, they did see them though underneath the vision down there, right? So, one can set up for this.
They're on the high ground.
Team.
They know the angle. Camping for the rune.
Yeah, difficult for XG.WBG to jump this now.
They're looking to get a blue trap themselves.
Oh, that was GBK's courier. That's his AC.
And that gives information of where they probably are also as onto Tokyo.
Don't move. Don't breathe. Success, he's in with a quick punch onto Nightfall.
See how strong that illusion is. Nightfall does have the Satanic to heal back up and fight back, so he is back to full. He's also found himself an Ancient Guardian, so a lot of damage gained.
Somehow, nobody died there.
Both teams just cautious, because it's all about who gets the proper jump first in this fight.
Quite the courage snipe from him. It was 2.5 minutes until he's going to be able to get his AC now, Fogged. And it would have been done.
It was because at least he has the plate mail on him, so he has some armor. But yeah, that's
a long time.
The other thing to comment also is, since he is going to have AC in the next 2 minutes as well, too, always have to factor in that the Darkseer will also provide an AC, so auras will be matched. This game, as tense as they come.
There's a tense one there, yeah. We can see some of the BB team staff watching on. It's a close one. It's one of the closer ones we've had in a while, I feel, especially around this sort of time, 39 minutes.
Because both lineups do scale
They do. Yeah, this isn't a game where we're like, oh, these guys are going to fall off, these guys are going to fall off. It couldn't be any more perfect with sort of the farm that Arme and Nightfall have. They are neck and neck at the top, these two.
Everybody's neck and neck.
Is it actually every role? Everyone in every role
is at least even in gold.
Yeah, this absolutely, it's got to be the closest game we've had in a long time.
I think
to have everyone in every position within, like 1k gold of one another's counterparts at 40 minutes in.
And both lineups very, about that first go and jump. As I said, XG.WBG, they're getting time to sit back and finish up perhaps one or two of these Lincolns after this timing. Amp damage bottom.
Oh, they're going to try and start things on Miro. Send them immediate BKB TP out as soon as the kisses come in. They don't want to start a fight like that, BBT. Timeless Relic for Miro.
A dream. Amp damage on XM. Quite a bit more than he's going to be able to do also. And Miro without BKB, this could be an opportunity for XG.WBG to siege.
Yes, even siege maybe to check out the Roshan.
Check out the
Roshan's not quite up yet. It's still going to be a minute until it respawns.
It's all about fighting around your ward here, it feels like. Whoever's got that coverage to go for the first jump, very likely to just win the engagement. Save also has found a Timeless Relic, so do have to keep track of how much this Hoodwink's going to be able to do in the fights.
Oh, this ward. Smoke's going to dispel. DY's able to get vision down as well for his own team. They're able to take out the vision straight away. They get in with a vacuum onto Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall is going to play aggressive. Goes straight towards XXS. Indeed, in the trees, they've got the Doom down onto Arme. Rolling Thunder comes in for GPK. Nightfall's able to take DY down. Arme's got to retreat. He's got to run. It's going to be full retreat now for XG.WBG. Can they get themselves out of here? No. Bushwhack onto Arme. Arme's going to get caught. BB team. They take him out as well. There's been a buyback coming in from DY. But I don't know if there's any more fight to be had here for XG.WBG. They've just got to cut their losses and stay out of this one as BB team take the fight.
Arme trying to go for the solo play to catch save. He thinks everybody else is distracted on the side, but Miro is covering his buddy.
Gonna go back in.
Nightfall.
They might actually have a chance to try and find something. I mean, GPK's got a huge shield crash off. I mean, XG.WBG, if they got the damage to kill any of these heroes off, GPK, he's getting low.
Still alive?
They'll finally kill him, but at the cost of a triple kill going to Nightfall. They've used 3 buybacks as well on XG.WBG. They're panicking for it.
They really are.
They're pressing all the buttons, and I think they might have done better just to press nothing. They just went all in on that fight. They've expended 4 buybacks.
They went all
for what?
I guess probably to secure the Roche afterwards, but
okay.
They expended a lot.
So expensive.
They expended a lot also without the CK, so they didn't have the damage for Nightfall. They get him caught in a combo and everything, but he just stands his ground and is able to fight through it with Satanic.
I mean, let's see if this pays off. As you say, they are going to get the Roshan, but they had to give up a lot for this. They had to, I said, it spent 4 buybacks. The fight, obviously, Nightfall, he got a lot out of it. He got a triple kill. He's got 4K gold now on top of the butterfly. They get this Roche, but we'll see if it was worth it.
Ame does, it feels like Ame does need an Aegis to fight though, because he is literally just getting doomed in every single fight and contributing nothing. So at the least they do have that for the first life, but they got to execute these fights a little better. You know, the Darks here forcing that fight bottom. We can go back to the start of it. Force the fight, and then Ame, yeah, he just wasn't there joining up with his team because he went for save. It's just a good buddy system that I saw there from Save and Muro. Always covering each other's back, it feels like. And now Muro is going to have 2 dooms to potentially just shut down even the pre-Aegis and post-Aegis.
It's going to be a scary
couple minutes.
Yeah, what is on the cooldown? So we have 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes in which XG.WBG cannot afford to lose a team fight, because against a hero like this Morphling, Nightfall will clean up the base, go for the tier 4s,
Absolutely.
end the game. So this next 6 minutes or so, XG.WBG have to be so careful. But we'll see if BB Team, I mean, if you're BB Team, are you saying, let's try and go for a fight now? Or do you wait for the 4 minutes of Aegis and then try and abuse that 2-minute window where there's no Aegis and there's no buyback?
I think you just wait a little bit, but you still want to play around Vision. If you see an opportunity where Ame is fully split, you can go for him. But yeah, Vision is still going to be super crucial. Actually, WBG, I don't want to see them split away from Ame at all. BBT, they're playing on this ward, save, waiting for an opportunity.
Swift blink as well on Nightfall. Like, he will delete here as well.
Hello.
Access is jumping in. He's going to get the BKB off, but the Doom gets laid down onto him. Ame's going to step forward. They're going to try and fight this, but this Dark's here. He's out of the fight. XXS is gone. Ame just gets completely burst down by Nightfall.
The Vision, and they have
do
the Doom.
Big. He's in as well. They get the telekinesis on towards Nightfall, but Nightfall's able to put the BKB. Turns straight over, and the second Doom gets laid down. Ame's out of the fight. XM's gone. This game, it's got to be over.
What a fight. I mean, Save just sitting on the ward. The Darkseer just runs into him, hands it to him. As ZK also runs in, everybody just dies. Whoever made the call to play around that ward, that's a game-winning call.
I mean, what was it? 39, 40 minutes into the game, we were talking about how close this game was.
It exploded.
That last 4 minutes that we just witnessed, that's got to be so painful for XG.WBG. Just a series of decisions that absolutely led to the end of this game. GG is called. BB Team take this game 1-4.
They out-team fought them pretty consistently, I would say, overall this game. They did make a couple of these oopsie moves, a couple of over-aggressive moves, in particular that top one from GPK that we mentioned, then the bottom one just losing track of that Doom perhaps. But after that, the teamfight execution for BBT was almost flawless.
Yeah, and XG.WBG, they're absolutely going to be looking back at that fight where they committed all those buybacks for, and they're going to ask themselves, did we really need to do that? Sure, it was a rough fight. They lost the initial fight. I think they lost Ame at the start. But they go in with the buybacks. They give away a triple kill.
Yeah.
Sure, they're able to get the Roshan after it, but it evidently was not worth it at the end of the day. They just had to kind of calm it down a little bit. Maybe the tension got a bit too much for them, Fogged.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, something definitely must have happened there, because for Ame in particular, maybe it was him making these calls, because maybe he's just saying, guys, I can't fight. Every time I show up, I'm just doomed. And then we don't have me, or I die immediately, because we saw it, 3 times in a row, actually 4, since we see that last one, of course, at the end there, but he just gets doomed. He can't contribute anything. The rest of his team is fighting, but they need that CK to deal with Nightfall. And look at Nightfall, 11, 1-6, the Morphling performance. Pretty much perfect. Yes, he had that little bit of a funny death with Aegis and stuff, but yeah.
I mean, I don't know the stats on what the win rate's been, but I do feel like Morphling just, it feels like it's been doing pretty well, right? We're seeing these Morph games.
Let's see recently.
With these players that are incredibly proficient on the hero. If they get somewhat of a good start, this game, of course, Nightfall got an incredibly good start. It just feels so unlikely that he's going to lose the game. Yeah, he gets his items. He's going to be able to press his buttons and just outmaneuver in these team fights. He had some great sort of morph movements that he made to be able to use the enemy strength against them. They just couldn't stop him, Fog.
No, it's just beautiful teamfight execution. I don't think you could ask for better target prioritization that came out from the side of BBT in those crucial
Absolutely.
fights.
It was a very tense, very close game up to 40 minutes, but BB team, no doubt about it, they kept it much cooler than XG.WBG and are able to close up this game 1 win.
What a close game number 1 we just witnessed. This was a fantastic game. It took a long time to get those explosive team fights though, towards the end. But that Roche fight in the bottom, I want to start there because it seemed like that one fight that both teams were waiting for, it was just too costly for XG.
Yeah, it was every fighter on that Roche area, actually. I thought that BB teams executed incredibly well. I mean, Nightfall and that Morphling always replicating into Sand King, always having that extra burrow strike and the correct target priority. In the first Roche fight that we talk about, they get the ideal pick-off in the Rubik first at the start of the fight so that he can't steal Doom. Miro is consistently able to Doom the real CK, which is no feat, right? CK is very difficult to play against as Doom sometimes because he has a bajillion illusions and you don't know which one you are, but Miro did deliver on that Doom, Nightfall and that Morphling, and honestly all of BB team played incredibly well. From the laning stage to oppressing them with their Chen draft, that was very good team fight execution.
What do you feel was the main factor for the game to get to the stage that it did? Because it was even for such a long time, and I feel like in the games we watched most recently, we actually normally see one team pull ahead way earlier.
Yeah. I think in that game, it was interesting because it felt like XG.WBG could have won at any point with the draft that they had with their Darkseer and their CK. But the issue was that, so I think there was some misplaying going on in terms of the laning stage. Like I think XM on that Sand King could have played a much better laning stage versus Pango and have had faster timings, but ultimately it was just the team fight execution that was their boon. Like when they fought in that last Roche fight near that ward, Snap came from one side and then CK came from the other side. So the fight was split into 2, but CK had nobody covering him, so he gets insta-doomed, but with everybody on the right side and XG trying to cover Snap, who is also initiated on, and then again, Sand King kind of, when they went back in later, didn't press Bloodstone early enough. There's just a lot going on that XG could have fixed.
There was a lot going on in that game, and I'm sure Kezu is going to talk to us more about it.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, we need to look at a couple of things in this game, because obviously, you know, the BB squad, they did win the game, but I also want to highlight a few things that XG.WBG did in this game, which actually allowed them to fight back in this game. So we can look at the first clip. We're around 30 minutes, and I just want to highlight how you want to be playing the map when you are behind. So I just want to show the fact right now that they are down 5,000 gold already at the 13-minute mark, and I want to show you guys how they're playing the map. So you have CK, so we're gonna roll the clip. What you wanna do when you're behind is keep the map very open, like very wide and like hard for the enemies to like come and contest you. So what we can see is that basically Ame is gonna send his Phantasm down the top lane here to push it, and on the opposite side of the map you have Darkseer, because Darkseer can also push side lanes without really putting himself into trouble, right? Because you put the Iron Shell on the creep wave here, which then just allows your bottom wave to push in as well. After Ame pushes the top lane, with Phantasm, he can TP to the triangle, farm both his Ancients and the hard camp while also stacking it, and like come back a little bit in the game. So this is like step 1 of trying to damage control, because they're down way too much in this game. And then we have one really clutch teamfight where you kind of need to look at how much the little things actually matter in a game of Dota 2. So both teams have Observer Wards, so they actually see each other. But BB team know that Jinkyu is here, but Jinkyu also knows they're coming. The reason why he can position like this, look at his HP, is because prior in the game, he was allowed to steal Shift from the Morphling, which, you know, it's not crazy, but look at his HP, it's 2600. Also on top of that, he is Doom stolen. Without these conditions, this play is just instantly over, as he would just get straight up bursted. The other thing that's really good what they're doing is that XXS is already here on his Darkseer. He gets a great Shivas into Vacuum. He saves Jinkyu for like another 1 to 2 seconds to actually get the Doom off onto Nightfall, which is like their overall first condition to win the fight. The secondary thing is here, you have Ame, who gets to pop his Orchid onto GPK, who, in my opinion, could have maybe itemized a little bit different. You know, he rushed the Harpoon, didn't have Manta, because these are some crucial kills for XG.WBG where they, you know, they came back in this game, and you could argue that BBT shouldn't really let this happen. Of course, later, you know, you have your Morphling, who kind of carried. Nightfall had a S-tier performance, but you need to, you know, kind of clean up these things for the next game. But these are going to be the highlights for me, and we're going to throw it over to Purge and Jenko.
Thanks, Kezu. We're here at the very popular Juice Bar. They've got a new Juice Bar bartender trainee. Do you have any edible light bulbs?
Yes, Purge. I do have an edible light bulb.
Oh, great. Thank you.
For you? Look, it's like you have an idea. What's your idea for Extreme Gamers, Weeaboo Gamers?
Win the game better. My brain is empty, clearly, so the light bulb's not on.
Okay.
Do you take special orders, or do I have to order off the drink menu?
No, of course we take special orders. There's a secret menu, and I know that you know what is on the secret menu, so what would you like from that?
Well, I would like the Suns fan special. Do you have grenadine?
Do we have grenadine? That's what you wanted to order. That was your whole big plan for this bit here. Yes, we have grenadine. Of course we do.
Can I get a Diet Pepsis with grenadine?
Yes, you can. You get that Diet Pepsis with grenadine. I thought we were going to serve something up for Extreme Gamers, Weeaboo Gamers, so they can win the game.
Shouldn't you put the syrup in first to let it mix in?
Yes, you're right. I should put the syrup. I'm the bartender. I know what I'm doing. 1 second. I need to see what she's... Okay, yeah, she's putting the syrup in first.
There's a grenadine base over there.
Where's the grenadine?
Grenadine? This one.
Thank you. Check it on. I don't know why I'm holding this. I'm not even saying anything.
Can I have 2 shots of grenadine?
You want 2 shots of grenadine? Yeah. Oh, wow, that really is the Suns fan special. Okay. That's not...
What is that? I didn't ask for that.
Okay, I am a trainee after all, so I have apologies for that. Do you have a little spoon that I can mix with? A little mixing spoon? Shukran.
Are you supposed to use that side of the...
I am not sure, actually. I realized that's might have been a mistake like Extreme Gamers, Weeaboo Gamers made in that game by not banning the Morphling.
Enjoy. I think the mistake was playing a ranged hero with a Darkseer myself.
Yeah, he really did think that. It smells over here. I don't think that's very good.
Oh, that's...
It really...
All right, you got to take a drink of this.
It really
smells. Take
a quick sip. Okay, just a quick sip.
It ain't some weird stuff going on. All right, we'll see you guys in a bit.
What's your favorite science?
I mean, just some math, if it's includes science.
I would say that is included. What's your favorite math fact?
TBD.
TBD. Because honestly, you have to prove things in math. A lot is undecided.
This was one of my favorite lessons in school.
Do you think math is an underrated science?
No, I think it's pretty rated by most people.
I disagree with you. I feel like nobody likes math. You're the only. That's the last thing I would have expected you to say is math.
Oh no, I thought you're saying that people disrespect math and people don't rate people who know math and stuff. But in reality, most smart people, they know.
What's the biggest number?
I mean, how's this thing? I don't know how's this thing in English, but it's yeah.
The sideways 8?
Yeah.
Infinity?
Yeah, infinity.
What about infinity, 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 infinity?
No. I think it's just one.
But what if you multiply them together?
I don't know. Not really professor to know, but probably it means it's gonna mean nothing. Just same as one or yeah.
This is a Dota tournament, so I have to ask you one Dota question. Do you think your love for math helps you in being a really strong Dota player?
Yeah, I feel Dota is quite a logic game, and you need to use your brain and I mean it's logic in math and Dota is both includes logic, so it kind of helps, yeah.
This has been a Mathematicians interview with Nightfall. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're getting ready for game number 2 here on the main stage in the Kitty Arena with XG.WBG and BB Team. And that latter team, BB Team, was able to take game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination series. And a lot was riding on this game. Top 8 here for either team. If you leave it at that, it will be a disappointment. Moving forward is what is needed to be considering this event a success for you and your team. Let's see what they got in store for each other. I'm joined by Effie, Jenkins, and Kezu, and we're in the draft. BB Team this time around will be on the Dire side. XG.WBG will be on the Radiant side. We got the Chen Respect Band first base. Kezu, that's a big one.
Yeah, but to me, it kind of makes sense. I think this mid-game, their early mid-game was a big problem for XG.WBG. Again, they're down early, and they do a very good effort of coming back, but making it easier for yourself. I'm a big fan when it comes to that. They will also take out the Doom. BBT, they just seem like they have too much success with these heroes, so I don't really mind the switch up.
Well, the 2 heroes that stay in the pool, Brood and Enigma. Sorry.
Yeah, you always have to think about that. I mean, I think the Doom was a big problem. Miro played an incredible game. I mean, he was consistently dooming Ame on the Chaos side, which is very hard to do because you pick Chaos Knight, so that Doom struggles to find the correct one, but that wasn't an issue there. Him and Save played a great lane, and I think the reason for the Chen ban is because their answer to Chen, or their idea against it, was Sand King early on, but XM looked way too clumsy on that Sand King.
Yeah.
He was not comfortable playing it, and if that flex doesn't exist for them between mid and off lane, XXS plays a great Sand King, but they need it to flex it. So they just gave up on that idea. They go for Snapfire, and instead BB Team take the Sand King.
Yeah, I will definitely say that this laning stage last game was not very promising. So I'm also happy that XG.WBG decided not to take the Sand King themselves. Just swap it up, go for something else, take the Mr. Snapfire and the Extreme Weavers gamers. Jenkins, what do you think they need to do here?
I think go for one of XM's classics. I mean, obviously he's not getting the SF ever since he said in the interview, I'm invincible with this hero. Nobody's giving it to them. I think that's fair. I don't want to see the Venge. I think that has not looked great, other than against Doom. but you know, he could be one of his like classic Pucks or Spirit type heroes, or go for one of his weird guys like the Caudle or the Sniper. That has worked out for them. Even though those heroes are not that powerful, I feel like that is XM styles to play these kind of weird mids.
Yeah, but I would like for him to counter the Sun King. Like, we saw Liquid run a Leshrac yesterday against it. It looked great. I think Ember is also a great solution because he itemizes so well against Sun King with Mage Slayer. He can also match his tempo very well. So XM plays a great Ember. He really does.
I
so they could be looking at it.
I think that's good. There's the Caudle as well. I mean, we've seen teams try to pick the Caudle into Sand King, and I think Caudle does well in the lane, and then there's like a period where Caudle out-tempos the Sand King, and it feels a little weird for the SK to show up to rotations, but then after that, the SK can like jump the backlines and get the Caudle. So the matchup definitely goes 50-50, but if you're very confident on it, then I think that it works because it beats it in lane.
Yeah. I also think that there were heroes that XG.WBG were really attached to at the start of this tournament, like the Phoenix, that they look like they just teamfight better around overall than the misstepping of last game. So I wouldn't mind if they also just doubled back and went for the Phoenix, because they have a Snapfire themselves. They don't have to worry about it getting countered.
Okay, so the Sven, I think, is just the overall, we've seen this hero a lot. Like, Liquid may be one of the best teams at playing this hero. I will say that I prefer this hero on the 5 role as opposed to the carry, but, you know, it's always up to your opponents and how they're drafting. So for XG.WBG, I'm just wondering, like, you need to make Sand King's lane hard in 2 lanes, both in, like, his off lane and his mid lane, because this hero, you need to do one of 2 things. You need to nuclear counter him in lane, or at least have, like, a mid-game pipe mech buyer or maybe Mage Slayer plus pipe.
Probably both, yeah.
Like, you need to do one of these things. If you do neither, I feel like you're really screwing up. If you can do both, you kind of destroy the Sand King's game completely.
Yeah, and there still is the Darkseer in the pool. I mean, I honestly liked XXS on it in the last game. There's a cliffing scenario that was very satisfying for me to watch. I like that, but they can still go for it. Okay, SB Darkseer,
There could be a small problem, just because I feel like maybe a potential troll response, like Sven troll lane, could be kind of nasty.
That would be pretty nasty, yeah.
But then it kind of depends, because, you know, XG.WBG might be like, okay, if we go SB Darkseer here, they're gonna troll. Do we have a good enough answer afterwards to close our phase that will, like, turn the matchup? Because if you give them a free pick without having a good counter pick in mind, probably not the best, so they'll go for the Pango instead.
I like this, though, because the Pango already looked good last game versus the Sand King. I do think GPK will play a better Sand King mid, though, than XM did. It was clear that he's, like, recently playing the hero and is still finding his footing on it. But Pango does great. As we saw last game, he can shield crash in and sustain on that lane and can also fight into them, so they take that. And now if BB team decide to steal Darkseer for themselves, then XG control on 18. So it's... Yeah, it's an interesting trade-off.
This is really smart. This is definitely the way that you want to do it.
I mean, BB team need to account for this hero. No, like they need to be thinking about Darkseer right now and how to solve a like Darkseer puzzle. Because if you take it here, they will troll. So if you take it, you need something at the same time that makes the troll pick hard. And if you're leaving it, there's a very high chance XG.WBG will just close the phase with Darkseer. Yeah. They have Pango mid, or most likely a SB4, one of the best heroes at enabling it. So let's see how they'll go about that.
So that does not solve with Darkseer. I mean, okay, I guess Sven is a good carry with the Grimstroke. You bubble the Sven, he can potentially kill a Darkseer in lane. With the stun into stun combo, Sven can push out the wave. I know people traditionally did like that against Darkseer. It's just a different patch, though. I feel like Troll is the only like really good answer aside from Doom, which is banned.
I mean, I think I'm personally a big believer in Grimstroke. I wish that more teams would experiment with it in this tournament, but it hasn't happened.
It is.
Basically, the concept here is that they wanted to solve the Pango too before thinking about the Darkseer. So within their picks, they didn't want to draft for a Pango solution for another lane. They're like, okay, we're just going to Soulbind it, right? Because Soulbind is one of the support counters to Pangolier. And on top of that, you have really good Inkswell carriers. You've got Sand King, you've got Sven, now you've got Troll. And now they can't really Darkseer, or they're discouraged from picking Darkseer because there's a Troll.
They've also made Grim look like very good the other day. Save, as always, had a giga performance. Great with Sand King. It's going to go in. Now it makes Vessel a lot worse too. Not like there was that much threat of it, but just having a dispel for your Sand King who goes in, that feels great. So now it's on XG. They need to find answers. So of course you can decide if the Pango is your mid or your offlane, and you also have Ame's pick for later. But they will need more answers for this troll.
I want to say that if Darkseer does not come out for XG.WBG, I don't like Spirit Breaker in this game, because you don't really want to charge into the Sand King, Sandstorm plus Bloodstone. Like, this hero doesn't do enough burst damage. What it does do is it like creates a lot of early game pressure. It ganks side lanes. It can scout people on the map and give vision of them. But you don't really want to be running into a troll or running into a Sand King. Like, you need some form of extra damage because XG don't have it right now.
Yeah. I see, like, I mean, one hero I have in mind who I feel like is just very good for the game and could give you the condition later is Void, but this hero is very susceptible.
Oh.
I will say that I like this a lot more. I did not think of this hero. Razor is overall just very good. You're tanky enough. You should live through the burst, at least with some heal. Of course, you're pretty good against Troll. You have good laning stage. You build a BKB, which you want in a mid game as well.
So our offline duo for XG.WBG, we think is going to be Spirit Breaker Razor.
I think that makes sense. I mean, in a one-to-one matchup in the game, I do think Razor is fairly good against the Troll, so if they did want to run that as a carry, which they have had Nightfall play the Razor, I think that's still good. Because to me, like, I was just thinking, okay, obviously we have this like 5-head stuff going on with Darkseer. They're very dissuaded from picking it on Extreme Gamers, Weeble Gamers, so they want to respond to the fact that BB had to pick the Troll with something that counters Troll. And I was thinking of the laning stage and looking at Miro's heroes, nothing that he plays...
It's XXS's heroes.
Or sorry, XXS. Not much that he plays will counter the Troll in the lane, just because the offlane role right now, like, Troll is very good against. But the carry position, Razor, still counters the Troll, so let me see if XXS has played this.
I think this should be an offlane Razor. Like, you want to shut down the Troll on lane, and you want to pair Spirit Breaker with a hero that accounts for its weaknesses, which is, damage. You want the melee plus range offlane, which means that Pango will most likely be going mid. I mean, if they made the lane Pango plus Spirit Breaker, you're just griefing that offlane. It's not going to win versus Troll plus Sven. So putting the Razor, you actually have a very high chance of winning that lane, and then later on in the game, Razor will static link the Troll. It would be nice if there was some Yule's buyer on XG. Like, if any hero could buy Yules for this Troll, you'd have that added security, but unfortunately, Snap doesn't buy it, SB doesn't buy it, Pango doesn't buy it.
I guess like an offlane Pango might buy it, but then you're not countering the Troll in lane. You have an SB plus Pango lane, which sounds really dog. Yeah, I like the Razor in the offlane just because I feel like you can get away with it. You're going to get a carry Razor regardless because the lane's going to be so good that he's going to be able to farm as much as he wants to. Barring potential rotations, that is one thing. Like, a Grim Troll +1 can definitely punish a Razor. I would like to see BB Team doing that this game, because I do think Razor is much more punishable than he was in the previous patch because you don't get move speed from the passive anymore. So he's very slow.
But what can XG pick now out of phase? Because BB have last pick for their offlane, potentially, if they're running Sand King mid. So Ame's pick here is not going to be very comfortable.
Oh, God.
What
is Ame gonna do?
I mean, you could technically just CK again.
Yeah, it's one of the heroes I thought about, but all the heroes I'm looking at, nothing is giving me the S tier. Okay, they'll go with the Ursa.
Okay, Ursa.
It gives them Roche. It is blind, which is a little bit of a problem.
That is Giga punish.
But it is Snap Ursa, which is it is a good lane if you can fight into it aggressively. It's kind of here on the BB squad to find a way. You want to enable your Grim 4 with a very strong laner because you want to be fighting into this Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Ursa is important because it gives them an early Roche timing, which BB had the earlier timing with their Troll. Now they actually have the earlier timing with their Ursa. I guess the one issue is, like, he does feel very susceptible to dying if Spirit Breaker isn't off to a good start, where he's, like, killing these side lanes. But otherwise, I mean, I don't mind it. It's going to be able to buy a Basher versus a Troll. It can try to burst the Sven. It can try to burst the Grim quite easily.
Isn't this, like, a pretty free Slardar game? I feel like it would do very well in lane against the Ursa Snap with the Grimstroke. It's incredible with the Troll. You're going to win any carry-to-carry matchup. I can't believe they picked Ursa into Troll. That's like one of the hardest late-game matchups in the game. You purge the attack speed buff on Ursa with the Troll
even
action.
through BKB.
Through BKB.
I mean, they might be thinking that the Razor and the Pango are kind of like solving the Troll for him to just play the Ursa, hope for like some Aegis carrier, tempo up the game.
Primal Beast?
But also, like, what was left in the pool?
Yeah, it was a hard pick.
There was either Ursa or CK, and they probably just valued the early Aegis timing on Ursa more than CK.
Oh, it's mid Razor.
It is mid Razor, offlane Pango.
I have not seen this matchup, but is Razor good enough to kick out SK from the lane, like out of a Sandstorm? I'm not sure. I feel like that should be... I'm sure Razor is fine there, but I honestly, BBD team, I feel like they kind of have what they want. The Troll Grim on 16-17, I personally really liked it. I think that XG.WBG need to do really well in their lanes and impress me with what they have going, because yeah, I would love to kind of be Troll in this game. I think my team, my bros, they can protect me.
Yeah, also the last pick Primal, we didn't talk about it, but I mean, the issue could have been BKB timing on Ursa, potentially for a BB team, but then you have this Pulverize, which will pierce BKB, and you have this way to disable.
And the status resist from Enrage, too.
And yeah, and I honestly think that the Pango was a weaker offlane choice than the Razor here. I don't know if you agree, Jenkins.
I completely agree. I feel like they have a double melee lane versus Troll in a game where Troll wins the 1-to-1 carry matchup. I also feel like the Razor Troll matchup is not as black and white in the game as a lot of people make it seem. Like, Troll can press ult and kill a Razor before Static Link steals a lot of damage. Static Link isn't what it used to be, where it steals very quickly. It lasts longer and steals just as much damage, but over a longer period of time, which makes it better for like side laning, which is why Razor had a big win rate increase when Falcons was picking it. But it makes it worse for countering these PAs and these trolls who can burst you.
Even in the early game, I could see something bad happen to XG.WBG, where top lane Troll Sven versus double melee. You have a good lane, Toronto Toki takes the gate bottom to Primal Grim. Suddenly that starts snowballing, it can lead into mid. Like, BB team have a lot of options to like explode in this game. XG.WBG, damage control and good lanes. Otherwise, I feel like they're gonna be in for a tough one.
Damage control and good lanes. We know that they can do that. We've seen it before. The question is, can they do it here when they are with their backs against the wall, as this could potentially be their final game if BB team takes this one. Their final game here at Riyadh Masters. That is elimination on the line here. BB team, XG.WBG, game 2 of this best of 3 with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Yes, game 2 ready to go here, and let's see if indeed XG.WBG can hold on against BB team. Interesting draft show coming in with definitely some sort of hero matchups that feel that down the line this game, unless they get really far ahead, could end up being kind of tough for XG.
Yeah, I'm looking at lanes a lot. I'm glad they mentioned that too, because there's just a lot of interactions here that I think BBT have gotten kind of the dream scenarios with, right? They have this troll that they picked on that 4th pick or whatever it was, 17, whatever, 18. And this Aghanims is incredible this game, if he does go down that route, and it's the build pretty much every time on the trolls now. He is queuing up the Battle Fury first. Okay,
which I think we...
Well, we have seen it, especially from some people, but...
Yeah, I think other troll players in this game would do the Axe Rush.
Yes.
But Nightfall, he likes to make sure he's hitting the creeps and staying ahead of farm, so I would have expected Nightfall to still do the Battle Fury into the Ags, but... Indeed, if the Battle Fury Ags, if he's able to get those two online very early, it's going to be just very strong this game.
It feels like it's incredible. You're able to dispel everything through BKB, through the debuff immunity. That's the new Aghanims, of course, on the troll. So Overpower gone, Shield Crash gone, Bulltoes gone. A lot of different things that it is going to be able to counter. And then I'm glad Jenkins mentioned at the end there, this Primal Beast pick versus Rolling Thunder. You're able to grab through the Bulldoze, and you're able to grab through that Enrage of the Ursa. It does not get affected by the status resistance too. So
if you get the angle right, can you grab the Spirit Breaker before he hits you with the charge?
Difficult, but I guess maybe possible. And who wins the charge through? I think the Primal...
Oh, we've seen this before. I think the Primal wins.
I think the Primal wins when they charge through.
I think Primal Onslaught kind of knocks Spirit Breaker out of his charge.
Whatever, we'll see if all these interactions do happen, because I think for XG.WBG, they are really looking to get ahead out of these lanes and kind of snowball things like Mira was mentioning, get that early Roshan timing, because they can take it very well with their minus armor and Ursa.
What do you make of the decision this game from them to indeed take the Pango to the offlane, which I imagine indeed was mainly done because they didn't want to run the Pango into the Sand King and then put in the Razor mid instead?
I don't know. That tells me that XM just doesn't want to play a melee matchup versus the Sand King in particular. He just played the Sand King versus the Pango and he lost that one. He's not confident in playing it, or they just wanted this Pango to just be top no matter what. Not sure. I mean, this is definitely a bit of an interesting one that he has gone for, because we're not seeing much Razor mid at all. because I don't even know if you're able to pressure Sanking. That's the issue. Just don't know if you can, because Sanking doesn't really rely on right clicks too much to be able to clear the wave. You can go down Sandstorm route and then just, clear the wave with that. So.
And is that quite an important part of making mid-Razor work? If you go to the lane and you don't win the lane, is that pretty rough for this hero in this position?
I would say so. But the tell for me is if Malrine is not picking Razor, that means Razor is probably not in the best of position, because he is literally the Razor specialist. So we'll see what XM can do. So far, he's going to get free farm. That is the important thing. But is he going to be able to slow down a Sanking? I just don't think so. And overall, I would say that for XG.WBG, I want to see them get out of these lanes ahead, because otherwise, I think BBT's draft is just a bit easier to play. And yeah, as we mentioned, these mechanics, these specific spell interactions that can come into play later on, it's going to happen.
Yeah, and if it does sort of end up being like a close game, and we're going to see both carries, Arme and Nightfall, getting a free farm stay at a similar level, in a game where the Troll and the Ursa are getting the same amount of farm, you're always going to feel a bit more comfortable with what the Troll's going to be able to do down the line?
For the most part, yes, I would say. That matchup is not easy, but I think, you know, they were mentioning, though, there wasn't that many options left for Ame either. They were mentioning the CK and well as this Ursa. He was down to quite a few options remaining, so just wanted to have this one at the least. But yeah, I'm a bit concerned for XG.WBG, because also last game, they just didn't team fight very well. They got smashed in almost every single one of the team fights, except for some of these ones that BBT kind of just handed to them. So, gonna have to see a lot of things better from them this time around. Some lane shenanigans, of course, going to be happening because they did double melee versus a Troll Warlord Sven lane, so it's a pretty impossible lane for Jinkyu and XXS to play. So already seeing them trying to get something on the Pango in particular, but XXS only has 7 CS so far. But yeah, lane drag constantly. But Toronto Tokyo doing a great job of contesting every single one of these CS under the tower.
I mean, where's XXS going to take this next wave of creep?
Bring it here.
Just bring it around here again with Toronto Tokyo. Is he just going to stay here? And can he mess with it when there's the two of them here?
He might die if he plays too far aggressive. He's going to have to start backing away. But this is what they have to do because of that double melee lane, as they cannot really pressure the Troll whatsoever. So it's going to be free farm from Nightfall.
We'll be able to catch the next wave here. XXS with this wave that he's dragging around behind him for the last 10 seconds or so.
And bottom is a very strong lane. I'm going to say it every single game, but Save and Miro, they win almost all their lanes. And this is a very, very potent one in particular versus the Ursa. If he does step out of position, level 2 trample is going to be online with an movement speed enhancer, so it's very potent. They might even get a point of cookie early on, potentially. Maybe a 4 from the snap. He does put the second point in the scatter blast for now, but
sure. But you imagine they're going to be pretty hungry to make that dive play happen.
Oh yeah, these two are super aggressive. Save and Miro just like to press forward here, and they have hit level 3 earlier already inside this lane. So, and
eyes on that mid lane. XM, he is getting that slight lead. 26 and 4 against the 23 and 0, but GPK's got his stack. So you take this into account. Sanking's going to very likely be in a very similar spot to the farm to raise. Bottom lane, there's that move.
There it is.
Talk about training for DY, but backup will come in. DY goes down because Toronto Tokyo also turns up to help out with the play. So they secure themselves first blood just in time before they did lose save themselves. With BBT, they get first blood.
Good rotation, at the least there from Jinkyu. It's an instant TP, he sees it coming, and he is not really doing too much top anyway, so I love the move that he's able to make there as XXS. No RNG there, only one.
Does cause the TP to have to come into play there. You know, DY and the respawn feels the need to head up towards the top lane to start helping out XXS.
Trying to put pressure. Big nuke onto Nightfall too. He's got Lotus and a Fairy, but drops to 50 HP. Is forced to pop that one. Cool move from DY. That full bore facet coming into play, and yeah, Nightfall is just going to get out of this lane. He doesn't want to get sniped.
Absolutely, not in a game where there's a bit of global potential with the Spirit Breaker and such.
That's a nice move. Ame is struggling though, bottom. Only 18 CS so far on this Ursa. But this is a good move to bully out the Troll, get XXS a free lane up top for the moment here on the Pango. There's TPs coming in. Toronto Tokyo is pinging it up top. I'm going to see that Troll come back up here immediately.
Yeah, did manage to get his phase boost finished their Nightfall, so will manage to get back to the lane pretty quick.
And overall, yeah, mid, it's a 300 gold, or like a 200 gold advantage for the Razor, but the Sanking is just, farming inside that jungle, so. And he is going to have, I imagine, some stacks to go back to soon, because Save is going to start setting them up top. Swashbuckle, do they get the roots? Might not need it.
Very nice and easy one there for Nightfall. I mean, getting back to base, being able to reset, not dying, boots. And then D just, as soon as he's able to walk back to the lane, he ends up finding himself a kill.
And definitely feels easier for him to get that type of kill in comparison to Ame getting a kill on bottom, because in order to kill a Primal Beast, you need to get quite a bit of those Fury Swipes stacked onto him, because he has 1200 HP with Phase Boots already. So Miro having an excellent time as this Primal. Okay, so let's see. What's the build from XM? All right, so I saw a couple of Razor. I think I saw Mickey playing the Razor yesterday. I was wondering if he was going to do this also, going down a Mage Slayer route, but since he's not playing in the mid lane, I didn't know if he was going to do it versus Sanking. But this game, we will see a Mage Slayer, it looks like. Quite a good one this game. As Ame.
Just look how much aggression these heroes can come out with. Anytime Miro teams up with one support, it's going to be pretty scary. You bring in two, and suddenly you're just going to find yourself, as Ame did there, in a lane that you don't want to be in.
No, and we see, you know, the other day we did see this Grim, I believe, from Save as well too, and a couple of us were like talking in the back, and we're like, why don't we see more Grimstroke? He was a menace. His silence in particular started to do so much damage that they didn't have to use, I believe it was the Doom in that lane, in that game in particular, a lot of times to get these kills. And this game, the silence is super effective. Versus the Pango and the Ursa, it can really trip them up quite a lot early game. Top, GQ, it's deep.
The static link is yet to hit the 6 Nightfall, so it doesn't have any ult to protect him. I mean, they're bringing a lot of response here, BB team. They're going to just turn over towards XM and DY. Miro closing the gap. They're in onto the Razor. Nightfall is getting shot down low by Little Shredder. He will die, but XM goes down in return. So 1 for 1 as for now. They also managed to pick up saves, so a double kill for DY. GPK's in with the Burrow Strike onto the 2 of them. Rolling Thunder from XXS will catch on to GPK. GPK is pretty healthy here. They're going to need a lot of damage if they want to try and bring down this Sanking. They're seeing if there's an angle to get back in on this. Pulverize up for Miro. Nice Cookie. Stopped by Cookie, but XXS swipes back onto the side. GPK swipes are stacking up on him. Charge back up. Double kill for Ame. Now he turns towards Miro, but Nightfall's back in the game. He'll run down Jinkyu. We'll get the Spirit Breaker kill. XXS opts for a TP out. Ame should be able to run away from this one as well, as this fight does continue in the jungle. DY tries for TP, but Miro's got the onslaught ready to go. Puts a stop to that one. DY, what's he got? He's got 1-1 charge in 5 seconds. That's about it. Can look for the Knight to neutrals, and I tell you what, he's only gone and found it.
All right, nice move there. Okay, super nice aggressive move. I love the way that they played that on XG. Just, they brought bodies. Literally everybody turns up top to be able to put that pressure on. Jinkyu gets, I think, what was it, 3 charges? 2 or 3 charges off. Pango gets like 5 shield crashes off as they're able to get themselves to a better position.
We'll see this again, DY. I mean, we always knew he was going to try for it, but the fact that he gets away with it, bam, denied to the neutrals.
Great timing for him to be able to get that aggro onto him. Yeah, I mean, nice move. Like that the Ursa turned up top. And it was all right before Nightfall hit 6, right? He was getting closer and closer.
He was close.
Yeah. And then they get the kill, they get the Pango 6, and they continue the moves, getting that aggression going. So
yeah,
good move here.
I think it was also the kill that happened before, I think, put him very close to getting the 6, but as things were, not close enough. Nightfall doesn't hit the 6 in time.
Very nice aggressive moves. And looking to maybe go for another one up top. Level 4 shield crash and Q's in the area. Ame might even go through the portal again here to join. He is starting to go through it. Mid.
DY mid, very dead. Save plus any of the cores. Have a pretty guaranteed shot at taking down these kills.
We'll take out top tower. Bottom tower still healthy. Ame decided not to go. He canceled going through the twin gate there. Lost a bit of mana, but he's held on to his tower. This bottom tower is taking almost no damage from the Primal and the Grimstroke. We do tend to see this, you know, those tier 1s in particular drop very early on. And top, it drops pre-10 minutes, and the bottom one has not taken almost any damage. So, yeah, very nice early game here to react after the lanes were not the greatest. We do see that Troll now suffering, and the Pango is ahead of him after it was a double melee lane versus the Troll. Oh, phase boots. Cool.
Yeah, we'll phase into the straight blink rush this game for XXS.
That is very... that might be the first phase boots I've seen on Pango. Definitely makes sense why you would want to just build the distance.
I tell you what, we could probably bring that up. If we can get like the phase boot timing stat, they'll show us how many other matches... Oh,
no,
we can't do that. Never mind.
Don't worry. It's just
hey, maybe it's the only match. Maybe that's why we don't have the stats.
It's just an interesting one, because you can see why he would want it to be able to distance himself from Troll and stuff like that. It's different. It's very XXS, right? He does do this sometimes where he's very sacrificial, and he does go like just straight blink dagger as well too. So cool. They want to fight early. Speaking of fighting early, around these towers, GPK not quite having the blink, but he's got max stun with the backup of saves level 3 and Swell. Soulbind point also is held, so if he's save, could go for an opportunity if they get too close.
BK's going to start things.
There's the Soulbind. He's
going to the Soulbind in. Mirror's ready to come in with the onslaught. I mean, these two are so dead.
What a play from Save.
They are so dead.
Holding the skill point. Just beautifully done. And that will be that Blink Dagger now. Finished up for GPK. So holding onto that tower, getting themselves some good kills. Toronto, Tokyo.
What do we got?
Just an interesting move from him. I mean, he just God Strength ran up to the tower without a creep wave and hit it twice. That was...
Sometimes you gotta let that tower know what's what.
Yeah, who's boss?
Give it a hit.
That was interesting.
It's a 5 BB team. Very much showing that.
Wait, what were the kills? Oh, I guess that's why they're tipping the arrow. I didn't see it on the back lines there. Okay.
Thank you.
Stopping that.
Well, okay. So you don't always have to hit the Burrow Strike. He's dead.
Yep, there's that Bulldoze interaction. So pop Bulldoze, doesn't matter. Pulverize does not care about no status resist. Right through it. Hold him down. Next time, denies that shield rune. And BBT now 9-5.
Okay. They've got the Blink Dagger now done on XXS, so I can only imagine they are going to want to smoke up and do something with this, right? They want to go ASAP with this timing.
Yeah, they want to get a bit of an advantage in this game. First time any Pango bot phase.
That's why we didn't have the stats. We didn't have the comparison. Because indeed, yeah, we've just not seen it elsewhere. I mean, why is it that, you know, break it down for our viewers, why do you not see phase boots on Pango?
You're universal.
Pretty good point. Yeah, I mean
you're universal. You benefit from the attack speed massively.
Yeah.
Tread switching is always super valuable with wand, etc. Blah blah blah. There's always a million ways to argue for treads on a lot of these core heroes. So,
I mean, phase boots feels nice because then at least you got something to press every second.
Especially you. Anybody who watches you play, it's literally just that is not ready yet. That is not ready yet.
Not ready yet. It's a great item. Maybe.
Fun one.
But I think, as you said, just sort of to have that extra sort of kite potential.
That's what it seems like.
Kind of keep outside of the range of like maybe a troll going for you or something.
A 2K lead now for BBT. Yeah. Blink, as you said on XXS, he really wants to find something, it feels.
And I'll tell you what, we're talking about how strong the Phantom's Embrace is going to be this game. It's sort of amplified up by the fact, right, that there's a troll, right? So you're trying to hit this bug, and suddenly you're missing every hit.
You are missing every hit, and also, other thing to always factor in, too, is the Soulbind. They're playing versus Pango and Spirit Breaker. It's a pretty darn good game for the Soulbind.
True, Soulbind and Pulverize.
Pretty brutal.
Pretty annoying for a lot of these series.
They have a lot of really good interaction. That's what we were saying. There's a lot of good
What is the interaction with Pulverize and Soulbind? They both get...
It brings on top. Remember, you've seen that it grabs the first one, but then the second one gets kind of like pulled to where the primal.
But they both do get locked down.
Yeah, they both get slammed.
We're gonna look out for that. That could be pretty potent. I mean, Mira, is he gonna get BKB? Yeah, he's going BKB next.
BKB.
Right? I think you get it before the blink. You're easily gonna be able to walk up BKB and grab someone right in these fights.
I like, the blade mail sometimes isn't the most valuable versus the Ursa and stuff like that. Versus Razor, can definitely see the effectiveness, and even versus the Snap. Snap starts throwing kisses. Miro pops Blade Mail and could potentially just kill that Snap in the back lines. And it's a bit of a farming mechanic as well, too, right? That Blade Mail. So BBT slowing things down, and it feels like that slowdown, it's very beneficial for them in this game because the Battle Fury was finished a little earlier on the Troll in comparison to the Ursa.
It was, yeah.
And they have those, as we said, those great interactions and those great core-to-core matchups. So I have to see what XG.WBG does with the Blink Dagger in particular on XXS. It does feel like they want to play a little faster.
I feel like, indeed. If you're on the Pango, you get this phase boot into Blink Dagger, you don't want to get this and just hit creeps.
No.
You want to be doing something, and you kind of need to be doing something as a team until that Aghanim's timing comes out for Troll, right? Because that's going to be the big time.
I also, the one thing is, too, is I didn't actually notice, Toronto Tokyo is the most farmed 5 Sven I've ever seen. He has drums and he's going to have Shard at the 15-minute mark. Sometimes you have to make a choice at the 15-minute mark is these 5 Svens. What am I going to get? The Shard or the drums? He'll have both.
And but having this extra bit of armor this game, it's pretty huge, right? When you look at what XG.WBG are doing in terms of damage output, it's nearly all physical.
It's a lot of physical, and also it's the movement speed. You get the passive, you get the the innate movement speed that comes from it to be able to buff up something like the Troll, plus that armor, and it's also undispellable, of course, too, which, I mean, they don't have a dispel, in particular this game, but either way. Toronto Tokyo hasn't purchased it yet. Maybe he's going to go an even bigger item first and hope to get it from that tournament.
Maybe it's like, well, maybe we get that Echo Saber, that's Crystallis, then maybe a BKB.
They have two phenomenal...
Let's see what he does.
Two phenomenal shards on the supports.
What about a Midas?
No. The only thing I would say is Blink is the other one that he could go. Blink, and
for sure. Blink could be nice because you have this soul bind, right? If you're able to make sure that you're always able to get in and make sure that the double stun comes out, it's going to be pretty close. He's living the support line. I can respect that. You know, he's not getting carried away with the farm that he's getting. He's like, you know what? End of the day, okay.
They're talking about it.
They are.
They're probably considering what's the better choice.
Crimson, how goes Crimson? Pretty good this game.
It's very good, as you said. It's a lot, mostly physical damage. If he can get a Crimson, and there's going to be no damage if he gets Crimson plus Shard. So yeah, he's huge. XG will get the opportunity to get this Roshan, which they do. It's crucial for their lineup to get this.
Yeah, it's a good sneak play here from them. And Ame, I mean, do you take on Ame or do you give it to XM?
I think you give it Ame. He wants to get involved, I imagine.
Sure, because with this kill, he's pretty much going to have what the Blink Dagger. So we'll have the Blink Battle Fury ready to play with, and that Aegis. So now surely, right? They've got Blink, Aegis on the Ursa. They've had the Blink on XXS for quite some time. They're going to want to do something.
I imagine so, yes. I cannot believe Toronto took the angle. He's so far mid.
Kisses are going to come out. See what they can do in return. XXS comes in with a Rolling Thunder. Sanking in trouble.
They got him.
GPK goes down.
Miro, no Link. That Soulbind is holding them back.
That's a good hold there from XG.WBG. They turn up and very quickly punish the Sanking. GPK goes down fast.
Saw this one a couple of times last game especially, right? Just a little bit over-aggressive there, diving under the tower. Does get caught there on the Sanking. So strike back. I've never seen a 5-Sven this farmed. Literally has a Vanguard.
Yeah, he's not easy to kill.
No.
He really isn't.
I mean, he's not, but maybe you could be arguing, saying, you know, the Shard there could have been pretty good for GPK to potentially save him and stuff like that. But whatever. He's wanting to get it from the...
I think was dead anyway.
Yeah, he was probably dead.
He was dead anyway there with the kisses.
What if it was a Glimmer?
A Glimmer could have maybe
Glimmer could have, but whatever.
Glimmer could have maybe got him out.
We're not gonna go through all that. He wants to get it from the Tormentor, right? He ideally does, so... But GPK's now, after that death, net worth does plummet a little bit here. Still similar as the Razor, but did lose a decent chunk there. He's saving so much farm. It's actually crazy. All right. Jin-Q phase, he's got the drums also to counteract, so they have that extra movement speed as well for the Ursa and the Razor that is necessary to be able to match the drums. And XM with the Mage Slayer is almost having a BKB as well, too, so we'll be able to negate a decent amount of damage. Amp damage will be denied away, but from DY.
Where do you imagine XM's build's going to go beyond the BKB? Like, where are you going with this mid-Razor?
Different players have different choices.
Yeah.
I think Mickey goes Mjolnir most of the games. So, not sure which route he'll go. Could be something independent of Mickey. Toronto Tokyo, we're looking for him.
So stacking up, but as you say, it's pretty tanky.
He sure is.
They'll settle for save on the side. I say settle for him. Save's got backup.
Inkswell heal.
They've tried to go for the kill upon him. The scatter shot actually misses. They'll still finally kill him off, but now BB team, they're going to try the
nice rolling thunder.
They'll stop to the pulverize. As well to come in. In fact, they've lost the three of them, BB team, and Nightfall, he's in trouble. He's going to see if he can try and run, but Arme's in with a jump. It's going to be another kill. They're going to get the team wipe here. Miro will try and onslaught away. They'll definitely, I think they're going to be tempted to dive this. He's trying for the TP out. The shield crash comes in. Oh my goodness, he does actually make it out with the TP. But 4 dead on BB team there. That was what they were looking for.
It's a perfect catch.
It took them a bit of time. They were very patient looking for it. But great way to start the fight. I like XM going for Save first. You want to get this Grim out. Save did pretty much get off all of his spells off, but you kill him, and then they just never really could get back in on top of XM. That Rolling Thunder from XXS putting a stop to the Pulverized, making sure that the Razor stays safe.
It caught everybody.
It completely smashed the fight.
It was as beautiful as it comes from the Rolling Thunders. And now Miro also.
The charge forward onto Miro.
Should be okay to reset.
The respawn's coming in from BB team, and actually WBG, they'll respect that. But yeah, there we go. That's the play. The Blink Daggers coming in. They go aggressive. They get the team fight, and they're able to get themselves up to a bit of a lead.
Gotta be honest, I'm not really liking this Vanguard from Toronto Tokyo. It's kind of weird that he did go for it right now, because it didn't really... I mean, he's tanky for a second, but then the Fury swipes built up, and it didn't really do much of anything.
Sure.
But it's going to be good when he gets the Crimson Guard,
right.
but
it's getting this overall Crimson quickly.
Definitely feels a little weird, but we'll see when the effect comes when he does finish that item. As XG.WBG, they use that Aegis very nicely here. 5k that they've gained so far in these last few moments. Ame, top of the net worth. XM, the Razor so far is working, and I am watching him using this Mage Slayer. GPK stuns in Sandstorms, gets poked once, and then that damage gets pretty much completely reduced.
Yeah, now he's going to go full defensive, so yeah, Lincoln's is going to be next on the table here for XM.
Oh yeah, that's
just
really
wants to get in, just wants to live, and yeah, one of the crucial things that he needs to be doing, as you say, is just kind of get the Mage Slayer debuff onto the key targets.
So for BBT, that definitely was one of the opportune moments for XG.WBG to seize there, since there is a couple items that are coming out that are pretty crucial, I would say, for BBT. That Aghanims for the Troll, it's 400 away. The Primal Beast BKB is now finished, so the BKB can now actually hold people with the Pulverize in comparison to what we saw before from XXS being able to stop it. And they're going to start having these dispels that come out from the axes. So
we'll save. Run.
Oh.
There we go. So that's,
And he gets the shard. So there we go. So the timing, it ends up working out beautifully for him because he does get it.
And Aegis is about to expire. I guess the question is now, for BB Team, knowing all this, that you've got these next round of items and the Aegis is expiring on Arme, do you feel the pressure to go and immediately look for a play, or are you kind of happy for Nightfall to farm the next item after the Aghanims? They're going to dive in top. TP's coming in, Mira tries to turn, but indeed they take him out. The question is, can they get out? The Aegis is about to expire on Arme, so Arme has to be careful. Aegis is gone. GPK gets the power strike off. He's healing up, finally dies, but he's able to use his last moments there to help bring down Xingqiu, of course, at the cost of his own life. Doesn't feel great for him. That's BB Team losing 2 more cores.
And great timing again from XG to hit. Yes, they see the Primal Beast getting the BKB, but they strike him right before he's able to actually get it off. He gets it off, but then dies instantly afterwards. So very good aggressive moves that we wanted to see last game from XG.WB, things coming together. They're using these spells very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Giving us the level of execution that we were expecting from them last time round. They've polished it up, and they're coming in with, indeed, sort of these plays at this point that kind of shaking BB Team up. And they're getting dragged into fights that they don't seemingly want to be into, or they're not at least prepared for. Kind of TPing in one by one, and it's just not all coming together for BB Team this time. They're down 5k gold.
And GPK overall, his game has completely fallen off after that mid play in particular, then the jungle play, then that top play too. 3 deaths in a row coming out for the Sand King.
Yeah, it's looking like one of those games which we have seen before, where he falls off and then suddenly Toronto Tokyo's got more farm than him.
It really is, and it's a 5 spend, which is not something that you do see too often, getting this type of farm. So Nightfall, he does have the Axe timing, he does have these core-to-core matchups that are good, but there's a good differential in gold now between him and Ame. Let's see what result it does happen once these Whirling Axes start dispelling things, and if BBT actually fights together, because that has been the case multiple times now, as you said, the 1-by-1 sequence that XG.WBG has been able to take advantage with these nice moves. And XXS now has a full item of himself. He has an Aghanims, level 15 is finished up on the Pango. They're going to smoke with these timings as well. So who gets the initiation? Let's see if BBT is ready too, because they've been caught off guard a couple times here, it feels like. Bloodstone is done, so they do have item timings. A lot of them on the side of BBT as well too. See how this fight goes down. DY.
Well, they're going to catch him with the stun. He's able to get the cookie off. Mira's actually not able to get the clean opening. We'll see GPK jump the back lines. He's going to be able to jump in, control DY for now. He's getting the epicenter off, stun to follow up from Toronto Tokyo. See the swipes building up onto GPK's here with the Bloodstone, but Arme is able to focus and take the Sand King down.
They're on XM. He's in trouble.
He is surrounded by the 3 of them. The buybacks come in for DY.
That's a gem.
Nothing to be able to be done to get over and help the Razor. XM goes down. XXS, he's going to consider continuing this fight as he's in with the Rolling Thunder. They're kiting it out. Kiz is coming in onto Mira, but Mira's got the PKB. They turn the silence onto Arme. Arme's jumped in, but he's caught by the Phantom's Embrace.
What an angle.
And now
will be able to TP during that one to get away, but DY bought back. Toronto Tokyo wants him. It's 2 versus 4.
I mean, they're happy to dive this. They'll keep this dive going. They've not got a lot to be afraid of right now, BB Team. They just run down DY.
The timings, these items all coming together at pretty much the perfect time, and they did the team fight execution beautifully, as we've seen from BBT. Save coming in clutch with these silences, playing at the angle, catches Ame at the end of it all.
So what Ame at the end, what the BKB sort of come to an end, and he still wanted to try and take the risk to keep the fight going. But yeah, 1 silence, 1 stun, and the Ursa's done.
And also, overall for XM, I don't think he got a link at all, right? So the ideal fights for the side of XG is pretty much that they have to get these links on the Razor. I don't think he got it at all. So he's able to just reset the fight, go back in it. Troll was untouched in the fight, and that 5k lead, it's gone.
It really has. You're nearly getting the grab onto XXS there. He's quick with a T, quick with a blink, sorry. Yeah, SMY is going to be there next time round for Nightfall. It's very difficult for them to really get on top of him and burst him. There's a lot of ways that BB Team can aggressively keep these heroes held off the Troll and allow Nightfall to have these free fights.
And overall, Toronto Tokyo now, because he's been able to, now in these last few fights, since he got the Shard, he got the Crimson, it's a lot of block that's coming out too. It's preventing quite a bit of damage, and they're smoking, they're feeling that strength. They know Roche is up as well. They want to be able to contest that one because they have versus that Ursa's lineup.
Yeah, it's difficult for Ame to sort of just get in the fight, lock down a target, and kill them off.
It's a ward.
DY
Whoop.
Oh.
Oh, they probably know that he has a ward there. They'll swap the sentry in. Toronto Tokyo is going to look to place that one. Ame is coming in to look for a fight. Fresh Basher is finished.
The BB team, they're going to run towards the backline. They're going to be able to get the jump straight away on towards the range. They've got him in the grab. XM is going to get bounced out to the side, but Nightfall's in on top of him. XM will put the BKB, try and turn the static link, but he's gone. They've lost the Razor. Now Nightfall's ready to turn for more. The Soulbind locking the two down together. Nightfall focusing Ame. Going to stand his ground. Ame's getting caught by the stun and the silence again. Ame can't do anything. He's dead on the Ursa once more. They surround the Pango BBT and they're going to be able to bring him down very likely as well. He's trying to get the bug off him, but XXS goes down. They look over towards DY. They're going to be able to take out all four.
2 massive team fight wins. They smash them down. Wards win games, Owen. Vision wins games. That ward is perfect. Catches the Razor at the start of everything. Last game, too, they had just pretty beautiful wards to be able to take most fights. This one, again, they get the angle.
And I feel like we're really seeing in practice just, as you mentioned, in the draft, they're kind of running out of options, carry options. You know, Ame, he's played a great game in terms of farm, but just the nature of the hero against what it's up against, it seems pretty difficult for him to get much done in these team fights. I don't know how you play these fights as an Ursa, but it seems very, very hard.
And I do have to say also, it's like, I don't know, I'm seeing Grimstroke again doing some unbelievable stuff. I think we potentially will see more of this hero as we're getting toward the later stages of this tournament, but Save held down both cores. The silences are super effective. It enables a lot of these corners as well too on his team. Those last few fights have been pretty much perfect as, I mean, BBT, they did it last game as well too, just perfect target priority in back-to-back fights when they needed to bring things back when XG.WBG did have that lead.
Yeah, Nightfall just massive now. Has the Aegis, well on the way to being able to pick up the Basher next. And at that point, Pop gets in the middle of these fights. And Ame has to somehow find a way to get a crucial kill during his BKB, because as soon as that BKB wears off, he just can't fight.
They need to chain lock down someone in 100 to 0 them and have a number advantage, it does feel like, to have any chance in this next fight. Or the Razor somehow has to get a full link onto the Troll, which now XM with a couple back-to-back deaths is fairly fragile. So GPK fell behind for a second there, but he was, sacrificial lamb a little bit to carry for his team in that bottom fight. That was crucial to catch up. And now XM has difficulty being that front line to get a link on a pretty much necessary target, it feels like, versus the Troll. Roll.
Try and play around their Wisdom Rune. XXS is able to get in and pick it up himself. They want to get safe first. Get rid of this Grimstroke before you can get any spells off. This time they can. They kill the Grim off. Grab on towards Ame. Ame puts the BKB. They'll turn towards the Power Beast. Mirror, can he charge out with the onslaught? He can. Mirror's out of the fight. He's able to get out of there. Now Nightfall's ready to close back in onto the Razor. XM to fall. They've got to run XG.WBG. XXS trying to bounce away with a shield crash. Xingqiu's going to get left behind. Nightfall picks up another double kill.
Miro lives with a fraction of HP because of the blocks, the Crimson Guard, the shield coming out from Sven. It looked like for a second there, because they kill Save at the start, BBT is a little worried about going back in, but they've got Aegis. Nightfall just charges in onto Ame, and Ame has to reset immediately, like you said. Once BKB is done, he has to run.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even with the BKB active, you can't fight versus the Troll. This Aghanims is just the hard counter.
No, you're pretty much... Yeah, you're not going to have the fight. You're not going to have, say, the buff up. The attack speed is going to be removed. So there's very little chance to really just kill anyone if you're this Ursa. It's so hard.
And XM dies again. So the Razor, 5 deaths now. Quick acceleration of things for BBT. Game feeling it quite impossible now at this point, since the Ursa's having the, good farm, but he's countered in so many different ways, and the other 2 heroes have now fallen apart. So where do they go from here? What is the backup plan? They're still playing versus Aegis for 3 minutes. BBT, they want every fight.
Xingqiu, no. You don't want to do that.
No, bad idea. I'll just get my Bulldoze dispelled and then I'm dead. And yeah, just have to highlight the vision in particular. It was so crucial last game, especially too for BBT. This time, they don't have the most, the craziest type of wards, but it's been the ones to be able to catch the crucial team fights. That one in particular, when they caught the Razor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looking to keep this going here. Nightfall definitely feeling quite confident with that core-to-core matchup now with this type of lead.
Not for sure.
That ward is still there. DY.
Hero's going to be in with the grab. And I don't think anyone's going to have any interest in trying to help out poor DY here.
He gets the last hit on the ward at the least.
He does. He manages to get the job done. GPK up top. He's going to be able to find Xingqiu. Xingqiu, can he run away from this? He cannot. Both supports, they try and get out on the map, immediately get killed.
Yep. And I like that build too. The Yule's common build for the Sand King, but he's got the extra Dispel also versus the Bulldog, so Jingqiu can't even do this shenanigan of cutting creep waves. As Nightfall onto high ground, they still got Aegis.
Yeah, what do you do if you're XG.WBG? It feels so hard to try and push back BB team right now.
It feels like they needed more of an advantage. They got 5K, but they needed to keep that ball rolling. Just feels like everything has just been answered now at this point. Nightfall has been able to farm it. 3 massive items after the Battle Fury Aghanims timing for these next upcoming fights. And they won those fights handedly with just Battle Fury Aghanims.
And I think just, really good draft from BB team.
It really is.
We sort of heard it from the panelists as well right towards the end of it. It very much felt like XG.WBG was sort of pushed into a corner. They didn't know what... They didn't really have any options of carries to take. And as we're seeing, it's not an easy one for Arme to play out on as the Ursa.
And now they just reset. Warcry back up. And success. They'll actually even glyph the catapult, so they just want to force the issue here on BBT. They know that they can potentially even close the game out soon at this push.
They should be able to get a lot with this Aegis,
Yeah, 40 seconds left. No Rolling Thunder.
XG.WBG. Need something crazy. GPK is going to get the jump in. They go straight away for the Razor. XM. He's getting burst pretty low. He's been soul-bound. They'll cookie him to the side, but Nightfall's able to stay on top of him, take him out. No buyback available for XM as he's out for over a minute.
And Ame's just looking for an opportunity to jump, but when does he jump? Everybody's barriered up. The miss rate, the dispels, etc. There's no targets he can really go for, especially because Save is sitting all the way in the back, too. Yeah, definitely watch the Master at work. A beautiful Grim performance. And yeah, I think we're going to see more of this hero, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the other support players left in the tournament, are there other sort of names you can imagine would be quite happy to bring out the Grim and just show it off?
I mean, a lot of people can play, but I don't think anybody plays it as well as Save for me that's left in the tournament.
They're in. Right, Success is going to get broken out the initial stun here by the cookie for DY. Arme's going to attempt to try and fight. Jumps in with the BKB Enrage. He's going to get on top of Nightfall, but Nightfall's able to back off. Jingqiu in with a charge straight for the midst of the fight. Arme's still trying to step forward, but he cannot fight this. Arme's gone. No buyback for him. As the push will continue here from BB team.
The bash.
XXS, one final roll across the 3 of them. The Soul Bine's out. He'll try and retreat back to the base. They're chasing him down. The Onslaught comes in. He's also out without buyback.
That's got to be it.
They might try one more fight.
50 seconds, though, for Ame.
It's going to be their last moments here at Riyadh Masters. As BB team, they get knocked down to this lower bracket, but they are stepping it up. This lower bracket run is looking pretty solid so far, and Toronto Tokyo very excited about the amount of carry amount of farm he had this game as the support. They're ready to dive the base. They're into the fountain. See if they can get this XM kill. They probably can. Miro steps up with the pulverize. They're ready to kill off XM outside the fountain. Okay, no, he gets the BKB off. Oh,
but the buildings.
Time for some respawns. If the tier 4s are going down, XG.WBG, they'll give it one final
Nightfall
shot.
wants to keep going.
Jingqiu's in with the BKB. Start to back off. Nightfall does find the route. They're going to have Arme back up in 10 seconds.
We'll back it up. The Mega Creeps are going to start coming in pretty soon.
Now, the game ain't over until it's over.
True, but it's over.
On to the Ancient now.
Nightfall. He's got BKB, he's got Battle Trance.
Yep. He's looking to close it. Jingqiu's in with the charge. Arme's in. He's going to be able to find any sort of target jump. He's going to get in with a jump. He's going to try and control Nightfall. But
he's thrown.
He's ending the game. Ending the game. Popping the BKB. Popping the focus on towards the Ancient as BB team get the 2-0, knocking XG.WBG out of the competition.
Super well played. The draft is incredibly good, and you can see it start to play around. XG.WBG did a pretty solid job overall pressuring in the first 15-20 minutes or so, but it quickly was answered. It's not like they were so far ahead. They had, what, a 5K lead, and all it really took was one fight when BBT was actually together. Because those fights that XG was getting successfully was kind of one-by-one sequence TPs that BBT was doing to give to them, and a couple of deaths on GPK that were overextensive. And then once they group up, they got those 3 item timings that were crucial. BKB Primal, the Ags on the Troll, and then the Sven and the Grim having their shards. They ran through the fights. There was pretty much nothing going successful for XG.WBG after they got those items together and they took the team fight.
No, for sure. For sure. And I think, BB team as a team, they are stepping things back up to the level that we were expecting to see them coming into this tournament before we started to see some of the rougher performances in the earlier series. It's getting back to the level. Mira and GPK, they had some rough days, but they're now performing once more. Sure, there's still a bit of a hiccup here and there, but it's minor compared to the overall play, the overall picture of things from BB team. They've really sorted things out. They're bringing their best Dota 2 here to the main stage. And yeah, it's a bit too much for teams like XG.WBG. They themselves, whilst they just have some highlights on this run, this will be the end of their run, knocked out of the competition. BB team, they're moving on. 2-0 for them today. We're going to head over to the stage for a post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I am joined by the carry of BB team, right? That's what you said, right?
Yeah, yes, I'm real carry.
On that, Sven, I had no reason to doubt it whatsoever, and as a result of your performance, Toronto Tokyo, I actually have a gift for you, as we have Extreme Gaming will be relinquishing their key to you, and I know that you've been thoroughly enjoying the process behind what you've been doing with these keys, but DY will be bringing it over, and if you don't mind, just a quick handshake as well. Thank you very much. The spirit of competition as Extreme's run ends here, but your run continues. And that was a very, very fast run from you in this series. So let's walk me through it. Sven, support. You guys have not been flexing this hero. It has been almost always Nightfall Zero, but in this game too, finally you get your hands on it.
Yeah, I always say, Nightfall, give me the Sven, I will carry you 1v9. And he always declined, but this time I said I will play Sven or Ruin.
Great, nice. It's good to know that matchmaking habits also bleed into competitive. The other fast thing that I noticed from you is you guys are picking Chen, which you guys had not done that much. You did it once during the group stage, but finally bringing it back. Is this in response to the fact that everyone is saying that speed seems to be winning Dota these days? Over the past 3 days, we've seen really, really fast teams find success.
No, you know, it's like brain dead Dota, so you have to buy hours also. If your enemy will buy hours and you don't, you cannot win. So I said I will pick Chen and buy hours also.
But isn't that Miero's problem? I thought it's the offlaner who's supposed to be handling the auras.
He already tried once, like he bought arcane boots, pipe on Doom, and it was not good.
So you had to take the responsibility, but in game one, things did slow down a little bit. A couple of Roche fights didn't go your way. What do you do as a Chen when you can't play brain dead anymore? You got to put a little more effort into strategizing.
I needed 2 items, like pipe and mech. Then I got Philosopher and I right-click move on my carry. That's it.
So you can still be brain dead even at that stage. You just follow them around.
Yeah. I even once or few times in the game, I just press move on my carry and control creep, like pushing other lane.
Although there were a few times I saw you sit still. There was one moment in the mid lane, you were sitting in some trees. All of Extreme were walking around you while you were smoking. You're like, please don't find me. I'm just hiding right now.
No, I was ready. If they got me, I was ready to sacrifice my life. So overall, I'm playing support. So yeah.
Aside from when you're playing Sven, then you're carrying Nightfall. Toronto, Tokyo, congratulations on continuing the run. I know you're very excited to crush this, so we'll get the process underway as we send it back to the studio.
Toronto Tokyo gets to crush another key as BB team move forward. They eliminate XG.WBG here in the second game. We knew BB team's draft was strong, Effie. We actually were surprised that XG.WBG, they started out strong and we thought potentially they could do it.
Yeah, I mean, that was great drafting and great play from BB team, but XG.WBG definitely had a window where they looked good. I mean, that's why they picked the Ursa, right? They want to get that first Aegis, they want to take it away from Troll, and they want to play off of that. And they had one really good fight after that, but honestly, the way that BB team's heroes allow them to just take these long fights and constantly throw things at XG.WBG's arsenal, they really had no means for it because they were committing like Rolling Thunders and Ursa BKBs, and if they don't get enough key targets during those 2 timings, then BB team just reset so easily with their Ink Spells, their Grimstroke, their Primal Beast Blade Mail Uproar, he goes back in, their supports just cast spells from a distance. It just felt very, very easy for BB team after a certain point, honestly.
Yeah, it's just like once, like they did really well until this Troll Axe came online, like, you know, where they always do this move where they go like 4 or 5 people top because Ame's lane is just not good. But they did all of that stuff very well. But Troll Axe comes out the shard, and I think from then it's just incredibly hard for them to play. So BB team, you know, they show up, they have the right gameplay. Easy.
I agree. It was a lot of kiting from them. I think that's how they had to play fights. You have SK, you have Troll. These heroes have very low cooldowns. They can go in, they can go out. And, you know, shout outs to GPK. He was a bronze tier SK.
Yeah.
he did very well on it. On the flip side, I think you could see XM's uncomfortability with the hero, but they're forced to play this because it is the best meta mid laner right now, even though it's traditionally an off laner. So yeah, shout outs to him for a great performance.
Yeah, we got a couple of highlights we want to show you guys. Mira, the first one's yours. It's fairly early on.
Yeah, so this one is just funny because it's one of those really early 5v5 situations that happen in Dota. It happened so long ago, but basically this fight happens at the top tier 1. They bring everybody, Ame comes in, and this fight was actually going on for like 10 more seconds before the cliff started, but eventually GPK from the mid lane joins it, Sandstorms, and it's one of those situations where it goes on for so long you don't really know who it benefits ultimately, but I would say that this was actually in Veteran's favor, BB team's favor, even though they kind of traded even for kills, but this entire time, Ursa just stuck around to get 1 kill. He wasn't playing catch-up after having a bad lane, whereas for Troll, he was just TPing back into his lane. The Sand King got kills. They stalled Ursa's timings a little bit more, and these really long, drawn-out early game engagements, they can look really funny and can look really awkward, but I do think it was to BB team's favor.
It really was. The one moment that we talked about earlier where it looked like maybe Extreme had a shot after they got the Aegis. That's your highlight, is it?
Yeah, so obviously they did like a lot of good things. Like I was surprised that they even did kind of this well in the game. So because here you have the fight starting with like a Soulbind, but the Rolling Thunder and like all these charges that are coming off from like Jinkyu in this fight are kind of just like owning. Like XXS just kind of cruises through, you know, with his roll. He's separating this whole fight, and even here Nightfall, he's just, first of all, he's kind of late to the fight, and he's still 1 component away from Axe. So honestly, they're not as strong as they thought they were most likely in this fight. Because if XG.WBG had maybe 1 or 2 more fights like this, you know, maybe they had a chance. But shortly after this, Nightfall, he gets his Aghanims, and then 3 heroes can play the game.
Yeah, and we saw the proof of that in your highlight. That was the first fight where it really, really, really went wrong for XG.WBG.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of these like beginning and the end team fights just because you can see where the timing is, what the power spike is. I mean, that particular jump on the Ursa was just really nice. They clutched the silence from save there, and you know, Ursa versus Silence feels very bad, but I think this was the first fight with the Troll Ags, and it let them kite, it let them dispel the Ursa overpower. The fights never really looked the same after that point. Shoutouts to the offlaners on both sides, actually, because I feel like both were incredibly disruptive in the fights. Maybe not doing a lot of damage, but a lot of disable and a lot of backline jumping.
It's also the reason why it wasn't too hard for us to choose who is our PlayStation MVP for this series, because Miero is our MVP. Both games, he played fantastic, and I think throughout the entire tournament, he's had a very good run. Hello, Miero. Easy MVP choice for us to choose you as the MVP. What do you think? Do you feel like one of your teams should have had it instead of you, or you're like, no, I played pretty well this series?
I think in this series we just play all of the best, like all players did well. So we just play, no pressure, and stay focused, that's why.
But if you could give a free PlayStation to anyone, who would you give a free PlayStation to?
Free place?
A PlayStation. If you were to give a free PlayStation, like the console.
You mean teams or players? Or?
Yeah, what player would you give it to?
In this series?
Yeah.
Maybe Save likes it?
Save, the first one, I guess. And GPK, I think they did well. They just stuck in as heroes and doing their job. Yeah.
I think they deserve to play Save.
I think they deserve it, yeah.
Can I make this? There's not going to be any PlayStations at the moment, guys.
Jenkins?
No, it was a fantastic series. It felt for us like we were watching the BB team that we've seen throughout the year. And it took a little bit of time to get the version that you have now out. How do you feel about it? Do you feel like right now you're playing at the level where you were earlier this year, where you were on top of the game?
I think we can play much better, I guess. Always you can watch yourself and find some mistakes, and I think there is some high level. So
sky's the limit.
I wanted to ask
no limit.
That. No limit.
A lot of people in the community, and us, I'm gonna be honest, we sometimes talk about this, often talk about this. We say, if BB shows up today, they're gonna destroy. If they tilt, we're gonna see some underwhelming performances. Do you guys actually tilt? Like, what is this phenomenon that happens?
I think after the group stage, we just made some. We just watch our mistakes, and so we didn't tilt. We have a good atmosphere, and just talking that we can win, and just all what we need is fix our mistakes. So that's why.
Do you think a lot of those come from the draft? Because when I was looking at your drafts, it kind of felt like a lot of them were all over the place until the last couple of days, where they feel a lot more. You figured out the first picks more, at least in my eyes.
I think, yeah, we did well about drafts. So we was talking too much. We was playing a lot of heroes during the group stage.
Yeah.
And now we just choose our best heroes. And we just pick them and play.
Who has been the most vocal? You know, after your losses in the group stage, I feel like it just didn't go as well. Who would you like attribute your improvement to? Like, who was like the most, you know, mad after the games? Like, guys, we need to stop doing this. Like, stop that. We need to do this instead.
I think the most important one is our coach.
Okay.
So he just telling us all the time the things that we maybe forget. So and the next one is Safe. I think he's keeping up the good atmosphere in the team. Yeah, these guys.
I have a follow-up question for Safe. You and Safe, you lane very well together. I would say that he's one of the best position 4 players in the world. Do you think there's anything specific that you guys do in the lane that make you guys win some lanes that maybe you shouldn't? Do you think it's individual skill, baiting them into like bad positions? What do you think?
I think during playing the Bad team, we watch a lot of replays with him, and we're just doing the same thing. So this is really important to do what you want as two players. So you just need to connect and play Dota.
Okay, and I have one question about Game 1. Toronto Tokyo mentioned that you tried Arcane's pipe before. You didn't like it. I feel like Game 1 pipe on you could have been good. Maybe Mac on Chen, like some mid-game ball-up timing. Why don't you like it? You could also just sell it and then buy something else later.
We was talking about that after the draft, but we decided to Chen by Mac, by pipe, and I just go my own build, and it's gonna be the best for us.
Okay.
I was still very curious. Today, obviously, you're on top of your game, and you, throughout the tournament, have had very good games. I wonder if you do anything in particular before the series start to get ready for the series.
I think I'm practicing breathing a lot.
Breathing?
And, yeah, sometimes. And also, I'm doing a cold shower, like 2 years already, every day.
Wow.
Every day?
It's real.
Okay, question. Do you start warm and end cold, or is it only cold?
Oh, only cold. Like I started the medium temperature, and then when I feel like I'm okay with that, I'm just doing lower and lower, and now I'm okay. Maybe sometimes I skip 1 week, maybe.
For how,
then
how
I am
long?
going. Huh?
For like 5 minutes, 10 minutes? How long do you shower for?
About 3-5 minutes, 3-4, maybe
brutal.
2-3, maybe 4. Like I just feel like if it's a lot of me, I'm not doing. That's why.
Because that also very much helps with breathing, right? Because because otherwise you can't go through with the cold shower. That's really cool to hear. And do you feel like if you say you skipped a week sometimes, do you feel like you miss it? Like something changes?
Yeah, I miss this feeling so much if I skip.
Okay, it's awesome to hear that you do that. Obviously, before your next series, you can't prepare that way because that's later today against Tundra. So what's the plan from now until the last series of the day?
I mean, this is enough for me to take it once, so in the morning, and it stays for me like during the whole day. So I think we will prepare for drafts against Tundra and just try to beat them.
Okay, well, we're going to give you your well-deserved rest. Congratulations once again on the series and moving on, but of course also on being the MVP of the series. And good luck in your series against Tundra later today, Miro.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as Miro leaves, we can take a look at the brackets and see where BB Team is headed, because they keep moving forward in this lower bracket. They get to crush some more keys, of course. We see them at the top of your screen. They started out in that lower bracket and they're on a tear. Let's see how they do against Tundra later today. I must say, I think it's really cool to... everybody knows how good cold showers are for you. I think that's a generally known fact. Even just ending on a cold shower. I think to just do this 2 years in a row because you know it makes you a better person, that's dedication.
I just read a study on this.
You did?
It's called hormesis. it puts the body into a hormetic state, which can also happen in sauna's exercise, where you're like pushing the body with something that, if you push it too far, would kill you. For example, if you exercise too much, you would have a heart attack, right? But there's this like equilibrium that you hit where your cells have a very positive response. Depending on the thing, sauna, cold shower, it's a different thing. But for this cold showers, it gets all the melatonin out of your brain, for example. So it's great to wake up. And for Dota players,
you gotta wake up.
They gotta wake up. That's a real problem. And it does a million other things, the shock response. So it's great to hear that people are using this. This trick.
No, I love to hear that for sure. And happy faces, of course, for BB Team, but sad faces for XG.WBG as they had to take their leave here from Riyadh Masters. And for their final words, we're heading over to Coach Maps.
Yes, I have here with me the coach of XG.WBG, Maps himself. Maps, it's unfortunate that you guys have been eliminated from the tournament. You guys have now placed 8th in this tournament, and I just want to ask you, because game 1, I think the analyst desk has, and a lot of fans, all think that, you know, you guys had the better draft. You guys had a very solid draft, but can you kind of explain to us what do you think went wrong with game 1 itself? 首先就是 Maps 是非常可惜，XG.WBG 呢止步于本次利雅得大师赛的前8。我想问你，就是首先就是第一把，当时呢分析台都比较看好你们的阵容嘛，就想问你，你个人认为主要问题出在哪里呢？
可能我们今天的竞技状态不如对面吧，因为每次团战都不是打得很好，然后。就63有一波关键的团战吧，就是那波拿下，我们带盾应该这把就已经赢了，所以就是竞技状态确实不如对面吧。
Maps says that he feels that overall the team's form today is just they're not in their peak form. They're not feeling they're not feeling the competition right now, not being just playing at their best. So for example, in game 1, felt like it was more of an execution issue where everyone just simply didn't perform up to par. There was one critical team fight around Roshan where everyone just didn't perform their roles, and it resulted in losing the Aegis. They were planning on getting the Aegis and trying to end the game there. It is very unfortunate, but we do hope that you guys will be able to improve even further and to see you in future tournaments in a stronger form. 那非常遗憾，在XG.WBG 止步于这个前8，也希望我们能在未来的比赛中能看到你们打出更佳的战绩来。非常感谢 Maps。
好，谢谢。
It's always a tough side of the competition. There can be only one team taking it all at the end of the day. This is his 3rd key that he's crushed. He's so happy with this, by the way.
That is a brutal thing to do. I respect it, though. I really do.
They were told today, like, hey, if someone else wants to crush the key, it's totally okay.
he pushed his fancy away. He wants to do the crushing.
He wants to do it. He's like, I'm experienced now. I got this.
He knows.
That's awesome, though. That's what we wanted to see out of the key crushing. Players actually like enjoying the process in a show of potentially toxic but fun, overall fun sports.
He should also enjoy it, because I can tell you there's a lot of other teams that can't wait to crush their key if they get the chance.
I think everyone every team wants to crush BB Team's key.
If the players of BB Team all had an individual key, which key do you think would be crushed the most?
I think we all know the answer. Actually, it's probably between Toronto, Tokyo, and GPK.
It's GPK.
I think Toronto, Tokyo also beefs a lot with people.
There's a lot of beef with these guys. That's why they're the Beef Boys team.
True.
BBT moving forward here, I don't think is coming as a big surprise here, Kezu, in terms of how they were playing throughout the tournament versus how XG.WBG is playing.
Yeah, I feel like the improvement of XG.WBG just isn't up to maybe what we expected from them. Whereas, BB Team, they've just been doing better. Seems like they have fixed a lot of their mistakes. I feel like they're playing more together. Their drafts are good too. XG.WBG also in the draft, like, the troll thing with the Darkseer, definitely not the best trade, but yeah, BB Team look good.
Yeah, they did look really good, and I think that, overall it's just good to see them playing a more aggressive lineup, and for players that didn't step up in the group stage games to step up. But Mira said it in the interview. We were trying a lot of heroes. We were trying a lot of different things. We've kind of narrowed it down to what we like. So hopefully we'll see an even stronger version moving forward too.
Yeah, and it looks like they have as well. Like you can just look at their Dota buff and see that their openers look a lot more normal. There's none of this Storm Tusk shenanigans that they're doing. It's nice to also hear that he figured out some of the builds that they like to do. Who's buying the pipe? Who's buying the mech? We have to play this fast Dota, but somebody's got to deal with this. We have to decide who it is. Yeah. And it also, does this mean we can lay to rest the idea that, at least for this tournament, there's any tilt involved if they lose? Maybe it's just...
To be honest, I mean, we always talk about that because we feel that that could be an issue. It could just also be nerves. The fact of the matter is, BB Team has been going deep very frequently.
They have.
But they've also, like, as a Dota player, overall, any pro will lose way more than they win, right?
Yeah.
So surely by now, they should not tilt from losses.
Maybe he's the wrong person to ask to, because that man takes cold showers.
That's true.
He's cool. I don't know if that's the guy you want to ask about tilt. He doesn't know what tilt means after 2 years of cold showers.
That's pretty cool, actually. It's a very strong practice of discipline, especially from someone so young. I think the tilt factor is more like assigned to the games as they're happening, but to not carry the tilt outside of the games to your team comms and your conversations and your, feedback sessions, that's where it really matters. And it seems like they don't have that problem.
Yeah, I also think, like, sure, you can always talk about the feelings. Sometimes you just get outplayed. Like, you get to the grand finals, you're going to face the best team, which has happened to them countless times. Yeah. And I've seen them throw games not because of nerves, but outplay. It happens.
It happens. That's what happens all the time. At least, that's the goal. At least that the best Dota wins, which it did today. I do want to close the book on XG.WBG because it's not just sad to see them go, but Jenkins, it's also sad to see the last team from the Chinese region go.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we are getting very deep into the tournament. It's going to happen. We already had to close the book on NA. And
very early, yeah.
We had to close the book on SA. Are there any SA players that are left in the pool?
No, Whisper got eliminated.
Whisper got eliminated. Tomato
also out.
Also, he counts as NA because he's NA-SA. So yeah, there's the book closing is going to happen. I think China as a region is incredibly passionate and also was so dominant in Dota for so long that it feels like, when it's not China versus Western Europe, it feels a little odd just considering Dota's history, but it is in line with how Dota has been for the last few years, and I think XG should be proud of their performance because I really do feel like they put China back on the map.
Yeah, and they have a chance to do that again at the International where they will be present again.
They've been the only consistently good Chinese team this year. And honestly, we heard it from XXS when we interviewed him a few days ago. He said that they practiced a bunch of different strats and a bunch of different heroes before coming into this tournament in their region, in SDA in China, and scrimming those teams. Then they came to Europe. They started scrimming the European teams, and they realized everything they practiced sucked. And there were all of these really good heroes that they weren't playing, and that wasn't on their radar. So I don't know what it needs to be done exactly. Like, there needs to be some kind of, they need to hire somebody to scout, Send them to Europe.
Yeah, I was going to say just boot camp earlier.
They need a spy.
You don't know what region is good. And I get it's easy to say right now. It's like, okay, Western
I mean, you can look right now. I think Euro's pretty good.
Obviously. Speaking of brain dead, like, and you can see that, right? But it's like sometimes it's Eastern Europe. Sometimes, it's been a very long time, it's NA. SA has
You're pretty safe to just bootcamp in Europe before TI and scrim good.
That's what you should do.
I get it.
They will do that now.
Who knows? Blacklist Rivalry could have come in and smashed everybody in this tournament, or Aurora.
True.
Say he shall not be named at this point, but it could have happened. It sometimes happens.
Anything can happen.
But it didn't happen.
Right.
I just feel like
but that's a results-based argument. I'm not here for that.
I just mean that you can look at the data and just make like an educated guess. Because it's like you can make a guess right now based on the results this year that boot camping in Europe is probably what you want to do before a TI.
Well, Falcon
sounds bad. Sounds bad.
They have Amar. He's kind of carrying them.
Just scrim on 400.
Whatever. I agree with you. Actually.
Back to you, Shiver.
Western Europe is the. I'm not gonna say what I was about to say. Okay, go ahead. I was gonna make a rap reference.
You have a person that scouts everything, and you know, you try out
get behind
everything that everybody is playing, and you pick and choose and decide what's best.
I think that makes sense.
That
does make sense. Keep it up, guys.
Just hire extra people, or you know, you can just have your coach put maps to work a little bit more.
Put maps on the map.
That was a really low blow joke, but thank you for that. But yeah, no, it is sad that we say goodbye to them, but at the same time, it is a competition, and saying goodbye to teams is something that, for example, today we're going to do the whole day. This was only series number 1 of a day filled with eliminations. There's 2 more series after this because BB Team was pretty fast in getting this 2-0. We will have a little bit of a break, but it will be worth it because we're going to have a fantastic series on our hands. I'm going to ask your opinion quickly because I know, Jenkins, you're not going to be on for that series. Is Spirit PSG Quest? What are you thinking?
Oh, you know my answer. It's really unfortunate. Speaking of the MENA region, I do think that you got to look there for some of these strategies, but it is going to be Spirit putting everybody in the dumpster until the grand finals. I believe it is going to be Spirit versus Game in grand finals, wholeheartedly.
Mira?
I can't make such a bold prediction, but Spirit are a team that thrive in high-pressure situations. They're like no stranger to being in the lower bracket, and they clutch more games than any other team. So everyone's going to favor them going into this, but I do want to shout out PSG Quest because nobody thought they would take out OG, and they did with flying colors.
Yep. I will also, I will lead with, you know, Spirit, but anyone can beat anyone. We've seen it at this tournament. If they show up, they can do it. Spirit will not make it to the grand final.
Quest has done well, but the buck stops here.
Very good.
The question is also if either team, at the end of the day, whoever wins in the upcoming series, they'll go up against Falcons tomorrow morning, if I'm correct.
Falcons has done well, but the buck stops here.
Thank you for your contribution, Jenkins. We're going to find out what's going to happen. It's going to be Team Spirit versus PSG Quest coming at you after a break.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
welcome to another Riyadh Roundtable. I am Slacks here to talk about not Dota with Team Spirit. Look how excited you guys are. I got collapse of beer. It's so good to see you. Welcome for the not Dota discussion.
Hello again.
We did this last year, and it was pretty cool. I mean, last year you guys won, right?
Yeah, like a bit.
A bit?
Yeah, like only 2 tournaments, right?
Well, you know, I mean, it was pretty hot.
3 tournaments, yeah.
Yeah, but this was one of the tournaments you won, right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty big deal.
That was nice.
Welcome back. You guys are the champions. Come back home. Well done. And your reward is this fantastic little talk with me.
Yes.
I'm
nice.
so sorry. This is the best we could do.
Thanks for reward.
Yes, no problem. Is this a new tat, by the way, or is that old?
No, like it was the last year too. So.
Oh, really?
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
You didn't like notice, but it's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm
It's
not
fine.
looking very, you know. Does it symbolize anything? You want to talk about it? Do you like tattoos?
No.
Don't talk about it?
No.
Sorry. Okay, no problem. You got any tats?
No.
No?
He has.
I got the Team Spirit logo right here. And that's...
He too.
You do?
Yeah. On his back too.
On the back,
But
same
lower,
thing?
but lower a bit.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
All right. So what are you guys doing outside of Dota? What's going on in your lives? How's the last year been since our last cringe discussion?
We don't have lives.
Come on. Yes, you do.
No, for
Ask
real.
our manager.
Ask the manager about your lives?
Yeah.
Brothers, please.
We are like
don't have
prisoners.
What even? How much do you play Dota every day?
For 10 plus hours.
10 plus hours.
Yeah.
Do you think that's necessary to maintain your level?
That's like bare minimum. To
Bare
maintain.
minimum.
Yeah.
Do you agree? 10 hours?
No.
He's crying, but he like still plays.
Save me, please.
How much do you play per day?
Maybe 6 or 8 hours.
6 or 8. Okay, that seems healthier.
Yeah.
That seems fine.
I'm a normal
lying.
person.
Yeah.
He is lying because when we have like a boot camp, we like wake up at like 11 like in the morning, and we play like till 12 in the night. So.
Damn.
So he's lying.
Okay.
Yeah. If there's a boot camp, of course.
Well, yeah, boot camp's your job, you know? That's not like casual. Okay.
Yeah.
How's the double downs for you boys?
I deleted it.
You deleted the coins. Is this good advice, you think?
Yeah.
Never worth doubling?
I don't want the MMR inflation.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're standing up to the system.
Yeah. If you want
It's
to
not
change the
working.
world, start with yourself.
Damn. That's hype.
That's deep. Like didn't help the system. So like everyone has 14.5 and plus MMR.
Sure.
And they're just like abusing system.
You think they should reset it
Yeah.
after Crown Fall's
it's
done?
time. It's time.
Yeah?
That's the best time to like wipe it out.
Everybody, yeah. It could be good. Do you think they would do that after TI?
No.
Why not?
They just don't care.
They don't care. They did do a MMR wipe, though.
I think they just cared.
Like 5 years ago.
Of the players.
That wasn't 5 years ago. It couldn't have been. I was immortal when they did the wipe. So that's sad. It couldn't have been 5 years. It could have been like, that was like a year ago, right?
No.
Oh, no.
I think no. I think it was like a lot of time ago.
At least no wipe, but
just wipe like all the
double downs.
No.
Oh, the double
from
down.
Dota.
The double down abuse, just that? They just cut everybody in half? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do you guys still enjoy Dota? I know that you have to play for your jobs, but do you still
Yeah.
play for fun?
No.
Sometimes.
He's so depressed at this.
No, I'm not.
No?
He's lying.
It's just my job.
Oh, come
I'm
on.
Struggling like every day.
Jeez. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
What hero?
It's my job. Like.
Okay. You don't wake up and say, like, I really want to play this hero today?
Yes, I really wanna play this hero today like this.
Which one?
Like only Nyx for last like 2 weeks. Like only Nyx Assassin. Like that I like enjoy, but I have to play Weaver.
I mean, Weaver's fun. I mean, that's all bug heroes. What's up with that?
Yeah, bug heroes. They're like super OP now.
The bugs?
Yeah, it's bug meta. Sand King,
Sand King?
Nyx, Weaver.
Yeah, that's true.
Bug meta.
Are there any other bugs?
Yeah, there's enough bugs in Dota.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys think they're ever going to come out with Ringmaster?
Maybe next year. Next, like early spring, they said.
Early spring? Yeah, they did. Maybe they didn't say what year it was, you know? They did say spring.
Yeah, maybe next year.
10 years from now, perhaps. Okay. What else you guys doing besides Dotes? I know you lie and you say you play 10 games a day. What's your last memory of not Dota?
I was 5. I was 5 with my parents, and we were like on the sea. Just a nice beach, like real life.
Do you wish you said something to them before, you know, you played Dota and you lost hanging out with them forever when you were just a young 5-year-old?
Yeah, I would say that I love them. I haven't seen them for like a long time.
Team Spirit boot camps are crazy.
Yeah.
Holy moly. What's the last memory you have outside of playing Dota, brother?
I don't remember.
You don't even remember.
Oh my God, they've broken you guys over there. Woo! Well, are you gonna win this event? Like you guys, usually you have your sleep period, like a dragon, and then you wake up and you terrorize and then you sleep again.
Yeah,
are we on the wake up or are we on the sleep?
I hope the wake up, because like if you don't win, we're gonna be like forced to play more, and I'm gonna die, I think, if I play more.
Who's doing this to you? Who makes you guys play so much?
Manager Corbin.
The manager?
Yeah, he's guilty of like all this.
My goodness,
like all this process. Before this tournament, like we got like uniform packed.
Yeah.
And like visa were like photos like on the top.
Sure.
And they found like I'm like prisoners. They're taking like his rope and his dog, and they're just taking it. Okay, boss, we're going.
Why don't you guys vote him out? You guys are his boss, you know?
We can't. No, we're not.
What, you can't? What do you mean?
No, we are not boss.
Oh my goodness. Who would you trade him for? You could trade him for anybody.
For anybody.
Oh no.
Maybe for Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling, yeah.
Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, nice trade for us.
That'd be your favorite manager replacement as Ryan Gosling. He would have no time for you guys.
Yeah.
He's busy with his career.
It's not a big deal.
It's a very big deal. Would you guys want to be in movies?
No.
Be actors?
No.
No?
No.
So if they were making a Hollywood movie about Dota 2 esports and they wanted to follow you guys and you star in the movie?
Okay, yeah.
Hollywood millionaires?
Like Hollywood, Dota movie?
Sure.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Okay. What if they wanted to make a Dota movie and they had actors play you guys?
Mm-hmm.
What actors would you have play each other if you had to pick?
I think Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson for you?
Yes, for me.
That's a good actor.
I think it's nice.
Okay. You got the same look, basically. You guys look absolutely 1-to-1.
Yes.
That's crazy.
That's true.
All right.
You?
You? Who would you have? Who would play you?
I'm thinking maybe Dwayne Johnson.
Dwayne Johnson.
Oh, The Rock.
Yeah, The Rock.
Dwayne Johnson as you? I see it.
For sure, for sure.
For sure.
That's him.
How about your teammates?
Toro is Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, he ain't doing too hot right now, but okay, sure. Yeah, Bruce Willis.
Laro probably is Brad Pitt.
Who?
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt for who?
Yes, Laro.
Oh, wow.
That's a copy like of like Brad Pitt.
Yeah, I would have said Matt Damon, but Brad Pitt's pretty
Matt
good
Damon
too.
is like decent too.
Yeah, okay.
And Miposhka is like Edward Norton.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
sure. How about your terrorizing manager? Who would be the bad guy?
Maybe Al Pacino.
Al Pacino?
Yes, Al Pacino for Corbin. I think it's a good example.
Yeah, that'd work. How about me? Danny DeVito?
The guy from Pulp Fiction, the second bandit.
Samuel Jackson.
Black one. Yeah.
Samuel Jackson for me? That is a compliment. Thank you, guys. That's huge. You probably drop as many F-bombs as I have in these interviews, so that's fantastic. Cool. Well, great. All right, guys. What would you want to say to the Team Spirit fanboys? Because they've had quite a ride for the last year. You know, the Team Spirit viewers at home watching every single Team Spirit vlog. Make sure you check it out. What would you say to them as they watch you here at this tournament?
Vote for the new manager as Ryan Gosling.
Yes.
Vote for a new manager.
All right, so your official orders are to spam Ryan Gosling's Twitter asking if he would love to be Team Spirit's manager. What a great message to the fans. Thank you so much. Get out there, Team Spirit fans, and get us Ryan Gosling. And if you're watching the rest of the tournament, don't forget to watch Team Spirit as well. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you soon at the Riyadh Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, and that time has come for a hometown beatdown. We have a great episode of Sleet Fighter here for you today. In a green corner, you might call him a noob, but is anything up? Let's just bring him out. It's Noob! Noob, come on out. And in a red corner, his best friend, worst enemy, #1 face puncher, it's Omar! Our two combatants are ready to beat the hay out of each other, so let's just go ahead and throw it over to our friend, BSJ, who's rhyme.
Thank you, Slacks. I'm here for another round of Sleet Fighter with PSG Quest. We got the mid laner Noob, and we got the support player Omar. Now, I know in the game you guys work together, but today you're going to be going against each other. Is that something that, do you guys have a competitive vibe within the team?
Yeah, I'm always winning.
Always winning. How do you feel about that, Omar?
I'm not sure if we always playing together. Sometimes, even in game, we're playing against each other.
Oh, then this is going to be good practice for when that situation happens. So, I know you guys are a little bit limited on the experience, but what's your strategy going into the hero pick phase here?
I'm picking Tusk. It's the only hero I played in the Dota 2 Sleet Fighter. So.
I heard Ducalis saying Venge is broken, so...
That's good enough for me.
Hope it's not Ducalis info and it's true info.
And if it's bad info, then it's not your fault.
Exactly.
Let's get into a round one. We got ourselves a best of 5. Each one is 3 rounds.
Go test first.
Go test.
Okay, so we've had a mutual truce to test out the buttons. Accidentally firing there.
Go.
Okay, so they both have ground projectiles. Okay, that's the penguin coming in. And he's learning to block. Okay. Got a little bit of medicine. Oh, okay, the truce is done. As they are at
Easy game?
Bro,
easy game.
You hit me 3 times.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
But we were testing, bro.
Enough test.
Okay. Yeah, the testing is over. We are in round 2 of game 1. What? As the testing is over, Amar, you're allowed to hit him.
Bro.
Amar, it's too easy.
Bro, oh, the perfect.
What's your hero?
Bro, play.
How I reach? How I reach?
Maybe your controller is broken, bro.
How I reach?
Okay, so that was game 1 of the best of 5. Are you keeping your strategy, Noob? Same thing?
Same strat.
Okay, we're mixing it up, Omar. Bad information. Okay, back to Marcy. Tusk versus Marcy. I feel like this is a good support matchup in lane. Okay. Still trying to close the gap. Omar is struggling.
Bro.
There you go. You go. There you go. Oh.
Amar, fight, bro.
How I'm supposed to reach you?
It's not perfect.
How I'm supposed to reach you? You just spam.
You have a kick. You can kick in with Mars.
Bro, I don't know about...
Use dash kick. Dash attack.
Oh, there. Oh, okay. He's even coaching his opponent here. That's true camaraderie between the players.
Oh, wordless kick. It's wordless kick, bro.
I'm sorry, Amar.
But it's not his heroes. Go draft phase. Go ban heroes.
Okay, so we got 2-0.
I ban Tusk. Go.
Okay.
You're banning yourself out of Tusk.
It's okay. I will give him advantage. What do you want to ban?
I ban Venge.
Okay, I go Mars.
For gameplay. You go Mars.
Wow, we are simulating the pro-style drafting right now. I like this. We're in game 3. Omar, it's time. It's your time, bro. It's your time. Everybody wants that game 5, the reverse sweep. Ooh. Okay.
Hit them with that.
With the ban phase, this is more of the support's drafting style. Oh, no? Is it first round goes to a...
Oh,
okay.
Can finally win. No task.
Taking a little nap there on the ground?
There is no task. I can play.
I feel like Noob was one of those players that played Tusk mid when it was good.
I was the best Tusk.
Yeah.
He says he's the best in everything. Don't believe him.
Bro, I still don't know how to put you in.
No task, he can't win.
Okay.
Are we sticking to the bans? Is that like a...
No, we need to change every time.
Do you need to change the bans?
Go ban phase again. Go captain's mode.
Captain's mode for game 4.
Go
as
ban.
It's 2-1.
I ban task.
DB ban.
DB ban. Wait.
I am...
So the question is Tusk the problem or is Dawnbreaker the game changer?
I mean, you picked Vange?
Yes.
I go Bristol.
Okay. Completely new matchup here.
My boy looks like he doesn't want to fight.
He does, yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, you got the block down. The timing on the block is good.
How are you blocking even?
I think it's the double left or double right, one of those two. Oh,
Marito.
Bro. Choose to get punched in the dome. Oh, the turnaround.
Bro. Come back.
Oh, yeah.
No Tusk, no luck.
No Tusk, no luck. Okay, we're playing the poke game. This reminds me of Fox and Super Smash Bros. Oh, man, that talent is painful.
Come on, Marito.
Maniacal laugh.
Marito.
Bro.
Perfect, Marito.
Bro, what's my ultimate?
I don't know.
I have nothing.
I don't think you have it.
You have an ultimate.
What is this
You
hero?
don't have to press
What
it.
is this hero? I mean, Bristleback in regular Dota doesn't have an ultimate either. Oh, the club.
Take this. Oh.
Oh, is this the end of the end? Game 4 and the series.
Spamming. What right now?
I won the best of 5 from Marito.
That's best of 9, no?
I think that best of 9 is going to have to be settled at some other time as a noob victory speech for the people at home.
Anytime you play against somebody, you will win, guys.
Omar, you got anything to say about that, man?
I heard nothing.
You heard nothing?
Yes.
Okay, we'll let you guys sort this out within the team as wish you guys best of luck future in the tournament, and back to you guys.
Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Facet Blind Ranking. That is right. It is a very fun game where we have some very fun talent. Our boys from PSG Quest Esports. Did I say the whole name?
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good. Fantastic. Welcome, gentlemen. We, of course, have Noob and Omar. Do I have to say the exclamation point when I say noob? Do I have to say no?
But I think you need to do
Noob?
Exactly.
Okay,
I
so...
think you need to do the trademark.
Oh, that is a trademark. We're going to be playing today Facet Ranking. Now, you're going to rank these facets from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. However, I only give you 1 at a time, so you must be careful. Don't do 10 from the first one. You might not know what's coming. Are you guys ready to play?
We're ready.
Sure.
Great. Do you know facets?
Kinda.
No? You haven't memorized all the innates, all the facets? Okay. We'll see. All right, well, let's begin with number 1. This is Snot Rocket. This one comes from our boy Bristleback. Max stacks and armor reduction per stack is increased. Damage of releasing quill spray from taking damage. He does nasal goo instead to all nearby allies. So, he goos. Big goo. What do you think about the Snot Rocket, boys? 1 through 10.
Looks like a scam.
I would say 7.
7.
7.
Is that accurate there?
7, like, it's bad.
Ah, I see.
I mean, yeah, that's 3 away from worst.
Okay. Maybe 8? 7 or 8.
Each gives a different ranking. Or
No. You're a team. You have to decide together.
7.5.
7.5.
We can go 7 or 8, doesn't matter.
Go 8. Go 8.
8. You don't see this a lot? Not really? Bristleback?
It's not even played. So.
Yeah.
Dang. Do you think it will get played
I mean,
soon?
I watched some official. He actually played with the other facets, so.
Oh, okay. So you trust them?
Yeah.
Very well. Well, that was a quick answer. Let's see if we can get a little harder. Next up is Slugger for Earthshaker. He makes the enchant totem. If you kill someone with it, any enemy, they go flying, dealing damage to people that hit along the path.
It's a good talent. It helps you farm.
Yeah,
like
I think so.
You both think it's good. How good?
Yes.
5 or 6?
It's not the best, but the other one is not good. So this one's better.
Something like 4, 5, 6. You
4,
can choose.
5.
You can.
It's average. Go 5.
Go 5.
Yeah.
Guys, this is the least anyone's argued on this show so far. How come you guys are so in sync here?
Mid laner pose for chemistry, you know what I'm saying?
Of
He
course.
steals my room. Doesn't count. Stuff like this.
You gotta be nice to each other, I guess. All right, very well. Well, moving right along then, Liquid Frost. This is Jakiro. Jakiro's attacks chill his enemies, slowing movement for 4 seconds and increasing damage taken from attacks. Does not apply to buildings.
I
see Ducal is taking this one every game.
One or two. No, it's actually insane good.
I don't know.
Just
not two, not one. Give one later.
Yeah, exactly. I think two.
Two?
Yeah.
Is this one really that good? I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't even affect buildings anymore, bro.
But it's just insane for laning. It's just you QE some guy and he doesn't want to play anymore.
Yeah, that is very accurate in most of my games against
It's
Jakiro.
very strong.
For
It's
sure.
very
How come we're not seeing it in the main stage? Where's your Jakiro at?
You are seeing it, no?
Yeah?
I think people are picking it a lot, and even we picked it one game. I mean, we lost, but in general, this hero.
Maybe we lost because of Jakiro.
It was Jakiro's fault, wasn't it?
Probably.
Of course, it's always post 5 fault.
Absolutely. All right. This one's a big one, okay? Pudge, Flayer's Hook.
Oh my
Meat
God.
Hook deals bonus damage based on the distance pulled, but base damage is reduced overall. So long distance hooking.
This should be top 2, bro, but we already.
But no, it's after the nerf. It doesn't deserve.
Really?
Yes, it's nerfed because they removed hook speed.
3?
It matters a lot. I don't think
it's not
3.
1.
It's it's not that high. I think no.
4 or 3?
Should be 4 or 6.
6?
Yes.
6?
Because I mean not 6 because it's
Bro,
not.
I play against
4.
Pudge, he's
4.
killing
4.
him with
4
1.
then.
Okay, 4 is
4.
4?
Because I wouldn't rank it higher because they nerfed it and you don't take it on core anymore.
4.
So it's 4.
Do you guys see a lot of Pudges in the higher ranks
I
these
lose
days?
every game to Pudge.
Bro, tell him who's the best Pudge.
Every game someone
Tell him.
picks Pudge, auto win.
Bro,
Why?
say who's best Pudge. Say it.
Man, it's not him. He just lands one hook, team goes AFK.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, but do you think that this hero is going to get back to being, first pick, first ban status anytime soon?
I wouldn't think so.
I don't think so.
No.
Maybe some people will play it.
We're safe for now. I hope it continues. Next up is Event Horizon. This one is for Enigma. Units in a 600 radius moving away from Enigma have a 15% move speed penalty. I think this is his innate, if I... Might be. No, it's not, sorry.
No. I think
Event
6.
Horizon.
6. It's not very bad. It's actually decent. Just
go 7. We will get 1.
7.
But we ranked 8 the first one. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
You
Go
guys
7.
use 8, 5, 2, and 4.
Yeah.
Go
so
7.
This is a 7. That's not very high, guys. I thought you said it was okay.
We made some mistakes. We made some mistakes. Move on. We learn. We live. We improve.
Move speed penalty, 15%. Is that a lot?
On laning stage, it's decent.
Sure.
People
Yeah.
cannot actually run away from you.
Okay.
It's actually decent.
Hey, I guess I never really noticed before, but you're right.
I never noticed. I don't play the hero.
It's because most people actually take the other one. The one where you, if they hit you, you make Eidolon.
Yeah.
I think people mostly take this, but I think the other one's actually decent.
Okay.
It can work for sure.
I'll take it for you. Now, as our Jakiro experts here, it's time for Liquid Fire, the other one. Jakiro burns his enemies in an area of effect with fire added to his attack, slowing their attacks. Liquid Fire.
We can give it 9 out of 10.
9.
Really? The ice is so
I mean,
much
no
better?
one's taking it.
Oh,
no one is
really?
taking it.
Wow.
Everyone's taking the other one.
Wow.
Yeah. Goten.
10
Yeah.
is the worst one.
Yeah.
Damn.
We removed 10.
Why is that?
I
other
think
one's just so much
I
better.
haven't seen it actually. This patch, no joke. I haven't seen it.
Damn. Okay, noted and goated. So be it. Next up is Insensitive. This is the Fever from Troll Warlord. It grants armor per stack while in melee form.
Oh.
What's the other one? For Troll?
No, I know this one that you get armor with stacks from Fervor, but the other one I'm not actually sure. But everyone's taking this one for
Really?
Troll, yeah. It's actually decent.
I have no idea what it does. He
Did
explained, but I didn't even
we
listen.
put 3? Third skill of Troll. When you're taking stacks, you get armor.
Melee form.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty typical mid laner. Stop paying attention. Doesn't care.
Use 3?
We didn't use 3. I think.
I mean,
Three,
it's
6.
We have 1,
9.
3, 6, 9.
1, 3, 6, 9. That's correct.
You want 6? 3 or 6?
Just it's a carrier. Go 6. Who cares?
6.
Go 6. Okay.
Who cares?
Who cares? It's a big deal. Carries matter. Not really. Okay, next up is Chronic Nourishment. This is a passive for Leshrac. That's right. Leshrac restores mana equal to damage. 50% manage.
It's the one you
should have given 6. We have 3, 9. It's not
1, 3, 9.
for sure.
It's 1, 1 for sure.
1, 3, 9.
It's not
I mean,
that-
it's decent.
It's not good enough to be 3. It's like Should give it 9.
Quinn would be disappointed.
Quinn will be very upset. Are you going for 9 on this one?
It's not a 3.
Go. I mean, he's the mid laner. He judges this one.
Okay.
I can't.
9.
It's not me.
Really?
It doesn't
It's him.
change anything. It's just.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang, you would think so. It sounds pretty good. All right, this one isn't an 8. Symmetry. Void Spirit gains physical damage barrier when dealing magical damage.
Bro, we made the same
So
mistake.
1 or a 3?
This is 10.
This is.
Yeah, go 3.
Go 3. Can you please explain why this one's so good?
We don't have choices.
No, I mean, you have to explain why you put it as 3, man.
Gives him barrier. Barrier is really important. It keeps you alive.
He's just mid lane. He's just Void Spirit fan. This is why.
I'm the best
He's
Void
just
Spirit out there.
copium. It's copium over here.
Make sure you're banning it against you guys, is that
Yes,
correct? Okay, noted. All right, well. And of course, this would be number 1 then.
Of course.
Congratulations. This
For
one
sure.
is Sunder. There's no minimum health
Oh, it's actually
threshold
top
for
one.
Sundered
You buy
enemies.
armlet big.
Yeah, it's actually insane. It's broken. It's overpowered. It's
Have you done this before?
Yes, of course.
Yeah?
You did it
Yes.
to us in
I actually won like 4 games on TB. doing this.
Ho!
No joke. I
No
played it
joke.
plus 4.
What is the build?
I mean, usually you'd go for something like drums blink, armlet dagon, it depends. Something like this. You're just literally removing one hero from the game.
We're going to see this in pro games then?
You saw it on
I mean,
Yeah.
if someone would do it, should be 9 class. He's the one most probably will do it. And I
okay.
think you might even see it.
Now, I tried this. I watched that game, and I went in a game, and I didn't really look at the enemies. I was against a Necrophos, and I believe it's a hero.
TV insta. Right?
Yeah, it was not good. I blinked in with the 0, and Necro killed me just from existing. So
It needs good players to do it.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I think it's a player problem, not a hero.
The skill issue? Whatever, guys. All right. So how do you think your ranking went?
Horrible.
Good? Yeah.
Horrible.
Horrible?
No, I think it's fine.
Bro,
Not the best, but
what
it's fine.
With Spirit top 3?
Bro,
Don't
it's fine,
talk.
it's fine.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much. I hope you learned a lot watching from some true experts out there. And good luck with your facet choices. We'll see you next time.
See you.
Bye.
Do you enjoy doing content?
Yeah, of course. It's my favorite job at Cybersport.
At cyber sports?
Yeah, my favorite part.
The movie, what's the movie parody that you did for the Team Spirit content? Which movie was it?
I'm not remember. It was like some part of some vlog, part of vlog. I remember.
Who was the Fight Club one? Who was the Fight Club one?
Fight Club one?
Yeah, there's somebody who was Fight Club. Was it?
Laurel.
Oh yeah, it was Laurel. That was good. Yeah, Laurel talking to himself. Yeah, that was good. Do you enjoy getting makeup when you go to these events?
Not really. Not really. That's all.
How does he compare to other people that you've done makeup for? Is it easy to do makeup on him?
Yes, of course it's easy.
Because he's a beautiful boy?
Yeah, of course.
He's got very calm demeanor, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yes, it's calm and relaxed. It's chill.
Is that what makes you a good captain of your team, the fact that you're so calm?
Not really, because I don't feel the same, but I'm trying to be calm.
Do you remember when you pretended to have an injury so that way Yatoro would push you around? Because you said to me you want him to actually carry you for once. Why did you say that? Who is the player on your team that is the most helpful now that you're in this injured state?
I think everyone's helped me a lot. Like, I can't choose only one.
Is it Yatoro?
I will not choose. Said what?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this has been an interview with Team Spirit. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. Looking good. Thank you for the interview. And we'll get back to you.
From STC Arena, Kiali reporting, while the PUBG Mobile World Cup kicks off, we have, of course, the club competing for the #1 club in the world. While that, they invested in so many teams. We have the Falcons, took the runner-up for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, runner-up. And we have the champion competing for Al-Ula. While we have from the Brazilian region, we have Team Twisted Minds acquired the 4th place. And the 1st place is, of course, Liquid. Which one of these clubs will prevail, and how is PUBG Mobile going to be unfold?
Great to get some updates of all the other games that are going on here at the Esports World Cup. But the only update you guys really need to know is that we're on to our 2nd series. Another elimination one between Team Spirit and PSG Quest. Thanks to Jamil Motorsports, our teams are rolling into Qiddiya Arena. They're going to be setting up and getting ready for this series themselves. It's massive what is on the line for them. I already talked about it. Elimination. You want to keep that key for yourself. You don't want to hand it over to be crushed. That would be absolutely devastating, but it is the middle of the day. There's been a changeover in the panel. I got BSJ standing next to me and Lacoste as well, also jumping on here. Staying true though is Kezu remaining.
That's me. You know, you can't get rid of me. Sorry, you guys will have to endure for one panel, but I also have to endure with this guy. Keep it up, Lacoste.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it up with all the good stuff that has been happening so far in Riyadh Masters. We've seen, you know, wbg.xg team eliminating XG.WBG. Not a very convincing series from them, and this one, I think it's gonna be a spicy one. Team Spirit, we've seen them, you know, do well. They always power up, but also Quest. They're one of the teams that played quite a lot of games in this tournament. They played like 27 games so far, and I think they learned a lot from the games that they played.
Yeah, I remember looking back at Riyadh last year as well for Quest. They went through play-in stage yet again. They came out of their groups on top, and it just feels like this year is very reminiscent of that. The underdog, what people aren't really expecting. The only remaining play-in team still here, Brian.
Yeah, this is a formidable team. At the beginning of this year, they were gate-kept by Falcons through all the qualifiers, so they haven't really gotten to show their stuff. And I think both these teams are indicative of the fact that they're very strong, but this meta doesn't necessarily suit them. Like the way that they both like to play, very team fight heavy, very like tank oriented. Like the Quest, for instance, like the Blade Mail Hard, the Eternal Shroud meta fit Noob's heroes really well. And on the side of Team Spirit, we're seeing like Collapse still try to go with Magnus and such, and it not working out, while teams like Liquid and Gaimin are feasting on this meta. So I don't think either of these teams looks any weaker this event than they ever have. It maybe doesn't quite fit them, the heroes that are good right now.
Yeah, I also wonder how much factors into having the day rest. We didn't see Spirit play at all yesterday, whereas Quest, because there were the 4 lower bracket matches, Spirit played 2 days ago, and Quest only played yesterday. So, you know, where is the momentum based for them, Lacoste? What actually does benefit each?
They actually had 3 days after the group stage, Quest that is, to figure stuff out for them. And I feel like, you know, coming into the playoffs, they managed to secure some of the good picks, because their drafts, they're looking really good. They're also not afraid to experiment. They're playing, I would say, not as fast as some other teams in the upper bracket, but they have their own style of Dota, which I do respect. And I like when they were playing, you know, these snapfires from the mid lane. These are when heroes were not as popular. This is something that Noob does really well, and these heroes are very strong right now. So he's been the stable, like most stable player in the team, I would say. And I've been following his career for a long time, and he always delivers.
But what about on the side of Team Spirit, Kezu?
I feel like they, they got their asses kicked pretty hard by Liquid, which they needed. But I feel like, they're the type of team that they need one loss, they'll improve, and they're here.
Well, let's see if that's exactly what they believe, as well as Purge was able to catch up with one of their players.
Hey, I'm here with Mira of Team Spirit. In your previous match, you guys ended up doing it was a 2-0, right?
2-0.
2-0? You 2-0'd your opponent?
Yeah.
Okay. How did that match feel for you guys?
Like it was like not easy, but we were like confident that we're gonna win because we had like the perfect draft. So like even like if we fail in the early stage, we would still win like later on, and we stole like many good heroes from them, and they I think just like wasn't prepared to like what we like gonna pick, and it was like maybe like not easy, but okay.
Okay, what's your confidence level as a whole for the tournament? Because you guys have had some good wins and some losses as well, but you're going through a lower bracket, you've got a long road ahead of you.
I think that we still have time to learn meta. I think we are not as good as Liquid or maybe Falcons GG yet, but we still have time, and we need to learn a lot because this tournament is super tempo Dota, super fast Dota. We are not used to it. We just want to farm and play slow, but like enemies just don't let us, and they just end us super fast. So we need to like adapt and to play faster, and we have like one more series to adapt.
Well, one person that was farming heroes was Laurel on the Tiny. Do you think Tiny is just too good right now? Because he's still making it past ban phases sometimes, and it's surprising me.
I think there are two teams on this like tournament. The Tiny like is first pick and is very good, but not for like everyone. Like that's why someone is not banning it. But I think for example, Liquid is the best hero because you can pick it like first stage. You can flex it between mid and position 4, and you can just pick it like without hitting like enemy mid laner, and it will feel just fine. So and it is super tempo as well. That match to their style. So yeah, for some teams like it's OP and you should be banned.
All right, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck on your match.
Thank you.
Mira being very honest there, that they like to farm, they like to sit back, they want to be able to bide their time, but that felt exactly what LGD wanted to do when they faced off against each other 2 days ago, and I think that was very key and pivotal in Spirit learning, okay, we can match the tempo, we can outpace these teams.
Yeah, I like the picture that he painted of like kind of like a horse race. You know, these other teams are ahead of us right now, but we can manage to like basically catch up to them by the end of the tournament. We have to adjust our style, but it's not too late, and we are adjusting despite the fact that we know this meta is not for us.
Yeah, how do you guys feel about Quest's adjustment though? Because their series went all 3 games against OG. It was a very big back and forth.
No, they played really well against OG. I would say game 1 was hard for them. Their gameplay didn't really match, but game 2 and 3, their drafts were good. Also, like it was one of their first games on stage. They got through that pretty nicely. Like there were no nerfs. That was a huge win for them. Because, yeah, OG losing yesterday, honestly, I didn't see it coming.
Really? You
I did
didn't expect any upsets at all for the lower bracket?
I do, but not in the upcoming match. I feel like Spirit are kind of, you know, the clutch kings. They feast off of teams that if you're not clutch, if you're not super confident, they're going to outplay you because you need to be clutch in those 1, 2, 3 seconds. Quest, definitely, they need to bring their A game today.
For sure. It's going to be an interesting series because Team Spirit, they get the best out of teams. We've seen LGD, one of their best performances in that game number 1, 60+ minute game, where it was like really back and forth, some really clutch plays coming out throughout the whole game.
Yeah, well, look, I still want to talk about the PSG Quest and OG series yesterday because it was that upset, but also that exit interview that we got from Seb. You know, he kind of alluded to potentially maybe this was near the end of the road for him. Not sure what his future is, and maybe retirement might be on the cards again.
Your test results are back, and I'm afraid it's serious. Seb, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're at a critical juncture. If you retire one more time, you're going to be staying here forever.
No problem. C'est la vie, doctor. I'm a Dota player. Retirement follow cat rules. I can retire 9 times.
Yes, cat rules, everybody knows that, but Seb, how many times have you retired?
I'm not really like an analyst player. I'm more of a gut player.
Oh, okay. Should we just check your Twitter then?
No. Let's not read that. Let's see. There was Quanti Gaming at TI3.
They know Aegis is down, and they want to take a fight now. Ben's going to cut them off on the back line. Cost strength, and where's the Stormhammer? He's going to
Et putain, you stunned the f***ing board?
Oh! That one hurts.
I haven't won a tournament in 7 f***ing years.
Could always be talent.
Awesome play by Zaya. It was just impressive. No.
Nah, man. I can't coach OG right now. I'm with Monkey Freedom Fighters. Wait, what? What do you mean Sing Sing wants to become a streamer?
I can see what happens. It's all about discipline and focus.
One of my teams. That's it. I retire from retiring. That one doesn't count, right? Like, retire from retirement? Fine. Alright, then there was TI.
All my dreams came true. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. Again.
OG are your two-time TI champions!
Merci. Is that soy milk?
So how many retirements is that? Like 3?
Seb, that's your 8th retirement. That's 7 too many. You're down to your last one. If you want my prescription, not that you're probably gonna listen to it, you need to get rid of the stress, no major life changes, otherwise I'm gonna have to put you in a room next to Zai.
Hello? Doctor, what could happen? 1 second. Hello? What's that you said? The baby's coming? Oh, I really have been playing too many pubs.
Your son will understand.
Well, look, it was a critical point. We've gone through the history. Poor Seb there. I'm sure it was, he's already expressed that it was quite a devastating loss for them yesterday. But for PSG Quest, the dream is still alive. They could potentially also force one of the Team Spirit players to be questioning exactly what Seb is. But first, they have to get through this series. They have to even get into game number 1, Kazu.
Yeah, I just hope for them that they can replicate something that we've seen yesterday. I saw them play very confident. You know, their drafts were kind of on point because, like I was saying earlier, Spirit are a very tough opponent. If you make any mistake, they're gonna take that and destroy you. You need to have good lanes, you need to have good gameplay, so I hope, they're well prepared. They take the momentum and confidence from yesterday and show it today.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they are the best, I would say, mechanically skilled team in the world. BB team is up there, everybody being 14K plus whatsoever, but when it comes to playing the game when it really matters, Team Spirit, they will clutch those plays, and they did so when they played against LGD. In the group stages, they had a lot of draws, but this team is definitely powering up. Things are looking to shape up better for Team Spirit. The thing is, as they said in an interview, they are not playing for these auras and everything, so they still need to learn, but we've seen some slow progress in their last series that they played.
Well, let's see exactly what PSG Quest have learned for themselves as Fudge has got one of their players.
Hey, I'm here with Dekalis of PSG Quest. You guys played OG in your previous match. You went 2-1. How did that series go for you?
We feel good that we won. First map was a bit rough because we was not sure about draft. But second and third map was easy because we banned Nyx.
Okay. Are you comfortable with your guys' strategy right now?
Yeah, I think we pretty much fine with it. I think we're still trying to understand something new because tournament is still going and everyone is every day finding some new heroes. So we're also doing this.
Okay, so right now you guys have secured top 8 and $200,000. Is that about where you expected to land, or do you have plans to go much, much farther?
I think every Dota 2 player has a goal to win the tournament when they coming, and of course we're happy, and we only wanna go further and further to get to the last day, and then let's see who's gonna win.
All right, one last game-specific question. You played a little bit of Enigma 5 in the previous match. How did you feel that fit into the strategy, and did it work well?
I think I was training this hero already for 2 months. We played it once in play-in, I think. It was good, or in groups, I don't remember actually. I think I played bot yesterday versus OG, but in general I think I feel this hero well, and maybe we're gonna pick it in other games.
All right, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you, and thank you for all our fans that cheer for us. Keep doing this, guys. It helps us.
Oh, that's so sweet to Carlos there saying, please, we love the cheers. And I'm sure that when they do come out on stage, they'll be getting those cheers for them. But there's been a lot of games. He's talking about, oh, I didn't really play too well, but we're pretty happy with the progress that we've got right now, BSJ.
Yeah, I like what he said because they're one of the few teams that have a lot of heroes that they've picked numerous times that they're not winning with. While on the other hand, like they whipped out TA2000's Naga, his Faceless Void, like the classics. So they're kind of bringing out non-meta picks that are working better for them. And sometimes that's the best option to do this at this point in the tournament when you got to clutch it up.
Yeah, you never know really what to do, but the only thing we can do right now is head on down to Qiddiya Arena and welcome our teams to the stage. It's going to be great when we get them into the arena because Fancy and Tsunami always know how to hype up these two teams. Would you be more hyped to see Spirit in their confident walkout or PSG Quest?
I'll go with Spirit, my boys. I'm a bias analyst. What can I say?
Well, let's bring them out. Let's bring them out and let's get on down to Qiddiya. Apparently not, okay? Apparently
they're just debating.
He's like, guys, we want to hype this up more. We got to prolong it a little bit more. So,
well, I'm going to say I'm going to go with Quest.
Okay, good.
Just to be the contrarian to Kezu over here, because at the end of the day, I think people are counting them out more so than I will personally. Like, I do favor Team Spirit. Go ahead.
I was going to say, is it because they haven't made a lot of lands? Is it because they're a Plains team?
They're a sleeper team, and at the end of last year, they put on like top 6 performances, like 3 or 4 big tournaments in a row, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are managing to do that this year as well.
Yeah, this year they were unable to attend LANs pretty much. They did one in Russia, but other than that, they were, unable to secure the spots because, their boys Falcons are gatekeeping them for quite some time now. But this team, like if there were no Falcons, for example, this team would, I would say, be able to reach top 8 in most of the tournaments.
Yeah, I think everyone's really overlooking just how well they did in Riyadh Masters last year, but also TI. So it's when they make it to these lands, they're able to put up such a fantastic display. And it's like, now we look back in hindsight, the only team that was keeping them out from making these lands is a team that went on to win almost every single event that occurred this year. So it's very easy to overlook. I think it's the same thing maybe with Tundra as well, that sometimes you're just hard done by your region.
No, it is true, but I think like for Quest, what I like most about this team is that to me it seems more like it's a self-made team. They have no veteran who's like teaching them and telling them, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that. It's like multiple pop players you put together that are improving, helping each other, and I think that's why it is so nice to see this team like to do better. Because when you go up against your OGs and Spurs, they've won TI, they've played 50 million stage games. This team has not done that, and at least yesterday they looked very good. But I do think they need another performance like that today to have a good shot against Spirit.
Okay, so you think that it's going to be just every day it's going to be tougher and tougher and tougher for them, that they're never really going to be able to feel comfortable against their opponent?
I would say the reason why this team has consistently put on like top 6 performances and top 8 performances is because of the fact that the vibes within the team seem really good. Every time I talk to these guys, they're all super likable, they're all super enjoyable to play pubs with, and these are the type of things that when you see someone in a pub and they're frustrated, that's what's going to happen when they lose in a pro match as well.
All right. Look, I promise you guys this time we actually are heading on down to Qiddiya Arena to welcome our teams.
Well, for as crowded as the yesterday was, it seems like BB Team was able to make light work out of Extreme Gaming WBG. A quick 2-0 for them, but they may need it because they're going to be showing up here on stage in just a little while, but that's at the end of the day. We got some more pressing business to take care of.
That's right, 2 more matches ongoing tonight to finish off the lower bracket and then move on to the upper bracket matches for the next 2 days to crown the grand finalists of Riyadh Masters 2024. But it's good that BB Team was able to just stroll through XG.WBG because they have a strong match to get to against Tundra. Tundra's not an easy matchup.
And stamina is the name of the game at this tournament because one of the teams that's going to be coming up on stage has had a very, very long tournament. They've been in here since play-ins, and their opponents, well, they're no strangers to Riyadh Masters at all.
That's right, everyone knows who they are, so please let's welcome them on stage. It is Team Spirit! Nieto, Low, Collapse, Mira, and Mibushka knocked down to the lower bracket by Team Liquid in a crushing defeat, but they learned quickly. They learned that Tiny is top tier and picked him twice against LGD, knocking them out of the tournament.
And their opponents, PSG Quest! TA2000, Noob, Malik, Omar, and Ducalis are always on the edge, but they have made it just as far as they did to Riyadh Masters last year. Will they be able to go even further? If there was ever a David versus Goliath situation, it's taking down the champions of last year. Teams, take your spots and place your keys. Let's get this elimination series underway.
We heard it there from Tsunami and Fancy. It is a David versus Goliath, if you've been watching everything this year so far. But if we were to look at this tournament, Riyadh Masters at Esports World Cup in a vacuum, and we throw out everything else that's occurred throughout the year, we look at this new patch, the new tempos that teams have to start building against, I actually don't know who I would predict, all right? I don't know if it is that David versus Goliath or if they're both on very even playing fields, and I'm sure that would make it very difficult for you guys to have your say in your prediction over at STC. But if you had to, Brian,
I'm gonna go with the underdog and say 2-1 Quest.
Okay.
I see.
He even went for the games. I just wanted a team, but he even went for the games.
This guy's good.
Cost.
This guy's good. Yeah, it's very nice to panel with Brian, but unfortunately, this is going to be 2-0 for Team Spirit. I would say, I think they're going to be close games. Need to see the draft because they've been cooking some really nice draft. Have in mind, PSG Quest, they did take a game off Liquid, Tundra. They did eliminate OG, so they can play against some of the best teams at the tournament.
I mean, I will also say that my favorites, at least, are Spirit, but that doesn't mean that Quest don't have a chance. Sometimes it's even good to be the underdog, to be underestimated. Sometimes, you know, that's what you need, because at the point how we are in the patch right now, the team that brings a good strategy and plays well, they're gonna win. Because I feel like Team Spirit, they're very vulnerable. Like when I watch them against Liquid, they didn't look good. They didn't adapt from game 1 to game 2. So, you know, if PSG Quest, if they're cooking, if their gameplay is on point, obviously they can beat Team Spirit, it's no problem.
No, that's great. I like that you mentioned the vulnerability of Spirit. It's clearly still there. Even though they had that dominant 2-0 against LGD, there were moments, there were still timings, and it didn't feel like this infallible Team Spirit that we've seen time and time again, year after year, when it comes to these big tournaments.
They have been consistently losing their laning phases, which actually goes into my next point. I'm talking about Team Spirit here, where we talk about their cores a lot, Collapse's signatures, Yatro being one of the best carry players, if not the best carry player in the world, but yet at this event, there's 4 support heroes, each support on Team Spirit that they've picked one time. Their overall record with these 8 heroes is 1-7. While on the other hand, with heroes like Elder Titan from Aposhka, they're 6-1. And for Hoodwink, for Mira, they're 5-0. So basically what I'm saying is, seems like they've got a little bit of a hero puddle issue on the side of the supports in terms of what's successful for them this event. So I'd really like to see them prioritize those early on the draft. They were picking Hoodwink yesterday against LGD. And I think the reason why these supports are so essential for them is because of the struggle they've had getting out of the laning phase, and Hoodwink, Elder Titan are 2 of the best strong laning supports in the game right now.
Well, scratch all of that. I mean, Hoodwink's going to be definitely highly contested hero.
Yeah.
Coming into the series, I thought it might be first phase, but since Tiny's still in the pool, something that they talked about in an interview is that Tiny's not for everybody. Not every team knows how to utilize this Tiny from the mid lane. Yeah, very, very difficult to utilize. Pick a right facet and
use toss.
But you need to know how to play with the Tiny, make some stacks as well for him. They learned a lot, I would say, from Team Liquid series, not during the series, but after watching the games, they realized what needs to be done. Coming into the LGD series, they managed to, you know, first game was a bit longer, second game, again, with Tiny was relatively a stomp, and this has been the hero, like one of these position 5s that seems to work out the best in the laning stage. Very difficult to trade. One of the few heroes that we've been saying that can trade against Hoodwink in the lane as well, because Hoodwink can isolate you on the side, which makes it very difficult, but your hero's insane damage might make up for that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see the Tiny come out here. PSG Quest, Noob, he's probably one of the best Tinies. Spirit got slapped by this hero themselves, like Lacoste said. They very likely learned a lot from it. I do think that in these games that these two teams will play, a lot of it will come down to the mid laner plus their supports. How you can ball together, go around this tree and kind of set the tempo. So the following heroes kind of have to be for Spirit. It's follow-up damage with the Tiny, enable him, make him have a good game. And for Quest, similar story. Pick a mid, match the Tiny, make sure your two supports can play through your mid laner.
I have a bit of a theory on this Jakiro because they are picking it first overall yesterday in their last 2 games against OG, and they are now obviously prioritizing it very highly over all the heroes that we've mentioned on the side of PSG Quest. And this might have to do with the fact that they're kind of shifting TA2000's hero pool away from like the Broodmothers and other heroes that are being successful for other teams, and more towards the Naga Void. Like I'm thinking of like a support that synergizes with TA2000's like signature heroes, and Jakiro's amazing follow-up to both of these heroes. It offers all the like mid-game damage that you would ever need that these heroes often lack. So this might be something that they're thinking in order to enable our carry player, we should open up his hero pool more with the lane synergy in the draft.
Yeah, I think like yesterday they showed that those heroes kind of just straight up slapped, right? Like they had insane drafts both times, and TA2000, he is a specialty player. This guy is really good. Like you can, honestly, he just had standout performances and he does over and over if he's enabled well. My bro will carry. There's other heroes as well in the pool that I generally think have looked pretty good in this tournament. One is Morphling. I don't know if either team have dabbled with it in pubs as a post-4, but even as a carry, when this hero looks good, this hero slaps.
Yeah, it needs a little bit more time to come online, is on the slower side, but if you get to that like 2-3 item timing, if the game prolongs to 5-6 items, this is one of the best carries in the game right now, very difficult to kill. Any pretty much conda buy. We've seen this item being super popular on Tiny once you hit that item timing. Same goes for Morphling. Heroes are gonna die. You don't necessarily need to kill them, but you put them down to like 40-30% HP, and seems like this is where somebody else gonna use a spell and eventually you're gonna die.
So they open up the phase here with the brew. I must say that this hero, at least for me, has tapered off a little bit. I know that it depends a lot on how fast you can play, how well you can play with it. Gaming Gladiators have made this hero look very good by not going Radiance, going Pipe, going Crimson, playing with the team, because I feel like teams have gotten a lot better at killing the split. Level 1 split is actually a joke. It dies really quickly if you focus it. So I hope that Quest have, you know, obviously looked at those games, understand how to play it, because this hero, if he goes up into like Morphlings or heroes that he doesn't pressure out of the lane, you struggle a lot.
I am a bit surprised that this hero got through this far, just based on the stats for Team Spirits and not only the stats on this hero, as I mentioned, but also the stats on the other heroes from Mira. And Nyx and Hoodwinked are his only successful heroes pretty much for this event. And when we look at the Brewmaster, I think the biggest thing about it is Tiny's burst damage right now is absurd, more so than it ever has been in the past. And this just isn't a good target. So you're able to enter the fight for your team and then toss him up, ideally, with your Tornado. You know, I made a pun there to toss Tiny up in the air. But yeah, I mean, that's the whole idea of what I think this Brewmaster pick offers. And what Tiny basically conceptually represents in the game is difficulty entering fights, because no amount of HP is enough to tank through this, and Brewmaster's probably the only hero in the game that can.
They have an insane amount of damage between these two heroes. This also means that Tiny is a core, going to be played from the mid lane most likely, and now they're looking for probably position 5. I mean, they can still pick Sven, I was about to say, because it is a flex for them. It is a position 5 that they can, you know, choose, so they're not revealing anything yet. And it's also a good carry against the Brewmaster, where you always have damage to kill the Brewlings, and we've seen teams getting better at that, just playing around their supports, not allowing Brewmaster to go in and kind of remove supports from the game, try to isolate them. So playing around Sven, providing them with extra armor, even though it is dispellable before he gets the shard, but overall a really good pick from Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think the Sven and being able to flex it just seems really strong. I like what Brian mentioned about the brew. Like maybe also if you do get the Cinder Brew off, you can kind of like try to live through the early stages of like the fight potentially. But I will say, yeah, Spirit getting these 2 picks, I mean, they must be very happy. I also feel like this makes it very easy for them to close the phase later. You can put the Sven carry, you will probably feel good. It also sets up for like a lot of range carries if you want to. Like I'm still kind of dabbling around with a potential morph, so PSG Quest need to keep some of these heroes in mind.
I would love it if they consider TA for TA2000, just because when I think of Sven, I actually think the issue is you kind of have to kite the Warcry or either burst a single target, and TA does both of these things. Where you basically don't allow them to be balled up. I love the Batrider pick conceptually just for that reason. So now I'm thinking like is it necessarily reliable to burst somebody in this lasso? And if you do burst them, maybe picking a hero like Ursa is a bit too hard committal, and you'd rather have a hero like TA that's finishing them off with high range damage. But another hero that Noobs had decent success with this event, obviously we've seen it's not been picked too much, but Void Spirit as a whole, we saw Quinn own on it for Game and Gladiators the other day.
Yeah, when they were playing against Tundra Esports, this was the last pick overall, this Void Spirit, and he had a really hard time in the lane, but managed to carry the game pretty much single-handedly. One of his definitely best heroes. They do have stuns. Every single hero on their side does have a stun, but this hero becomes super tanky. You have a little bit of a backup with your Jakiro. And you've seen the rise of Tidehunter yesterday when the Falcons were playing. They did pick this hero 2 times. Right now, there isn't that hero, so you need to remove Ursa for sure. This is the hero that Tidehunter is afraid of.
Kezu as the offlane former professional here.
Yeah.
What makes Tide good here for them?
I think what you want to do is literally, so the way that PSG Quest need to fight, I will say, first of all, their damage is kind of low. Having a pipe buyer is incredible. Also, if you can just fight into the brew split instead of having to run away, like literally anchor the fight as Tidehunter is like incredibly good. I know, pun intended. And also the shard against Void Spirit.
Stop, right? I'm gonna lose my job.
That's true. It's the only reason you're here, Lacoste.
Yeah,
Take it away. You can continue.
No, I don't have any puns right now. Back to you, Kezu.
No, it's just really good here because you lane also really well with Hoodwink. This is like an old lane, right? This is like a Tundra classic. You have the Gush into the Acorn, lots of trading. This is just a very, very strong pick. And it makes this lineup incredibly tanky too. You have the Warcry with the Shard later, Pipe. Could have some damage problems here on Quest, so they need to have a very static damage dealing carry.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, like, the Ursa you already talked about, whilst it might be committal, BSJ, at least it's someone that can sit there and still dish out damage. The only other thing that pops to mind right now is, like, this Chaos Knight that people are really liking, that you can also stand your ground, you can be kind of active, but I'm not liking it
is too much cleave. Every single hero, like, you have Hoodwink buying into Gleipnir, you have Tiny with his cleave, Sven with the Warcry, Tidehunter. These heroes are not gonna die, so I think they're gonna stay away from CK. I think we might need to dig deeper, maybe go for Slark option. BSJ, you as a Slark expert.
I think the hero might just be too weak in lane. It actually is along the lines of, even with Jakiro, just because the part about Tide that I also thought about is the fact that you have a Dispel built in. You're against Brewmaster dispellable abilities, Jakiro dispellable abilities, Batrider Lasso. There's a lot of power to the Kraken Shell from Tidehunter this game, but I can't emphasize enough that this hero for PSG Quest has to take long fights, kiting. So I'm thinking it might be Faceless Void for TA2000 as a hero that stuns through Kraken Shell and allows them to actually kill the Tidehunter and focus him. Or TA, like I said, which is just a ranged Hurricane Pike, high damage output. I do like both drafts. Like, I think they're both kind of committing to the strategy at hand, and we're having a matter of run at you on the side of Team Spirit with just our big beefy bodies and also our watermelon bodies. But on the other side, they have the like low cooldown, constant poke with damage, and then Brewmaster as like the one guy kind of frontlining for his team. But I think TA2000's hero, because of the tiny burst, because of the Tidehunter, threat of Ravage, and you don't want to have to like BKB because they can Sven Warcry, they have so much raw HP. It has to be a hero that can take long fights.
I'd like to see position 5 for Team Spirit in the end to keep this Sven as carry. They don't, like, they have lockdown, but I want to see that extra threat, maybe Disruptor, because we've seen how potent it can be against the Brewmaster. If he doesn't get the split off, great against the Void Spirit. Just a little bit of like 1 second of Static Storm into another stun to keep him inside to be able to get the kills.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure where they're leaning towards right now. I mean, Quest have the same read that to also like take out the 5s. Disruptor, I think, is very good against the Dire Heroes, but sometimes the lane is a little sussy-bussy. Let's see if Mr. Merposhka feels the same way. Ooh. Damn. I mean, I will say that I always like the range carries with the Sven 5. I think it looks good, but I think, Brian, you're probably more the carry man.
Yeah, I was literally going to sift through heroes that are ranged, and then I saw TB Troll, like, both are melee effectively, but ranged in lane as well, so I think Troll was probably the better option just because the Ags build seems equally good for the same reasons that the Kraken Shell is good, the defensive consistent Dispel. None of these things he needs to dispel are silences. They are things he can cast abilities through. So I'm assuming it'll be either a first or second item Ags for Troll. That's kind of buying into Team Spirit's ability to not have to hard commit for him at any point. Like Yatro's entry to fight should be pretty straightforward, which anytime I see a Troll game and I don't feel like I have to BKB ult and that's the only way I'm ever going to do any damage, that feels pretty good. And then on the side of PSG Quest, I still think Void. I don't know what else really is up their alley for these long fights. The Troll triples down on the fact that they have to be able to kite. The TA was removed. Morphling, okay, another mobile, like non-committal type hero. I don't love it as much as the TA, but obviously that was banned for a reason. Team Spirit thought it was a bigger threat as well. What do you guys think of this Morphling?
I think this is a very difficult pick to go for. You were playing into you're playing into magic burst damage, you're laning into Tide Hunter, your carry against carry matchup is against the Troll. So this new build, you have to build like mixed damage because there's going to be pipe, there's going to be Warcry from Sven. I think the draft looked good for PSG Quest until the last pick where they didn't have too many options, and seeing Team Spirit what they cooked for themselves. This is, you know, these type of drafts, some of the faster teams that we've seen, Team Liquid type of a draft that's going to come online very quickly, and I like what I see. I think this is going to be a very difficult game for PSG Quest.
I think Spirit's draft is very good. What I can see with the Morph is that he likes laning against Tide at least, so he's never really going to get kicked out. So I hope that Ducalis can maybe leave the lane, go bottom, and like offset some of the other lanes, because I think eventually Tide owns Morph in the game. You make him deal no damage, your shard is good. Quest will have damage issues unless they can offset something in the early game. That's why I'm looking at Ducalis, like move around, maybe help Noob in the mid lane, make him pop off. You need some active runes, because I think the mid game and team fighting is incredibly hard for Quest.
Yeah, I just think the issue for Quest was that even though they didn't see the carries matchup yet, they saw the mid, so it makes sense they picked Void Spirit there. I think it's a bit of an oversight to not pick your carry because they did need damage. We all said that. Look at the two bans, Ursa, TA. Those are like the only two carries that really give like overwhelming single target damage, and now I think they have a serious problem for all the reasons that my other panelists mentioned, and I think the big mistake was not picking their carry in the second round, so I'm going to lean towards Team Spirit for...
Okay, but did you guys see the STC predictions? 18 to 80%. Is it really
It's not that bad.
Okay,
Come on, guys.
okay.
Quest is a good team.
Yeah,
Like,
also anytime, like, gameplay will always triumph draft. If they Giga outplay them, they're gonna win no matter what. It depends on who shows up. But I will give, you know, a slight edge to my bros here at
Sure, you just think there's more contingency plans for the side of Team Spirit in their draft. It's like, even if one of their cores is a little bit shut down, there's room.
It's easier, yeah.
Okay, it's easier. We do like easier. Let's see if that's exactly what Silent was thinking when he drafted this, as Purge has him right now.
That's right, Amir Silent. How are you feeling about the draft now that it's over?
Feeling okay. I'm not feeling like we are much better, but I'm happy more if it's playable for us.
How do you feel about the Troll versus Morphling matchup, for example?
In group stage, we also lost with Morphling against Troll. So we decided not to ban him, like it's okay.
Okay. And you expecting to win, or do you think it's about 50-50?
I think more 50-50. It's like we and them get what we want, and we get their heroes. It's like 50-50.
Okay, great. Well, good luck in your match. Good luck in your match.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, just about getting ready to get into this one. Team Spirit up against PSG Quest. We heard that was from Silent from Spirit. He felt this was sort of 50-50, whereas the panel,
very humble.
They really like Spirit's draft. Do you think that is Silent being humble? Because would you agree with the panel that you feel that Spirit kind of got the stronger hand with these heroes?
I would say so, but not by some humongous margin or anything. I don't think PSG Quest was given heroes that they don't like. I think they were actually giving heroes that they do like. They pretty much got everything. It just, I was kind of siding with the cost. That's Morphling last pick for me. I have a bit of a question just because I've seen Summit times versus this Tiny. You make a mistake, you're caught low, the Tiny just pops you. So yes, you can turn into the Tiny as well too and get some potential kind of tosses and stuff, but a couple times I've seen these squishier side lanes, these squishier carry heroes just get popped once or twice, and it's problematic. And yeah, the Troll matchup, this hero just on the rise. It feels like it's been on the rise throughout this tournament. The build, the Aghanims, still probably gonna go Battle Fury first, but definitely strong to be able to go down that route. Not as strong as it felt in the last one, because it really did feel like XG kind of picked themselves into a corner versus that Troll, but definitely a strong one, even versus the Morph as the game progresses. And we're seeing more Tide Hunter. Of course, we did see Falcons playing it the other day, but that was because I believe Amar had every hero banned. But yeah, the rise of this hero as Mira. Oh,
this should be a first blood. Can they give it to TA 2000? They might have that luxury.
Oh, he misses.
Just taking it for Ducalis. First blood there.
It was
where PSG Quest.
It was 2 dual breaths and 2 blood grenades secured though. So that means in the side lanes they won't have blood grenades for the next potential kind of go or potential save onto their core. So always have to keep track of that one, since you don't usually see 2 being used on the first blood. And I'm seeing lane ward coming out here. So from the side of Quest, just really wanting to protect TA2000 in particular. His game is very important. So we'll have to watch more about the Tidehunter too, because Anchor Smash, super effective, in particular versus the Morph as the game progresses. And of course, too, he has a shard. And I really do like this Dead in the Water when you're playing versus some of these mobile cores, and it's versus a Void Spirit and a Morphling. So some cool stuff that Collapse could potentially do once he is going to be able to find that one.
Sure, I mean, and how do you feel the overall game looks for both carries this time? You know, the Morphs. Okay, but whose game on paper should be easier, the Morphs or the Trolls?
It's a good question. Like, it depends on timings. Like, if the Morph's able to get to the scaling kind of capabilities, he can have good times. I'm just worried about him dying a couple times early and getting set off. So maybe the Troll, just because he'll have a better early time. But yeah, let's see. We saw the D-Ward, force him to Ducalis. He saw Mira's movement going toward top to get that ward down, so he was able to get that one. So level advantage is going to be there for top. But can they get aggressive at lane is the question. Tidehunter feels very strong in this lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See on the bottom lane there. PSG Quest trying to make a bit of a move onto Team Spirit, but Radan and Maposhka not afraid to fight back as the duo of the Troll and the Sven.
Yeah, I'm wondering how TA2000 is actually going to be able to do up here. This does not feel like an easy lane for the Morphling, even with the Jakiro. Tidehunter, just if he's able to close that gap constantly and he has a Hoodwink to be able to do so, it does feel like they can slow down his farm quite decently.
Sure.
Anchor Smash is just very annoying when you're this super high agi heroes.
Yeah, I guess at the least it's an easy lane to farm stick charges in.
This is true.
You know, you can obviously abuse that pretty nicely as a Morph.
Right now, Poshka's doing very well bottom and the Sven support. 3 and 4 last hits on the Sven support and 7 on the Troll. I think they've only missed 1 last hit down here. And they've gotten a couple more denies of the lane. The lane we haven't touched on, in the mid lane. This was one that Noob can definitely play versus this Tiny. Pretty cool. Of course, once the levels start building up, the toss is very, very potent, but you can dissimulate. So I think that's kind of the style that they were looking at too. This hero that can play around the Tiny and dodge this horrific damage that comes from the crash landing.
Top lane, they were able to get the snipe on TA2000.
Wait, they got a snipe? I guess he just got popped from the gush and the burst
We'll see if we're able to get a replay at that one, but indeed, must have been caught off guard by that just pretty hefty amount of physical burst early game.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely have worries for him up there.
The Acorn, yeah. Well, happens once, shouldn't happen again.
No, he had the stick charges too, so I must have just caught him off guard, just getting too much damage. Mira, gonna take some harassment, but he'll be just fine. He also has Tangos to reset. The Collapse is absolutely free farming up here.
Yeah, this lane is looking very easy for him.
He will
16 for 6 against 7 for 1. I mean,
he will not be pushed out of this.
Yeah, that's like, once it's kind of gone this good at the start, you don't really turn this sort of lane around.
No. You probably couldn't anyway, because now it's difficult as, oh, they might even just get another kill onto Ducalis.
I think they will. All right, well, Collapse. He's been set up for a very easy game with this sort of start here, thanks to the players of Mira.
That's already, I believe, 2 Anchor Smash kills, right? So he's going to have the Kraken shall swell. So even more damage block versus quite a bit of physical damage.
I like that this is the new meta game, what with the all chat, right? You all chat the facets.
Yeah, I saw them doing it yesterday as well. I think I saw when they're playing against.
How do you do it? Is it just what control alt left click?
I think control alt left.
I gotta know for when I get into my games. Start pinging facets in the all chat.
Top Collapse. He's got Wand and Healing Lotus. Should be fine.
They can't kill him with Stick and Lotus.
He's baiting them.
Yeah, he's playing it so cool. He knows that he doesn't die.
Ooh, there's a cucumber. So looking at bot, also Troll is free farming so far. They're slowing down the Brewmaster. So 2 lanes going very well for this side of Spirit. Of course, we see mid. It's going to be
I think this rotation top.
Good start here, but yeah, rotation top quickly. Maposhka.
I mean, Ducalis is
another one.
Definitely dead. TA2000 is going to be lucky to just be able to walk away from this one. He's looking over towards Collapse, but there's no chance of tackling this tide. But you can't touch the tide right now.
Oh, he didn't have the Kraken shell yet. Sorry, so he doesn't actually get the benefit from it. My bad.
TA2000 just really struggling to get CS up here. Only 12 and 3.
Wow.
You've got Collapse 24 and 10.
And they're not going to stop poking him here. I mean, look at Mira. He's level 4. Very early high levels here on this Hoodwink because of how successful that top lane has gone. As the panel mentioned, I mean, this hero, still surprising to see it make it through some of these drafts. As Omar trying to get aggro, but maybe too aggressive.
Omar.
Careful.
Yeah, he has to be careful showing himself again. I mean, if the next round of axes come in from Riyadh,
even though they have good magical damage down here, which is great to be able to play versus the Sven and the Troll, they still negate a lot of damage between the Warcry block and then also just the Troll axes making them miss a lot too. So far, so good here in those two lanes for Spirit. Because, as we said, Noob, he's doing great. It's a completely different build than you usually see on this Void Spirit, but it's because I believe he is playing just to dodge the crash landing. So it's 3 points in the Dissimulate, which is not usually what you see. Usually you just see 3 points Resonant Pulse. So.
Yeah, we'll see how much that sort of hurts his offensive plays when he comes with the rotations. I get 1+ of obviously having the higher levels and Dissimulate does mean that you're going to be able to farm a bit quicker, right?
Sure, but you know, having like the burst potential of like the Astral plus instant Resonant Pulse sometimes is pretty necessary, and it's the barrier as well too to protect him. So we'll see. Glyph popped out in mid. Laurel, pretty tanky.
A Remnant pullback. Mal, he's got a Fairy Fire. He's going to get the toss. I mean, TP's coming in. Lar's going to be able to walk out alive. They turn. They take out Ducalis.
Oh, this ability is just ridiculous. He just took so much, and they tipped Ducalis. How many deaths is that on him?
I was going to say, Mira's really trying to get into the head of Ducalis. I think he's sent multiple tips his way. They're going to make the jump on him at Poshka, but he's got the Warcry. They can't burst through the support Sven.
This is a pretty perfect game so far here from the side of Spirit, and just continue applying pressure onto TA2000. I keep watching him having to shift low. He's not able to touch this lane of Collapse, who's already got Arcane Boots. TA2000 just has to be very cautious every time he steps up.
Get the Bushwhack. I went up the burst to kill him, but he's still making this lane very spooky for TA2000.
Wisdom Runes look like they should go that 1-for-1 exchange.
Mid lane. Pretty even. Well, just pretty even. Slight edge on denies.
And yeah, we'll see if the Dissimulate prevents Noob from maybe getting some of these kills that he could look for on these side lanes in comparison. While Laurel, we know what Tiny does. He will find a kill on the side lane, very likely just with some type of toss and something like that. So let's see what Noob does look to do, since he is the one having that core, that having the good game, and even the supports are struggling. So it's really going to be up to him, at least in these next few moments, to see where he wants to make a move.
And, a bit of a timer in the sense that, obviously with the free farm Collapse is having on the Tide, it's going to be going straight towards the pipe. They got to try and get stuff done before this pipe comes online, because the pipe is, as it does do in a lot of games right now, will just completely nullify a large amount of the damage output.
There could be a lot of instances just where damage becomes a huge problem, because Collapse is already going to be so strong versus everything out, versus that magical potentially, and then also just the physical in general. Morph, Brewmaster, they don't really do too much besides just stalling him, right? That it used to be a counter pick in a way, the Brew versus the Tide. You just throw him up in the air, so we'll see, of course, what Malik will be able to do.
Haste room for Lal. It's a nice one.
Got a toss.
So what they can do about this? Of course, Noob's got a lot of mobility. The Astral Step to simulate. So he's going to try and play aggressive to take down Mira. The Ice Path upon him, but not enough to even burst through the Hoodwink at this point.
Playing nicely around each other. Yellow holding on to that Haste rune. 2000 low mana. Potential for them to start running at top lane. Yeah, Laurel's going to pop the Haste. I'm sure they're keeping track of the Morph's mana pool as well, too, because TA2000 is pretty much completely Laurel's on the hunt.
Ducalis was lucky to sort of juke that move out. As they were heading his way, looking for the Jakiro.
They all just have to kind of bail out immediately when that Haste rune gets popped. And Ducalis still potentially in a very dangerous position. Okay, he'll just TP out as well. So far not able to slow down Radon by any means. He's level 6.
TP backup coming in. Noob tried to set up some sort of aggressive play or dive on the bottom lane. It's not going to happen. Spirit, they respond.
They've got the Brew Split at the ready. So they want to try to use it at least to get something. I believe he also has Vessel, so it's good timings coming out from the Brew. But they haven't been able to pressure the Troll at all. The games that I've seen Troll struggles when he dies a couple times in laning phase.
They try from the Poshka. Set up to turn with the stun to hold back Noob. Malik stepping up. Radana here ready to help out Maposhka, and Noob has to jump out. Lar's turned up. Can he get the Avalanche toss back? He's in with the Avalanche. They get the toss combo onto Noob. There's not enough damage to kill Noob. Malik pops the split, but unlikely that he can do anything offensive with this.
And we see there, something I was going to mention also is this tiny facet, of course, since it pierces BKB for some reason. It does an unbelievable amount of damage even to the Bruce Split. He drops down to half HP on them instantly, so. The first Bruce Split not successful, not able to get a Vessel, and the tower is full HP too. I feel like Spirit's getting just absolutely everything. There's not much going well for the side of PSG Quest at the moment. And another power rune secured for Laurel as well.
That's a good one as well.
And look at this. It's juicy.
Easy stacks. PSG Quest, they just haven't really been able to make it over here to interrupt this whatsoever.
No, and if they want to try to make the move, it's going to be a bit too late. They don't even have stacks like that on their own. They have one little stack in comparison, so Mira, he's been busy getting these ready for Laurel, who already has a successful lane. All 3 cores at the top. And support's having a dream time. Batrider overall not really having much impact. Omar unable to take abuse of him with the Brewmaster to put any pressure.
They want to dive this. The Remnant will get thrown down to try and keep a couple safe, but there we go. Toss comes in, and indeed, Lal,
he pings it.
The crash landing.
He's got amp damage too, so the damage from it is ridiculous.
That's true.
But it was dead anyway,
looked
probably.
mega busted there because of the amp on top of it.
It's mega busted.
With the push.
Huge concerns for PSG Quest. How do they slow down this momentum in particular? It was probably, around that Bruce Split's first usage, but now that first one didn't really get much of anything. It's going to come back up in 30 seconds or so, and they apply any pressure onto this tower, because they're losing their mid tower without any type of trade or any reaction.
Yep. Can't jump into this.
Laurel has 1900 HP. They do not have the damage to kill him. Not even with 5 heroes, it feels like.
Looking at Riyadh. Has not got a point sort of help for the ult, but this sort of creep wave will put him at the part. He can.
Rest forward.
They're not going for him either way. They're backing right off. I think they were very scared of Spirit coming in with some sort of move to try and catch them as they step down on that lane. So they're having to hide behind their tier 1.
He's going to have his Battle Fury so fast. Phase Battle Fury is going to be done in the next few moments pretty much. Well, in comparison to Morphling's timings, they're totally shot because of how that lane went.
Yeah.
And Morph versus that Troll matchup, the Troll can absolutely work excellently versus the Morph, having the root and everything in comparison and just being able to close the gap.
That's the Blink Dagger Tommy for Law.
Oh, this game is going to accelerate real fast, it feels. Quest, they need to get the next Bruce Split successful, or this one could be pretty painful to watch for them. Because the supports, as we said, they're suffering. Level 5 is now being hit on the 2 of them. Who do they play around?
I mean, where would you say this early game all went wrong, really, for PSG Quest? What did they expect to happen or get out of a lane setup that they just did not?
I think they expected this bottom lane to be able to apply more pressure to the Troll, but it just has not happened. And now Laurel already has Blink.
He's in. They're going to try and see if they can burst through the Brute. Yeah, they've got the Bushwhack control. Can they kill him off in time? They can. Malik not able to get the split off there with the lockdown that Spirit have.
Laurel might just go for more. Still has the Blink. He's got an Illusion Rune.
If he's able to get it blind, he is. Straight in on top of Jakalis.
Easy kill.
Another toss, another kill. 7-1, 5k lead here for Spirit so far. Going to see some crazy timings. We've got to check. I believe the pipe timing, that's got to be quite a fast one, right? Collapse. What, 13 minutes, pipes out.
Done.
Are we able to get the check on that? Maybe I'm wrong. We haven't seen a lot of time.
Fastest.
But okay, it's only been 2 matches, but still. Fastest by quite some time. And as I was saying, yeah, this is a great game for the pipe. Malik this time should be able to get the split off if he wants to. So they can get something out of this one. The split's out. They're looking towards Law. They jump in. The burst from the waveform. Is it enough? He's getting low.
But the Ravage.
They collapse. He just turns up and he turns it around.
Oh, this game, it's 13 minutes, but it feels like they've already run out of options.
Uh-oh.
Oh, goodness.
Malik is even getting out. Can they get him with a bushwhack? Oh, they want to dive. They want to dive. They've got the stunt. They've got the toss.
You show up with everything. You can't even kill the Tiny. You all get ravaged. You're going to lose your Wisdom Rune. Oh, and
we'll see it again. It's painful. Oh, actually, we'll see it earlier. This was something else. Just a nice little easy bonus kill there for Lal. And we're just in the dive. The aggression and the plays they're making off the back of this Tiny Lal between the tosses and the avalanches. He's setting up a lot.
Literally nothing has gone the way for PSG Quest this game. And it's a 9,000 gold lead, 14 minutes with the Troll with Battle Fury, all 3 cores free farm, Hoodwink free farm, losing tier 2, losing Wisdoms. We've seen a 14-minute GG call, and it does feel like it could be getting to that if they don't get it. If they need to get a fight win with the Primal Split, but it's just died instantly every time.
Because it's low bracket, you don't tap out.
You don't tap out. You
don't
keep
tap
going.
out early.
You absolutely keep going.
You know, yeah, absolutely. This is the series Quest. PSG Quest, they need the win to hold on.
They do, but nothing has gone their way. I don't think I've ever seen Omar have such a quiet game. And speaking of Omar, he's found it. Yeah, he's dead. Oh boy, 10 stacks of the Kraken.
Well. So there we go. So what the shortest match in DJ was that Gaming Gladiators versus OG game. So that's the one thing they at least don't have to worry about. PSG Quest. If they lose this game, it won't be the shortest loss.
And they do it. Yeah, they do have more. They have the more kind of insurance policy. But when I say that, I mean it to the utmost extreme because TA2000 has queued up a Midas, so he really knows how the game state is. He's bought the gloves of haste too, so he is committed.
Well, it's not super committed. There's many things you can build.
Yeah, he'll build an armlet or a maelstrom on Morphling.
Dude, armlet morph can actually be pretty.
They know this game state has gone atrociously for them.
Then you can go full agi, and then you can still have like a burst of strength. No. Maybe there's something there.
No.
Maybe he's going to test it this game.
I mean, no one's going
to. If there was a game to test it, it would be this one. He probably lost. Yeah, he almost certainly lost anyway. It's a rough one.
Can Noob get himself out?
Ravage him. Oh, they don't have it. Never mind.
He will get it. He'll live to see another.
How long till Ravage is back at collapse? 8 seconds. If it was there, he would have certainly done it.
Yep, and he's going to buy the mech as well. So mech and pipe online. Radon level 12 versus the level 8 of Malik.
Malik, can he get his ult off? Yes, he can. Primal split's there. He will live.
He'll just. That's all that will happen.
He can't fight. He's got to get out of it with the Earth Panda.
Oh boy.
Well,
and I'm waiting for the Tide also to get the anchor. So I don't even know if we're going to see it, of course, this game, but it's very good this game versus the Morph and the Void Spirit as well, too. He hasn't had to go it yet. Yeah, he queues it up right afterwards. It is phenomenal as it's a picture-perfect game for Team Spirit. And just keeping the ball rolling. Laurel just playing as aggressive as possible. He doesn't feel any threat.
TA2000 turns into the Tiny. It's caught by the Ravage, collapses in, locks him down. That's the Morph dead.
And they
crash landing.
And they ping the Kraken.
Kraken swell.
He's at 14. And
take a Roshan.
Yep. The world is their oyster. They can really go anywhere, it feels like.
Yeah.
Don't.
What? Dude, this is the thing. Mid.
Mid.
Noob. Whoop. Collapse. Can you get this now? Noob will live.
He wants to chase.
But dude, if this is what Team Spirit do when Silent says they got a 50-50 draft, I don't know if we want to see what happens when Spirit win the draft in their eyes of their coach.
Perhaps
if this is what they're doing when he's like, the draft was all right.
He was just
That's pretty wild. I think he was. He must be being extremely humble.
But PSG Quest, they did get heroes they want. The lanes just really. I think top lane getting these like little kills that they got into Callus and onto the Morph compounded massively, and then they weren't able to actually make an aggressive move bottom ever on Troll. Troll free farmed, and Malik, he's just got no recovery. None of them have recovery. There really is not much that they can do. Just get Midases. Hope that Spirit throws.
I mean, they got what they want, but what you want isn't always what's best for you, you know? I want a burger, fries, and a chocolate bar. It ain't good for me. Maybe they wanted these heroes, but they weren't good for them. Because it's certainly looking like that. It's a rough one here. PSG Quest.
Goodbye, my friend. It's a rough one. Oh, and
how's the... have we got the Midas online yet? It's nearly there.
Almost.
If they make this comeback, this will be the biggest comeback of the tournament.
This will be the biggest comeback of Dota history.
Hey, there's the beginning of the comeback.
The 5 position down. They're putting down... you can see that, like, Ducalis, did he smoke to get out here? He probably did. It's just smoke to get these deep aggressive wards. This
Check
is
it out, the
sniping stuff.
Oh. Doubling the team's kill scores here.
Very true. Wait, who's with pin to 2 who died?
Yeah, who's feeding?
Yeah, like I said, 2
supports. Maposhka's feeding and Mira's feeding. Step it up, lads. Come on.
Radiant are scanning.
Malik.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay. He'll TP an inch away to his tower, and he's going to get Ghana.
Oh, can he get the split off? He can if he wants to. Oh, he hesitated. Oh, he still gets it off, though. The hesitation was not punished. He's still able to split and run away. Back to the base, back to the
let him run. Tier 3. Here we go.
See, PSG Quest, can they pull together one sort of team fight around the high ground?
Well, they used their Bruce split. That was their team fight.
Oh, and they go. Lal, ready to dive tier 4s, gets the toss back on the Jakiro. Carlos is out. Tier 3's gone, but just 19.5 minutes in, and Team Spirit, they're looking to take the barracks. And not a lot is being done by PSG Quest.
it's just talking about next game. What went wrong, how it went wrong, etc. Because, yeah, this one done and dusted from early on. Spirit speeding things up. You know, they've said a couple times that they like to play slow, but this is not one of those games.
Keep it into this.
Farewell. On to the next.
On to the next. On to the next kill. On to the next game. GG is called. Well, there you have it. Team Spirit.
Shellacking.
Yeah, this is the kind of team spirit that's in a form to win the whole tournament. You know, they turn up, they make this game look easy. We've had some stomps on the main stage, but this may have been the stompiest of stomps.
Yep, absolutely. They crushed all 3 lanes. They didn't crush all. They crushed 2 lanes so handedly, and then Noob tried to make some rotations to fix things, but it didn't work. Laurel had Blink Dagger by the time pretty much that first rotation comes out, and I think all the brew splits weren't able to do anything. The first brew split gets used, it gets hit by a toss, it's at half HP, they have to reset away. Yeah, lanes, everything crumbled very, very quickly, so for PSG Quest, they have to just go back and reset things and see what they can do, because Spirit, they came in very powerful today, and
they did.
They said they want to play these late games, these slow games. This one, it was accelerated at 8 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, it really was. Maybe that was the bait. You know, they're like, yeah, we want to play long games. Haha, debated. We're going to beat you in 20 minutes. Team Spirit here. Yeah, PSG Quest, they definitely can do better. We know
they can.
We know we can expect something better from them in game 2. This was a rough one. Sometimes it happens. You know, sometimes you just turn up to game with an idea, it gets countered, and you just don't get to do anything. So, every reason to believe that game 2, PSG Quest, they're going to refresh themselves and come in with something different. But Team Spirit coming out all guns blazing with their performance here in this game 1. The draft, I mean, the panel did like it. They said the draft was good.
It was good.
And as you say, maybe the coach there being a little humble at the start, Silent, because he said this was 50-50. This did not look 50-50 whatsoever. Team Spirit taking this game on pretty much every single aspect of it. It's the stomp. We'll see what comes up in game 2, but Team Spirit, game 1's theirs.
Spirit and Quest. I mean, it was a tough one seeing everything play out. I thought maybe Quest, you know, they've got something. This Morph last pick, it's their idea. They're still comfortable with it, but the lanes were just abysmal is the nicest way I could put it, Kazu.
Honestly, they had too many problems. I think this Tiny already giving that up and then losing your lanes like they did, as we could see. Like the Tide was really good. I think the Morph last pick was kind of nutted as well. You could tell that there were a lot of problems in this game. I was hoping maybe Ducalis could do better in his lane than move bottom to like try and offset, because I did think already it was a fairly big outdraft for Team Spirit, but then also the gameplay didn't match, because yeah, honestly, Team Spirit, they made them kind of look like fools.
They did. I'm hoping maybe it's stage nerves again. Maybe it's a little bit of copium for all the PSG Quest fans out there. But the biggest question in my eyes is when your side lanes don't go the way that you want, when they end up this way, and even your mid lane doesn't feel like it's coming out on top, how do you combat this? How do you make a move? How do you play confidently knowing that your opponent wants to start balling up and playing as a 5?
So I think first of all, you need to know what timing you're playing for. Maybe you can wait for your supports to get ultimates and like fight back, but if you know that even then you can, because in this game, they're going to get a pipe. You're not going to have damage.
Yeah.
You need to play like a very open map, hope that eventually they split up. Like Noob eventually found Mipochka once and gets a kill.
Right.
When you're far behind, like any kill, any gold, any experience coming your way is like really big. But I think with how far behind they were in this game, it's really, really hard to come back, especially with a draft deficit. So I think the number one thing you want to look at is to make it easier in the next game. Give Noob a better matchup. But if you give up Tiny, I don't think picking Void Spirit later is like the right answer. Make it easier for Omar to rotate. Help yourselves, make it easier for you guys to play together, because this game, it was not it.
Do you also maybe ban out the hoodwink? I'm not saying it was the make or break, but I feel like it definitely, Miro was able to make that safe lane for Quest just, oh, hell.
They need to choose their poison and understand what is going to be the easiest for them to play against, and whether that's Hoodwink or Tiny or pick Tiny themselves, I'm not quite sure, but whatever they feel like now, because they just need to have a team talk to make themselves feel good, understand what they need to do, and then execute it in the next game.
All right, well, look, despite it being a very quick game and also a difficult one for PSG Quest, BSJ is still going to run us through it and give us a couple of highlights.
Thank you, Nat. For this game, I've got one highlight in particular where you see Team Spirit have a pretty commanding lead throughout the entire course of the game, but it's kind of the mind games that they play with that lead. So you're going to see that even we have the alert that Tidehunter got the fastest pipe of the tournament. So what does that say to us? Team Spirit, they want to team fight with Tide. But notice how Tide is actually on the top half of the map. He's that orange little arrow for us there. So what does that mean? Quest also knows this. So Quest is under the impression that they need to find the one fight that they can get to win this game, and Team Spirit doesn't have the one guy that they want there to be there for the fight. So what's Team Spirit going to do? They're going to pressure this tower, and they're going to initiate onto the Brewmaster, and notice what happens immediately. All the responses from Quest, because they're thinking, Tidehunter's top, this is the best chance we have to take a fight. But what does Team Spirit do? They immediately use Sven Warcry to disengage, run back. Notice how on the mini-map, Tidehunter is now TPing bottom, and they now kite Quest, basically effectively baiting them into the one fight they think they could take, giving them just that little dangle of hope that they had, that maybe the game's not quite over at 13 minutes. Collapse comes in, lands the Ravage, they end up taking a crucial fight. So what I loved about this clip specifically is that Team Spirit took the fight they wanted because they tricked Quest into getting a fight that they thought was their best chance at winning, and it effectively sealed the deal super early on into the game.
Thanks, Rebecca. What did you think the Barbie movie was better the 10th time that we just watched, or the 9th time?
I think 9th time was better because this meta right now that is happening in Dota 2, I've seen it so many times. This Sven position 5 that you keep as a flex that Team Spirit did. You have an aura from your offlane, collapse the fastest pipe that we've seen, double bracer, phase boots into mech. Feels like it's unbeatable strat right now. And Team Spirit, they are powering up. This team is evolving, so I feel like every other team, they need to be afraid of them.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Even like the Tide pick was a little surprising. I'm like, no one's picking Tide, and then he just goes to lane with the hoodwink. He gushes the hero to lower his armor by like 3 or 4, whatever it's at right now, and he gets double tree bounced, and it was just an insane amount of damage. And this Jakiro that was their first pick that's supposed to stabilize the lane just didn't do it. He just ends up feeding a lot.
That was also Jakiro that got a first blood, so that lane went pretty badly for PSG Quest because they also managed to kill Morphling easily at the start. It was pretty much a solo kill from the hoodwink. That's always something that Morphling needs to be careful about. These position 4s that have a lot of damage, that they have some kind of a control that they can burst him down, because when he's shifting, that means that he is very killable.
Is this your favorite place you've watched a Dota game before?
Yeah, because the screen is much bigger than when I watch it, on my phone, on my laptop. The screen is gigantic, and it's pretty chill in here, and we have some nice juices that we can drink.
Yeah, the juice bars are...
Mango juice.
It's truly...
Doesn't get better than that.
I've really just been cycling through them. I'm probably eating 400 calories of juice a day. It's so worth it. When it's hot, I just grab a juice. It's the one good thing of having to walk through the sun to get over here, for sure. It's been good. Hopefully what will also be good is game 2, because game 1 was very one-sided, but I am a Spirit fan. I'm sure you're a Spirit fan too.
Absolutely.
So maybe they're just gonna keep smashing. I don't know. These confident lower bracket runs, at the very least, it does make our days fast.
That's true, but I also want to see some more competitive games. This last pick, Morphling, it's not the speed that I wanted to see. It needs to be something that can increase the tempo of the draft, especially when you're playing against this evolved Team Spirit that picked up some of the good draft from the other teams.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens in the next game, and we're going to throw it to a break and bring you guys the next draft or talking heads or something else.
Do you enjoy doing content?
Yeah, of course. It's my favorite job at Cybersport.
At Cybersports?
Yeah, my favorite part.
The movie, what's the movie parody that you did for the Team Spirit content? Which movie was it?
I'm not remember. It was like some part of some vlog, part of vlog. I remember.
Who was the Fight Club one? Who was the Fight Club one?
Fight Club one?
Yeah, there's somebody who was Fight Club. Was it?
Laurel.
Oh yeah, it was Laurel. That was good. Yeah, Laurel talking to himself. Yeah, that was good. Do you enjoy getting makeup when you go to these events?
Not really. Not really. That's all.
How does he compare to other people that you've done makeup for? Is it easy to do makeup on him?
Yes, of course it is.
Because he's a beautiful boy?
Yeah, of course.
He's got very calm demeanor, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yes, it's calm and relaxed. It's chill.
Is that what makes you a good captain of your team, the fact that you're so calm?
Not really, because I don't feel the same, but I'm trying to be calm.
Do you remember when you pretended to have an injury so that way Yatoro would push you around? Because you said to me you want him to actually carry you for once. Why did you say that? Who is the player on your team that is the most helpful now that you're in this injured state?
I think everyone's helped me a lot. Like, I can't choose only one.
Is it Yatoro?
I will not choose. Said what?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this has been an interview with Team Spirit. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. Looking good. Thank you for the interview. And we'll get back to you.
In this elimination series, Spirit up against Quest, the game number 1 was rough. That's all I'm going to really say. I don't want to, dwell on it too much, and I'm sure PSG Quest won't be doing that either. It's 20 minutes in, out. Now you get to reset, Brian. And what do you want to think about when you come into game 2? Do you try and treat it like a best of 1, or what exactly?
I mean, I think you're drafting against one of the best drafting teams in the world. They understand so much about team fight win conditions on the side of Team Spirit, and I can't emphasize enough that I feel like the only way they were going to win fights was bursting somebody in the lasso, pulling them away from the Sven, the ball. So not only did they ban out all the heroes that were able to do that for TA2000, putting them in a weird spot in the final pick, but then they also picked Tidehunter, which is the one target, presenting a target that doesn't allow Batrider to use his spells on him, and it's also difficult to use it on anyone else because of Ravage. So just methodical drafting strategically from Team Spirit, and then obviously the execution to boot it.
Yeah, you need to bring Snowball to snowball fights, otherwise you're not going to be able to participate, and maybe throw in a couple of rocks as well to be able to punch back against a team like Team Spirit, because right now this looks like a very one-sided affair. There was like literally nothing that they could do. This one comes down to a draft. You need to have these auras. Morphling as well is not a hero that can come online quickly. Sure, you can play this Morphling if you have other 4 heroes who can play the game, but they got shut down completely. And I think this Sven is just too good of a hero right now. It seems like whoever gets Sven pretty much wins the game.
They did have probably the best, one of the best support duos, at least Hoodwink highly contested, Sven is highly contested, and yeah, we can talk a lot about the draft, and it was a lot about the draft, but I need them to also adjust at least like some of their gameplay. I think top lane, you can lose, you can't lose it that hard. Like there's a difference between losing and getting destroyed. They got destroyed top. Ducalis had no moves around the map. They also lost bottom. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of the drafting stuff that is going on, but I want them to also now just talk about in the next game. Okay, we're gonna simplify it. We're gonna play with each other. Even if it's hard for me to leave your lane, let's find a way that I can to help someone else. Maybe pull a wave, pull a hard camp, like do some shenanigans to just make it easier. Because last game also, they had some trades in the draft that were just not favorable at all. So hopefully they can scrap the game and go next.
I really want to quickly look at the bans here because there has been a slight change up. I didn't think there would be in the first phase. Normally in a best of 3 there very rarely is. But Team Spirit let through Doom. That was something that they were worried about in game 1 banned out. But this time around they decide maybe we try and see if they're willing to pick it up. Do they even have an answer for it? Are we going to have a wider offlane pool now?
I think this hero has to be picked here. Just too good of a hero right now. Builds into auras, anti-carry. Nobody likes to play into Doom matchup, and the tricks that you can do, which are items with Hand of Midas, Blink Dagger, Pipes, sell all these things. You're like, yeah, we need a Crimson Guard, so you can, sell your stuff, then get a BKB, and then be even more annoying. But this hero, Stonks, has been on the rise in the last couple of days.
I want to talk about Tidehunter a bit. Speaking of like these popular offlaners, I would presumably see Doom here as well. But for Tidehunter, the reason why I'm thinking about him is because I think all like 4 of his 5 or 6 picks this event have been in the last day, right? So I'm looking at like he's very similar archetype-wise, I would say, to Underlord, a hero that was getting picked a lot throughout this tournament. I think he's got a bit more situational lane matchups on the side of Tidehunter. Like there's heroes that can abuse him much more than Underlord. But like, why has it taken it so long to pick a hero like this? He's got good team fight. He builds all the auras. He lanes really well with Hoodwink, literally the most popular support at the tournament so far. Like, Keza, what would you reckon if you could give your best shot of like why it's taken so long for a hero like that to?
I think first of all, Tide is a hero that, as stupid as it sounds, a lot of people don't like playing it. Until they see someone else own with it, they're literally like not gonna want to do it. I remember even a few months ago, I was like, where's Tidehunter? Until suddenly, I don't know which tournament it was, but Saberlight, he starts playing it, and then it kind of caught on like a pest. And I think you see something similar here. Like Pipe just seems incredibly good. And then when you pair it up with a Sven, suddenly now you're nearly physical immune, you're magical immune. And there's also like a lot of random heroes who just want to linger in the fight. Like Ravage seems to be really strong in a lot of these games. Like last game, you have some Brewmaster, even here, like if you have a Sand in a fight, he will always get clipped by Ravage. Whether he cares or not is up for debate, depends on the game. But like all these things you do, like you win fights, and then if they want to split, you can build the shard for that as well. I feel like this hero is just giga.
I mean, if you leave this Sven open for the next part of the draft, does Team Spirit just take it again? Because it's so easy to play, like it's so easy to flex this, and I'm starting to like more this position 5 Sven rather than a carry, even though, if it's a good game for it, you can still pick it. But what he provides you in the lane, he can really trade well. You have this, yesterday when there was a game, Gyro Sven with Enigma against the Enigma, and they just used the Warcry, Flak Cannon, run in, kill those Eidolons. Every single time Eidolons are up, they're gonna keep repeating, and you're getting the free gold, you're getting the free XP.
Yeah, I think this hero is insane. Like another hero, because they kind of have choice, they can go for it. There's also heroes like Weaver. I think Weaver in the games where we do see it let through, which seems to be the case sometimes, because there's a lot of new heroes that are popping up on the screen. You need to protect your heroes with something else, so Spirit should be pretty happy with what they have. And Quest, maybe looking to put the Sand King mid with like the Ember ban already. Ember has looked pretty good against that, so I'm just hoping to see more follow-up damage for Quest, because Sand King, my bro, he's gonna need help.
I want to talk about real quick Sven again because of the fact that this hero seems like he's really good and competitive, right? Because of all the group up aura stuff. Yeah. And you think maybe this is just a competitive thing. The hero's just situationally strong when you group up as 5. For Dota 2 Pro Tracker, Sven's win rate as a hero is 52%. As a carry, it's barely above 50%. And as a position 5, it's 55%. Yeah. So this is not something that like requires some insane coordination. Like this is just a hero that you push the button and you group up around it. And like you guys said, you buy the pipe. It just gives you literally everything you need. And I'm personally, like we saw Liquid yesterday win game 3 just first picking Sven. Like they won game 1 with Sven. Game 2, they didn't first pick it, and Tundra banned it in the second round, and then Liquid lost. And then Liquid picked it again in game 3, overall first pick. So like I think this hero is not getting the respect it deserves from PSG Quest here, and I'm shocked that out of all the supports in the meta right now, that somehow Team Spirit, 2 games in a row, has gotten hoodwink Sven. I'm kind of flabbergasted.
Problem with these, with Sven's Warcry and with Pipe is it comes online so quickly. Like 15 minutes in, Sven's gonna save up the gold for his shard, so it's not even dispellable. So this is gonna be early dispel mechanic from PSG Quest, but I don't know if that's enough, because 15 minutes in, you'll have these 2 big items, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It is pure damage, though. Like,
that's something.
Enchantress.
Yeah,
so at least, like, the one thing, it's not, like, as good as Wraith Pact of old, because Wraith Pact reduced all damage, at least for the Sven Pipe, it's all but pure damage. So maybe we get, like, a Timber Saw, you know? Maybe that's the strat, I don't know.
The problem with what you guys are mentioning, people need to remember that when you have the shard, like Lacoste said, it's undispellable. Pipe is undispellable. Anything in Dota that is undispellable is generally pretty hard to work with, because it means you have to run away for it, or you have to power through it. And doing that against those 2 is very hard. So for quests, like Brian mentioned, you know, the impetus can be pure. Like maybe there's some out of the world, like OD pick, where you can like have some pure damage that goes through it, or Timber. Yeah, it is.
Oh my God.
Good catch. Good
You gotta wait for Lacoste to do that one. Come on,
I beat you to it, Lacoste? Were you thinking the same thing?
Too good, Brian. You're powering up, same as Team Spirit. I like Duke here because it's a steal pick. It's great against Sanking. Items that Sanking wants to buy is Bloodstone. He wants to sit in the middle of a fight, and this does not allow. If he blinks in once, you dust him, he's pretty much donezo, and it also steals away Doom with this Grimstroke combo that they could have potentially go for. So Team Spirit, again, 3 picks in, I say that they already have huge advantage in the draft.
Yeah, I am questioning this Grimstroke pickup here. I know we've already seen it once in playoffs quite recently, but it does make it very telegraphed of you want a big ultimate that you can pair with the Soulbind of Grim, and now it's how do you close your phase? Are you going to now close it with your offlane, put yourself in the same position as you were in game number 1 as PSG Quest, and have a more limited pool for TA 2000? Or do you pick your carry here?
I think I was huffing some copium in the pregame panel because I said, I wanted to see PSG Quest like give a nice little upset. This looks like the biggest discrepancy in overall meta understanding and drafting prowess that I've seen between 2 teams yet thus far in the playoffs. I think like the way Liquid and Gaimin are winning is they're countering you with an overall concept, and that's exactly what Team Spirit's doing. We saw Tundra lose with Sand King against Doom. Why? Because Sand King stands in front, covering for these backline supports that dish out a lot of damage, and he buys Bloodstone and Shiva, sustains during a Sandstorm. What counters that? Doom. We mentioned we thought they might even take Doom first pick. That's how good it is against it. Instead, they got the 2 best supports in the entire meta and left Doom in the pool. I think they wanted Grimstroke Doom, but you have to pick the Doom third rather than the Grimstroke third. They're not going to steal Grimstroke.
I think there's no way. They cannot have wanted Doom. I think they're smarter than that to...
You think so?
No, yeah, there's no way.
We're hoping.
I think it's a mistake, but that cannot be the reasoning. I will give them like at least more credit than that. I'm at least happy that last time around you wanted them to close the phase with the carry. Yes. They're doing that this time. Yeah. I feel like they were probably eyeing maybe the TA. I do like Naga. It's something that they won with yesterday. They're
2-0 with it so far.
Yeah, like I will say that it can absolutely work in this game. It works well. Like you try to shove out the map, you have Grimstroke to kind of go around with it. It can free up the Eng this time around. Maybe it's just easier with Eng compared to Jakiro to like move around the map and get something done. But I will say it is a volatile matchup. I don't think Naga straight up owns Doom throughout the entire game. If you get Doom first, generally you're gonna lose the fight. It isn't easy for Doom to achieve that, but you know, it at least gives Quest a good condition, because their draft before this looked really bad.
Yeah, and they have a really good chase potential on side of Team Spirit. You get that Doom, Warcry, extra move speed, Hoodwink as well. Klinks can also show you where the enemies are, so you can go for the target. And he's also a hero that can be very tanky. You need to shut him down at these early stages of the game. You need to maybe rotate one of the heroes, rotate this Enchantress through the Twin Gate, send the creep to try to get something done, but then again, he can't eat that creep, so very difficult overall, I would say. And then again, I just feel like they're gonna lack some early damage as well on side of PSG Quest. This last hero needs to be something, and it also needs to be something that they can pair up this Grimstroke ulti with, because I don't like Grimstroke when I see like naked Soulbind too much. Sanking stun is okay, but yeah, I want to see something big.
You can purge Warcry off of 2 people.
Oh. Damn, double enchant, baby.
With the enchant. But no, all jokes aside, I like the PSG Quest bans when you think about it. Even their second round bans, the Pango Ember, are mid laners that cover the Naga. So they actually probably planned this going in. Maybe they intentionally baited the Doom. Maybe everything we were saying about how skeptical we were about their draft, mainly me, is the fact that they wanted this 8th pick Naga, and they wanted to bait the Doom pick. So the Naga does make everything else make a little bit more sense when you look at their bans and how it lines up. I feel like we'll probably see a Laurel Puck out of all the heroes left in the pool.
Wait, before we do this, I want to ask, is this a known quantity type thing? Is this what you're hinting towards? That they think the Naga into Doom lane is almost beneficial for them? You don't.
It's what they did yesterday against OG. They played Naga into exactly Hoodwink Doom, and it's one of those lanes that Doom should do fine, but Naga is one of the few supports that can, carries that can effectively farm the lane without her actual hero being there. So even though Doom gets level 6, it doesn't slow down her farm, so it is like a nice map matchup in that regard, and she sets up the map in terms of pushing lanes and allowing these supports and a Sand King to pick their targets carefully. It's just a matter of like, the Naga ties everything together. Is it enough? The one thing Naga struggles against is 5-man, but one thing she's good at preventing is the opponent from 5-manning because she's pushing these lanes.
I want to see minus armor, ET Slardar here, just so that you have something.
Slardar?
Yeah, the Slardar Grimstroke, so you have something against Clinks. Throughout the whole game, you will have the burst potential. It's not it's a half-man, half-horse guy in the end.
I wouldn't have minded the Slardar myself, yeah. I feel like the Centaur, it's probably just the Doom aspect, right?
Yeah. I mean, they do have a lot of like disengage. Sometimes the way you can counter some of these lineups with like Pipe, Warcry, Doom is to, well, try and kite away from it. You have Stampede, you have Song. I do see it. I do think it's not super easy to execute, but they have tools. So now for Spirit, I feel like you need a hero that either allows you to tempo up the game and like force some stuff at 20-25 minutes, or you go for a Naga counter that can play against heroes jumping you. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I would have potentially liked a Zeus earlier.
Ooh.
I feel like the Centaur was a little bit too prevented. Cause I do think Zeus is good against what Quest have, but they also have tools to jump him. If they jump him first with some Stampede, Inkswell, or Sand King stun, he can die. So I feel like I hated Quest draft 3 picks in. I feel like their 4th and 5th pick honestly brought it very close to maybe not even, but not as bad as it could have been.
I agree. I feel like PSG Quest is the weaker team on paper, so Team Spirit needed to be outdrafted to at least slightly to lose these games. I do like what the Naga represents, and their entire draft is built around it, predicated around what she does on the map, setting them up for fights. The Centaur lets them pick and choose their fights. The Zeus doesn't really address the Stampede aspect of things. So yeah, I think if they manage to disengage from Doom on the side of PSG Quest a couple crucial times, they could easily take this game. But I don't
higher
think they will.
chances for sure. They're not going to end this game with only 2 kills.
Fantastic, I like that.
Yeah, but I still favoring Team Spirit. I think Clinks is a very underrated hero, especially if he has a good early game. He's the type of a hero that builds into this, so can still go for more damage, get Glips and Glops and the best item in the game right now, and still keep them in place. So that's anti-Stampede, that's anti-Naga Siren as well.
Alrighty, Kezo, unfortunately we don't get to hear from you. Instead, we've got to jump down to one of our coaches in Purge.
Feel about the draft there? Did you guys get what you wanted?
Yeah, I feel this game is, we have much higher chances than the previous one. Previous one just, I don't know, unplayable from minute 10. Yeah, so I feel good about this one.
Does the Naga give you guys what you want? Try to dodge the team fights, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think Naga is solving a lot of our problems and should have a decent lane, so I'm super happy we have it.
Did you guys feel a little bit limited on your offlane picks of the last pick? Centaur was there to counter the Doom, obviously, but were you hoping for something instead?
Yeah, we had options, but I would like to not tell them because I expect game 3.
Of course you do, of course you do. What about their lineup? They're playing Zeus mid. We haven't seen too many Zeuses this tournament. Is it still decent as a hero?
I think it's worse than before. It's scaling worse, but overall, it does its job for them. It's kind of should be decent against Sand King, and they need this vision and fights for Doom.
How do you beat Sand King right now? It just seems like a hero that goes mid, you press Sandstorm, and you're like, okay, well, just kill the creep wave and go jungle instead.
I think you cannot beat it on lane. You just need to solve it in game. Like having auras or pressure him early, like with support rotations, but on lane, I don't think anything can beat him.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview. Good luck in the match.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, coming up for time to get into the game of Game 2, PSG Quest versus Team Spirit. as we heard, you know, the Naga Siren coming out. Do you think they've got reason to believe that they can kind of rally up behind TH2000 Naga Siren as they have done in the past to get them the win and try and push this series to the game 3, Folk?
I'd say, yeah, it does look better. They don't have the same synergy that they did last time that I really liked with the Naga Siren. They had literally all these kind of combo heroes, the Jakiro, the Tiny, even the Bat and everything to kind of pull people around inside the song. This time they only really have the Sanking for follow-up, so that's one thing. And also there's quite a bit of answers for this Naga Siren, so I don't know. It looks better, but I'm still very, very worried for them because I've seen it, how the Spirit kind of prepared this draft and overall how they play for pressuring. I think it's going to be a very different case this Naga lane. They saw kind of similar stuff, the heroes, Doom and the Hoodwink, but honestly, Collapse and Mira crush lanes. And these guys are so aggressive, so I don't think it's going to be that case where T2000 in the last game when he played Naga Siren, he was free farming and even finding kills in the lane. This one feels quite a bit more difficult because he also does have, he has the backup of an Enchantress in the lane, not a Jakiro this time around, and it is an Enchantress versus a creep killer. That Devour, of course, coming into play. As we see Collapse, I do want to point out this time, of course, he did go for Gluttony. So he's going to always have one of these charges on the Devour to be able to eat one of these Enchantress creeps while also probably planning to eat the creeps in the lane, and then, yeah, the Clinks on the opposing side they have. So they'll be able to eat creeps in either lane where the Enchantress comes. So it does feel like they do have answers. So we'll have to see how that goes. And then, of course, the Zeus last pick versus the Naga Siren. They're going to have ways to scout the Sanking, and they're going to have ways to burst Naga and find her inside of these fights for the Doom to go up. So I do have some worries, but let's hope they can at least execute better, because right here they do get 3 of the bounty.
They do. There we go. That's the kind of start that they need after what was an incredibly rough Game 1 for PSG Quest. Let's see if they can turn things around here in Game 2. They need to. They lose this game, they are out of Riyadh Masters, the end of the road for them. So PSG Quest. So if they can step it up here, Game 2 against Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's just got to be much better gameplay overall from everybody. And Noob, this time around, I'm glad, that something else I did want to talk about is the way they kind of drafted in the last game. They left the Tiny, they picked Jakiro, Sanking was available. They didn't take the Sanking, they didn't want to play it for Noob. So he is now opting to play it this time around, but not wanting to play last time was a bit interesting.
Okay. What do you think changed? What do you think was maybe in the draft last game that put him off picking?
I don't know. It was just they banned it right afterwards, I believe. So it was a Tiny first pick. So maybe he was just worried about the lane. But I've been talking to Quinn. I've been talking to actually a lot of other players too, and they're fine. They say that it's fine in the matchup. You're 0 armor hero on the Tiny, so Sanking can caustic you constantly. But maybe Noob just not confident on it. It doesn't come to my mind when I think of Noob heroes, to be quite honest with you. I think of Noob and I think his Snap Fires, his Primal Beast, his Pucks. So see how he's going to be able to do.
Because as we have from the coach, they're very confident in it, especially in the laning, right? Feeling that the Sand King cannot be beat in lane at least. See if that's going to be indeed the case in practice. Top lane this time around, collapsed on the Doom, backed up by Mira. I mean, will pressure be applied onto TH2000 early, or should the Naga Siren be off to a pretty safe start?
I think that they can apply pressure just because of these two players. But TA2000 did a great job the other day of getting that free farm, but he did have he had that Jakiro behind him, which at level 2, Jakiro does feel like one of the strongest heroes. So, we'll see. It definitely will be better than the last game on the Morph. He should be able to get way better free farm up here, but I shouldn't say free farm. He should be able to get better farm up here, but not perfect. And we'll have to see which creep, of course, does come out, too. Just kind of try to keep tabs of which one that Collapse is able to find. Camps are blocked. Laurel. Putting the pressure onto Noob.
Bottom lane.
Mar.
Try and chase him down. He's able to get the slow out onto Miboshka, so should be free to continue to run.
Malik.
He can turn over towards Malik instead.
He's got stick charges. Lots of wand charges down here. This is a Dream Wand lane whenever you're playing versus the Clinks. And Noob. Yeah. Can't put him out of lane, so Sanking will be able to stabilize things. He's got the sentry down too, even though he's playing versus Zeus. You don't get Bolt. So whenever he does have his sentry placed, and it was Ducalis' sentry, he should be able to protect himself in Sandstorm. Yeah, Laurel was trying to push the limits, trying to bully him. I'm trying to keep track of top whenever I do see, the Devour in particular versus this Ench. And level 3, the big timing, of course, as we always mention, for the Doom when you do have level 2 Scorched Earth.
We'll get off this few creeps, so PSG Quest, they've got to be careful.
Especially, I don't always point this out because there's so much now in Dota nowadays, but the other thing is too, is if you do get level advantage on Doom, always have to talk about that level question mark pain thing, because even though it's not massive, 15% bonus damage on your attacks for people who are lower. It is something.
Mid lane.
He's doing very well now.
Getting the lead here. Noob. Bottom lane. Yeah, Radan having a bit of an easier time as opposed to tier 2000 top.
But not a great one either versus the Centaur. That high base damage, 90 damage on the Centaur to 58 of the Clinks. We're seeing those extra bit of denies coming out from Malik. And Miposhka could be dead here.
Let's have a look. Can he run away from this one? He cannot. The Inkspot stun comes out. First blood. Goes to PSG Quest over in the river. Mira some of the rotation. Find Noob. Noob will be able to bottle up a water rune. In fact, he's able to turn and look to take down Mira. He'll get the kill. Will cost him his life though, as Lyle's able to get the cleanup after it all. So a solo kill for Noob, but in return, a solo kill potentially for Lyle, getting that solo XP as he's able to finish off the Sand King on his own.
And collapse, since he's been left alone.
Good micro for tier 2000. He's coming in with the body blocks. It was a good effort, but not quite enough to lock down collapse. He was thinking about it.
Been crazy. Trade coming out, Stinger does so much damage. As we saw there now, Radan, he's been left alone since that TP from the Sven went to mid.
Naposhka's trying to head over to help out. He's got the war cry for him, and that will be enough to get Radan back to safety. He's actually considering turning here, Radan.
Trying to dodge that's well, of course. The Stroke of Fate. Constant spam there from Omar. All right, good pressure. Top though. The 2000 again.
A lot of damage. Collapse. He's got the Scorch Step, but he's got to try and get past to Carlos, which is a bit of a tough ask when he's as low as he is. Collapse.
Mira hit. Mira can't get it.
Tier 2000 is going to be able to sneak away, get out with the TP. Yeah,
big damage.
Off Mira indeed with the Alpha Wolf.
Well, he got a crit, right? I believe I saw that Alpha Wolf get one. Decent damage, but TA 2000 is getting slowed down. 19 CS right now on the Naga Siren, so not as easy as it was last time around. Collapse has a salve to reset. Big winner, of course, Noob in the mid lane, level 6. And that's Centaur bottom having a good time.
Gotta look out for those Zeus ults now.
Yeah. Watch out for the Zeus ults, since it is very early. No Divine Rampage for us, of course. I think only Thompson is the madman to take that one. The stack's gonna come out from Omar, so he'll have those also for the Sand King, and now Power Runes. Who's gonna find it? Carlos will just deny it away there, so nicely done.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Definitely tier 2000 that's going to have to make the bigger recoveries after this landing stage, but it shouldn't be too tough for him. No Naga Siren, you get the early levels. You are going to be able to hit the jungle and farm it pretty easily with the illusions, and we've seen him do it before, so as long as he doesn't get completely crushed in this early game, there's every reason to believe that tier 2000 should still hit his timings pretty well.
It's just the Zeus that's the big concern, right? The Zeus overall, the magic damage versus these illusion heroes is pretty detrimental versus for the Naga. Even as the game progresses, percent damage, etc. So see how that recovery is made, because yeah, he is bottom of the chorus by a good margin. Actually 500 behind even the Clinks. It's not like Radan's been free farming or anything either. And a natural build-up, we see this. It feels so nice to play 5 position when you're playing with heroes like Clink sometimes, because they buy arcane boots. So Sven sometimes can be a little bit mana intense for his stuns early on. He does have mangoes, but now probably doesn't. He probably is like, oh man, why'd I buy these? I have arcane boot Clinks. Laurel. Be able to get himself away. And the main thing we'll have to talk about for Laurel for a lot in this game is how much he can protect himself, how much the team can protect him too, because there is a lot of ways to get on top of this hero. When the Sand King has the blink, the Stampede, as the panel mentioned as well too, so we'll have to see how they can protect the Zeus to be able to dish out that damage versus the Naga in particular. So infinitely better start here for PSG Quest. The last game was almost getting to the point of being decided at that 8-minute marker, so level 6, yeah, Malik's got it. Power Rune.
Mira. They're going to try and set something up, but he's off the mark with the Bushwhack, and now they're going to turn straight over towards him. Got the Inks, well, they're going to be able to kill him off no problem. Mira, a bit of a
collapse. They've got the net, got the TP.
See if they can body block off his escape as well easily. They can get the power strike in.
Right, Noob. There we go.
He's certainly making it look like a hot start so far in the mid-sanking. Had a great lane. Now already picking up 3 kills in his first 8 minutes.
And I believe he does have a couple stacks as well, too, to be able to continue that farm going. All right.
Absolutely had a bit of a tough one last game in the Void Spirit, but maybe here on the Sand King. Noob.
I like his build. I like what he's got queued up so far. I mean, we do see less of the Eternal Shroud nowadays, but playing versus the Zeus can absolutely make sense if he does want to go down that route early after the blink. TA2000 is still struggling, though. That is definitely the thing I'm going to try to keep keeping tabs on here.
And they're going to go for him probably with the smoke. Lala Mira heading up to the top lane to try and join forces with Collapse.
They've got that Zeus ult to constantly scout, and we're seeing the Collapse, the Devourers, they are adding up. Even though he did die that one time, he does have some very, very good farm.
Should be ready to pop the skill point into the Doom if he sees an opportunity to go for a kill with it. They know where TA2000 is here with Illusions. Again,
Catch.
they're going to get him with the Bushwhack. Follow-up stun. They'll put the Stampede to try and get TA2000 out of there. Jump forward for low. Can he get that last bit of burst in? He can. The Arc Lightning comes through. TA2000 taken out.
Doom.
He'll happily drop the Doom down to secure a second kill. They've already got the big one. They're happy to find a bit of a bonus. Setup's there, and Wild cleans up the double.
Naga Siren's not getting much of anything. Radon is getting the farm on the Klink's bottom. Even though Sand King's getting good farm, TA2000 just getting next to nothing. Noob, he's got to make some moves when he's got that blink, and they got to hit hard, him and Malik. And we see Radon, he doesn't always do the Maelstrom Rush. He does still do Desolator a lot of times, but since he's playing versus Naga Siren, the Gladiator is just so valuable. And it's a way to kind of protect himself. And even the Zeus potentially versus some of these dives that'll happen since it'll hold the Stampede in place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Excellent, excellent against the Stampede.
Yeah, I really like it. And Deso overall, yeah. It's a good item overall as a Klinks in particular, but versus a Naga Siren, it's obviously not the most favorable since she's got that high armor. Good start on 2 of the cores, of course, for inside the PSG Quest. Just, yeah, the Naga Siren, they're going to have to make space for TA2000.
Yeah, Noob really needs to pop off with this start that he's been able to find.
Does he have the blink? He almost has it done. And Malik, he's gone down the Blade Mail route just to be able to sit in this lane and be able to occupy it too, so I do like that he did go this build. Yeah, they have to apply some pressure.
Yeah, go for a smoke play now with this Blink Dagger on Noob.
Because if you just sit back and you farm, it's definitely a bit of a concern for me because they are playing into this Doom with a bit of a 4 Protect 1 draft on the Naga Siren. Even though Naga Siren is traditionally good versus that Doom in most instances, there's a way to scout the Naga. You know, that's the one instance of the, where the Zeus is very, very good to be able to always find the real Naga Siren. Easy money from Maposhka. The tower. I mean, Ducalis is trying to apply this pressure, but they're a bit scared to commit too much forward for it. Maelstrom's done for Radon.
Now, Noob for now, just continue to show on the mid wave. He is keeping the Blink Dagger hidden on the curry in the trees.
Nice.
Now we'll get it out. As he'll go quickly for the TP to the bottom lane. They want to try and make a play against Radon's Klinks.
Yeah, they just want to accelerate things, get towers, start being able to invade and look for the Klinks while the Naga Siren catches back up. So I do like this move. Who are they going to find?
They're going to get Neposhka. I'll settle for the support, especially if it means they can get the tower on top of it.
That's a good kill. Nope. Continue having that good time. And I like okay, this is cool too. He's just leaving the lane. He's going to wait for the bounty or the power rune too, so Malik can finish this one off and he can keep looking to play in mid. He's also dragging the mid wave, looks like here with an illusion, so I'm not going to have any damage onto his tower. It is a Zeus hitting his tower anyway, so it's not much damage, but at least he's done from Noob. Mira just being as pesky as ever.
Collapse.
How's he doing?
He's
going to do the pipe.
Yeah, I mean, pipe, as soon as he can get it, this game is going to be pretty huge.
Yeah, there's definitely some damage issues that can come out from PSG Quest quite early on. The supports don't contribute a lot, and if they do get this pipe early and play around it, the Sand King's damage will be quite negated, so... If he does get it early, it could be problematic for Quest to fight into that early.
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes the game very difficult for the 2 heroes on PSG Quest that at the moment are having the best time. So
absolutely.
You deal with those 2 with this 1 aura once you get it online. It's going to be tough for PSG Quest to keep things up. They just put the Stampede here to save Ducalis.
And they turn it into... Ooh,
put the dust, but Malik not able to step close enough towards Radon, so... Stampede in a dust kind of put to waste.
Yeah. I mean, I guess really wanted to protect the Enchantress, but using it just fully defensively. Does mean that Laurel can definitely play around resetting inside of these fights, at least until that Stampede does come back up.
And Mira might find the setup onto Omar here. Doesn't quite have vision of their backup yet at the moment, so won't have the information straight up to go for Omar. Collapse.
She wants to go for the bigger target. TA2000. This is not an easy kill onto Collapse. He's quite tanky.
He is. They're maybe considering trying to go for the setup, but yeah, in that sort of position, it would have been tough.
We went kind of like this hybrid itemization with the Helm of Iron Will, so he's tanky versus that, and he almost has that. Yeah, the pipe is almost done. A 2K lead, though. They are getting some space here for TA2000. He's able to get that farm, and he's catching back up, so we're done. He's even in that net worth now.
Wow.
He's because Stampede is down.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
playing aggressively. Jump forward.
You get the setup here on towards Mirror. If they got the burst to finish him off, they don't. Mirror tries to turn
off the mark.
Bushwhack, but indeed unable to catch Noob. Soulbind will be thrown out. The whole back collapse and La. We'll see off to the side. They put the Zeus on Noob. He's low.
He's able to get away, though.
Will indeed get out of this. PSG Quest able to avoid the Attemption Spirit around the mid.
A rare miss there coming out from Mira. Definitely a kill if they do catch it onto the Sanking there. So Noob getting out.
Looks like they'll get the tower, or at least get a lot of damage onto it, because TPs will come in. They want to try and defend this PSG Quest.
Yep, Malik. Okay, so he's doing similar. That's cool. So he had the blink queued up, and then he's like, you know what, actually, this is a good pipe game for us, too. We're playing versus Zeus, so pipe on these offlaners. I think we're going to see him more and more throughout this tournament. Not only the Darkseers and whatnot, I think everybody's going to just look at this pipe.
Just rush the pipe.
Yep, good versus these. I mean, good versus Sanking because he's so popular, good versus the Tiny, etc. Good versus all these mid-heroes.
No, it's very nice. Because you don't want to be in a situation where it's like the offlaner, you've brought a Blink Dagger and then you take a fight and it doesn't go great and you're like, well, if I had a pipe instead, then we probably wouldn't be losing heroes in situations like this.
And he also is probably in this game, he has the Sanking, right? So he already has somebody to start these fights. They almost lost their Wisdom Rune to a Kobold there, by the way. This Kobold was sneaking into the 14-minute one and they were able to grab it on the side of PSG Quest, but it's just funny to see the Kobold micro.
So the pipe's kind of coming out on both lineups.
It's a quiet. I mean, it's gotten quiet here for Spirit. I feel like T2000's gotten a pretty good kind of dream to sit back and farm and catch up fully. He's got the Mantha. So his farm is going to accelerate massively now at that timing.
Tower in the mid should go down this time round. And yeah, no doubt about that. Fastest one we're seeing on the Centaur. I mean, as this patch and tournament goes on, it does feel like the sort of urgency of getting these auras online is getting sped up and up and up.
Oshka.
He's got backup. He's able to survive the initial attempts. I mean, the 4 of PSG Quest, they're having to back off. Omar's going to get caught by the Bushwhack.
They're just scared of this pipe.
They really are. They're on that full retreat.
He doesn't even have it yet. But they're scared anyway.
They were terrified.
They're just scared to collapse. Too afraid of this Doom. He has the Doom at the ready, too, if he does see a target, and now that the pipe's been delivered. He's got the movement speed route, too. He's got Phase, he's got the Faded Brooch, and he's got the Speed Aura. So cool, look how fast he's moving when he phases. Almost hasted.
That's going to allow him to get in and get his Doom target.
Yep.
Pretty much every time
As he switches which one he wants. He takes the cloak now. So more magic resist this time around. 55% on him. Both are good. That could actually be even nicer for his team, potentially, too. Just grouped up with that Sanking. Oh, this one is culminating another one of those where it just feels like these big team fights potentials are coming in, and
it's close.
Whoever executes those fights better in the early one could determine very quickly who's going to end up winning it.
PSG Quest, of course, going to be very happy that they actually kind of get to play this time round after really being walked over in that first game.
They're smoking, but it was caught by the ward. So that ward did see the smoke pop on the right side there. An Eternal Shroud was finished, so they're looking to play around this timing. But look at Spirit. Since they saw this smoke, they're super ready. Miposhka potentially trying to bait.
Surely he dies for this. Can they really bail him out of it? They're going to try and fight back. Maybe they could save Miposhka for now. He will finally fall.
Pipe on pipe.
They're going to look for kills in return, though. The Stampede comes to an end. They're ready to charge down Malik.
The song
comes out for TA2000. It's going to give them time to reset. Maybe even consider getting back in. They're pretty grouped up.
Oh,
Malik, he's stepping forward. He's able to take the Hoostop out of the 2, and then the Burrow Strike follows as well. They're able to pop the back lines. This is going to be an easy cleanup here for PSG Quest as they take down all 4.
I love that Malik went pipe, and TA2000 shows up at the perfect time. They tank through everything. Miposhka bought back to force the fight, but 5 heroes clumped in that song. You couldn't have asked for a better one there.
A brilliant song. Absolutely brilliant song from TA2000. And he starts off with them getting this quick attempt on towards the Sven.
But look how tanky they are. Just the pipe is popped and pretty much nobody's taking any damage.
Malik was about to die pretty much, but this song coming in clutch. TA2000. He knew he needed to be here.
And look at how they're lined up. It's perfect and great target priority from Noob. He goes for both of the key cores.
Absolutely. Get the two range squishies that are doing the damage. The Zeus and Clinks. Get them out of the fight.
Oh, yeah, he's feeling it.
The Carlos hyped up after that one. Yeah, they know. PSG Quest. It's got to feel good, right? Especially when you get that sort of team fight after having such a miserable game one.
Yeah.
That's got to feel huge for them.
Absolutely. And now they have this Naga Siren top 2 of the net worth.
Yep.
Where'd that laning phase go, right? Where he was slowed down and no longer in existence. 3 cores at the top. Things are looking at pretty darn good for them. Spirit. See how they try to fix this now. The Naga Siren just online. So now TA2000 can just play with this team every single time as well. They essentially have that 5 heroes. And yeah, Pipe versus Zeus. Very effective.
Done.
Done.
Well, with the dust, they're bringing any follow-up damage. They've got the Stampede and the Soulbind. They're in under the 2 of them. They're going to make the jump. Radon's gone, and now they can look over towards Collapse, maybe. Come with Pushka Mirror by his side. Pushka will come out to catch on to Malik. They are keeping Collapse pretty alive against all this damage coming out, but Collapse, can he continue to survive?
How is he alive?
I don't know. He's still alive. Okay. I think everyone expected Collapse to go down there, but the auras came into play. Heals up, doesn't die into the tier 2, and Team Sprint, they're able to turn that around and get a double for lol.
He had this cloak last one, but this time it seems like he can tank pretty much everything.
Yeah, how was there not enough damage to kill that Doom? That was crazy.
I look at the damage numbers look so pathetic because of he just absorbs everything. Oh, wow.
I mean, was there some sort of like Lotuses thrown in there as well?
No, none. Zero.
Had like a full 1 charge.
It was just 1 and Pipe.
Yeah, 1 to Pipe. So the
and
Pipe's already out.
And look at this.
TA2000 tries to get in to get some hits, but doesn't want to full commit, so it's just the illusions physically attacking.
Yeah, but look, he's just chilling.
I mean, I guess for the most part, it's kind of just Oman to Carlos right-clicking him, so but it's still pretty funny. Just this Doom just not dying despite like 3 heroes plus Naga Siren illusions just wailing on him.
And that was a pretty crucial timing, it feels like, for them to have that happen too, because Quest was about to kind of run away with this game, so. Spirit striking back at the necessary moment. Gleipnir is online for Radon, so does have a way to protect himself at the least. He has his shard too, so for that burst, he can kill supports very easy. The core's a bit difficult at the moment, especially if he's alone. 6 to 12. How many more auras are we going to have to see? Checking to see if there's any mechs coming up too. It doesn't. I don't know if Spirit actually has a hero that can go for the mech. They're probably just going to have to go the normal drums, and then Hoodwink itemizes for herself. Grimstroke has the shard.
Nope. They get the setup on a Collapse. Getting the pressure off the tier 2.
They're trying to still accelerate things, looking to play aggressive here on the side of PSG Quest. They've got all the timings that they need.
Sure. And you think that's necessary in their lineup? There's not a world where you sort of sit back, play it cautious, and farm at your 6 slots on the Naga Siren. You want to push your advantage. You don't want to scale against Spirit's lineup.
I mean, you can, but you always want to press a bit of advantage, right? So I do think that they can scale. The only issue would be just the Doom, right? If they do find that Naga isolated and stuff like that. But yeah, they still have a very strong scaling lineup. But looking to play around any one of these timings that they can. If they see people split up, they'll look to pressure these. Should always play pressure. On timings, always playing around pressure is good. Heart's almost finished up for TA2000, so maybe they wait for that one before they really look to force one of the bigger objectives, like the Roche.
Good jump tip by Malik. Noob coming in with the backup as well. Burrow striking Inkswell straight over towards Mira. Mira gonna try and scurry away. We'll be able to hold back Malik with the Atos, and that Stampede won't actually set them up a kill. Team Spirit, they're able to back off.
I think they might smoke now on the side of Spirit to look for a fight themselves, even though they are at a disadvantage.
Let's see if they want to.
They want to probably try to use these cooldowns.
They've got Doom, they've got Zeus, they've got everything.
Does feel like they would like to make that move.
Here we go. No Stampede to worry about in terms of being able to save one another or play aggressive themselves. PSG Quest, though, they'll, of course, recognize this as themselves. They're not going to be putting themselves in any dangerous position. Even on this top sort of row of the map, they're backed right off behind the tier 1. They'll go for the Twin Gate play here, Team Spirit. See if they find anything better down bottom.
I think they might actually just commit into the Roche potentially here. I mean, let's see if they get any info.
Maybe with
their
Radon.
Not good for it, but I'm just saying they probably want to try to maybe find a pick off into it, but let's see.
Yeah, Roshan's kind of hard.
It's kind of hard with their lineup.
Maybe if it was like a Desta Clinks game, which it isn't, you know, because Radon obviously for reasons, as you say, went for the Gleipnir build this game. They just don't really do Rosh quick enough, I think.
I thought it was like a chance or something because they saw them kind of splitting away, but they don't really have tabs of where PSG Quest is, so it could potentially be suicide. And now PSG Quest, Stampede's back up in 20. They don't necessarily need it for the fight, but they're going to look for one anyway. Which next item time? Did they get any type of timing? No real item timing, I guess. It was the heart, sorry, yeah. The Nagasiren heart timing, so now they can look for the Rosh themselves. And Cyber Spirit is pretty hard for them to contest that one.
Yeah.
Maybe try to find a pick off first, but...
Sure, because again, the Rosh isn't super quick, but they can do it pretty safely around like the Enchantress, the Nagasiren and such.
It's not the slowest. They do at least have minus armor in the draft, so...
Yeah, they'll easily have the space to do so. Spirit now elsewhere on the map. So they can slowly but surely take down this Roshan for themselves. And I guess, are you putting this on tier 2000 or you put it on noob?
Oh, that's a good question, actually.
Depends how involved tier 2000 wants to get now. They're going to keep it on noob.
Because he has to commit in the fights.
He's the one going in.
Yeah, tier 2000 can play in the backlands, and he has a heart, so he should survive in these fights unless he's just unless he gets caught by Doom, pretty much. Keeping the ball rolling, keeping themselves in a very comfortable position this game, because, yeah, I mean, they do, I would say they do scale harder. Unless the Doom somehow just always finds the Nagasiren, they should scale harder.
No, for sure, yeah. A lot of it is indeed on tier 2000. Yeah, absolutely. Eventually, over time, we'll kind of shift into a 4 protect one. Sure, you know, Sanking Sentinel can still do a lot, but their burst, their magical output's going to fall off in a way that it won't for the Nagasiren. Yeah, and maybe it won't for obviously. Well, I guess because of somewhat the percentage-based damage that Team Spirit's overcores outside of the clinch can offer.
Yeah, maybe like some type of super late game. Like late game, I would say benefits PSG, but maybe super late game the Spirit can, just because of the supports. Yeah, TA 2000 will find a solo kill. Does find Collapse, so that's a lot, but... Spirit might just play to split the map up, maybe. At least until this Aegis is gone. Or if they find somebody isolated with a split up that they're doing. Look at TA 2000. This is cool. He's playing kind of hunting at this moment here on this Nagasiren. So he does feel like, for good reason, feels like he's the strongest here on the map.
Very hard for them to take him out outside of a good Doom, as you mentioned.
Yeah, they did buy a gem, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of PSG Quest 2, so looking to control that vision and keep this lead in a comfortable spot for them to play aggressive. Alec has been spotted.
A setup onto him.
He's got the Dispel.
And he's able to get the Stampede off. The Doom is there. Noob's going to jump in with a counterplay. The Soulbind into the Burrow Stroke on towards Collapse. They can back off here around the pipe. Keeping them alive, so both teams dropping ults, neither finding kills.
Great positioning. You know, Grimstroke, we were mentioning how we might see the rise of this hero throughout the tournament. Right away, we see that Inkswell, instant Dispel from the Shard, being able to allow the Centaur to just stampede before the Doom comes out.
I mean, they want to go back in.
Back in, even without the Doom.
They don't have Doom, but the fact that there's no Stampede.
That's pretty cool. Playing into the gem, too, and trying to look for this play here. It's a risky one.
And into the Aegis. If they catch wind of Noob, he's not going to be the target with the Aegis on him. They want to find something a bit easier and more...
Mira's the one who's been found.
Guaranteed, but indeed, on the mid, they get the jump upon him. Mira's going to be able to hold him back with the Aegis. He's opting for the TP out. He's away before Malik gets him with a Who Stomp. Then Poshka...
No way he gets out.
Will get left behind. They can close in. Burrow Strike to stop the TP. They'll take the Sven.
Guess maybe it was just a smoke to try to get information from them there. But they do end up losing one of these supports. They will get the BKB finished up on the Clink, so he's feeling a bit safer. They also have the BKB on Laurel. I was gonna say I feel like the Zeus might actually have to go down a BKB route because he's playing versus all these gap closes, but also just the heavy magic damage from the Zeus, even if he's got pipe and stuff behind him. So not the traditional kind of Zeus style, but pretty cool stuff. Now that lead's not growing too much. It's keeping consistent at 6K, so they are farming heavily. That Devour talent definitely seeing an extra reason why he perhaps wanted on the side of Collapse, as this game does get to the later stages.
Watching from the high ground, but fighting this for Team Spirit seems very difficult.
No Doom at the ready, but they're going to try.
They're going to try for Noob, see if they can burst through him quickly the first time around. He's able to turn, get the burst stroke off over towards Collapse. They put the Stampede, but Noob will fall the once. So the BKB low trying to push forward. They look towards Malik. It's a respawn here from the Aegis on Noob.
Nobody dies.
Okay, Aegis gone. That's it. They don't lose anything for it. Other than just the spell usage. But yeah, Doom itself is going to be back up for Collapse. So maybe a chance to make something happen now that the Aegis is gone from PSG Quest.
They did not actually use Verdon's BKB. So they used Laurel's, but they kept the Klink's one. So maybe they could actually look for something here. I really think for a Collapse, it's going to be all up to him how they're able to, if they can actually ever get this Dooms on these crucial targets. That's pretty much going to be the dictator of if Spirit's going to be able to control and get this game back into favor for themselves. So far, PSG Quest just feels like it's a lot easier for them to make the jumps and make the moves.
Radahn. Oh.
He has BKB.
They've got Dust. They're going to see him after the song comes to an end. They're in on top of him. He's going to put the BKB and try and run away from all of this. Now we'll go for the TP. Nope. Not going to make it. Too many heroes beating into him. Radahn will fall, but the Wisdom Rune was taken.
Not worth it. Quest very prepared for it with that ward they have placed on the bottom side. They know that Spirit's kind of just playing this cat and mouse game, so they're placing these defensive vision, which I do like to see. Sometimes the best place to farm is the most aggressive place, so they know that Yatoro or Radahn wants to play super aggressively to try to find that farm, and they catch him. 30 seconds, no Klinks. Stampede's up in 5 seconds, and they have a fresh Lotus. Loving the itemization from Malik this game. Lotus versus this Doom. It's going to be very effective.
Yeah, we've got what, tier 2000. He was slipping through some different options on the Ike build. Had the Silver Edge queued up, now he's gone for the BKB. Do you think it will indeed settle with the BKB? Is that pretty crucial for him to try and sort of push this lead to the next step, get involved in the team fights without much threat?
Yeah, I quite like it. It's kind of like it's playing for that next Roshan. Once he gets BKB, the Rosh will pretty much be up, and then you have the answer versus the Zeus to just kind of pierce through. So I personally would like if he does go down that route. Some of the other Naga Siren players are probably like, no, go Butterfly. I think this is kind of like how they want to keep that lead growing rather than maybe potentially giving a comeback here for Team Spirit. Collapse not quite having his BKB just yet. He has hung on to this Cloak Aura, seeing how important it is for the game. But definitely need that debuff immunity, that magic immunity versus this control that's coming out. Noob overall, he's just playing... I was saying it, there's only a couple heroes that I usually think of in Noob's name, but add tanking to the list as well.
That's been solid so far. That was really nice early moves from him. And absolutely keeping up and on top in farm there. Level with Lyle on the Zeus. Radahn's going to get back to trying to get away with these solo plays down bottom. TPs will be coming in. Radahn plays it carefully, doesn't overstay his welcome. He's able to get the tower and get out of that.
Very quick reactions coming out from PSG Quest, immediately looking to back each other up, because they know if they can get the chain stun, they will be able to kill Radahn. Or if they have the numbers, they'll just kill him through that BKB. Laro's going down the scale route. So as we said, not as strong as it once was, going down this right-click build, but he is going to start building toward it. He takes the Vindicator's Axe. He's got the Yashikaya. He's queuing up the Orchid Bloodthorn. So he is looking to try to scale. So I would say that they are looking to play for the super late game on Spirit, which is pretty crazy to say.
All right.
If it's going to work, we'll have to see.
Because what you say, out of the individual plays, the big focus is going to be on can Collapse
Doom the Naga, yeah. And actually, is Laurel going to be able to get to some 6-slotted Zeus levels where he can actually fight a Naga Siren? That would be pretty cool if we get to some 60 minutes and we see something like that.
Sort of right-clicking for the illusions.
Right? There's definitely some type of potential here. It does feel like Quest still do have a very comfortable position in this game, but don't want to let up to allow Spirit to just slow things down too much. Roche is going to be back up. We'll see how long. 8 seconds.
Yeah, overall PSG Quest, they'll be feeling pretty confident with how good of a game TA 2000s have.
Yeah.
So far, especially after a lane that wasn't amazing for him.
Nope.
Definitely suffered a little bit. Had the pressure put on. He's absolutely hit his stride. He's getting the farm, top of the net worth, and he's in as good as a position as you'd hope to be, really. 32 minutes in, 24k net worth.
Absolutely. Ducalis also continuing to scale, so that's the other thing on the side of PSG Quest to not ever forget about too. They do have this Enchantress. Yes, there's a Hoodwink on the the Spirit side too that does scale, but they're having multiple different cores at least scale on the side of them too, since he's gone for the more greedy kind of build on Ducalis.
Now, which support would you say scales harder? Like Hoodwink late game or Enchantress late game? Which one's scarier?
What do you think? It's hoodwink.
You go with the hoodwink. I guess you probably have to just because of the potential of some like crazy rapier, Daedalus, acorn shot, just one-shotting you.
Yeah, and also, for me at least, you just have better talents as well too for it.
Okay.
You get the double acorn shot bounces. If you get 25, you get 2 acorn shot charges. Plus, eventually by then you'll have like Daedalus and blah blah blah. So, but an ignored enchantress can do a ton of work.
Sure. You know what they need to add for enchant? Well, maybe because the hero's pretty powerful.
Multi-shot impetus.
No. Even better. Just level 25. Make it so that impetus no longer has a maximum range.
Oh no, please no.
You know, back in the day, it used to be like that, right? You could do some crazy plays.
So
it would have infinite damage.
Collapse has the BKB finished. So Spirit looking to fight around that time, and Gleipnir also finished on Mira and an Orchid. So a couple different items that they're looking to play around here.
Wards down.
We spotted.
They're going to try and start things on the Enchantress.
Ancient Dispel.
Collapse is looking for the Doom target. Who's going to be able to find their found Tier 2000? Tier 2000 able to put the Mantle Lotus is thrown down as well. Tier 2000 able to keep the edge of the fight. Collapse not able to find a chance to drop the Doom down onto the Nagasari.
Okay, Zeus ult used. No BKBs committed, right? Nobody popped it. Everybody was very careful.
Out of all the crucial cooldowns, I think it literally was just their Zeus.
Yeah. They claim the ward, though, for the high ground, so looking to play around that advantage around the Roshan, but immediately you see PSG Quest, they're looking to control lanes. TA2000 sent some illusions bottom, he sent some illusions mid, and that push, those lanes will start to get pressured a bit here as they can sit to wait for that Roshan. Spirit's gonna smoke again.
Yeah, they have to find the fight to have a chance of Roshan, Team Spirit.
Yeah, can they find that Doom target?
Collapse. Staying on the high ground, Noob's heading up towards him. He's looking for the power strike. Collapse keeping his cool. He's going to get caught by the silence. Tier 2000 leads him with the silence. They get the bushwhack on towards the Naga Siren. That's Collapse. He's getting control. He's able to bounce away with the Ogre Seal Totem. The Stampede's pop gives PSG Quest a bit of a time to reset themselves. Tier 2000 does end up falling rather low. Of course, with that heart, he's going to be perfectly fine and start healing up. Team Spirit, they try for the fight and not able to quite find it the way they'd hoped for. They are going to have to move things up towards the top side of the map.
Since that Roche is shifting, PSG Quest can make a bit of an easier move. It is shifting.
Wait, why did it do? Oh, yes, they aggroed it out and then it went back and then it...
Yeah.
It's all good. He's just taking his time. He's going to get up there. There he is.
And do they have actually a smoke on the side of Spirit?
I don't know if Spirit can fight this. They might just sort of concede this and say, you know what, we just can't get up there.
Can't get the angle.
Just try and play for the efficiency. Try and play towards the next items and prepare yourself for the fact that PSG Quest, they're going to be coming in with a push next time with this Aegis and Cheese.
Very cool kind of little macro plays coming in. They wanted to be able to keep the vision, to be able to have the fight, to potentially be able to find the Dooms, but since they can't there, they have to just give that one up. And now Noob, seeing him get aggressive with TA2000, that Shadow Blade, it's on the hunt. Collapse. And should have potentially found Collapse. It's also being chased and stalked here from TA2000.
He's got the BKB.
Yes.
Yeah, BKB TP, goodbye. Daedalus stun on Radansu, yeah. Getting the damage items online.
Slowly but surely.
They're preparing for this high ground defense that they are going to have to put together. Because likely with the Aegis and Cheese, I think it's going to get very close to PSG Quest. Definitely seeing if they can try and push it even further. Try and approach the base before Team Spirit get the chance to, I don't know, as you say, maybe get some of this late game potential online with their Zeus.
I really hope we get to some crazy 60 minutes. I'm curious to see how it's going to...
This would be a game to do it,
Like, who actually would? It really is, of course, depending on the Dooms, if they get reflected, blah, 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 if he gets refreshed, but there is potential that these can fight back versus it, even though this Naga Siren, of course, is having such a good game.
Yeah,
so Spirit work magic as the games get to the later stages with their teamfight execution.
They're going for the Silver Edge here, TA2000 off the BKB, and he's pretty close to having it.
I mean, he's just trying to sneak around and get onto these back lines.
Exactly. Which I wondered if there was going to be a chance to go for some sort of blink.
Whoa, Mira.
Kind of hype as well.
That's true. Very true. We have seen it in the past.
Yeah, when you're playing against like these Zeus's and Clinks and just bam, blink song. But yeah, Silver Edge definitely going to offer a similar level of potential.
Ooh. Oh, and they're collecting the Lotuses too.
How many we got?
How many do we have? Not quite. Not even close. Just one greater one. It just takes too many. Let's reduce it. I want to see more blocks of cheese. Can we reduce the amount of Lotuses? Why do you need 27 or whatever it is? Or 27 minutes of them.
Add some sort of different levels of items. You know, add some like yogurt in and some milk. Just have a whole sort of collection of different dairy-esque items that you can build.
It's only foods that Ice Frog likes, though, right? He likes mangoes, so we got mangoes in the game. He likes cheese, so there's cheese.
He likes cheese. Not together, I'd hope.
Ooh, no.
Is that a thing? Can you get mango-flavored cheese?
No.
You can probably find...
But fruits and cheese isn't that bad sometimes.
That's true. You can probably get like a cheese-flavored mango if you have one that's gone off a bit.
It's not saying.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise it.
Mira, they want to jump inside the base.
Straight in, Noob. He goes for it. They'll get it. That's Mira gone. Collapse.
And collapse, maybe.
He's outside of the base. There's stomping indeed. We'll see if we can keep us cool and not need to pop the BKB.
He's got the seal totem.
With the ink swell.
Anyway, just seal totem out.
Gonna bounce when time. The pressure coming in down the mid though. PSG Quest, they'll get the tier 2.
Going high ground is not easy for their lineup though, and especially not playing into Spirits. Unless they can find the Zeus in particular, yeah, pushing high ground is just not easy. Especially not for most Nagasaran lineups. You want to usually get like a fight outside to be able to progress toward there, because who wants to hit the tower? Enchantress feels like their best tower hitter, which is definitely not what you want to be giving an opportunity for them to jump, so. Laurel. Hyperstone.
Okay,
on the way.
Tier 2000 wants to get the Aghanims next.
Oh. Okay. Reel them in.
Sure. Also, of course, very nice against what these BKB units, right? You see this Doom sort of BKBing running towards you. You pop him in a net. You can't close the gap. Can't get the Doom off.
Yeah.
So the extra level of control could be pretty nice to stop them from being able to get in on top of you, as you say. One of the big kind of situations that Spirit's looking for is just getting on top of this Nagasaran, especially with the Doom.
Yeah. Yeah, I was joking about the reeling. I do always want to see it, but no one even ever uses it, unfortunately. But could be if they get the song outside with the ensnare and then he reels them out of the base or something. There's definitely that potential. But yeah, more so versus the debuff immunity.
Timeless Relic also picked up here from Malik. Very nice as well to continue to just have this additional amount of lockdown between the stuns.
12k lead. Starting to get some other big items.
Out. This is risky though. It's into this Aegis and Cheese short. The Aegis is going to expire, but in 40 seconds.
But tier 2000 did have to be careful. Good timing for him to Silver Edge away. Because he can die if he gets isolated. They do have damage. It just can they ever find him?
Ooh. Is he going to stick around for this creep camp tier 2000? He is, but Team Spirit, they've turned their attention over towards DeCarlos instead. They'll drop the Doom down for
on him. PSG Quest is going to look for this
Absolutely.
fight.
Soulbind into Who's They're going to get the jump straight in over towards Mira. Now they're on top of Radahn. He's going to put the BKB and try and run. See if they can catch him.
He's rooted.
They can indeed. They've got him with the ensnare. Noob follows up with a Burrow Strike. That's Radahn gone for 80 seconds. They're using the song to see if they can catch out anyone else. But as it is, the rest of Team Spirit are able to keep far enough away. Still, though, 75 seconds, they might have to try and hold up the defenses without their carry.
Now they can go. Yeah, now they can potentially start to poke that high ground. Of course, the Zeus is alive, but if Laurel is not careful, he could just get jumped and popped. As soon as the Doom gets used, it's just PSG Quest.
Immediately on top of them.
Instantly go for them.
I've got to be careful on this high ground as well. Noob won't be too afraid of going in for a jump Burrow Strike if he sees the chance to. And there we go. Straight over towards Maposhka. Finds himself a Sven. Maposhka's gone. He's going to have to use the buyback straight away. Lal jumping in very aggressively. He wants to start the right clicks to try and scare them off. It's kind of working. The BKBs are coming out from both sides. Noob Burrow Strikes away. I mean, yeah, Lal just no fear there on him as he just leaps in and starts right-clicking them. And hey, what? Kind of works.
Actually, BKBs jumps into 4 heroes as the Zeus, and he does a ton of damage.
He stops the push.
He stops the push, and he keeps Radahn being able to respawn in those 20 seconds. He did just get the Timeless Relic right before the fight, too, so did have a ton of extra damage because of it. They do hold on. Clinks, though, dead for a while. As he's been overtaken. Even the Centaur now. Malik having a flawless game so far on this Centaur.
Speed the brush. Yeah, very solid stuff to come out from PSG Quest after what was one of the roughest stomps that we've had in that game 1. That game 2 here, looking strong. Tier 2000.
They're in a very comfortable spot.
Yes, and that is that the Aghanim's Blessing, or has he got it complete?
Is it the full Blessing? Yeah, it's about.
It is. So he's got the full Blessing. He's going to be able to keep the treads in his inventory.
And he's
so
about to
7 slotted.
He's about to hit 25 too. So even more of these illusions that are be coming in. I actually didn't even know this was a talent. Did you? The ensnare breaks. I haven't seen a level 25 Naga, to be fair, in a while, so I didn't know that one even existed now. Doesn't matter.
I mean, does anyone? No one ever take. I guess
it could matter in some games.
Sure, some games, some games.
But that's a cool one. All right, yep, he's got the full Blessing out. Tormentor, just for the gold.
Now, it was always a little bit spicy when
What's that?
You spend up all your money, which
Yes.
has tier 2000. Yeah, has indeed done.
And
if he
the Centaur
dies, he will be dead for a long time. Has level 25 Nagasari.
Has all 3 cores actually spent? No, okay. Noob has the gold for buyback.
I mean,
but yeah, that's a good call.
Highly likely, though, with the pace of this game, tier 2000 will very quickly be able to farm up that buyback gold.
especially because they can just control every wave. He's controlling top, he's controlling mid, he's controlling bottom. The power of the Naga Siren just being able to deter from allowing Spirit to find any type of fights. And yeah, they are still growing. Ducalis even now gets his BKB. He's continuing to get that scaling as well.
They're just both trying to get the Lincoln Spheres online on Team Spirit's main 2 cores.
The gold lead is starting to get pretty tremendous though. You know, they were kind of slowing things down for a while on Spirit until around that 30-minute mark. I think it was only a 9K or something gold lead. That extra 10K, things are starting to compound a lot. So it's getting harder and harder to see that recovery potential for Team Spirit.
I haven't noticed, but I don't think Collapse has been... Oh, no, I guess he doesn't have the Devil's Bargain.
He doesn't have it, yeah.
So in a game like this, in a position like this, it would have been kind of nice, right? So he could be sliding in a Midas. But indeed, as you say, had to go for the other one to deal with the Enchantress.
But he does also get the benefit of getting extra gold from this.
That's true.
It's not equivalent.
Extra Devours, yep. And...
cool, he's taking the Time Warp Aura. Probably because of how slow things kind of are, so he can just pick and choose which one of his Doom targets if he wants to, so they can reset it, but... does have to be careful how he uses it, because if he uses a Doom on one of these... If he uses the Doom pretty much on anybody but a core, PSG Quest is just going to run with the fight, so... Very likely they do anyway, but...
Yeah, a lot of money on Noob. What do you imagine he is going to go for next? Does he need the Yules for himself, or can he just get that?
Yeah, you should.
Octarine?
I like the Yules and Wind Waker. It just heals. It's still one of the best items in the game. Because then he's got so many different forms of save for himself and for his teammates. We've already seen Omar's Ink Swell kind of bail them out of like 5 different jumps that could have maybe been an issue or something like that. If they have a Wind Waker on top too, they'll have multiple different forms of bail. Plus the Stampede that they've had from earlier. And speaking of the Centaur, almost level 25 as well for Malik. Spirit's going to look for it again.
They're going to try for it. Yeah, they want to try and take a fight around this potential Roshan respawn time.
And if they can ever get the... Let's see if he can ever find the Doom, because as you mentioned, the buybacks, are they at the ready? Noob is... The TA 2000 is 400 short.
He's close. If they get a kill, they'll have enough money in the team fight. They're going to spot things out with the 2 Salt. Collapse is going to try and find his target. He's in. He's going to drop the Doom down on towards the Centaur. Now they turn over towards Noob. Lal is right-clicking pretty hard, but Noob's able to pop the cheese back up to full HP. The song from TA 2000 used as an effort to reset the fight and find the chance to get on top of the squishes. They're going to look towards the Zeus. Straight away, in with the Burrow Strike. They make the jump over towards Lal. Take him down. A lot of damage coming out from Radan as he's able to turn, take Noob out. But Malik's in on top of him with the Who Stomp. They close in on the Clink. They'll bring Radan down as well. Now they can turn over towards Collapse. PSG Quest trying to clean them up one by one, but indeed the buybacks from both Lal and Radan coming in. Noob also boxing over towards the Siege Creep. He's got the Burrow Strike on towards Maposhka. Maposhka's gone. That's going to be Collapse out for good. And the same to be said here for Maposhka and for Mira. The 3 of them dead without buyback.
They had to just choose, I guess, the Centaur to go for that Doom, but then he's just able to get the song and reset things and get a pretty ideal situation from TA 2000.
Now they get the rush.
If you don't Doom the Centaur, they Stampede and run. If you Doom the... Yeah, it's tough, right? It's just, as we see, Collapse, you can't get that good Doom target that wants to be able to enter both of them.
No, for sure, yeah. He did what he needed to do, but when you're down 20k, even if you're able to make the correct moves, the team fights are not going to be easy, and we're seeing that here. See if Radan and Lal can keep this game alive. They're going to have to wait, as I say, 40 seconds or so until their teammates are back up.
And overall, to be honest with you, Ducalis is doing quite a bit more work than Mira is able to. It is, of course, they have disadvantage, so he's able to do stuff like that, but this Ench kind of almost solo killed the Doom, if I wasn't mistaken there. Those Impetus were just flying on top of him. And I think he almost killed the Clinks with the 1 stun. 1 stun into the 8 Impetuses or something like that. As Spirit...
Super tanky, right, this Enchantress. Or BKB Hurricane Pike is also getting this Eternal Shroud sent out to him next.
Spirit have endured for a long time throughout this game, but it's just impossible for them to have a successful team fight to kill multiple cores.
PSG Quest in with the push. Tier 2000. Onto the tier 3 top. Ducalis starting to focus the tier 3 mid. Spirit, they'll have the full lineup back up. They're finding into the Aegis of Noob.
Cheese as well too. Omar, he's the one hanging on to it to pass off to one of his allies. Malik has also taken the Retaliate Aura, so very strong. Not something you usually see, but versus the Clinks can definitely be something that adds up. Same thing for Hoodwink. Even these acorns bouncing between can hurt a lot. They'll look to reset. Heroes are respawning, as you said. Breaking the high ground, definitely not the easiest thing by any means versus the Zeus, and they'll give that respect. Quest not wanting to make that mistake. They do have a tremendous lead, especially in the gold front, but yeah, their heroes just don't hit the towers the best unless they kill heroes first.
Let's see what
I'll take your tribute.
Tier 2000 wants to go for next. I said, you know, probably could get rid of those treads. I said that maybe the blink is still on the table.
Yeah, I think you can go
right?
Swift Blink. Does feel like you
Swift Blink sort of really allows you to end the game.
Yeah,
we're seeing already him being able to get excellent songs off in the team fights to keep them under their control. But if you're able to get some sort of blink play, that could just end the game.
Yeah, I feel like they can kind of pick. They can kind of go any of these items at this point now. After those last few fight wins, getting the advantage pushed up this far forward, does feel harder and harder for Spirit to hope for that kind of crazy timing that maybe they were looking for.
With the Lincolns on Radahn. So we're looking for that Bloodthorn next as the damage item of choice.
Yeah, the Lincolns will stop versus at least one of these instant stuns and stuff like that, but not versus the Hoof Stomp if he doesn't have the BKB. T2000, he's just going to whittle these tower downs. These towers down here. Hex, even on the Grimstroke now.
Yep, double
Eternal
Hex
Shroud
ready to
even for the
play.
Enchantress. I mean, this is, on top of being a very nice defensive item for Ducalis, it also gives you the mana to be able to throw your impetuses in the face, which is sometimes necessary as game progresses. So yeah, liking the itemization, and yeah, these 25s definitely going to add even more difficulties for Team Spirit. Tarbomb multi-shot is online, so more damage for him, but also does mean he's going to be able to, you know, take more damage from the Retaliator since he's not going to be able to control stuff like that.
A full Wind Waker on Noob.
He's got the, yeah, he's got ways to, like last fight he did get brought down. This time he'll be able to just reset and go back in potentially multiple times.
Collapse. He wants the Wisdom Rune. Got it. Can Spirit pull together some incredible level of defense? It's going to have to be one of the finest that we've seen this tournament. They're down 36k. PSG Quest. All the tools to be able to close this one up. Collapse. He's stepping up. They'll go immediately for him.
They've got the burst.
They're in with the Burrow Strike. Collapses out. 575 gold short of buyback. It's just down to the four of them on Team Spirit to try and continue this hold. Push coming in to Carlis.
He's the tower hitter.
Range racks.
Yeah, he's the objective taker.
And turn over towards the melee. And they're going to realize pretty soon there's no buyback available on the Doom. Alex going to get in with the jump. He gets the Who stopping onto the two of them. They get the catch onto Lal. Lal's gone. Noob will lose the Aegis, but with that jump, the job should be done here for PSG Quest as Radahn caught on the retreat back to base. He's also out without buyback.
Very nice. Great fight. Hex comes out. They jump Laurel. They completely 100-0 him and the Doom the moment that they show. Now they should be able to close this one out. It took them a while, 43,000 gold lead, but now the 3 cores are gone. The couriers, the shenanigans, they're trying to cut the waves.
They really are. Maposhka's got outside the base. He's got buyback. As we said, the other 3, they do not. 30 seconds until Collapse is back in. Lal and Radahn, their buyback still on cooldown for the entirety of their death. PSG Quest, they're onto the tier 4s, looking to close it up. They get another jump in onto Maposhka. We'll get back towards the fountain. The backdoor protection kicks in. Where's the nearest creep wave? What, top lane? Almira's cutting it. Malik trying to bring in the mid. They can't kill it through backdoor protection.
No, but there's 70 seconds until the main 2 do come back, so.
And the mid lane's coming in.
Should be able to force the issue here once those creeps come in.
And the backdoor protection's gone. Collapses up. They've got to try and do something crazy with the 3 of them if they want to stop it. Noob's already made the jump over towards them. They get Collapsed with the Hex. They're able to burst through him before he can get the BKB off or anything off. He's gone. GG is called. PSG Quest will push it to a game 3.
Very well played. This was a very team win in particular, right, from the side of PSG Quest. I feel like the macro game this time around was beautiful. Of course, there's some nice individual stuff to point out. Malik not dying at all in this game on the Centaur, 7-0 and 16, but more than anything, just their macro play. The way they controlled the map, they kept making these illusions go out. The lead, it stopped, it stagnated for only a small minute or so, around like the 20-ish or so, but besides that afterwards, it just started to heavily swing in their favor once they started getting these pickoffs and just winning every single back-to-back-to-back team fight.
Absolutely. Game 1, you know, quite the stomp from Spirit. This one, a very slow game in comparison.
Sure.
But one that felt very certain to be going the way of PSG Quest with how well they handled the majority of this game. Impressive stuff. A different style of win. We're getting a game 3 out of these 2. I don't know what we're going to be ending up seeing there, but as it stands, 1-1 now with PSG Quest taking this game 2.
It's great to know that we have a series on our hand here, a best of 3 going to game number 3. And in the second game, though, it took so much longer. Game number 1 ended in 20 minutes. 52 minutes is what Quest needed to be able to close it out, but everything went in their way. Lanes going much better for themselves. The idea, the timings, everything you talked about, Kezu, that was wrong for them in game 1 seemed to have been fixed here for game 2.
Honestly, I just feel like they fixed it. Like they had some of the most likely best 2 last picks in the draft that they could have gone for. They also executed it really well. TA2000 and Naga, this guy is, I don't know, but this guy is something else. The way they play together also with the map, I feel like they showed up in this game when it comes to the gameplay, how to move, how to itemize. Because honestly, right now, if I'm Spirit, I'm feeling maybe not as good because they got a lot of the heroes that they wanted. They lost 2 heroes that aren't picked as often with the Naga Siren. So PSG Quest, they're cooking.
Yeah, I think one of the moments where all 3 of you were thinking, okay, this is very heavily in Quest's favor. In fact, they might be able to close it out relatively soon. Was this 18-minute fight in the mid lane?
Yeah, honestly, this was just so beautiful. Like, just looking at the draft as well, like what they do here, like they disengage into the back. There's all these spells being thrown up by Spirit, but then TA2000, you know, he shows up at the right time. They use the song to like disengage Noob Doom. The Doom runs out. He epicenters in the back. He gets Inkspelled. He also doesn't go in the front. He goes on the people in the back. Just gets a double kill there. Then they clean up the rest. And here I think it just goes to show that, sure, you know, maybe their first 3 picks, we didn't really see the purpose so much, but the 4th, the 5th pick, bring it together, execution, beautiful.
I thought you were going to jump in there, Lucas.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to jump in. I was waiting because I'm jumping in right now.
just like Sand King.
That was really good roleplay.
He was really on point on Noob. Like all of his initiation, counter initiations, he was waiting in the tree lines when they were ready to get that jump, and also the stampede behind them. Because Collapse throughout the game, he had a pretty bad time, hard time finding these Dooms, because you're playing against Centaur, you're playing against Naga, you have to choose which one you're going to go for, and Team Spirit, they were lacking some of the stuns. They were unable to lock down a hero from 100 to 0, because there's going to be a disengage, there's going to be heal coming out from PSG Quest.
Look, we haven't heard from you yet, BSJ, so give me some rundowns and some thoughts of game number 2 for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, for me, this play right here speaks heaps and bounds about Quest not only playing team fights really well, but they saw Verdon on this ward, and they managed to song him with TA2000. Like, even the simple act of having your carry TP first in this type of scenario to set up for the rest of the team to close the gap, and it ends up being a super narrow, like he almost gets out with that BKB TP, so having that level of coordination on the map and basically wrangling Team Spirit where they're forced to fight you head on and you're not letting them play that split game to come back, just an impressive all-around performance from Quest.
Yeah, and it feels like what you were saying during the draft as well, it really rings true, is it was a known quantity that they wanted to come up against this Doom, and they're happy to let that one through a couple times.
I'll eat my words. That was impressive.
It was really impressive, but either way, a game at number 3, hopefully it's just as impressive, but before we get to it, we've got to go to a break. On the other side, though, we will be coming back with Team Spirit up against PSG Quest.
I can put vision on you, watch.
I will ult you, Amazon. I jump.
Keep waiting.
I have a talent shroud. We can complete.
He's one dead.
Flicks on me. Guys, we need to kite.
I slow them both. I can sleep. Run.
We can turn maybe.
I can kill him.
Wait.
I don't have ink yet. Maybe Santor stun first, then I give ink.
Watch on clicks. Nice.
Don't buy your
Nice.
Tech shit.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Hi guys, I'm here at the Media Day with PSG Quest. I have two of their clowns here with me, which is Noob and Omar. And I have a couple questions for you guys. So first of all, what is like the kind of team dynamic? Who makes the most jokes? Who makes the most calls? Who makes the most stupid suggestions in the game? Give me some insight.
This is our clown. He makes the stupidest jokes in game, outside game, everything.
Okay, nice. Omar?
No, he is clown number 1, I'm clown number 2. It works like this way.
Okay, so clown 1 and 2. Now, follow-up question. If you could choose one thing about each other that this person would stop doing outside of the game or inside of the game, what would you choose for Omar and what would you choose for Noob?
He can stop feeding a bit, but he can be himself outside the game. It's okay.
Okay.
Bro, this guy need to stop with this. You know these weird sounds when you're mid lane does. He needs to stop doing this.
So it's a little bit triggering maybe. You know, these mid players, they always complain, they want your runes and stuff. Okay, makes sense.
He's lying. Yesterday, everyone was complaining about him, crying in mic and stuff. It was on stage.
Bro, oh my God! It's you know it's 6-0-0, 6-0-1. Oh my God! I'm always unlucky. These runes, man. Oh, Dota doesn't like me.
One serious question. How about like the teams like Spirit, Falcons, Gaming Gladiators? What do you feel like is the one thing, if you had to choose just one thing, what makes them like as good as they are? Is it like draft, gameplay, hero understanding? What would you guys say?
I would say they understand the game really well and how to win exactly, and that's it mostly.
I think they have really good understanding and they work really hard to stay consistent to their good understanding plus hard work.
So what do you guys do to work as hard as them to understand the heroes? Is it talk to each other? Is it play pubs? Is it coach wisdom? What do you do?
We troll Omar.
Nice.
I get trolled.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you guys so much. Good luck in the playoffs and enjoy your media day.
If I heard that you
Hey Colbin, it's 5 minutes till Team Spirit shuttle, so can you get the team together? Thanks.
Maidenless manager, thou knowest what thou must do. Thou must quest for to subdue thine most powerful Dota fiends, whomsteth lay waiting in wait in the perilous luxury player hotel. Oh, only then, and with thine acquisition of the golden ring, will thou'st enter the shuttle too. Oh, there it is. There's the ring. Good, that's done. Check. As it were. Thou must travel to the dark recedes of the man caves.
No.
Brave the forbidden lands of the practice rooms.
I am Miposhka, favorite son of my babushka, and I have never abandoned the pub. No!
Journey to the grand feasteries to interrupt their munchy time.
Sorry.
Your most insurmountable challenge lay last. The loathsome Durachio Eater. The Skeeter Star Scourge. Cool friend of Army.
Okay, you are ready to go? Yeah, let's go.
Nice, bro. Sick. Based, even. Indeed.
I hope the Team Spirit had just as much fun making that content piece as we did watching it there. I mean, it is no mystery that right now Yatoro, or Radahn, has been enjoying his Elden Ring, but hopefully he's put it on pause, at least for now, not watching any more Twitch streams of it, because right now they're facing elimination up against PSG Quest. In this best of 3, both teams have 1 game win each, and this is the decider. Game number 3. How are adjustments going to be made here, Keza? What needs to be adjusted, in fact?
I feel like if you're PSG Quest, you're very happy with what happened in the last game. I feel like they kind of got Spirit. They gave them all what they wanted, and probably Spirit even felt like, wow, look at all the stuff we're getting. And then they just kind of slammed down like 2 gotcha picks towards the end. I think if you're Spirit, it's maybe mostly up to them to do some small adjustments, maybe cover your bases a little more. I don't see anything wrong with anything else, and the rest has just got to be gameplay. You need to show your A game.
Yeah, this Naga Siren did really mess up what they were going for, because like the last 2 picks that you mentioned, but also the bases that they covered in the they banned Ember Spirit, they banned Dazzle, which the Shard, which is really good against Naga Siren, instantly kills them off. You get the gold, of course, and you know which one is real, and also Leshrac. So they had a plan, which at least I didn't see what's going to happen, because they gave away Team Spirit, I would say the best support duo in the game right now, with this Hoodwink, with this Sven position 5, and also Doom, a hero that has been super popular in the last couple of days.
Yeah, before the Naga pick came out, I think we were all questioning, like, what the heck is PSG Quest cooking up here? Like, this makes absolutely no sense. Team Spirit's owning, but it's one of those beautiful pictures that you only truly understand how much work has been put into it once you see the final product. And I will say that, like, that's something I don't think Team Spirit will allow to happen again. It's very easy to see once you see the answer, but the question now begs, like, will PSG have another like ace up their sleeve, another TA2000 signature that they're going to set up for themselves and kind of bait you into picking yourself countered against?
They will need, they will need a different answer. If Spirit pick a similar stuff where like you have all these auras and it's hard to kill them, outplaying that with a disengaging lineup where you have to like go out and go back in order to beat it, I think first of all, it's hard to get, it's hard to execute. They did both of that. So this time around, you'll very likely need something else if you're PSG Quest, but I feel like for them, like they did similar things to OG, drop game 1, win game 2 and 3, and they gotta be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I think they're the ones that are sitting in a nice position. They're not going to feel pressured too much because, let's be real, the lanes didn't go fantastic for them in Game 2 either, and they were still able to make space, come out on top. It definitely went better than Game 1, but not fantastic.
Yeah, in the beginning.
I hope people know this meme.
Everyone else in chat is just like, what face?
Yeah, back to you, Lacoste.
In the beginning, Team Spirit, they were doing pretty well in the lanes. We got to give them credit for that. They were kind of owning, but in the mid-game fights, when Sanking picked up that Blink Dagger, this is where the things turned around quite a bit. And also, PSG Quest, they are playing these offlaners. In the first game, they had Brewmaster, who did go for mech, but there was no pipe this time around. There was, this pipe rush, so they were ready to punch back.
All right, I'm looking to see if this is just going to be another Primal Beast ban from PSG Quest, because that means there aren't any changes from game number 2 just yet in terms of bans.
I think it's important to note that that was Mira's 7th game of Hoodwink this tournament, and that was his first loss. So pretty ballsy for PSG Quest to give them that, considering the win rate thus far. And this is the time in the tournament where you know what teams are successful with. You have to pick your poison based on like what matchups you think your heroes that you like to pick are good. And I don't know, like having the courage to give a team a hero with 6 games, 100% win rate, and then taking it down in game 2, where you're now on the back foot again, or like you're on the chopping block again, both teams now. Yeah, it's something that I think it takes a team to do to win a tournament, really. Like these are the type of calls you have to be willing to make, trusting your gut that you'll be able to take down their unbeatable strat. And the Ember Spirit got banned 2nd round last game by PSG Quest. I think it pseudo covers the Naga problem. So maybe that's like partially why they're also picking it here.
It also covers the Sanking, good in the lane, builds into Mage Slayer as his first item, reducing that damage. Very tanky, very difficult to kill. Gives you a kill threat in the side lanes. Overall, great scaling hero, can build into like multiple items. Maelstrom, Blips and Blobson, of course, and Shiva's Guard later on to reduce that healing, which is something that Sanking wants to do with his Bloodstone.
Well, if I'm Quest, I kind of want to... I mean, you could at least think about if you can find a nuclear counter to the Ember. You try to shove the SK into the offlane. At the same time, if you're Spirit, you need to be kind of aware of that to now make sure you also craft a safe lane that Sanking doesn't really want to go into. I don't know how many of those you can craft, but maybe like a ET +1 in the safe lane I feel like could be quite annoying later down the line. Hero does also play fairly well with Ember, so there's a lot of mind games going on right now about the teams like covering their bases in the next phase.
Ember's one of the heroes I think has flown under the radar the most out of all the popular meta heroes. He's rocking a really nice win rate, 42 games, 69% win rate there. Nice. Like that's pretty insane for that sample size, and considering that like, I don't know, he doesn't seem like a defining hero of the meta right now, right? But at the same time, like, Laurel's only played it once, lost the one time they played it against Aurora. It is a Laurel hero, like he can play it. That's not a question or doubt I have in my mind. But what I'm saying is you're now kind of reaching into the meta basket of, okay, I feel like this entire meta has been what teams are taking Sankey first now. Like that seems to be the #1 stock for like the blind pick going into the first stage. And then people are trying a bunch of different answers, and Ember's a new one. So will this one work?
What was the mid lane matchup in the Ember game that he lost?
In the Ember game that he lost, I'll pull it up.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm just curious, like, was it, a tough lane for him, and so there was nothing else to it, or was it a really long game that eventually...
He was against a Storm Spirit, so that's not like the best matchup in lane, but it's also like pretty even, I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, Ember overall is just good. He builds into Mage Slayer. He like he can tank through with the Flame Guard and so on. But I think you can already tell that Spirit kind of know that there's a high chance for Sanking to not go in the offlane. With picking the ET, like I mentioned before, there's a high chance it could even be like some ET morph together or like whatever it is. It's not very hard to craft a lane like that, but it's up to Quest to now be like, okay, am I gonna go offlane into the Sanking and take DL and give my mid laner the W with some new counter pick? Or like, what's their deal to, deal with the ET here?
Yeah, I was looking at the heroes that Malik did play, and so far he did not play a single game on that Sanking. I'm sure he can play it, but in a game 3, elimination series? Do you want to, you know, experiment if you don't feel too comfortable on the hero? And Team Spirit, they are going back to their bread and butter pretty much. They've been first phasing ET a lot, and they've been also second phasing at the first stage of the tournament, of the group stage. They were really liking this hero, then they kind of stopped, and now they're back to it. But I still feel that there's going to be an aura buyer from the offlane for Collapse. Looking like we still need to see the matchups, but anything that can buy into Guardian Greaves into pipe is going to be something for Collapse, I believe.
So a lot of the games that they've had the ET on the side of Team Spirit, they've paired it with something like the Tiny, a lot of magic burst that utilizes the vision of the Spirit now to amp the damage from the aura of ET, but Ember doesn't do that. So he pokes with you, he helps set up somebody, but I'm looking for what is the hero that capitalize on this now bursts. You either have the option to be so tanky that this sheer amount of magic damage that PSG Quest is representing isn't going to be enough, but I do think you need to be able to eventually punish the target that gets changed, has an ET Spirit on top of them. So I would argue that probably has to come from Collapse's hero. Maybe the Mars. Is there anything for the offlane, Kezu, that stands out for that particular role, or anything else you think is
I will say that I would prefer or like if they do pick Mira's hero and Collapse. I think with now how the games have gone, you probably want to give last pick to Yatoro. Just have the carry-to-carry matchup against TA 2000. If I see these three heroes, I want to build pipe. I want to have pipe, I want to have auras in the offlane. We pick Mira, some range 4, I don't know.
Nyx is still in the pool, right? Great against tanking, great against Jakiro. You can easily, like, if you have a good laning stage with Nyx, we've seen Mira do some really nice stuff where he's invading the enemy jungle, finding the stacks, killing off the creeps in the lane, and also being a threat on the map ever since, like, once you get to that level 6.
I could also see if they want to keep their draft a bit more open. I'm not sure if Mira has played it a lot, but Phoenix 4 could work. I think Snap 4 is also okay. At least to like help your team with...
Snap's banned.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, all 3 games.
But what if they could repick?
That would be pretty good, yeah.
If we could just restart the draft.
Yeah, reach into the back pocket, guys. You know, pull out the cheats.
Snap would be so good right now, for sure.
Because they will close the phase with his hero. We have seen some Rubiks into Jakiro and Sanking, but I don't know how I feel about this hero. I think it's very volatile as well. Like, it's not the best laner.
What about this troll pick coming out? You guys really wanted the 4 and the 3. Look, it's going to end up being the Rubik, but let's talk about the troll as well. Why here? What exactly does it offer, and how can you protect it?
Doom's banned out. That's probably been like the #1 hero that has kind of made Troll not pickable in this stage. Every time we've seen Troll picked like this, the other team pretty much always responds with Doom. So the fact that maybe Team Spirit's actually taking advantage of the fact that PSG Quest was forced to ban Doom because they opened up with Sand King. So these are things that are multi-layered, in my opinion. Like, I imagine it's cause and effect chain of Sand King getting Doom banned, Troll now enabled to be picked. It's just been a reliable lane carry, and ET buffs up all these ranged guys. But when you're dealing with like high magic damage and instant stun from Sand King, you don't really want to pick like a ranged poke carry. You want to pick like a guy that gets in there and brawls. So
what do we want to see for TA 2000? Gonna be Naga
I will
again?
say that I think Team Spirit prepared for that here.
Yeah,
Much better than they did in the
They
previous
have Troll, Ember, ET, even Rubik. These are all good heroes against Naga Siren. So I think in this one, they might be falling into a trap. So far, they're undefeated with Naga Siren, so that gives them comfort 3 out of 3 games. But there are a lot of answers for Naga Siren.
I was looking at different heroes, like maybe another hero I was looking at is too slow, but like Faceless Void was a hero I had in mind. I will absolutely agree. I feel like this Naga has been... Spirit have prepped. They kind of knew that there's a high chance of this hero coming out. If I'm Quest, I think I need to answer a couple heroes in this dire draft. I think Troll and Ember can easily go rampant in this game. Like maybe... I don't know, you need like some crazy heroes like an Axe to like actually chunk through this Troll. I feel like if you're not going to get a win condition to kill this Troll, I'm gonna have a hard time to see like how Quest can play the type of Naga game. Because Spirit have way better heroes who control the map this time around with the Ember, with the Troll. Okay, Axe is out.
Oh. Yeah, Axe would have been a nice pick. I think, you know, my question coming into this was clearly PSG Quest got the best of Team Spirit in the draft game too. Like, we were all surprised Team Spirit wasn't prepared for that Naga on the 18, and I was questioning whether or not PSG Quest had another idea up their sleeve, and I think it's pretty clear to all of us that Team Spirit, they're not going to let that happen again. They're not going to like have this free Naga game on 18, and they still picked it anyway. So I'm wondering like how much of this Naga is viable in this meta and as a general concept, or is it just the fact that they've been getting it in really good games?
Underlord's still very good aura buyer, and yeah, he's gonna get banned out immediately. And now Pango pick, which they are keeping a bit of a flex, but these heroes are both melee. We'll be playing into Ember matchup. So Collapse needs to find something. What about some Brood Mama? Can build into auras if necessary, gives them speed.
I wouldn't say against Naga specifically.
I feel like this could be some Timber into GG.
Oh, Timber,
I like that.
Timber would be
I think
nice.
that hero is good. Otherwise, what other heroes that deal with Naga that build auras? Like, I feel like you either deal with Naga aggressively with the damage, or you just help your troll and Ember carry the game with some auras.
There was a Centaur from the previous game. Not the best maybe against Naga. They have a lot of lockdown, but you can disengage against, you know, this Rolling Thunder. Can build into pipe. We've seen early pipe from Malik in the previous game. He had a pretty great game. Didn't die a single time.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they want to take it, because this is also a lot about feel. Like, you're last picking, you're going to take whatever you're vibing.
Oh, yeah, that guy clears illusions. Wouldn't necessarily think of it as a collapse hero. He actually hasn't played it yet this event. In theory, very good. Not the easiest hero to utilize in terms of min-maxing Brewmaster, but at the end of the day, you do have the AoE Dispel, you buy auras, you enter fights well. I don't think they have the best capitalization on the Ember Chains and ET Stomp and setup that they've provided themselves early in the draft on Team Spirit, so I'd say this one's about even, but I also am skeptical if Naga's like gonna have the same ability to carry as she did in Game 1, or Game 2, excuse me.
Not gonna be as easy. They have pretty much every single hero has some kind of an answer for TA2000, but this is one of his niche heroes, one of his better heroes. I'm gonna give a slight edge again to Team Spirit. I think that they came prepared into this one. They wanted Naga to be picked potentially, and it got answered.
Yeah, I think that this game is very much down to execution, at least for me. I would maybe give a slight edge to Spirit, even though I don't think Brew was the best last pick that they had available for themselves. But yeah, this is Game 3 elimination. I don't really care so much about the drafts. If Quest can do what they did in Game 2, they can easily win this third game. So for me, it's all about like timings, which team executes their item timings, Roshan, mid-game team fighting. Just let the Dota speak for itself.
Do you think lanes are going to go as fairly even as it did in game number 2? Maybe more reminiscent of game 1? Like, where exactly do we feel? Because that feels quite detrimental to Quest performance.
My one concern is Malik. Like, he's invented a very scary safe lane, the ET Troll, and I think if Pango falls behind in this game, he'll feel pretty useless. But if Malik managed to come out of the lane, even at like a 60-40 disadvantage, I think that'll play a huge role in Quest being able to be allowed to execute, basically, as Kezu's saying.
Okay, all right. Well, you guys are giving hope to both Spirit and Quest here. It's going to be interesting. We're looking at these lanes. We're looking at these timings. A lot of mid-fights. If we do get there, Kezu's trying to destroy the studio while we're here, which means that I just want to jump into game number 3. Elimination series between these two with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, the deciding Game 3 now here between PSG Quest and Team Spirit. We'll see who's able to stay in the competition, who is going to be going home as we get into the action here of this Game 3. We're seeing the Naga Siren again here, Fogged.
Yes.
This time round, as the panel said, they feel that they've got decent answers towards it. But a little bit of a curveball, at least in the sense of what we expect from Spirit, right, with this last pick. Sure, we're seeing a lot of Brew, but I believe as what Brian mentioned, we don't see a lot of Collapse Brew.
Yeah, he really doesn't play it that much at all, just doesn't fit down. I think a lot of his other ones were taken out. I was wondering if they were going to do that Timber Saw, because the Primal Beast was probably one of the other ones that he was looking at, but it was taken out early on. This, for me, is just Quest. In particular, PSG Quest is going down the comfort, right? Yes, they've got good heroes with synergy with the Naga Siren, but the Naga they were prepared for it. Ember ET has been a traditional kind of counter pick for it for a long time, so let's see if TA2000 can do what he did last time, because they made some magic happen. These team fights in particular, him showing up, that mid-fight was kind of a very important one in particular, because they did great item timings with the pipe, and then they get that beautiful song to reset.
There's a dual breath here on Mirror, but yeah, won't quite have the full setup.
No. So yeah, we'll have to see, because they executed beautifully. I think that was probably the best game that I've seen PSG Quest play in terms of just not getting overexcited and stuff like that when they had the lead. You know, they were just making sure that they can control the map perfectly, make sure that the Naga Siren can keep that kind of lead. So let's see if they can do it again, because it does look a lot harder for TA2000 in particular, but he does have really good heroes that work with him, even better ones this time, in fact, with the Jakiro and the Pango on top of everything. So yeah, to see how this one does end up going down. And see if Mira can bring a win for Rubik, who I actually have to look. I feel like Rubik has lost a lot of the games on the main stage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if we've seen a game where, I mean, we've had a lot of Rubiks, but indeed where they've been able to pop off to the point that they've been winning a game.
Yeah, I feel like I saw it lose majority. I'll try to find stats. I'm bad at doing this, so maybe someone else will do it later. But either way, we'll have to see what he can do, because he does have good spells to steal versus the Sand King, versus the Jakiro, even versus that Pango. Could definitely see Mira get some really good ones.
Well, we have Mira's win rate there, at least,
Okay.
on it, so indeed he himself has not been winning more than losing. Top lane, first blood actually found here by Radahn.
Yeah, they mentioned on the panel, this is... I think the ET's been banned in most of these games in particular, but especially versus Miposhka. He is, in my opinion, the best 5-position ET currently. Knows how to push the limits on the hero just to secure the lane for Radahn. And yeah, that is a very strong lane. ET Troll, especially versus the Pango, who can sometimes suffer.
And how did you sort of feel, you know, Ember Spirit in the mid against the Sand King? Is this a lane where the Ember can find a lot, or is this still a lane where the Sand King can sort of pressure for a chance of a kill?
I don't know about pressure for a kill, but he's going to farm. Oh. But Laurel, he wanted this hero. I think that's what they did this because they were kind of just setting themselves up to have late game potential, always scaling, because I think Laurel, after that Zeus game, even though he didn't play badly by any means, he got put into a position where he's playing versus Pipe, and Zeus versus Pipe nowadays, it's really sad. You don't scale the same way that you were during the, of course, Manta patch that was quite silly. So yeah, I think he just wanted to have the scaling hero that can also just be that answer versus TA2000's kind of comfort pool. Since it is seeming like the Naga and the Faceless Void do feel like his strongest at the moment in the patch.
Do you think with the way that Spirit set up the draft themselves this game that they're a little surprised that the Naga Siren still came through against what they had in their opening?
Yeah, I kind of was, to be honest, too. I was like, oh, wow, they already had these heroes to kind of answer versus it, and they picked it. So that just tells me that they're looking to play comfort, right? They're trying to like brute force it because they played so well with it last time that maybe the matchup doesn't matter if he's able to do those same type of incredible songs. Because yeah, that mid team fight for me was just so nice. It's
really
a 5-man sleep into a 5-man epicenter.
It was a long time before the end of the game, but it definitely felt like the beginning of the end.
It was one of the dictators because like Malik went for Pipe instead of going for Blink as well too. He ended up not dying the game. Yeah, they hit like a great timing, or a good timing to be able to keep that lead and get it growing from there. So if it's their comfort, you know, this is the potential elimination and stuff like that. So you want to be as comfortable as you possibly can in a draft, even if maybe it's not the absolute best or something like that. If your carry wants it, you gotta do it. Gets the Lotus. Nice try, Mira. No bro collapse in this lane. He should be pretty okay until the levels do come out more for the Jakiro. He's been getting some good denies up on this Brewmaster, actually up to 7 already. Quite high.
Do you imagine a bit of the decision to go with the Collapse Brew was also down to the fact that they kind of fancied the idea of having someone on the lineup that would be able to farm the Radiance against the Naga?
It could be something along the Radiance fact, even though we haven't seen it so much, but it's also just Aura Buyer plus just that Dispel. If the Illusions do come in inside the mid-team fights and he has this Brew thing, just wipe it out. There's also potential. I've been seeing it we did see it a couple times in this tournament, but the Aghanims, I think it's actually underrated in a lot of situations, because if you're just playing with this Wind Panner, you're not reliant on your ultimate always, and you can just constantly use this kind of clear to deal with some illusions, but I don't know if we'll see that. It's a very niche kind of item, and Collapse steps up a bit far here.
Might be in trouble this time round. They've got the ensnare to set things up. They're out with the illusions. Collapse. Can he run away from this? Another dual breath thrown down by Ducalis. Ducalis.
He goes down first.
The Collapse. He will indeed go down in return. Top lane, Radahn. Oh, good stop there from Miposhka. He's going to be able to hold Omar and Malik back. And Radahn, he's considering getting some hits back in. Turns back towards the two of them. Omar, a couple of punches coming in from Miposhka. They bring the Hoodwink down.
Might even be able to get a second one. The damage does wear off, though, on that Spirit. Perfect stomp.
Absolutely there. Miposhka with a beautiful hold of the lane, keeping Radahn safe.
They actually almost got him, too. An unexpected move, but these Hoodwinks sometimes do make this happen versus some of these squishier heroes like Troll. He drops low, but yeah, the stomp. Perfect timing. Able to trade that kill. Or get that kill. And Collapse was caught in a very deep position there, so it was surrounded and spammed out. But they're bringing it to this to TA2000. Look at this. Even the illusion gets popped, instant cleared. So that's also perhaps another thing that they were looking for with the Brew is, even though Thunderclap lately, actually now lately again too, people are leveling the Thunderclap again, so they just want to have clear for the illusion that's stronger inside the lane, that's more reliable with a lower cooldown. Because last game, they did slow down TA2000 in the laning phase, but the Doom Scorch Earth has a long cooldown. This one, they can spam the Collapse. They can spam the Drunken Haze to clear those Illus over.
Yeah. I think still the concern.
Very deep dive. He tried to go for a kill. Sorry.
Yeah, it's got to be sort of like outside of the landing stage, right? Even if they're able to make sure that TH2000 has a worse time than last game. Yeah. Considering what we saw, unless Spirit with this lineup are just going to run them over in 20 minutes, which I think is unlikely with their heroes. I think it's going to be expected that this Naga Siren's going to get farmed, right?
Yeah, but they do have, right, they have the Ember. That's why they went for it, right? So this itemization, you can go Gleipnir, you can play very aggressive. And ET, as the game progresses, ET becomes better and better versus Naga Siren just because of that aura.
Trying to get in with the setup here. The Spirit's going to have a fair bit of right-click Miposhka, ready to start slapping into Dakalis. Dakalis goes down.
Nice stun.
Excellent power strike out from two of them. They'll get the double kill from Mira. Stomp comes out to hold back the Sun King.
He gets the courier too.
I mean,
he might pay with his life.
Can he find Mira as well? The Stinger comes out. So Noob gets the double, but Spirit, with that aggression, they were able to take TO2000 out the lane.
Slowing down his farm. I mean, similar to last time, but yeah, Noob definitely seeing the separation between him and the Ember, having a great rotation and a good lane. So about 1,000 gold ahead already, just off of that one. I believe he's had some stacks to farm as well, if I'm not mistaken, so did get enabled even more. Omar with the amp damage.
Indeed, that amp damage absolutely helping them have enough to get the kill throughout the duration of those two stuns.
The Stinger and the Caustic just 100 to 0'd him pretty much.
Top lane Riyadh. For Malik, but Malik's got backup. Omar, quick TPs, ever holding back with the bushwhack, make sure that Malik's fine.
Omar is everywhere.
He's doing a lot.
Ooh, let me see this thing. Yeah, 614 damage. How many did he actually hit with the Caustic? I don't know. I think it was like all the creeps exploded right on top of him. Either way, massive burst damage. And that Ember is slowed down. So, just mentioning, you know, they did pick the Ember to be that answer for the Naga and stuff, but if the Ember has a tough game, then perhaps that answer is not as good as they maybe anticipated it to be.
Yeah, if anything, I think Tier 2000 relative to the last game, he's doing better in the lane this time round, right?
Yeah,
I feel like he's getting more. So having an even stronger of a start, we saw what happened when he had a rough start.
Absolutely. And he does have better synergy with the song even this time around, you know, with that Jakiro and stuff like that, so. We shall have to see. Mira, as we said, you know, 3 kills on him. He's going to have Arcane Boots early on, but Collapse getting gone on again. He has the urn.
He's got backup. TPs are going to be coming in to try and help him out down here. Tier 2000 to Carlos, they're aware they don't push further for the kill attempt on to Collapse. They'll pull back.
This game can get... I hope this game does go late stages, because this game has so much exciting kind of team fight that's coming out from both sides, just explosive ones in particular, from the side of PSG Quest a little bit more, but the potential of ET, I feel like we've not seen it so much now onto the main stage as well, because it keeps getting banned.
Oh, they got the damage to take out Collapse this time with the bushwhack and acorn shot coming in from Omar. It's enough to bring him down. They'll lose to Carlos in return, but it's PSG Quest taking out the core.
Feels like Omar's everywhere. Somehow he's only 1-1-1, but I feel like I've seen him in all 3 lanes multiple times already.
They're definitely forcing reactions at the least.
Yeah.
And attempts for Spirit to try and just find a sort of lane where they can get the edge. Because at the moment, we've got this mid lane, Noob, completely free farming, far ahead of anybody else in the game. Now, Riyadh, the cores are doing okay, but they're not really shutting down or slowing PSG Quest. PSG Quest having a good opening, and it's Naga Siren, as I say, is going to farm.
It is. So is Troll. Troll's going to go for that Battle Fury route, but yeah, Naga is going to be able to probably back up to the jungle here. So let's see if Spirit can look to continue to apply pressure and slow things down. They're putting aggressive wards already onto that, onto the Twin Gate. They'll be able to see the movement from Malik. So it actually catches him literally the second that he goes through the Twin Gate. Good ward there from Mira. Noob, he's invading. He's got a shield rune. He wants to take these stacks. Big connection.
Oh! So much damage. Poor Miposhka trying to run.
Another one.
He's going to have him.
He gets every creep and now potentially the whole stack too.
Okay. Yeah, they'll definitely take this. I don't think they're going to be able to bring anything over from Team Spirit to stop this from going into the hands of PSG Quest. Noob's farm. Gold just continues to skyrocket. And
that was
pretty much half of their, more than half of their health right by him.
Crash Landing and Stinger must be the 2 most ridiculous abilities in this patch. And he's got a blink.
And we're going to check that timing, right? That's got to be one of the faster ones.
That might be the fastest.
Let's have a look.
It's Phase Boot, Bracer, Bottle, Run, and a blink.
Oh yeah, he's not got it yet. We've got to wait until he has it on him. That's true.
Okay, maybe it's like 4 seconds.
Speed
no,
that
I think it might be.
Come on.
He is really farmed. It definitely looks like the most farmed one. Stun is stolen for the Rubik.
True, maybe we see some brown blink dagger timings.
Yeah, perhaps. Oh, he's hiding it.
Oh, okay.
He's
that's going to slow it down, I think, because I think that's what kind of triggers the timer when he actually gets it on him.
It was 9:55, I'm calling it.
That's true. We can bear that in mind. It's faster than the average. Oh, no, we can already show it. Okay, we've already got the timing. So I guess it...
Faster than
no,
the
9:46. So, no, but the timing is good. It does go when he actually buys it rather than when he actually has it on him.
Slower than the fastest.
That was probably a game where his brown boots blinked.
Yeah, because he's got phase and a bracer.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
With this build-up, I dare to say this was the fastest.
Stealing the stacks, too. Yeah, very nice move. I mean, Noob. He's playing this picture perfect right now, 3-0-1, and incredibly aggressive. Look how fast he's moving.
Absolutely, and it's a big catch as well, straight onto Radan. The Sand King. I mean, you said after that previous game performance, you're already adding it to the list of heroes that you say, Noob, put him on, he's going to have a good time.
Oh, yeah.
This game, he's heating it up even more. He's
level 10.
Even faster.
He's keeping up with the game clock. Now I can make a move on him. They do have the stun stolen. Maybe overplaying his hand a little bit here, Noob. Can he get out of this?
Posher's going to try and run him down, but Omar and Malik there to hold him back. In fact, they get the ice path from the Macropie down onto the two of them. Team Spirit, they're still going to try and push on. They look towards Malik. Catch him in the opening stun with the primal split out. They'll have the damage to bring the Pango down.
Mira having the spell steal.
Collapse, can he catch anything more? The chase out onto Ducalis.
Can he pull him back?
He's trying to. We'll be able to get him back. It's under the tier 2.
Noob is here.
It comes to an end. It's a little bit deep for them to dive at the moment. Now they're ready to turn. Noob jumps back in with the Power Strike. They kill off Mira. A little bit risky there, Team Spirit, trying to poke right up until the tier 2 towers.
Over-aggression gets punished. Noob, again, just that driving force. And maybe with the go for this here, too. Oh. Boom. Oh. This is just so ridiculous how much it does Caustic, too.
Radan actually able to sneak out into the mid and indeed take a tier 1 tower.
All right, nice sneaky move.
Yeah, that's a risky place to be, but he gets away with it, Radan.
Well, his whole team is making that dive forward. He said, guys, keep going. This is why they went go for it, because he wanted to get the tower. 8-7, 2K lead. And TA 2000, with this downtime, was not worth on this Naga Siren. So they've been having to just deal with Noob's pressure. They had to bring
problem.
They had to bring 5 heroes to deal with that pressure top. He's been able to just sit back and farm.
I'll take your tribute.
3K lead. Yeah, it's bouncing between 2 and 3. Most of that, of course, is that Noob Sanking, who's just at some ridiculous net worth levels right now. 4-0 and 2.
And I think it's just unlikely when you consider sort of these supports and cores of Team Spirit that they are going to be able to find ways to put on pressure successfully and slow down this Nagasar and the Sanctuary. Like they have approved. You know, Collapse, he wants to be hitting his Radiance timing. He's only going to be really looking to get involved around the Primal Split.
Yep.
Troll, obviously Radan with his Battle Fury, he's very unlikely to look for team fights.
Ooh, Mira, maybe thinking that was an illusion or something like that. TA2000 tries to go for the kill, can't finish it off. He hasn't stolen that, not the best of steals.
So it's going to be a lot of pressure on the Ember and the 2 supports to make moves happen.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's all in the Ember. The Ember is the one that has to be that one to kind of hunt and find the Naga Siren in a lot of instances until those items do come out from the Troll, the Battle Fury, plus the X next item that he wants to be getting versus the Naga, plus that Brew Radiance. So yeah, definitely for Laurel, he has to be the one to answer, and he has been slowed down because of Noob.
You know, we see so far as well for Radan with the build queued up. It's not going to be one of those games where he wants to get the Battle Fury straight into the Ags. Is that understandable? It's not really a game where you want to rush the Ags.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe he does. I see he's got like this Mantha and stuff queued up.
Because how good is the Ags
Dispel, but it's not as great. It's a good diversity. No. It's just to like dispel from yourself for some of these things, but overall, I would prefer to see him go down something like that.
Yep.
Like just like the normal items.
Yeah, the more traditional progress.
Yeah, the older build, as I guess we could say it. I could even. I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna say that's like the one thing is like I do really like Gleipnir and stuff like, or even potential Mjolnirs in some of these games, but Battle Fury plus Mjolnir is just so greedy you can't do something like that. So.
Okay.
You read this?
Well done. You got me. You got me good.
I read it.
I read it.
That's kind of rude.
Bang, get played by production here. Sorry.
Everybody read it. I'm sure the entire chat read it. Everybody's a noob.
I mean, they're not wrong.
But this guy, you know what, being a noob seems pretty good in this game. Because look at him go. Room control, playing aggressive, near level 12 as well, keeping those timings growing. Team Spirit is slowing things down a decent amount. So they're still getting that farm in. They do have, they do have late game. I would say they have much better late game than last time. Thank you.
Okay. So indeed, here we go. This is Noob's movements on the minimap replay. He's had a crazy early game, and you can see, indeed, straight away, that was what the Blink Dagger, I believe, around that time, and then he goes for that quick play top.
Look at him go.
Just up and down, up and down.
These are, look at when he's farming those neutrals, too, how fast he's able to just clear through those camps.
So, yeah, picture perfect start on the Sand King this game, Noob.
They're going again. Laurel.
Here they get the opening stun, Burrow strike into the bushwhack, rolling thunder, ice puff as well. Not a chance for Lal. Off this Ember Spirit, setting up for the tier 1 tower to go down in the mid lane. PSG Quest getting a nice advantage now, up to 5k gold lead.
They're answering the Ember Spirit beautifully, and now potentially another move. Noob, he's everywhere.
He is. As soon as you see him make a play in the mid lane, he's straight away down bottom, setting up for Omar to help find the setup. It's another one for Noob.
And potentially even another one. He's got a blink stun.
Yep, and he goes again, gets the catch on a Collapse. Collapse can't get a split off.
Oh, they're running away with this early game, and an instant smoke to keep applying the pressure. PSG Quest has ramped the speed up from that last game massively.
Yeah, this is wild, and they're doing this all whilst, of course, TA 2000.
Are they going to find him again?
Surely not. They get the Burrow strike, the ice pot, they're going to find him again. Lal's game now getting completely annihilated by PSG Quest.
Noob is just absolutely dominating. This is crazy.
I mean,
5-0 and 5, and that was just, he's everywhere. He's ganked every lane.
And this was what, it's just we weren't seeing the Noob Sand King before today, really.
No, I don't. Not that I can recall that I saw.
Maybe we can get the win rate. Let's get Noob Sand King win rate up on the screen. We should be able to check that one out.
I should have checked it before, actually.
Yeah.
It's a good call.
Because if indeed it's only just started to come out today in this tournament, that is... And they had something hidden. Sure, it's not a surprise everyone's playing the Sand King, but the fact that he can play it this good, it's dead. This is looking like one of the best Sand Kings we've seen in the tournament.
Absolutely. And also the other thing is, the first game that they lost, they had the opportunity to pick, and they picked Jakiro instead. So...
They were just ready to pull it out in case of emergency. You know, and that happened. Obviously, game 2, they lost. They lose that game, they're going home.
So
that was the time to bring out the special stuff here.
Yep, looking at everything inside of this tournament, yeah, it doesn't look like he's played it. Let me get to the play-ins as well, too, because I don't believe he played it in the play-ins. Nope, this is the first day he's playing.
Spirit, they're going to try for a fight here. They're going to lift the guns, but again, the Burrow strike and the bushwhack. They're going to send him onto the turret, then they're going to look to burst through Lal. Lal, he's gone. The split will go off.
But Noob has a Bloodstone already.
I mean, they have to run. Collapse has to split and run. They chase him down, they kill him through the split.
They got to all run on Spirit. Noob just tanks through everything, and he's barely even hurt. An unbelievable performance from him, and he just wants his next target.
He's going to blink up again in a second. They've got the HL setup. Oh, this is getting pretty messy for Spirit.
And they're doing this without even a Naga Siren.
We nearly had vision there for Dan. Very close to even being able to get the catch on patrol as well.
Spirit they're crumbling versus this Sand King. Laurel in particular, he just can't find anything. He shows himself for a split second in the lanes, and he's just dead every single time. And
Check this out again. It looked like they were going to get this nice easy kill on the Jakiro, but no. Boom. Immediate stuns out in return. They catch Lal. Collapse gets the split off, but it does not matter. It's at the point of the game now where Quest easily kill off these Brewlings.
And another one. This is just, dude, he just finds every single target with these moves.
An absolute turnaround of a series, really. You know, you look back to what happened in game 1. Then we had that game 2, a slow and methodical win from PSG Quest. Now in this game 3, they're running away with the game.
I believe I read something, or I saw an interview or something from TA 2000 saying, we like to lose the first game because we want to come back in the next 2, and they come back absolutely in these.
This is the definition of that, this series, absolutely.
A beatdown in this game. The Ember Spirit has gotten next to nothing. TA 2000 is just free farming, and now it does feel like for Team Spirit you can't team fight, so you have to.
They've got to get some of these arms. Collapse is trying to desperately finish off the Radiant. It's about 700 gold off from having that, and of course Radahn needs more time. He needs at least. I mean, we'll see if he finishes the Manta. Maybe he has to just go sort of Yasha straight into BKB.
I think that might be the case, just so that he can withstand, because they could just end up losing it. Just too much of the map control, and then Naga Siren thing. Now can start getting involved because TA 2000 now has the itemization to start joining his team.
Yeah,
the Manta and the Orchid's done,
and it feels like this one of those games which. For like collapsing on the Brew, sure, they've got him on this hero that maybe indeed they wanted to get a hero that kind of built the Radiance and indeed had sort of answers to the illusion clear, but it means you just don't have this pipe building hero. Sure, you can maybe have done that on the Brew, but that's kind of what they're missing here. And they're getting completely destroyed by the magical combo that's coming out from PSG Quest.
Yeah, I mean, because we've seen the more the Sand King rises, we've been seeing the more of like the pipe plus Mage Slayer to try to attempt to counter it. But to be honest with you, I think Noob is just getting too far ahead that it's also just, it's physical damage as well as magical because of his Stinger.
Sure.
Like the Stinger damage is, man, I can't look at it, but I wish I could see like a separation of how his magic and his physical kind of split is, because I feel like he's done so much work with just a lot of these Stingers and Caustics. I mean, Caustic, of course, is that magical damage, but...
10k lead. TA 2000 in the top spot.
They've got Greaves on Malik with a blink too, so they always have follow-up for every team
as
fight.
well. They've got the Orchid setup. Mira's in to help out though. Collapse. Chance to split before the song comes into play. Can they do anything about tier 2000? He's got backup. He did have the option to TP out, but he wants to stick around and fight. Backup comes in for Quest. They get the jump straight away onto the Rubik. Mirrors out.
Collapse is dead.
I mean, Lal comes flying across the team fight. He's going to have to TP out in the trees. He does not want to be a part of this. Indeed, Collapse dead again.
They're not. When was the last time they got a kill?
And these are painful deaths. You know, the Collapse keeps getting very close to the Radiance. I can only imagine he would have actually had the gold for this, seeing as he's going to have to go in about 10 gold time. And he's not quite able to pick it up.
So they've only, I mean, the last kill that they got was a Jakiro at like the 15-minute mark. They haven't found anything else until like the 10-minute mark before that. It's been pretty much nothing going the way of Spirit. PSG Quest can keep applying this pressure too with his Greaves and Noob. He's already looking for the next move. This has to be the fastest I've seen him play. It's literally non-stop. Feels like he has boots of travel the way he's around the map.
Poshka. There's an epicenter coming.
And that's a kill.
They'll settle from Miposhka. Not able to get the catch this time onto Lal as Lal backs off. Collapse, he's finished his Radiance.
All right, let's see what he can do with it. He's got to do some heavy lifting, it feels like.
Chase down Ducalis, but tier 2000 is going to be here to hold him back, so he's not even going to be able to kill off the Jakiro. Ducalis escapes.
He's going to have to make, he's going to have to work magic with this somehow. Tier 2000 will just TP out. Collapse wants to chase Ducalis.
Ooh, might get him. He will.
Get him. Look how much gold he gets for the 5 position. That says how far behind they truly are right now.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, indeed, there we go. Ducalis pointing it out.
600 gold.
That's a lot of money to kill the support.
It's rare you see that, but that's immediately when you say, wow, we are that far ahead. That's when you get, because, you know, we get to see, of course, these network things. The players don't. So when you see that, that really does just show how far ahead you truly are. And yeah, their itemization so far, it's been perfect again, like last time. And yeah, have to just give a lot of commendation to Noob, but also Omar. I feel like Omar's been there every single time also with Noob, so.
Collapse, of course. Yeah, he's going to look to finish the vessel first and then go for the pipe.
Okay.
They need that pipe. They need a big ton.
I'm surprised he's going for the vessel, I got to be honest with you. I thought he would just jam the pipe in.
Pipe ASAP.
Yeah, because he's playing versus these Dispels, and even Noob potentially is going to have a Yule Scepter soon. It just doesn't feel like that's going to do a whole lot. But
what's the sort of turnaround potential if Miposhka gets his Ags?
Ags in level 20, that's what he needs.
Okay,
and
it's a while away.
He's still a very long time away.
18-9, 13k lead here for PSG Quest.
It's just the fact that they're growing the lead. It's not like it's staying stagnant at any moment.
No, they're getting so much done.
Growing and growing and growing. And yeah, Noob is just, he's everywhere. Look, he shows to, the heat map must just be ridiculous. He's absolutely everywhere. And the song.
Oh, indeed, tier 2000. He's found himself a troll warlord in the trees. Silence is in. Radon, extremely dead.
And Noob takes the kill, why not? And it's right next to Roche too. They can easily bring this one down with their farm, and no way for Team Spirit to contest. This one is getting out of the realms of control really for Team Spirit, even if they can get the itemization for some of these heroes that can deal with them. By the time they get some, tier 2000 is going to have a heart. So even those heroes that can, on paper, answer a Naga, when they're this far behind, just can't touch him. Streak Horse is pretty unkillable.
I think, you know, if this continues to go the way of PSG Quest going forward in this competition, the Sand King is definitely going to have to be given a lot of respect when you're drafted against Quest. And I think this Naga Siren, right? You know, they've shown that they're not afraid to just pull it out, even in situations where on paper, you may not have expected them to do so.
No, absolutely. And Laurel, again, can even get himself out of this. They've got the Yules. Only just, though, gets himself out. Malik is hunting. But just every time you see anybody show, Spirit shows in the lane, 3 heroes appear from PSG Quest. Relentless aggression, working massively in their favor. And yeah, more items just keep flying in. Malik Aghanims is very, very close. The Gleipnir is getting close onto the side of Omar. Yeah, Noob, an absolutely flawless game so far. And tough to see how they bring him down when he has this Yules. He has an Aegis too, and the Bloodstone. His timings just they're too fast. Spirit ideally want to try to slow things down a little bit more and more, but it doesn't feel like the slowing down is really benefiting them anymore by any means. Even though they have a strong scaling draft. Naga is massive, so is the same. All 3 cores just massive, and the Hoodwink too.
Yeah, very tanky cores as well, right? It's like when you're behind this far, you can't really coordinate a move to kill one of the cores. You just got to keep hitting creeps, hope for the best, and prepare for the high ground defense.
Yeah, because if you don't 100-0 them, it's very likely that they're just going to have the song that comes in, resets the fight, and then they just slam you down. It's Miposhka.
Noob's ready to go.
He's gone.
Happy to drop ults for this. The game's at a pace where, you know, Quest, they know that they don't need ults to kill people in team fights, so solo opportunities arise, they'll pop an ult or 2, get an easy kill, keep the pressure on.
Oh, and I love if Noob does go down the route of this Hex too, then he's got even more control to be able to deal with this Ember, deal with the Troll as well. They will BKB done for Radahn, so some item timings being hit together here. They do have that, but they're just still very poor on the Ember Spirit. It's a Mage Slayer into a BKB, not the build that you want to usually see on an Ember. Deep aggressive ward also placed after that movement that they got top. Omar was able to sneak one in the base. Could net them another kill. That's unexpected there for Spirit. Omar, he's waiting on the sidelines there. Oh, Laurel. Is he going to step up? They're ready for him.
That's immediately. Omar's in with the...
He cut the tree.
He's able to cut the tree, but the Burst Strike, Ice Path, and Rolling Thunder still connect, and that's enough to take him down.
They'll ping one of those wards immediately, but the ward has already done its damage. They'll be able to poke high ground, force the glyph. TA2000's in the area if they do want to continue forcing here. Couldn't ask for better plays coming out from PSG Quest in this one. I mean, both games just flawless movements. I think last game also did Spirit actually ended with 9 kills in the last game also? They did. So last game Spirit ended with 9 kills. PSG Quest had 31. Right now, Spirit has 9, and it's difficult for them to find a kill anywhere. Could be similar. This is such good macro play, such good teamwork. Everybody's just playing together. The scan catches onto Radahn. They seem to know exactly where he is. Omar's on the hunt.
It's going to be a very difficult one for Radahn. To carry this one. He's carried some tough ones in the past.
Not one that he can do by himself. His Ember is pretty much a support almost at this point in the game. Still no BKB on Laurel.
I mean, they're smoking up, but what's the plan here? Sinto and Aegis. The Aegis still there for a minute. It's not like it's even close to expiring.
Radahn, he's spotted.
They've found him in the trees. Start to poke around with him, see if they can get that BKB off. There's going to be the Rolling Thunder coming across. He's going to get stuck for now, Malik. Radahn now put the BKB and look to turn. Got to make the move over towards Malik, but Malik's pretty tanky. He's finally able to break out of that part around the crystals. The roots come in. They may just be able to kill Malik off. Is he actually going to survive through this? No. They've killed Malik off on the Panda. It's there, and now with the BKB and the ult already used, there's little left for Radahn to keep himself safe with. TA2000 moves in. Bar strike from Noob. They're taking Radahn down.
It's very desperate moves that Spirit's trying to get some type of moves here, but Laurel...
They've got him as well. The Ensnare, the Ice Path, Macropire takes him out.
Tip TA2000. Yeah, I mean, if TA2000 wants to play Naga Siren, pick him Naga Siren.
I give him it every game, honestly.
Yeah. They just play so well around it. Because they've just... Well, I mean, he hasn't had to do too much in this game, but it maybe just gives them that confidence to be able to play like this, because they've just played us forward beautifully, and they know that they have the insurance policy of a Naga free farming the entire time during
And it's not like he's completely ignoring fights.
No,
he's
not at all.
involved in like half of them. He's there when they need him.
Very true. And he is finding these solo pickoffs too, and yeah, the songs have been beautiful. As Collapse passes his gem off to his courier to make sure that he doesn't even give that off, and now they'll get the kill.
Tries with the TP out, but indeed the Yule Scepter's there. Collapse, he's got no split, he's got no TP. As they'll slowly but surely bring down the brew yet again. Godlike. Noob here. 28 minutes in. Absolutely making a case for his Sand King.
Yeah.
This Sand King, it has to be one of the better performances. We've seen a lot of Sand King. We've seen a lot of very good performances, but this one, it's got to be up there.
Yeah, now he changes the build because he's like, you know what? I don't need a Hex versus Ember. He just dies anyway, even without being controlled. Just get more damage, more control, more survivability. He's going to just get this natural buildup of the Shivas. That's beautiful. Really is. And definitely not going to see a Sand King picked up early that isn't at least addressed better in the lane in particular. Because Ember versus Sand King is a tough matchup.
It didn't do a lot, really, this Ember.
No.
It really didn't. Lol. Not able to put the pressure on him in the lane, which of course is the case for a lot of heroes right now because of how strong Sand King is, but not really able to do anything spectacular outside of the lane as well. Could obviously not keep up in farm. I mean, to be fair to him, you know, Noob, as I said, playing absolutely insane here on the Sand King on how much he was getting done across the map. Yeah, just meant the Lark could never catch up top lane.
Get this again.
He's gone for the TP out, but they've got ways to stop it. They'll have to BKB and run.
But
they aren't going to be ready to chase this. I mean, Noob's going to be ready as this BKB comes to an end. We'll see if Radahn gets the chance to put the ult. They have the bar strike.
Nope.
Bushwhack as well. And indeed, not a chance to press his ultimate. Radahn goes down again.
They're everywhere. There's no space for anybody to farm on Team Spirit. You show in a lane, you're dead. And now, potentially that high ground push, the Naga is starting to be able to poke. Lip is still on cooldown, so they can't commit. 20,000 lead.
No troll for 50 seconds. They're definitely going to take quite the hit on the base here, you'd imagine. Quest pushing in with the illusions.
Okay, Mira did steal Sandstorm, and it is tremendous, so he will be able to stop the push or slow it down for a moment here. But they move top. Sandstorm's not there. Up in 8 seconds.
They're going to try and get the jump on towards Collapse. They catch him with the root, but it is quickly removed. And focus continues to just be the tier 3 tower here from PSG Quest.
Mira running in to put that Sandstorm down. They're going to just play around it. They're going to go for that top racks.
Likely to want to start any sort of aggressive move without their troll.
Collapse.
Get out once more. Glimmer.
By the way,
Range, keep the melee racks up for now, though.
You see who's missing this whole time. Miposhka's probably saying, like, there's very little chance of us coming back in this game, and if anybody is going to do it, it's me with an Aghanims. So he is, even though ET's a great high ground defender, he's just trying to get this Ags to try to fight.
How close is he?
But he's missing the talents. That's the problem, you know. It's the 15 talent and the 20 talent that really make this become that potent, and he is a 5 position. So it's a Hail Mary he's going for.
Let's see if he's able to find a fight with it. Smoke up now from PSG Quest. They're ready to hide outside the base of Spirit. See who steps out first.
They're so ready. Anybody shows they're dead. You go for the Tormentor freely as well, too, on the side of Quest. Miposhka, looking to go.
I mean, whatever happens, he should be able to have it before the end of the game. Whether or not it matters.
Very unlikely it matters, but it's probably their only potential saving grace. How long on Roche? Bit of a longer spawn. 50 seconds. Actually, a bit of a short spawn, so 50 seconds. They can just keep them trapped inside, though, so the Illusions just can keep shoving everything in. 4 heroes stuck inside. Miposhka does lose his point booster.
Does.
So 2 minutes until he can even
for it. Got to hold for 2 minutes. Yep. Don't want to see this Ags ET in action. Which they may get, because PSG Quest, whilst they do have quite the lead, I don't think they're going to feel any need to rush.
No, definitely don't need to rush it too much here. But if you see anybody step out, you'll kill them. But yeah, they can just keep all these lanes shoved in, because there's just no way that they can push out these Naga Siren Illusions at this point on the side of Team Spirit. So they're essentially trapped inside their base. They have the chain stunned.
He's got on the side, he's got the Ice Path, he's just gone. He does have buyback available. The pipes have been done now on Collapse. He has the Primal Split. Malik, he's gone pretty deep with this one. TH1000 is going to use the song for now to reset.
Hey, Bruce Split was used. He just resets away. The strongest teamfight ability that Team Spirit has now been used. And they'll back it up. Roche, it's up. They'll be able to take down with ease with the Pango and the Naga. And they can potentially still play aggressive on the map even with everybody else. So they don't need to commit every single hero into that pit.
I'll take your tribute.
Picture perfect gameplay. Yeah, you know, last game we said it, the not really pushing the issue and not really like making any type of mistakes. This is that, but even better.
Spirit, can they get out of here in time? Can they try for a road fight?
Not with them, no. It's suicide. I mean, if they want to just YOLO and die out there, but that would be what it was, because they do not have Blue Split there. No Aghanims on the ET either. They want to just wait for that timing.
He just on noob. He's more than ready to go for the high ground jump. More than ready to try and end the game, get into the base of Team Spirit.
I mean, Laurel has not been able to, has literally not been able to do anything this game. He's just getting chain stunned to death versus the Sanking. There's no, he gets glimmered, but there's no Force Staff to reset him either.
Spirit is holding up in the base, preparing themselves for what might be their final chance of holding on here at Riyadh Masters.
Banner on the Jakiro. He'll smoke himself up, smoke the team for the final potential jump. Collapse. Blue Split down for 20 seconds. ET, there's the Aghanims. All right, Miposhka. Let's see what you can do.
The silencing onto Collapse. Malik ready to go pretty deep here with the Rolling Thunder. Gets the first connection on towards Lal. Stolen Burrow Strike. And off of PSG Quest, the Butterfly out and delivered for TA2000. Spirit.
I'm gonna smoke.
Leaving the base, it's
scanned instantly.
It's risky.
They read the move. I mean, every time. They know every move. They really know every single move that they're trying to make. And Malik, he just walks up, breaks the smoke. They'll see them with the illusions.
Won't be able to start anything here. We're going to have to sit back and indeed wait again for Quest to approach. Collapse stepping outside of the base. They get the catch onto Mira. Nice bar from Macropire laid down. Mira's gone. No buyback for him.
And Laurel might be forced to use BKB. Okay, he'll be able to get himself the high ground. It's scary for a second there. At 40 seconds, no Rubik. And they can just keep every single one of these lanes pushing in. Double catapults are coming in too. Nope, just pump faking.
How do they go about this Team Spirit?
5-man Spirit into kill everybody but the TA somehow. Hope and dream. That's really all it feels like. Because now also, the Naga Siren has a butterfly, so you can't actually hit her anyway as this ET or anything anyway, even if you had any hope. So you'll have to kill the rest of the target somehow. Rax is getting whittled down. Double catapults are still alive. And they even kill the catapults, they'll have to use the glyph. They know they'll get refreshed anyway. Jump.
Go for Collapse. The loads us off. He has to split it down. Miposhka steps up and indeed with the Yules. Noob's able to avoid the initial attempt to fight back. They're chasing Dakalis out of the back of the fight. They will get it. Noob, Burrow strike out on the two of them.
He's got Aegis still.
Indeed, he's holding his ground. Will get caught by the stun here from the primal split. He's forced down to the low ground. Noob's able to break away from this. Radan, he's in.
But Malik
and Ult stepping forward.
Resets away.
And here comes Noob. Was there any way to get him out of this? He's going to get caught by the jump back in from Noob. Radan's gone. 80 seconds without him. Noob's able to step over towards Mirror as well. They'll take out the Rubik slowly but surely. I mean, the glimmer's there. They're stepping in. Burrow strikes back up. Mirror indeed down and out for 50. And with the song set up, TA2000, they're ready to go for the killing blow. The ensnare onto Lyle. Immediate execution there off the Ember Spirit. And now for Collapse, they're going to have him as well as this game. Surely is going to be over in a matter of seconds as PSG Quest. They're going to look to clean up the base first.
They couldn't even kill Noob's Aegis. They tried. Threw the splitter, they threw everything. He gets the Yules, resets. They chase the supports in the back lines, but Noob resets the fight beautifully. The epicenter comes through.
I got just the one buyback here from Collapse. The other three don't have any way back into the game. As PSG Quest onto the tier 4s. Malik ready in with the jump. They've got the ensnare set up into the Rolling Thunder. Noob's in. An insane amount of magical damage. The stomp does come out. It's the three of them from Miposhka, but he cannot save Collapse. Collapse is gone. The push continues from PSG Quest as the Ancient now exposed. Malik wanting to get some more kills to close this game up with. They get the jump onto Mirror. Rubik dead yet again. Onto the Ancient. This game, it's over. GG is called. Spirit. They're knocked out of the competition, and PSG Quest, they'll get to move on here in the lower bracket.
In such beautiful performance, right? The first game, it was over in 10 minutes. Spirit completely smacked them down. PSG Quest adapt. They go for the sanking on Noob back-to-back games. Wow. And what a performance. He absolutely dumpsters the game.
That's crazy. 10-0
and 20. He was everywhere, Owen.
Yeah,
and what's his damage
insane stuff on the sanking. As I said, we've seen some good sanking performances, but this has got to be up there.
29K, highest damage in the game.
By far.
By far, yeah. 9,000, I mean, the Ember is 9,000 below, but Laurel had no game. This is just him spamming these slights and stuff like that. An impeccable performance. Picture perfect. Pretty much no mistakes in this game at all, and they didn't get breathing room either. Spirit, they tried to do this. Brewmaster tried to do something a little bit different than their usual style for Collapse in particular, but it didn't work at all. It snowballed out of control so fast just because of Noob and Omar and honestly the whole team, the macro game. It was perfect. Yeah. It was beautiful.
A rough one for Team Spirit. You know, they won't be able to try their chance of claiming the title this time round, getting knocked out at this stage of the competition. They had some good showings, but they definitely had some weak points on this run.
Sure.
That I think people weren't expecting. Spirit, tough series here today, and one that's going to hit hard, especially when you come out of that game one right. You've got to imagine Team Spirit, they get this game one, they're like, well, we got this. But then game 2, game 3, PSG Quest, incredible stuff. We'll be able to head over to the stage to get some words here from Omar. Quest, they take this 2-1.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Omar of PSG Quest. I
don't need to say his name because the crowd is doing it for me right now, because you have now achieved a top 6 finish here at Riyadh Masters, exceeding your previous result of top 8, and as a result, you now get the award of being able to crush a key, which Miposhka, if you don't mind, could you please bring Spirit's key as the journey ends here for last year's Riyadh Masters champions. But what a journey that it was. An honor you don't take lightly at all, but Omar, we just gotta live in the moment for a little bit. Join me. I want you're that much closer to that right there. Not only did you get the key, you have taken down effectively 4 Aegises on the journey here. You beat OG, 2-time TI winners. You beat Spirit, 2-time TI winners. How are you feeling right now, my man?
Alhamdulillah, feeling very good. I'm very happy for this win. I would like to say one thing. Charity Esports do it again. For some reason, we're giving up every first game. I don't know why, but thank God we won.
Because you're cleaning out the series in the end. You want to keep everyone on the edge of their seat. You're showmen, and we are enjoying the show right now. And as a result of you defeating Radan, the stars have aligned for the MENA region, and now you're going to get the matchup against Falcons. These guys have been gatekeeping you all year long, but you've shown a lot of growth over these past 2.5 weeks. Are you ready for the rematch?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah! Then there's nothing left to do but get this key crushed, Omar. Congratulations on the win. Can't wait to see the rest of the journey, and we'll pass it back to the studio.
It is such a joy to hear from Omar and Tsunami there. It was a hard-fought series going all the way to game number 3, but honestly, it didn't feel like the Spirit we had seen grow over the last few days within groups, within playoffs as well. And Quest, how could anyone have expected this? The massive upset of eliminating the defending champions of Riyadh Masters last year in 2 games with the Naga Siren.
You know, in Series 1, Kezu, you mentioned that a lot of teams are going to be gunning to take BB teams key because of like a lot of the beef from pubs and stuff, but these are 2 of the most likable teams. You can see the respect between these 2 captains. You know, Omar's obviously proud of their win, but he's not like, yeah, we got him, you know, like, suck it. But it's like one of those things where we saw Team Spirit and they were down in the dumps. And what I wanted to say about it is that for a team that's won TI twice, had so much success in the scene, to see that they care so much about Dota and still love and are passionate about the game, and it still hurts that much for them to get eliminated. It's just something to appreciate as a community, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, at the core, they're still very competitive players, so it is tough to say goodbye to Spirit, but an underdog coming through this series to do an upset like that, Lacoste?
Yeah, I don't think many people expected it, because I also did not expect it, to be honest. Brian did. That's why he's here. That's why he's getting paid the big bucks. You're
getting paid?
Others, well, you guys are getting paid. So, jokes aside, this is just a great story that they managed to eliminate OG, eliminate Team Spirit. It doesn't feel good, I would say, because a lot of people would still, you know, want to see Team Spirit coming into this tournament, because they do the best when they are in these like lower brackets, when they're getting to the grand finals. But PSG Quest, man, what a team! Like coming into this one, I was expecting, you know, them to be crushed, but after what happened in game 1, it was pretty much over 10-15 minutes into the game, and still managing to bounce back like that against team like Team Spirit. These guys, they are ready to go.
No, that's an insane. This is a performance that if you're PSG Quest and Noob, you will never forget in your life. You will think back to this performance as like, this is as good as we can play, and that feeds confidence to you. It feeds confidence to your team, because honestly, what they did, damn, that was some S-tier shit.
Yeah, I mean, this game number 3 felt pretty flawless. Maybe some people are tuning in for the first time. Maybe they only tuned in towards the end of the game and are very surprised that the series went this way. So let's run them back a little bit, Kezu. Let's take some key moments here and break it down a little bit more as to why. Key
moments indeed. No, this is just like what PSG Quest are doing with how fast they're playing. They go mid, they get the kill, Noob with like an insane performance. Like honestly, all of them, like they just take these stuff, you know, they kill here, they go bottom, they kill there, they go back to mid, like they just do it over and over again. And this is the type of gameplay you want to see. This just looks so free and so confident. And this is what you need to do at these LAN environments and like these elimination games. You need to play your game, you need to be free, and you just need to own your opponents when you can.
Yeah. Well, let's keep talking about it a bit more. We want to get through this as quickly as possible. possible because we're going to have, some exit interviews, some special guests on this panel as well. So BSJ, if you take it away for what you felt was one of the key successes of Naga.
Yeah, I'm just highlighting the role that TA2000 has on the map as a carry. Like, this is something that he just looks at a different level when he's playing Naga as a hero. Last game we saw the same thing on Radon. It looked like he just had Yachiro's number in the carry-to-carry matchup in the game and the map. And this time, like in the second round, second game, you could say, okay, like they got the counter pick. TA2000's in the perfect element. He's in his own game. But this time, they knew it was coming. Picks it anyway. Has the same type of performance. Constantly setting up kills, resetting fights on the map within team fights. It's just all around like just mwah.
Chef's kiss.
Yes.
I was saying, if you're in this elimination game number 3, you're about to go out, wouldn't you rather go out on Conflict, playing on a hero that you can min-max, the ins and outs of, rather than playing a hero that you're potentially not so sure in, that you're not really sure what it could actually do?
I mean, it is true, I guess, if we're like talking about Spirit, but I will say that both Collapse and Larl had very disappointing performances. There's no way you have counter picks in mid and the offlane, and then you perform like that. So obviously that's disappointing for them. Shouldn't happen, but they got outplayed, so you just lose.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the main reason why they got outplayed was that mid matchup that you talked about. We weren't really sure how it would go for the Sand King, but Noob, he is our MVP, our PlayStation MVP for this series, not only just in game number 3. He had an outstanding performance, and luckily, because we're all here on site together, we can have Noob come and join us on the panel, answer some of our questions. But first of all, we already talked to Omar, or at least Tsunami did, but Noob, for you personally, how does it feel taking down the giants of Team Spirit?
It feels amazing. I still don't believe it. It feels really, really good. Yeah.
And to do it on a game number 3 like that as well, were you a bit worried about the Ember matchup at all?
Apparently, we always give first game for free, so we weren't really worried. Yeah.
You knew the strat. You go one down, and then you just come back and clean sweep them. I love it.
What happened in the game number 1? Because it was a pretty bad stomp. It was like over in 10 minutes. Was it the draft related, or you guys think to play it better with the draft one more time if you played the game?
I think it's draft related. Part 1 is tiny. I think we shouldn't give to anyone, and we wanted to pick Sand King, but they banned. We didn't expect them to know we play it, so they banned it, and yeah, that's it.
What was the talk after the game? Because you need to like reset heavily or get one game away from being eliminated. Who was making the most calls? Like, who was the most vocal guy?
We were all, I wouldn't say we were in a bad mood. We went out, we said Tiny was the biggest problem, and we lost lanes, and we reset. We went again, and like fresh start, and we won.
Why do you think they didn't ban the Sand King for you guys in game 2 and 3? Like, why was there a higher priority on something else?
I'm not sure about game 3. Game 2, I'm still thinking they don't play. They know I play it because I don't really play it. And game 3, they thought they could beat it, I think. So.
All right. I mean, that's fair.
I would just say that we all think you guys are some of the most likable players in all of Dota, and we love the vibes that you guys have in interviews, when we talk to you guys, just like now. And we're wondering, like, how does that look after game 1? Is it always smiles, or is there like a serious stern talk you're receiving from captain or the coach, or what happened?
There was some serious talk, but good. Like, it was good. We were all positive, and it was a good spirit. So
not an ounce of faith lost after.
No, I think we were still believing in ourselves.
Nice. It showed.
For game 3, were you guys always wanting to pick that Naga? Did you go in with this idea that there were only a very few heroes that would have deterred you from picking it up, or?
Not really. We were just watching draft. We got Sand King for free, and Naga was just extra.
Okay, it was an extra cherry on top there. I think there is a clip as well that Lacoste wanted to watch with you, for all of us to watch together. So hopefully production will play it here.
Yeah, that's the like 9 minutes in. You guys are making this call. I don't believe you have any vision whatsoever, and you're making, one hell of a gank in the enemy triangle, getting a 10-minute blink dagger. How does that like affect you? Who's making this call, and how does that change the game when you pick up that 10-minute blink dagger?
They were making a play bot. Supports were calling like, let's go dive this guy, kill him. I saw everyone on there, and they can't really kill me, so I was like just poking there, seeing what's up. I ran into 2 guys farming stacks, and they just died for one spell, and it was really good.
It was actually 3 guys, and I'm kind of surprised that you were still willing to commit. You thought that your supports would have made it there in time if it did go south, or you knew you had the advantage?
It's about they can't really kill me there, so I don't really care. I'm just going.
It could have been all 5 and you still would have gone in.
Yeah, the stacks were too juicy there. Yeah.
No, I totally get it. And then, you guys are going to have time to reset tomorrow before your series. How is that going to look? How much is it prep, and how much is trying to, come down from this win against Team Spirit?
So now we go to rest a bit for a few hours, and we prepare at night, and hopefully we're ready tomorrow.
How ready are you going to be? You're going to be playing against Team Falcons. You didn't go to LANs because of these guys. You need to prep 100%, huh?
To be 100% ready.
Yeah.
The Mina Warriors is going back.
Yeah, it's going to be Mina vs. Mina. It's going to be a good one. But Noob, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again. It was fantastic to watch you in the mid lane and in this game. And hopefully we will get to see you later. Thank you so much. We're going to take a look at our bracket right now because we've already had 2 eliminations today. It's been a big one. We saw XG.WBG go home earlier. Team Spirit now we unfortunately have to say goodbye to, but that does give us our next round of lower bracket matchups. Tundra Esports up against BB Team will be played this afternoon, or this evening, I guess. I'm losing track of time. And Falcons up against PSG Quest will be tomorrow. But as we're saying goodbye to Team Spirit, let's jump on over, have an exit interview with Purge and Miposhka.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Miposhka of Team Spirit. A tough way to see last year's champions go out. I was just wondering what's going through your mind right now after you've ended this series.
I don't know, just some sad emotions that we lost. I mean, what else I can feel right now?
I suppose anything about your tournament as a whole, how about that? I guess for a lot of the tournament, we were looking at Spirit, and there's been a lot of critiques about you guys feel a little bit slower than the other teams right now. As the tournament has progressed, we see faster teams succeeding, but you guys have been increasing the pace. Like after the match against Liquid, you went up against LGD and was able to take them out down 2-0. But then against Quest, it seems like they were one level above this time. What was the difference in this series?
I think, to be honest, it's not about tempo meta or like fast games or something like that. It's more about like your team skill overall. And for example, against Team Liquid, our draft ideas was not good enough, and also it's not like we were too slow. It's just we didn't expect some plays from them, and we didn't have some plan, so we couldn't react as we could. I mean, without plan. We played without any plan, and we only react on their plays. And of course, it's slow if we only react without idea, like, do we want to react, do we want to fight, or something like that. Against LGD, I think in both games our draft was just better, and it was a little bit easier to play. Also, they not that strong team, in my opinion. They not that fast at some moments, so it's easier to answer on their plays. And today against Quest, I think actually our draft was not good enough. So my personal opinion is that we didn't find right heroes to play with, comfort heroes. And we tried, but we just didn't even find right answer on SK. So yeah, it's not. I think against Quest we played well, but our ideas was not good enough.
I appreciate the candor. I mean, Spirit consistently brings great ideas in general, though, so to see Quest get the advantage is a rare sight. But as a veteran of many, many grand finals, if you had any advice that you could give to Quest as they continue the rest of the journey and hopefully try to replicate what you were able to do last year in grand finals, is there any words of advice that you would pass on to them?
Actually, not really. Just good luck. Good luck, Quest.
And good luck with you, Miposhka. Can't wait to see what the rest of the year brings. Can't wait to see you in Copenhagen, and we'll send it back to the studio.
It's a really tough goodbye there for Team Spirit. Miposhka being as honest as he possibly can, sharing what he can in such an emotional state. But with great power, or at least great wins, comes, I guess, the satisfaction of key crushing here, Kazu?
Yeah, I mean, also getting to, just beating Team Spirit and, getting to, take their key, crush, kind of however you want to go about it. It just feels good because you know that these guys are legends. They're, some of the best players in the game. So I think just for them, winning this match, it means it's more than just some small win. It's a lot more. It's emotions, it's happiness, it's confidence, it's everything, and they deserve it.
I want to remind everyone, by the way, coming into this series, the STC predictions, 18% in favor of Quest.
In favor?
Yeah, only 18% of people believed in Quest is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I mean, I came into this series predicting 2-1 for Quest, and then by the end of game one, my conviction was 0, and I'm glad to see that they had all the conviction they needed, because it was just inspirational to see that comeback against such a formidable foe.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one for them. We do have another elimination series coming up, though. Tundra against BB Team.
seconds, 5 seconds ulti.
I wait.
After this.
I'm going.
Nice.
Good job.
Ready, set, go.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Moonmander Dota, how did you get on to Tundra Gaming? What was the, what sort of scam did you pull to trick them into thinking that you're a great coach?
I feel like I just try my best to cosplay as AUI and try to like talk like I know some math like AUI, and then they fell for it.
Is it because you're both Canadian that you think you can cosplay as him?
Yes, we're both Canadian, we both wear glasses, we're both from Vancouver, we're both Asian.
Do you think Vancouver is the better side of Canada than Toronto?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Like, we're the TI winners from Toronto. Exactly. We're the major winners from Toronto.
I don't have any Dota questions for you, so I'm just going to keep asking you about things that have nothing to do with Dota. Oh, what anime are you watching lately?
I just started watching Free Run. I know, like, it's over already, but, like, I just kind of got into it because I didn't have time before.
It's like the top-rated anime in the last 2 years, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Have you seen the cooking one? Dungeon Meshi?
No, but I watched the other cooking one, the OG cooking one.
What's that one called?
I can't remember, but it's like with the red hair guy, and he's cooking. Like he's like in a culinary school. Yeah.
I don't know the one. Are you up to date on Jujutsu Kaisen?
Only the anime only, no manga.
What character from Jujutsu Kaisen would you say you most resemble? Not like physically, but just in terms of aura.
Sukuna, probably. I'm more like kind of a villain, but like not like. Yeah, I got like my inner demons to deal with, so yeah.
You've always liked being the villain. Do you ever get to a point in your life where you're like, I'm gonna be more unhinged? Like you just make the choice to be the villain.
Yeah, I feel like life's all about balances. I feel like it's not the villains who are born that way, it's society that creates them. So yeah, I root for the villains.
This guy's Dota 2's living Joker or Breaking Bad from Walter White from Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is not the character. This has been an interview with Moon Meander. Thank you so much for joining me. Good luck to Team Tundra or Falcons, whatever you're coaching. And we'll see you guys in the next one.
Do one of your cringe poses you want to do. There you go.
Love it.
What is he doing? What is this that he's doing?
Pose he worked on for hours.
What is the pose that you're doing? Is it a TikTok thing? You're a young guy, aren't you? Yep. Don't sigh. Why did you sigh?
I don't know. Just you.
Why is it that every time I look at you, you're staring off into the abyss?
Just chilling. Just brains off right now.
What do you think about when you're staring into the abyss? I don't believe your brain is off, dude. You're the guy for making builds and stuff. You're the crazy guy with all these thoughts. What do you think about?
No, literally just brains off. That's my time to, turn off my brains.
Do you meditate?
I mean, not that much. Maybe I should, but sometimes a bit.
You used to meditate. You've tried it before.
I've tried it and I've watched some videos on it, but then I'm too lazy, so then I just end up not doing it so much.
What do you think about these ice baths and saunas and stuff? Is that bro science, or do you believe that actually has some impact on the mind and body?
Probably it does. But I never really got into some ice baths. I feel like maybe what you're getting out of it is not worth it. I don't know. I like comfort too much. I don't want to go through that. But saunas are awesome.
You like saunas?
Of course. I'm a Finnish guy. So we all have saunas. Even at my house, I have a sauna.
Do you go really, really hot and steamy in the sauna?
It depends what you're in the mood for. Sometimes, yeah, hot and steamy.
And then do you go out and jump into a pool or something? You go from hot to cold?
Yeah, I mean, winter time you go outside in the snow or whatever just to chill after sauna, and then you go back sauna. And, it's kind of hot and cold. But
how long is too long in the sauna? How long can you go for?
Depends if you're with friends and if you have a couple beers, then it can be an hour or even more. But yeah.
That's really dangerous. Do you think being Finnish gives you a natural resistance to heat and cold?
I mean, I guess we're used to it since we were a kid. We go to sauna very often, so maybe.
Would you say that you got good genetics? Are you happy with your genes that you got?
Decent, I guess. Yeah.
What percentage would you say you're in terms of genes?
I've never thought of that, but I just I'm okay with my genes, Decent, I guess.
Average?
Yeah, I think average.
If he's average, then we are all completely ladies and gentlemen. This has been a very depressing interview with Thompson. Thank you. Congratulations on everything. And thank you.
Thank you. Congrats on everything.
Thank you.
Congrats for being the interview guy.
Yep, thank you. Thank you. Good to see you again. And back to you.
Welcome back. As you can see on your screens, we have the first team of our last series today coming into Qiddiya Arena. Thanks to Jamil Motorsports, Tundra Esports are here on site in venue in the arena, and they're just setting up right now, and they're preparing for themselves because they're going to have to go up against a team that's already got their ball rolling for today. That's BB Team. They played earlier today and they got the victory over XG.WBG. That acronym. I'm slightly excited to not have to say that one too many times more. But BB Team here, I'm not sure exactly how they've been able to prepare for themselves, as it's been about 3-4 hours since we last saw them, and it's been a whole 24 hours since I've last seen you, Fiel.
Hello, yeah, I'm back. Hey,
right.
That's it, I'm back.
Oh, that's all you wanted
You
to...
want some insight?
I don't know, maybe.
About what?
How did you spend your last 20 hours?
Yeah.
Where have you been? What have you been doing? I'm mainly sleeping.
Okay.
And then waking up and watching more Dota.
Okay.
I believe it. That's
Favorite
like
game of today so far?
Favorite game of today? It has, I don't know, game, but maybe series.
Oh,
Last 2 games.
Okay.
The fact that we did see T2000 pull out Naga Siren 2 games in a row. I've been a big fan of his Naga. I was very surprised he was able to get it so many times in a row. And, you know, they eliminated one of the potential favorites going to this tournament. And I like upsets, so it was nice to watch.
Well, then what's the upset for this series between Tundra and BB Team?
There is no upset, I think. I think both these
Very
teams,
even?
I think they're pretty even right now. I think Tundra is good. You might give them an edge just because of how much better they've been doing this tournament. But I feel like the question always has been, BB Team, are they back in form? They're getting there if they're not already there. So I think they've just elevated a lot over the last couple of days, where Tundra are kind of flatlining.
Yeah, they were almost unbeatable on side of Tundra in the last couple of days until they met Team Liquid.
Oh, well, I'm just surprised that Fear would go so far as to say flatlining. You know, the dream's not dead yet. It was only 2 games
Well,
lost
not
to
flatlining as
Liquid.
they've lost their heart rate and they're dead, but like they're not really, they've hit their peak, let's put it that way, right?
And then now we're on the downward tumble.
They have a
Hopefully-
steady heart rate.
Okay, steady, stable heart rate. Let's see, though, exactly if their emotions are steady and stable as we got purged with Whitemon.
Hey, I'm here with Whitemon of Tundra. You guys had a really close series against Team Liquid. It was like one Yule Scepter from you winning the game. So how are you guys doing after that loss?
I think after that loss, we kind of like discuss and watching replays of how we should like fix our early game, because I think Liquid just throwing that game. We should just lost like 20 minutes already, I think. But Liquid just throwing and they gave us a chance. That's why we kind of like come back a bit. But I think our early game is like kind of a bit messy. Yeah, so we're trying to fix that.
In that one game where they went high ground at 16 minutes and you Phoenix egged and you survived, were you aware of the bug that happened at the time? Were you just like, why didn't they kill me?
I mean, I think I kind of fucked up my spells. I think I wanted to, dive away. I wanted to dive and use egg outside the arena so they cannot hit my egg, but I just egg inside the arena in front of 5 people. So I think I kind of fucked up, but luckily it's not destroyed, the egg.
Yeah, it was a big moment for your fight. Unfortunately, you still lost that one. So what are you expecting for this series here? BB Team's been on a hot streak recently, so what are your expectations?
I think our expectations, we just, playing our best, and hopefully we're gonna win.
All right, great. Well, good luck in your match, and thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Their expectations are to hopefully win. You know, it's not as confident as Pure's pregame yesterday when they went up against Liquid. So I don't know if that's a team-wide thing that they're a little bit shaken up, or maybe it's more just the Whitemon persona where he likes to be a bit more humble.
Yeah, I think we went from like the two of the most likable teams in the tournament to these 2 teams. And I'm not trying to say that nobody likes Tundra, but the interviews yesterday were about the least amount of humility I've ever seen between the Pure one and the Moon Meander one pregame, which is the dogs are barking and it's time for us to make them stop. And so I'll say, like, yesterday humbled them for sure, and I'm not trying to, I don't think Whitemon would have given us a interview like that even if yesterday hadn't happened. So it's a very different vibe from him, and I think it's important that as a support he probably needs to be the grounded one for the team. And I laugh at when people kind of say I messed up, but it worked out, I guess. And I feel like that's been happening a lot in this tournament, especially in that series yesterday, which was quite chaotic. I think they're the ones that have to, as Fear mentioned, like they flatlined in a way of not dying, but in a way of like they have to stabilize. I'm not confident that they have stabilized. BB Team's also a very vibe-heavy team, and they're steamrolling right now, so I would give the momentum advantage significantly to BB Team, but not like the quality of the teams being much different.
I think that's very fair to say, considering BB Team started in the lower bracket in round number 1. They were able to take that series for themselves, went 3 games, but they won it. They've continued on. They won earlier today, so I really do see that momentum just continuing for them, Lacoste, and what's working right now, I also don't see too much need for change.
Most definitely. One thing I really like, something that they changed after the group stage, is GPK is playing much better Dota. They are playing around him. He's having some really nice performances. The one on the Shadow Fiend, the Primal Beast, the Sanking, Pango is something that he did play. So it feels like they are getting back into the groove. Some of their ideas in the group stage didn't really work out for them, and they were really quick, relatively quick, I would say, in adapting to those.
We're going to go from one support interview on the side of Tundra to another support interview on the side of BB Team with Purge.
Thanks, Amir, save of BB Team. Ooh, almost said it. You guys are on some great momentum right now. You won the last 2 series. You crushed 2 keys. How does it feel inside the team right now? Are you guys excited and super happy?
Yeah, I mean, we're super happy. We're winning. Atmosphere is very good. Yeah.
In terms of your drafts right now, are you comfortable with what you guys are going through strategy-wise, or is that going to be enough to beat Tundra?
Yeah, we feel very confident about our drafts. We think it's very strong, so of course we think we're going to win.
Okay, in the game 3 of the previous match you played, they picked Ursa against your Troll. What did you think about that pick?
Probably wasn't the best pick, I guess. Not a very good matchup, I think.
Were you really confident that you were going to win the game when you saw their draft?
Sure.
Just sure? Just like 60% sure?
Maybe 70.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in the match.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to have Purge getting all the information that he possibly can get out of those players. They're setting up on stage in the Kadir Arena, but BB Team. Wow, I did a Purge, didn't I? Commented that one out in post. Yeah, really saved that one. Didn't draw attention to it at all.
Hard to get it. Let's keep talking about it.
But yeah, let's draw more attention.
I was hoping that he would
team.
just talk about BB Team.
Yeah, sure. I think the one thing that they've adjusted very well is just to the meta. They're picking up this Doom. Now they're playing Chen a lot more. They are starting to play these aura strategies that we see some of the 2 of our top 3 teams love to play in Liquid and Gaming Gladiators. They love the auras. They're going to go for it. The buffs, what you can do with that. They ran that in game number 1 earlier against XG.WBG, and then game number 2 they showed they have their own style too, with the Primal Beast and the off lane going for the Blade Mill, just playing this team fight, run at you type of style there. So yeah, they kind of have their own style, but they're also adapting to what some of the best teams are running this tournament as well.
I think the biggest question is, are we even going to see the Doom let through? Is Miro even going to get his hands on it?
Absolutely not. He's picked it, what, 5 of the last 6 games.
Yep.
And it was only not because he got first round banned. I mean, you could bet that Boom Shakalaka team will not get Doom in the series.
Yeah, the bottom bracket team is slightly powering up. Speed running through this lower bracket, defeating team by team, and this is against their old teammate, Pure, who did play on the roster, so, you know, maybe there's some beef in there. They want to crush those keys.
Yeah, there's an interesting stat between these 2 teams that I did find. The player with the highest kill average this tournament is Pure on carry, and the player with the lowest death average in this tournament is Nightfall. So are you going to have is being able to kill your opponent or being able to survive going to be the key here?
I will say Nightfall having the lowest death average is not surprising at all. Okay, like I'm just saying, like we could span back 2 years and that stat would ring true for almost every land this man has been
If you gave me one guess, I probably would have gone with Nightfall without it being like to this series.
Yeah, no, I'm exactly the same. Nightfall has fallen maybe into that little bit of a predictable way of playstyle. Either way, though, it's still gotten them here. They're still alive. Their hopes are still here in Riyadh Masters. And in fact, it's led them all the way to Kadir Arena with Tsunami and Fancy.
we get the final series of the night underway as a new energy washes over the Qiddiya arena. Because as of the last two series, there are no more remaining Riyadh Masters champions left in the tournament. Extreme with Ame and Jinkyu fell to BB team earlier today, the 2022 champions on PSG LGD. And meanwhile, we just saw PSG Quest take down Spirit, the 2023 champions.
Quest is looking extremely solid during their run in the lower bracket, beating Riyadh Masters 2023 champions and doing it in a very fashionable way. And also, they have their next game against Falcons, two MENA region teams playing on stage to qualify for the lower bracket final. And keep that in mind that we have Falcons and Quest basically battling it out in the entire MENA region tournaments for the past, 6-7 months. And Falcons is always gatekeeping Quest in their place in the MENA region, which is why we've never seen them in any LAN.
We'll see if they get their chance for revenge, but all I know is there are a lot of new players hoping to get their hands on this trophy. And as for right now, we got a Western European versus Eastern European showdown happening on this stage.
Yep, and we are ready to welcome the first team on stage, and it is Tundra Esports. Pure, Ramses, 9 Class, Whitemon, and Thompson walk to the stage. Last time they got knocked down to the lower bracket in Birmingham, they suffered back-to-back losses. And now, since they're knocked out of the tournament, let's see if they learned from that experience and if they're making it into the grand final through the lower bracket one.
And at this point, you know this team well. It's BB Team! Nightfall, GPK, Miero, Save, and Toronto Tokyo are just minting gold at this point. I think Toronto Tokyo is a little goblin the way he's collecting all these keys, crushing them and adding them to his collection. Will the journey continue here? Will his hoard grow even higher? Or will they finally turn around and Tundra get the opportunity? Teams, place your keys and enjoy your final moments with them as one of you will end the journey by the end of tonight. It's showtime, Fancy. Let's get to the Dota.
Tundra up against BB team. Are we favoring the team that's already played today? Maybe there's a bit of exhaustion. Maybe there is the momentum for them. Or are we going to favor Tundra, the team that came down from the upper bracket in a close series? Mind you, it went 3 games. They almost had game number 3. It was very close. But Lacoste, STC, prediction-wise, where would you want people to place it?
I think I'm going to go with the BB team. I think they have this one. Might even 2-0. Need to see the draft, but I feel like they're going to do it.
2-0. I like the confidence.
I lost my faith in Tundra after seeing them, play 2 same drafts exactly yesterday. They believed in that, and they also didn't adapt. I think right now in the bottom part of the bracket, it's very important to adapt to new things that happen to you in each game.
I might need to ask for another panelist here because all of you guys right now are favoring BB team. I'm going to need someone to root for Tundra. I'm hoping that they do come with something new though, Lacoste, you were talking about it. Running back the same draft 2 games in a row is what has led them here. So with game number 1 draft coming up, what can we hope? What are the expectations for Tundra fans, BSJ?
Well, my expectation for this series is 2-1 BB team, so I do think Tundra is going to take at least 1 game.
Okay.
And so, I would say the skepticism about their ability to adjust has historical precedent because of what happened at Birmingham, where they got knocked out in the upper bracket finals and then got pretty much owned in the lower bracket finals following that immediately. So just like 4 straight losses. I would say that the yesterday's series, like Whitemon didn't seem in high spirits about like what happened and how they're coming off of it. Maybe that's just his demeanor in general, I'm not sure. But overall, coming from both of these teams, like usually we talk about the stats that these teams have, like, oh, what are they winning with, all that. BB team's been performing pretty much horribly until the last like 5 games. Like they were 3-8 or going into the final game of the group stage and managed to bring it together. So, or I think 3-9. But yeah, so what I'm trying to say is looking at the most recent games is all that matters. If I'm Tundra, what is BB team winning with? The Doom they ban out, the Broodmother Pure's 4-0 with. There's very small pool of Nightfall, that these heroes are these teams are being successful with, and so banning them out and proving that they can beat you with something else, I think is essential in these lower bracket games.
Yeah, and I definitely think giving Chen away here could be a mistake, but they're going to take the Sand King. But I did see the Nyx ban, and to me, I was like, why do they want Nyx? Sand King makes a lot of sense as an instant carapace target, but I was also thinking they're going to run the Chen again. It looks really good in the meta overall. They won with it earlier today. We'll see if Tundra have sniffed that out. If they can play it themselves, I'm sure they can. It's more of a question, are they practiced in it? And if they're not practiced in it, are they willing to just play it? But they're just going to go with potentially the 9-class Morphling against the Sand King. We've seen this before. It looks really good if you can pull it off, and this is a team that can pull it off.
And speaking of that, because he was the one who first showed it, but it was Boxy who pioneered this Morphling position 4 that they can flex. And also one hero that they like to play is Rubik. So you have Rubik Morphling combination. They also play Rubik from the mid lane. So you could have 2 Sand Kings against only 1 Sand King, which, you do the math.
Yeah, but BB team can take Rubik and then they can have 2 Sand Kings.
That's also true.
Yeah, we've seen that one before as well.
That's why I think Rubik is going to get contested in the second phase.
I just love how this meta seems to be Sand King's the puzzle, now solve it. Every team has a slightly different approach. I mean, yesterday Tundra picked Sand King all 3 games, first overall pick. First game from Liquid was Doom, then which they won with, then Tiny, which lost to the Sand King, and then the Sven in game 3. And so like now we're seeing Sven get banned out by the team, and Tiny that picked Sand King, and Doom's removed. Last series we saw Ember. Now we're seeing Morphling as a response. It's just funny to see like every team seems to have a slightly different take on what makes Sand King viable as a first pick and how to deal with it as a whole.
Definitely like the Chen pick here a lot. Whitemon has played it 3 times, won every single game on it. And I hate to say it, but whenever I see a team right now in this meta that has like a Chen stacked with an offlaner who can buy auras, I almost always give them the draft advantage. It's like the ball's in your court. Don't drop it pretty much. And BB team, they got a puzzle to deal with here. They got to deal with potentially this Morphling who's very annoying, very survivable, can steal a lot of like spells such as from the Sand King. And you also have the Chen with all the auras he can build. So how do you deal with that? It's not going to be easy in the laning stage just because Chen is super strong there. Nyx is banned. And I don't really like the approach of just spamming damage to try and deal with this. So I'd like to see them bring some of their own auras to the table.
Save on a Batrider, I think he had the best performance so far with the hero. He understands the hero in and out. Yet 2 days ago when they were playing, I believe, double kill from Save early on. He is very aggressive whenever he plays, goes for the Blink Dagger, becomes another core relatively early on. So I like to see this. You're always going to have a kill threat, Blink Lasso into Blink Epi, into Sandstorm, so the damage is not going to be lacking. And add ET on top of that, increase that magic damage. So right now it feels really good, and also historically ET has been one of the best counters to Morphling.
My question is that all the things you said about what you liked about Batrider, why is it more powerful than Hoodwink, which we've been seeing at this stage of the draft pretty much every game, with that still in the pool? Like, why would they opt for Batrider as opposed to the more meta support?
Maybe they feel more comfortable because Hoodwink, we've seen some answers to the hero, even though there's been a lot of unanswered Hoodwink. Team Spirit, you said that like 5 out of 6 games that they won on Hoodwink. It feels really good. Maybe slightly different than maybe they wanted to have something that goes through like BKB later on compared to Hoodwink.
Point, yeah.
I like this.
Is that almost certainly a Marcy 4, or is that potentially Marcy mid?
Marcy 4 with Darkseer, that's what they play.
Yeah, it's likely going to be carry Morph now. They feel like it's good enough what they see. It could be Morph mid. has Thompson played that one? I mean, if there is a player to play...
He hasn't this event.
Yeah, but if there is a player to do it, it's most likely.
That's why I put the caveat, this event, you know? Right now, we haven't seen it, but not impossible. Although, that aura builder that you're talking about in the off lane that you wanted to be paired with that Chen,
yeah,
still the slight advantage towards Tundra with that
I'll have to see the next pick from BB team, or next 2 picks, honestly, because right now, currently, they have a lot of damage. But yeah, Chen, Mech, Darkseer Pipe, Crimson if you want it as well. That automatically gives you a situation where you have the auras, and this is Nightfall's go-to. This has been a hero that's quite good versus the Morphling. He can shift as much strength as you want, but you still have the Fury Swipes debuff on him, something you often like to go for. And also against Darkseer, you don't really care about the illusion that is made of you, and you can just overpower down the creep of the Ion Shell.
There's no silence. There is 1 stun on their side. So this Ursa, he's going to feel really good. And I think everybody who played against Ursa, ever since the new patch, you're like, why do I have Fury Swipes on me throughout the whole fight? No matter how many times I reset, I'm still gonna have it. His level 15 talent, the Earthshock applies 2 Fury Swipes charges, makes the hero super powerful. One thing I want to see is Nightfall being slightly more active with the Ursa compared to his Sven, where he's like 35 minutes in, getting his first kill participation.
Yeah. It's a little bit easier with Ursa because itemization typically, not always, but will be Battle Fury into Blink and then you're ready. Some will go Battle Fury into BKB, but with Sven it gets a little more complicated. You do need the small items first, and then you have to choose, do I want the Blink or do I want the BKB? And so that kind of pushes most of your timings back. So most likely will be much more aggressive, and I think he needs to as well, this lineup too.
There's a lot of aspects of Ursa that I really like here. Everything you guys have mentioned, they also had no way of taking Roche at all before the Ursa came out. They didn't have like a summons or a aura buyer like Vlad's or anything like this. And then on top of that, last time they played against Tundra in the group stage, they did pick Ursa, but it was on 17, and then Tundra responded with Troll, which is by far the best carry-to-carry matchup. I think it's really the only carry-to-carry matchup worth banning when you're Ursa. So now that Troll was already taken out earlier on in the draft by Tundra, we know the Morphlings potentially flex, so having that like simplicity in the draft for yourselves, and then also it's a weak illusion. Overall, just we saw a Batrider for Quest in game 1 of the series that they just won, but they lost that game, and what they lacked was follow-up damage to burst, especially you mentioned, Lacoste, like they have the BKB piercing stun, but now they actually have the BKB piercing damage, so there's no item that gives you comfort.
Is it time for Zeus? That's what
the Thompson solo kills?
Yeah, he thinks it's a meme. He talked in an interview that he thinks Shadow Fiend is a meme hero, and he did kill Nisha 2 or 3 times solo when they were playing against Team Liquid.
Probably back to Wind Ranger. Always full circle. Good versus
You'll like that one.
Good versus SF. I mean, in this particular draft, they need something that can lane versus it. Zeus is totally fine. I don't dislike it, but Ursa doesn't like Wind Ranger for like the first 30, 35 minutes of the game. SF doesn't particularly like it either. It can be a good target from RC to rotate, but he's got Rubik.
Mid Rubik.
Mid Rubik it is.
Okay, so we talked about the Rubik early on in the draft thinking it was going to be a support, but here we are.
Interesting. I mean, that's just food for Ursa. Definitely not good versus that hero, but potentially could be good versus SF mid. Surely if you can steal... I mean, it's just sanking spells, really. Maybe Lasso's okay, but doesn't feel like there's a lot of good Rubik spells in this game to really steal, so slightly concerning in that aspect there for Thompson. Unless he isn't playing Rubik mid.
He is.
He picked it? Okay. Is there enough good spells to steal?
I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I don't really know, other than the lane matchup itself, what he's exactly looking for. I mean, SF Requiem are nice. Great. I was going to say Requiem's nice.
Requiem's amazing. Sand King Stun's amazing. And that's the list.
Yeah. Agreed.
Great. I really wanted a little bit more there, but got 2.
If he nails those 2 spells, like that could absolutely turn the game. Like, what if he has an axe, steals the burrow and Requiem? Like, imagine that. That's Thompson level bat chesting right there.
Yeah, our STC predictions were 50-50. Luckily for us, we have 3 panelists, which means we can't be split down the middle. Right now, we've got someone favoring the side of Tundra. Lacoste, actually, I haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I think Bongo Boots team got this one. I think the speed that they're going to play with, it's not going to be, you know, something that we've seen from maybe other teams, but eventually they will get there. And I think maybe this Rubik would have worked if they picked it earlier in the draft and maybe drafted around it. But right now they have very limited amount of stuns on their side. There is Sanking. There is... Sanking's on which side? Remind me again.
He's on BB.
He's on BB Bobbity. Okay, so yeah, they got this one. They got this one. He might need to steal that one and keep it pretty much throughout the whole game to be able to get stuff done.
Never die and just keep stealing it over and over and over again. Okay, lanes out of that. You guys still, nothing changes. You're all going to go in for Bibbidi Bobbidi.
I think Bibbidi Bobbidi's got this. I think they've got all the matchups they want. You got GPK on the SF. You got Nightfall on a good Ursa game. I think the Sand Kings are going to do perfectly fine in the off lane against the Morph Chen. Chen kind of like lets his carry do its own thing. So, yeah, I think they're going to hit their timings.
I think
All right.
Beth and Beyond will have a relaxing game.
A relaxing game with some more answers from our coach.
Hey, I'm here with Moon. Moon, you got a Morphling in response to the Sand King. Is that your preferred carry right now?
Definitely. Pure is one of the best Morphlings in the world, I feel, from ESL Birmingham all the way to here. There's a reason why William Blitzley banned it against us. I was very surprised he left it first, so we'll take it.
Okay, the one thing I'm worried about on the enemy team, they got an Elder Titan, classic Morph counter paired with magic damage, and now they have a Sand King and a Shadow Fiend. So are you worried he's going to get exploded at any point from a Burrow Strike Spirit thing?
It is definitely possible. Sand King ET, strong strategy. However, I feel we have tools to deal with it.
Okay, and the SF was last picked as well. I didn't even realize he was still in the pool, so are you worried about the hero?
No, we have Marcy. Marcy's really good. I feel we're trying to follow up with William, the Taylor Swift meta. Everyone that's the top 3 all went to Taylor Swift concerts, so yep, that's the meta.
All right, you heard it here first, Taylor Swift. You'll win Dota games. All right, thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
Always good to be able to hear from the top minds of Dota 2. Such great insights into the strategy employed in these drafting. Moon Meander delighting us with some insights that I've certainly never heard before, but you know, maybe that's just the sort of unorthodox coaching that Moon Meander brings to the table, Avery.
He's definitely a very unorthodox player. He's had a very unorthodox career.
Yeah. But a successful one.
Yeah.
And Tundra has had a pretty successful tournament up until they ran into Liquid and got knocked down, and now they're matched up against BB Team, some old rivals here. You've got Pure versus Nightfall. You know, we were talking to Liquid earlier today, and they had lots of praise to give for Nightfall's ideal Morphling performance. They said it, 0 mistakes, absolute perfect gameplay from the very first game of today, and we're going to see whether or not Pure can match that. Seems like Moon Meander is confident that they will be able to do so.
I don't think I've ever seen Moon Meander not confident in his ideas.
That's true.
I think that just goes without saying here. Whether it'll pan out is yet to be determined. BB Team finding a lot of momentum in this lower bracket, seem to have hit their stride in this tournament eventually. Maybe there's just less pressure on them. I feel like a lot of these tournaments this year, they've gone in as, you know, maybe not favorites for the event, but kind of a guaranteed top 4 to 6. And here they struggled early, which meant they had to figure a lot of stuff out maybe sooner than they had to in some of those other events. Maybe it'll end up working better for them. Relieve some of the pressure, give them more time to figure the kinks out and get rolling here, which has been a big issue for the team, historically speaking. Still, they are building up something here, and it's cool to see. Seems like they're just getting better and better every series. So Tundra, you have to halt them in their path and regain your momentum as you fell into this lower bracket.
Are you suggesting that BB Team's winning strategy was to throw off expectations by losing so badly that nobody expected them to make it this far?
I'm not saying they planned it that way, but you got to you have to use whatever gets thrown in your path, right? And if you're going to take benefit of it, you may as well use it to your advantage here.
Sure. This matchup is going to be super fun to watch. GPK Shadow Fiend, one of the best mids in the world on one of the most iconic mid heroes in the world that has been out of meta for a while.
Those are big
and it's good to see him back into play against Thompson, another iconic mid, playing, of course, a very unorthodox mid, as he is an unorthodox mid player, playing the mid Rubik that he said he thinks is very strong and has played it a couple times already. Though First Blood doesn't happen in mid, it happens in top, where save, and Miro just surround Whitemon, get a big stinger kill there.
Whitemon way out of position on that play, just gives away a freebie. I do think this is a lane Thompson should win early. He has significant base damage advantage here. You can fade bolt in for every range creep, get the bounce in the SF, and then be like plus 20, plus 30 with the extra amp coming in from the passive. Rubik is no joke of a laner. There's a reason Thompson wants it here.
Which is why you made such a big deal, right? Of any of the last hits GPK can get, especially these free
the early
denies.
ones are really big here. You know, he's getting some of these denies with 47 damage. That is, it goes a long way for this. Another range deny.
Another range creep deny. Man, he is killing it. Meanwhile, Pure is kind of left in this 1v2 as Whitemon's trying to clear out the sentries that were placed down. Miro pops him. Did not expect the damage from the Stinger. That is not ideal gameplay.
It reminds me of that Liquid game from yesterday where Tundra just got smacked on the lanes and could never recover. Are we going down a similar trajectory here where they're just sleepy to wake up for the day? I don't know.
9class, he's getting hit by the stomp, and you already have so many claws built up on that poor Marcy. What'd you make of the Marcy pick? I don't know where that Moon Meander analysis came out. They not worried about the SF because we have Marcy. And I was just like, huh?
I mean, Marcy does own this hero. If you get the BKB basher, you just jump on him. Guarantee bash him up every time. It's the exact type of hero that owns Shadow Fiend.
Sure.
I can see that logic here.
But it's a support Marcy. What are the chances that your support Marcy is going to be able to, like, for a majority of the game, you will not have BKB basher on this hero?
No. Still a physical damage hero, burst oriented. It's still good. I mean, it's a gap closer too. You can leap on the SF, toss him back in the middle of the fight. You're going to have Surge to play with. I think it is a good matchup for Marcy, but I agree it's not some end-all be-all. I think something like the Spear Breaker is way more reliable, not as item-dependent. Innately, your spells do a lot more work than the Marcy's will. And another big question mark is, you know, you have this Morphling Rubik duo that, in theory, you can double spell steal out from the Sand King here. That's one of the big ideas.
Yeah.
That has to pan out in the fights, though. Like, you don't get good spell steals between the Rubik Morphling against Lasso, Requiem, Earth Splitter, Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, whatever you want here. You lose a lot of firepower in this lineup. And there's not a lot for the Darkseer to play with. Like, Darkseer can back into some of these stolen spells. He can pump up the Marcy a bit. That's kind of it, though. Otherwise, you're just playing, you know, naked Darkseer Dota, which is still fine.
Yeah, the hero is still very successful for a reason.
So far, BB team should be pretty happy with these lanes. Thompson is winning mid by a decent margin, but that is to be expected. I mean, you're not going to out CS this Rubik with the extra buffs to the right click.
Yeah. Ramsey's just farming away, but so is the Ursa. Yeah, all things just seem pretty traded for BB team to their favor, I would say, outside of that mid matchup. I was very, I expected this duo from Tundra, by the way, but not per se against the Sand King, maybe against the Tiny, the Rubik Morphling. Basically, if you have an OP spell, we can throw that OP spell back at you twice. A Whitemon. Just so much damage from this Sand King. And
underestimated it.
Yeah, they were really underestimating this one, though. Jump forward. A little bit of damage there in Toronto Toki expected to toss back. Pure being left alone while his support is coming back alive. He's just, they don't run out of damage in this lane. The advantage of Bat Rider, Sand King, it's just constant oppression going into this top lane, going into a morph lane that usually will be able to shrug off a lot of aggression, because usually there's just a downtime to some of these spells, but Stinger and Sticky Napalm, they don't really stop. They don't really wait for anybody. Vacuum back in. Toronto Tokyo will end up getting burned down, and with the Surge, they're going to try and go for Nightfall as well. Nightfall with a Fairy Fire is hoping the tower will protect him. De-aggro. 9class gets rid of that, takes another shot or two, but will survive, barely.
Well, nice action on both side lanes for these offlaners, at least. They are very happy with their situation. Pure is definitely not happy about his situation on the Morphling here. Not going to be a fun game for him. He has a lot to battle up against too. ET decimates this hero. Shadow Fiend has a good matchup. The Ursa is a very good matchup as the game scales. You might just get lassoed at the start of a fight. Does not look like a fun Morphling game to me. And he is behind off the laning phase, and he's just going to get left alone here as Whitemon tries to make moves around the map.
Popping after him
to punish the Ursa to the same degree.
Oh, nice stop. Well-positioned Spirit from Toronto Tokyo to dissuade some of that aggression. Gets Nightfall, one of the Lotuses, which definitely needed.
Happy to get the Lotuses against the Darkseer lane. Not happy
Thompson
to get ganked
from
by
behind, though, is coming in with the Raise and the Fate Bolt. That'll blow up the Ursa very easily. Meanwhile, Pure morphs to Strength, and Thompson's going to TP up here now. So after TPing, or excuse me, rotating bottom, TP's top, steals Burrow Strike, not a bad spell. though obviously going to be very low level with the way that offlane Sandking is played. Preference in maxing out Stinger while GPK takes over the mid lane. Whitemon tries to grab some of the experience here. GPK punishes him.
This Chen he has absolutely no game right now. He is just feeding around the map. And that is a bad place for Chen to be. We saw this yesterday when the Chen has a rough early game. It slows down everything you want to do as a lineup. I think you can usually have one death with this hero, but past that, it really debilitates your timings on the drum or the mech, whatever you want to go to. Plus, the level 5 and 7 are really important on this hero to get the higher level creeps and all that going, and more of them.
I like this, though. I think he just moves into this jungle, honestly, and just starts playing with this Darkseer lane and starts farming up over here. They're going to get the pick off on Toronto Tokyo rather easily, and Nightfall will be shoved into the jungle.
That's what you want more of if you're playing. Just ramp this game up, get it out of control, run around with the Rubik. Rubik's incredibly strong at this period in the game. He might be one of the strongest team fighters this early on. You have to get value out of that. You can't just sit back and farm. The Morphling can take some abuse up here. I mean, this is not fun for Pure.
Yeah, they are definitely selling him out. Of all the cores, he is the person who is struggling the most.
He just has nothing going for him. At this point, you just go jungle and hope the team can create some pressure elsewhere to relieve it.
Power Rune is a regen for GPK, and he'll head to the jungle with that. So he's got some small stacks to clear through. Thompson will keep the pressure on mid by Fate Bolting, clearing the way pretty quickly.
Problem is Rubik doesn't hit towers, so BB team are okay kind of just jungling with some of these heroes and ignoring him when he has good spells or he has a power rune or something. And what does Thompson really do on the map?
Yeah, he was supposed to dominate mid, and then Chen comes in and takes that tower for him, right? That would have been the ideal gameplay.
Ideal, for sure.
Yeah.
Instead, you're kind of just stealing some SF spells, get this bottom tower as a function of the Darkseer. The real question is, what can you do around this mid lane versus the Shadow Fiend?
Going for it. 9 class, long range initiation. GPK tries to get off the Requiem, tries again after the telekinesis, gets it off, double wreck, but it's not enough to be able to kill anything.
Yeah, not doing a lot of damage at this point in the game, and Thompson still got Fairy Fire, full wand up, got a lot of HP to work with. Another misstep here in the early game as GPK just up in no man's land versus a Rubik that is gonna love to get on top of him every time.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was trying to like cut the wave and play towards the top area away from the Rubik, but that Marcy counter came into play. Just such long range initiation.
You're even getting some recovery time here, not contested on the little stacks. Pushes him almost up to level 7. Tundra recovered this early game nicely, now in a pretty solid spot. Darkseer is the strongest aura in the game. They can group up with Darkseer, Chen, Marcy, and push this mid-tier 1 if they want to backstab it. Fight around the Rubik. And Boots of Travel already up for Thompson.
It is particularly impressive how much punishment Pure took and was still able to get here. And with the ultimate up on 9 class, he's going to go for another kill on the Nightfall. The Ion Shell makes it easy. Burrow Strike comes in underneath the tier 2, but Thompson might be tanky enough to survive through this one. Epicenter, but they've already woken up and are running away outside of the range of the slow. Oh, he went back in. 9 class. Oh, that's a crazy move. He hits a big 3-man stun. The Ion Shell is doing a lot here with the wall. Both of them are going to die, but the rest of Tundra are a bit too slow to capitalize on all of these low heroes.
Yeah, they were backing out. I think if the team just committed with that re-go, the Rubik might clean up 1 or 2 more there.
Oh yeah, if they coordinated that, they smashed BB team, but not on the same page at all.
Also just missing the channel. Hand to God would have done some work there. Might have let the Marcy clean up on her own.
True.
GPK takes advantage of the downtime, gets an amp damage rune. Very nice rune for him. And Pure will match him in that mid lane to defend the tower. Well, Tundra made that move. I like the early Boots of Travel on the Rubik. Especially when you have something like Chen, can basically be in every play this Darkseer Marcy make, can be in every push that Chen commits to, can clean up some of the lanes that the other heroes don't want to be at. Thompson should be very farm this game.
Stack, stack, stack. BB team, you kind of need that recovery. Got to make sure GPK stays ahead, but then they've got a Sandking and an Ursa who all want to be able to farm.
He already has Blink on this SF. You can smoke and look for some plays. You have this Stomp into Requiem combo. You have a lot of magic damage to throw into the Spirit. Toronto Tokyo's spells are going to be very nice this game for BB team. You can get the levels to back them up.
Amp damage wears out, and too many heroes swarm the mid lane from Tundra.
an inevitable move. Not much you can do against this unless you're willing to rotate the Sand King preemptively to just kind of sit here and defend the move. And you're probably not going to feel great about it as the blink gets finished up. So maybe if you had that for that fight, you would have taken it, but a little too slow here. Tundra get the better of it, and we'll go back to stack in the jungle.
We're going to get to Greaves on Darkseer, Drums on Chen, so I'm guessing Ramses is going to go pipe after that. Greaves then?
Very good pipe game. I mean, every game's a good pipe game.
Yeah.
Not much left to say about that item at this point in the tournament. I do like the Batrider pick from a standpoint of, if you're thinking about the meta evolving into these very fast-paced games where teams are willing to group very early, Batrider can be obnoxious for those kind of lineups in certain areas. He's a very good split pusher, kind of hard to catch. Things like this really slow your game down, right? You're spending time chasing this guy while he's farming. It's just obnoxious. And then he gets a blink and he can pull somebody away from the auras or displace a hero. Yeah, I like those aspects about the hero. I don't know how good he is on his own, just as Batrider, but conceptually the idea, I think, can be good. Save will eventually get caught there, and his killing streak has ended off that strong laning phase. So BB team have the blinks on the cores, but haven't really made a good move with it. This tier 1 tower mid is also just sitting at like 200 HP. Feels like you just commit for it off some smoke, like put GPK in the lane, let him push it in, start hitting this, smoke around the tower. If Tundra show heroes there, you just get the fight you won.
Talking to the Batrider made me reminisce a bit about the Liquid Gaming Gladiator matchups, and there was definitely that period of time where 4-position Batrider
was very good,
heavily in that window. So if those guys are back into play with kind of the same strategies that they're good with before, it makes sense that at least conceptually, maybe some of the same heroes from before also going to be an answer to it. The smoke breaks. And neither Tundra nor BB team immediately want to take that initiation. Not sure about it. Missing the wall. Tundra.
I cannot believe he did not get burrow struck there.
Yeah.
Like, that's a Chen. That's such a juicy target.
Nice deny of the Invis rune. Nero very hesitant in taking that fight.
Doesn't feel good for BB team. Invested a decent amount into these early blink daggers to let you try and make plays, and you're finding nothing with it. You're not getting objectives done. And the whole time all this is happening, the Morphlane is just free farming. Never even took this safe lane tower away from Tundra. So Pure has been farming pretty far up in the lane, feeling pretty safe. Rotations can come in and help him. Again, this tower is also around 200 HP. I feel like you're just smoking to these tier 1s, getting them off the map. And then even if Tundra don't fight you, you're getting something here if you're BB team with these blinks. This felt very passive from them.
Yeah, they literally, that 200 HP tower is gonna die to a creep wave at this point. Like,
maybe they're just super confident in their Ursa scale, but then why go early blinks? You can just go other items on these cores and farm up, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, at least like the Sand King could have played a bit more scale and shove in that top lane. Burrow Strike back, but he's going to be pulled back into something. And it's going to be Burrow Strike stolen from Thompson that delivers the final blow. Battle Fury's now up for the Ursa, though. They look to run him out of the triangle. He's already moved on, but
Thompson's looking. Won't find anything here, but he's looking. That's okay. Go this Ags early here. Just look for the double spell steal. I think it'd be cool if he ended up with some Bloodstone as well. You just get Omega AoE on some of these spells that are stolen. And you got to remember this Burrow Strike does get an AoE increase as well on the width.
Sure.
Which is, it's kind of nasty like, later in the game. It's really hard to dodge the spell on multiple heroes. Kind of guaranteed 2 or 3 man strikes with it.
I'm not opposed to it. I mean, if you already have the AoE facet, some sort of like 3rd or 4th item.
He could go the Forbidden route.
Are you going to say Meteor Hammer?
I mean, that Meteor Hammer gets real big. That's all I'm saying. It's extra right-click damage.
Yeah, he already has stolen Burrow Strike to combo
Meteor Hammer Butterfly. It's the future. I'm telling you.
Meteor Hammer Butterfly?
You start hitting real hard.
What? Got off the Enrage. Nightfall shrugs off the damage. They do get TP rotations out of BB team.
Look, just imagine your Nightfall, right? You jump in this fight, you find a Rubik, you Fury Swipe, hit him 8 times in a row. In your mind, he's already dead. But no, he had 40% evasion with Butterfly plus Elven Tunic. Oh no, what can I do? Suddenly you get hammered, and he right-clicks you for 200 a pop with massive attack speed.
Okay. This is your dumbest theory craft yet. That's saying something.
Everybody says things are dumb in Dota until somebody does it.
So we have invested
the D-Ward.
We have invested 6,600 gold in Blink Daggers on BB Team that I have not seen them use a single one
This is not paying off at all. This is not what they want out of this game. The net worths are okay, but it could have been a lot better here.
I feel like they're mostly okay because Tundra's just seem to ball around with 3 heroes at all times.
Yeah, they're not finding much of anything either.
Yeah,
but they don't have great initiation. It feels harder for them. Their lineup kind of functions by the Chen Darkseer being strong, and you can push objectives, make BB Team fight you, which they did with the tier 1s. But outside of that, I mean, the Chen just had such a horrendous early game as well. Whitemon has been forced to kind of recover his farm.
Oh, the bait comes in, and it works a beauty. BB Team just picked up their BKB on GPK, and they just wait for Tundra to fall into their trap.
And I wonder if this game was so slow and boring for Thompson that bait was just too juicy.
Yeah, he snaps. He's like, I gotta kill something. I only kill these creeps. Dive past the river to kill a creep.
I feel for him there, man. You know, he just wants to fight. He's just playing mid Rubik. He just wants to fight some heroes. He hasn't seen an enemy hero in 6 minutes. Fine, I'll kill this wave. And then they're just sitting there baiting it. That's one of those plays. Come on, man. You've been hitting creeps the whole game. You're just sitting there on that wave. The one time I go in and use a spell?
Yeah, the one wave that's just right in front of your tier 2 mid tower. How could anybody be there? It's a great question. BB Teams, maybe that's their whole play here. They're just like, we just bore Thompson to death.
It's not, I mean,
the man can't handle.
I'll tell you one thing, when it's a mid Rubik, it's not a bad strat, because this hero does not scale nearly as hard as almost any other mid in the current meta.
Yeah, that is absolutely true.
Like, you have to really execute well down the stretch to find...
SG, Thompson's right back into it, just trying to take something. They don't actually complete the epicenter, and a jump onto the SF without the BKB is going to delay some of this damage. Miro still gets off the epicenter, though the surge gets Thompson back. He steals epicenter himself. Vacuum back in, telekinesis, stolen burrow strike, or actually a morphed burrow strike. Got to keep track of which spells are which here. But they still manage to get the lasso. And second go on to Thompson. This time the BKB is up for GPK so they can commit to killing Thompson. Tundra will retreat off of that. A 2-for-1.
Really death for this Rubik, however. Not the type of snowball action you're looking for with this. Pretty snowball reliant mid. And GPK continues to reap the rewards here as he just claims some more souls. In fact, what is he up to? It's only 21, so he doesn't have an insane amount of bonus souls here, but Yasha on board, going into that Kaya Yasha, I like it. Don't need much more this game. I actually wouldn't even mind him going for more of like a right-click build as this game progresses. Because you're going to chunk this Rubik.
Yeah, but I mean, when was the last time we saw a right-click SF build?
The thing is, I just don't, like these SF builds that end up with double, they're just all in on double Requiem, I feel like rarely impress me.
Well,
maybe I'm just a cynic. I don't know.
It's because we were watching Extreme.
Yeah, that's fair. They were not impressive. Nice little Roche. This is where the Chen Darkseer thrive. Put an Aegis on Pure or Thompson here, but I feel like Thompson can take it.
Yeah, Thompson beats it. This
is going Octarine, by the looks of it. You get to like Octarine, Bloodstone, Lincolns, you're pretty annoying. I don't know how much damage you're actually doing, but you're annoying. I know how much damage GPK is doing right now, and it's a lot, so they're going to smoke with him. Look for a quick lasso pickup. You want to use this Bat Rider ult off cooldown every time you can. And they'll snag a little freebie. More souls for the Fiend.
Such a classic combination. Lasso pull back into triple Requiem. Or triple raise, rather.
I mean, this is how BB are going to play the map. Like, you're going to have Sand King, Ursa pushing in the waves. SF's going to show occasionally. And then you're going to get this 2 or 3 man smoke with the ET bat plus a core that is just a guaranteed kill on anybody you find with Lasso. You're just going to bleed heroes on the map if you're Tundra, if you're not willing to group up and either push or smoke and try and take a fight, or just very disciplined on who's getting these lanes out. And I don't know, this Ursa, I feel like this is a pretty good Ursa game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Toronto Tokyo. He's trying to build up an Aghanim Scepter that... BB team, yeah, maybe the Blink Daggers didn't work for them, but...
They're scaling now.
Yeah, they're scaling up now, and Tundra also couldn't really... They haven't been able to really take over the game, so...
Also, their team fight is... Like, there are glimmers of what their Wombo combo team fight can look like, but again, it's super dependent on the spell steals. So what happens if you go in a fight and, like, the Sand King's not really in the fight at the start or something, right?
Yeah.
If it's just an SF with a lasso going out, like, what are you stealing there to kind of build your momentum in that type of exchange? I don't see it. I think the Ursa and the SF are just going to eat you alive. You have to commit the Morphling at that point.
Yeah, like, your Morphling needs to commit, but it's hard to commit into Ursa Elder Titan, right? Because
yes,
Elder Titan is such a hard counter to Morphling.
Especially if he gets Ags. He's just going to run in and start punching.
Yeah.
I like what BB team are building up here. They got 4 staff on save, so that lasso threat's bigger. Ags is almost done. That Yasha Kaya is done. The Bloodstone was finished for the Sand King, so Nero's also just going to be scaling here from here on out. He gets the Shivas, basically have a mid Sand King at that point.
Tundra showing again on the mid wave, right in front of the tier 2. Don't get caught by a lasso this time, but
they're just smoking into the Aegis. No cares. They have their BKBs. Long wrap around.
Oh, yeah. They're going to go all the way up the side of the map here.
It's a big committal. Takes a lot of time to do this. Seems like they think Tundra are farming more aggressively than they actually are. Tundra just playing ultra safe right now.
Yeah, they're playing around the Triangle Ward and this mid wave.
Smoke for the Ancient Camp. Nightfall needed the security.
He did not get out of the Ancient Camp in time for it to respawn.
Those lizards got ganked, though.
They did. They didn't see it coming. Tundra not using the Aegis to push a tower has confused BB team.
This is why you go the Meteor Hammer build, Austin. He could have been hammering mid this entire time and then gotten lassoed and instant died.
I was just about to say, that sounds like a great setup for lasso.
But this is the downside of the mid Rubik. You get stuck in games like this. This hero can't force the action. He's not an initiator. His damage is relying on finding specific enemy heroes. Like, you put an Aegis on him. What happens when you put the Aegis on him and BB team just farm for 5 minutes? Well, I'll tell you nothing, because that's what happened, nothing. And now Thompson's extra sad.
Well, it's been 4 minutes. We still have 1 more minute left of Aegis.
I mean, he's not doing anything with this, I'll tell you that much. Maybe he dies to this mud golem. That would be the most exciting thing that would happen for this Aegis. You know what I think? I think if you take an Aegis and you take 0 damage from the enemy hero for the full 5 minutes of that Aegis, and it expires, that you have to pay it back to Roshan. Like, you owe him like 500 gold.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you just die.
I'm fine with that, too. There's some incentive to be aggressive.
It just consumes you.
Now, BB team, they are just farming, man. Working towards the Ursa Basher. All the other utility.
I'm going to look at the bright side of this and say this is really exciting because it means we're going to see a late game Rubik. This game's going, 45, 50, 55 minutes, and we're going to see some cool Aghanim Scepter Rubik steals. So, we're in a bit of a lull right now, but think of the payoff later, Avery.
Well, I'm telling you, he should be building spelling, because then he gets the extra base damage, and then he could steal overpower. And then his options open up. You can sidekick him with the Marcy.
Yeah. He can go back for this. Does Rubik not he doesn't have a damage talent anymore. Man.
Well, his damage talent is in the Arcane Supremacy now, effectively.
Oh, that's right.
Also gets tankier. Should not ignore the extra magic resist on this hero, which is significant this game. Though I think it gets removed from Meteor, so...
Oh, does it?
Yeah, because it counts as base.
Oh, that's nasty.
Octarine done. Now he can steal those spells he hasn't been stealing fast.
It's been like 5 minutes since he stole a spell. He's going to cast Fade Bolt more often on neutral creeps.
Well, that's a beautiful tip right there. Oh, it's a misclick. I thought that was a beautiful.
Craft that tip out.
That was a beautiful Psyops tip, you know. Like, haha, I haven't seen you in a while there, Thompson. Getting angsty in this game. That's what I thought that tip was. Now I'm just disappointed.
Maybe it was a double Psyops.
That's true.
It was a Psyops, and then him saying it was a misclick was the double part of the Psyops. Watch that tip again.
Oh yeah, this is nasty right here.
Oh!
Look at Thompson's reaction. Look at his reaction.
Yeah, dude. Stone face, no reaction. Wait, a jump, a fight! Ramses is dead. A Requiem to the face will take him off the face of the earth.
All right, back to farming for another 5 minutes.
Bye. Ah, man, Dota really is the best esport.
Sometimes you know, you got to play out these grinding games. Kill by kill, you got to build the brick house.
Dude, I know those Counter-Strike talent are watching this game right now. They are jealous of what's going on here.
It's just because these two teams know each other so well.
Right, yeah.
They're ex-teammates.
Yeah, of course.
Pure. A lot of respect.
Former BB team Pure.
Exactly. You sit there like, guys, we got to respect what these guys are bringing to the table.
Yeah, what we don't understand, what we don't see on screen is the 5D chess game that is being played back and forth between Nightfall and Pure in their heads.
Pure mind games. Thompson slowly turning into Shadow Fiend. Decided that hero sounds like not a meme anymore. Sounds more fun to play.
It's like
there's something weird about that, right?
Talents.
That he said Shadow Fiend's a meme, but then he picks Rubik just to become Shadow Fiend. Like, aren't you the meme then? At what point
I have become meme?
Yeah, at what point does the man stop and the meme begin? I don't know, man. Thompson breaking new ground. Maybe he just likes that the raises are green. You know, it's like, oh, I'm way cooler than this guy.
Yeah.
His raises are lame. Yo, Pure, check out my raises, bro.
Let me see your raises. Turn into the SF. I mean, together they can quintuple raise somebody, right? Wait, is it possible for those races to stack?
I think, yeah. It's just a raise
my
stack,
God.
I think. Oh, we got a fight.
Night Class walks into a ward, immediately gets ganked by the Ursa, somehow manages to hop away. They're going to chase after GPK. He still can't get it, but there it is. Okay, now they got to grab onto the Morphling, and he gets 100-0'd as well. Nobody seems to be able to survive through these Requiem so far, and a nice Burrow Strike from Nero to follow it up, hitting onto 2. Tundra are getting demolished now. Ramses goes for a desperate TP away. Maybe not so desperate. He makes it out. There's no stuns and not fast enough damage. Despite the initiation starting off on the Marcy, and it didn't even work. Tundra still found like 0 ground in that fight.
I just feel like it's hard for them to execute these team fights. Like, they need so much to go right. You need a big vac wall at some point with the SF Illusion. You need to find the spell steals on the Sand King. You need to kind of dodge the lasso and the stomp, which you don't have good answers to right now because neither of your supports really debilitate the backline here from BB team. And then at some point you have to deal with this Ursa as well, who's guaranteed going to get everything off. You have no initiation to stop that. It's just really hard to see pathways to victory here in these later fights for Tundra. I feel like BB team just ball around the SK and you go into them and, okay, they're going to pop BKBs on their cores, throw out all their spells, and what are you doing against it? You have to be able to kite that somehow. Like, go in, bait out some of these initial spells and BKBs from BB team, reset, and then take the second fight if you're Tundra. But Marcy's a committal hero. Chen's not very mobile. Very tough position, honestly.
And Bat Rider is sort of anti that.
Yeah, he's always going to find something.
He's going to force the fight on you, and you won't be able to just disengage so easily. At least not until you get a bunch of Lincolns and Lotus Orbs or whatever. Don't forget the banner, gentlemen.
Hey guys, banner.
Banner.
They don't need it. They're just going to farm for it. Well, you don't need banner for neutral creeps.
That's true.
No, seriously, guys. There's a banner in the pit. No, really, like, good joke, guys.
If we scream banner loud enough, they might be able to hear us.
You can go down to the stage and tell them.
we might have some time to kill, yeah.
I feel like Tundra just missed their window in this game. That's how I feel. I mean, maybe there's some secret late game tech that's going to come out.
Yeah, they have some late game tech. I mean, they need BKB. Once they have BKB on the Morphling,
he's going to get bashed, overpowered, killed by Ursa?
Okay, yes, but he won't die as quickly because he'll be able to ignore the Elder Titan debuff. So he'll still have armor.
That is nice. That's nice for sure. I think maybe the real X factor here is the Marcy. Like, if you can get the BKB basher on Marcy, I can start to see some glimmers of hope in that fight. Because then maybe 9 class goes in BKB, ult, just start bashing up this SF or Sand King and burst them down. That can create an opening. That part I believe in.
Well, he's not the only support who's trying to scale up in this game. Aghanim Scepter on Elder Titan.
It's nice this game. He's just not a target that Tundra can commit a lot to. He's going to be a big damage threat. Big problem for Pure outside the BKB.
Yeah, easier for him to be in close proximity to Pure to get that physical damage reduction in the first place, right?
And the BKB is now on the Batrider as well, so both these supports a lot harder to bring down with the magic damage. Thompson's options are dwindling quite fast here. Not only do you have very limited spells to steal that have large impact in the fight, but a lot of these heroes are just building up debuff immunity or tankiness. You don't have the Ag's Requiem online as well. Aegis for the Ursa, backpack BKB, so he's going to have 2 lives here where you don't really want to go on him.
BKBs all around, boys. BKB for the Morphling and the Darkseer, and Thompson's Rubik is also trying to build it.
Hey, that banner in the pit disappeared.
Oh, yeah, where'd it go?
No, I'm just kidding. It's still there. I made you look, though. I was hoping I would get production without.
Yeah.
Oh, amp damage Shadow Fiend just for the fight.
Oh, Miro's in a great position to be able to completely ruin this smoke play from Tundra as they stumble into BB team. Pure push forward there. Now gets lassoed. He's surrounded, man.
Nothing done.
This is just terrible. Thompson actually hitting some raises here to get some kills. Gets a double. You can't stop the big threat of all these beefy boys. The 3 of them just melee ramming into hero after hero. They took down the Rubik. Now they'll run down the Darkseer underneath the tier 3s. You got the SF, you got the Batrider, but then you had nothing left.
Wait, how did he get so many raises on?
He's got Octarine.
He got 6 raises off? He hit 6 raises on the SF and dealt 2,000 damage.
He did 7,000 damage?
That sounds really fast. I would like to see a replay of that if we have it, but either way, it's still a 1 team fight for BB team. Still at the Aegis on this Ursa. Despite the cool plays from Thompson to take out his enemy mid laner. Pure just got nothing off, nothing done there. He was chain controlled from the start of that fight to the end.
Yeah,
Tokyo, he was just bashing skulls.
He waveformed in and then got hit by the Requiem Fear, I believe, and just never got off his BKB.
Yeah, I mean, he has Lincoln's BKB and this Morph got nothing off. That is a death sentence for Tundra in the fight. Quick replay of this.
So they break the Lincolns, hit him with Burrow, then he gets hit by Requiem. Man, it perfectly chained it. And then he gets lassoed. Here comes Thompson.
Yeah, like what just happened? I don't understand what I just saw.
Wait, was he able to just spam it? I don't.
Is there
what? Vacuum wall. And Lasso does manage to grab the Rubik. Doesn't last for long, though. And he's actually getting a surge away. This is not looking as good for BB team, though they're still on top of the Morphling with the stacks building up on Nightfall. Pure needs to be able to hop down to the river, and he finds an amp damage there. Well, that's quite convenient. Nightfall's still going to chase after him. Meanwhile, it looks like Miro is chasing after the rest of them with his Sand King. Pure is making a run for it into the trees and trying to morph agility, then morph back to strength for some more HP. He's hidden away. 30 seconds and he has no TP. Did Pure just stay alive?
I'll take your tribute.
That was a buyback from Toronto Tokyo. They got the buyback of the Rubik too. It really hurts Thompson here, but Pure will survive through all of this. Wait for his TP to come up unless Toronto Tokyo magically runs into him. No caster curse today.
He's gonna peek out. Oh no! Oh no! Get stomped.
Oh.
And now he's getting requiemmed. All of that for nothing.
Why? Why did you leave the trees?
Why did you go into the Watcher? It's in the name. That's all they do. They only watch.
Dude, Toronto Tokyo has been messy Tundra up in these fights.
Oh yeah, I saw him and Nero just charging into Tundra, and it was not pretty.
He like two-shot tops. And like bonus 250 damage just runs in chunks this Rubik. No bonus armor for Thompson available, so it's just all pure damage. I mean, mostly pure damage. He has Craggy Coat, I guess. A little something. BB team in full control of this game. And the fights have been a big problem for Tundra. Have not been able to find their footing in the 5-on-5.
Well, upside for Tundra in this situation is I do think high ground fights are a lot more advantageous for them just because it puts the Rubik in a position to steal spells and spam them out a lot easier. Because he has just been run over by so many heroes in these fights. And BB team will respect that fact as the Morphling is coming back alive.
I'm gonna be honest, I still don't understand what happened in this fight where the Rubik killed SF.
I'm still thinking about it too, man. It's living, what happened? I'm living inside my head.
I just want to see this replay again or something. Like I don't understand. I see him steal Raze. I see him walk up Fable, raise this SF. The death thing says he got 6 raises on him. I don't know how that's possible.
And he was doing some weird jittering, like he literally looked like he was just spamming here, 2 spells back and forth.
I'm only watching GBK.
So he steals.
What is he? He steals a Raze.
Sandstorm.
Yeah, he's Sandstorm and he has a Raze.
And he's coming forward. Like, what is that?
What happened?
Raze.
Yeah, how did he just like... It doesn't even make any sense. What? He didn't have like 3 refresher shards or something. I'm missing something, dude. The first time in my life I'm fully willing to admit it's probably something stupid and simple, but I am missing it completely.
I mean, it's just Octarine, bro.
Octarine makes Raze 0-second cooldown?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he just had...
Minus 25% CD. Did he have an Arcane rune on top of that?
Maybe he had Arcane? I mean, this Raze should be like 3-second cooldown or something, but...
Yeah, not 0.1 second cooldown.
Yeah, there's no way he gets 6 off there. I don't know. If you had Arcane, it's pretty low. You're down to like maybe 2 seconds. I could see you get 4 or 5 off.
Mass rotation to the bottom side of the map because BB team are wanting to take Roche.
Whatever, I'll watch the replay after this game. We'll do some dissection. Meanwhile, Tundra relegated to their base for quite some time. Can you
surely
test? I think you give up this Roche, it's looking hot.
I mean, even if you are giving up the Roche, surely you at least are wanting to push out the map and get some farm.
They have the pipe on the Chen, and they have double BKB between Darkseer and the Morphling. So if they just go in the fight, popple that, triple BKB with the Marcies, you have some time there to get something done. Try and bring down these cores. Buybacks are only available for the Ursa.
They tagged him. They know where they're at. 9 class. He knows he's been revealed by walking into the Spirit, so he just takes the D ward while he can.
Wind Waker for the Sand King is quite good here.
And BB team are going to force Tundra into doing something here because the Ursa can solo this very quickly. Found a courier, okay.
You mess that courier up. I don't, again, like who starts these fights for Tundra?
They're just going to get this Roshan for free. Tundra not willing to approach this high ground that Sand King is sitting on. cannot get to the corner of the map.
Just have to TP out with everybody. There's just no initiator in this lineup.
And not everybody's going to make it out alive.
Can BKB TP?
Well, he could have, but not anymore.
Well, that is buyback available for the Darkseer if BB team commit to the push here. They have lasso up again in 35 seconds. When the spell is level 3, it is bonkers.
Yeah.
This is exactly how they like to play with the Batrider. Lasso somebody, kill him, reset. Lasso somebody, kill him, reset. Nightfall took the banner this time. Hey, they actually got the banner. Yeah, they have 2 now.
Nice.
Next level plays.
Sage's gonna slip up the side here. Doesn't have lasso yet, though.
Cannot play without Ramses here. Absolutely no way.
Miro's gonna take the first jump, though, and take out the Marcy. Nightfall should be able to follow this up. They have no saves or anything to be able to stop this, especially with a good stomp onto the board flank. Delays any real plays. The Wind Waker Sand King is going to get burrow struck. Nightfall's going to work, though. Jeez, he just 100-0 pure. He just got the bash at the right time and took him out. There's no buyback there. The game's done. It's over, man. It's over.
There's no way you're winning this late game without a super farm Morphling and Marcy, who are ahead of their counterparts here of your Tundra. They just ran out of steam in that mid game. I'm kind of confused as to what they wanted to do with this lineup if the Chen wasn't having a tremendous game and you're just forcing down every tower, every objective from a 1-lane position. It just felt like a stalemate that was not favorable for them. Maybe you can say that game was not too exciting from a standpoint of like, well, I wanted BB team to make more aggressive moves, but their read of that game is correct. We're just going to farm. We're going to create a stalemate situation where you're farming, we're farming, but we're going to find these eventual pickoffs with the Batrider. It's not going to take many to open up Roshan. You get it on the Ursa, and this game kind of closes itself. I don't think there's anything wrong with how BB team played that game. I think Tundra really had to pick up the pace, and if you're going to play mid Rubik, you have to force the super aggressive fights, even if they feel awkward, because otherwise you end up in these map states that are very unfavorable, and you are not scaling on this hero.
At this point, BB team is just demolishing the lower bracket. I mean, especially their wins. Most of their wins have felt very dominant. Maybe their closest game was that first game against Extreme, first game of the day today, but the second game was very, very favorable for BB team. This one felt like they were in control from, as you said, like the 15-minute mark. It was just kind of going and going. They had that game, too, against in the initial playoff series against Entity that they lost, but otherwise, man, BB team has been cruising. They have picked up some serious momentum, and if they can close this out and make top 4, it would be one hell of a run by them. It's just solid stuff, considering the fact that where they were at, what they looked like they were at during the group stage, right? All right, well, that is going to be BB team taking over Game 1 this series against Tundra.
It was a fantastic victory for BB team. I'm going to get that one day. Okay, look, don't look at me like that. It's just tough, you know, in my mind. I thought Tundra had something for them, and I was hoping to be sitting on these steps and trying to hype them up, but I feel like they might need a little bit of a motivational talk from their coach after that one.
Oh, absolutely. They have one of the best coaches to give the speeches, so he's going to need to do a lot of work. But if we talk about the game, this was a game where they kind of slowed things down, especially after Tundra picked up the first Aegis. BB team was like, you know what, we're just going to continue farming up. We're going to have ET, our position 5 with the Aghanim Scepter. We're going to outscale them. These refreshers, this Aghanim Scepter that they're going to get, you know, on their heroes, it's going to be a bit too much. And I like the fact that they had 2 Blink Initiators that can follow up with the 2 BKBs as well. And Tundra didn't have any damage whatsoever that goes through BKB, so they kind of needed to fall back. They needed to reset, but it never happened because 2-3 heroes exploded immediately.
Was there anything more they could have done when they took that Aegis away from an Ursa lineup? Because that's pretty detrimental to not get the first Aegis for yourself on an Ursa lineup.
They didn't have any ways to initiate a team fight. That was the problem. On one side, you had 3 Blink Daggers, so things were kind of slow on side of BB team, but Tundra, they were unable to find the fights, and that's something that can happen. Usually, Ursa team wants to pick up the first stages, but they were like, okay, since we lost it, we couldn't fight. Usually want to get it between 15 and 20-minute mark, but Tundra had a great movement on the map. They got that first Roshan, but still unable to achieve anything with it.
Well, with this game being closed out by BB team, let's head on over to BSJ and hear some more highlights from him. Apparently not, though. He said he needs time. He's trying to, you know what he's trying to do? He's trying to crunch the numbers about how Rubik was able to do the raises 3 times in a row.
Maybe you can help him out.
I can. I don't know if I want to do the maths right now.
On stage, let's do it.
Okay.
Do it, Nat.
So we were doing it. The Rubik talent is a 25% cooldown.
That is correct.
Right?
Same with Dr. Incore.
So it's 50%, but you can't just do 50% stacked that way. The maths doesn't, add up. But Raze is 9 seconds, and then you minus 25% off it. It gives you around 6.75. If you do another 25% on top of that, it gives you 5.017.
I stopped listening.
Okay, great. Anyway,
with the percentages.
the shard on top of that, when you hit a raise, it's 2 seconds. So if you hit a raise on 2 heroes, that's 4 seconds, giving you 1 second in between your first raise and your second raise, which is how Rubik was able to do it that way.
Yeah, in the game where they were playing against Team Liquid, there was a bug with Phoenix and Dieg inside the Mars Arena, but this time around, I thought it was a bug again, but we did the math and seems like everything checks out.
It was something that ended up being very a part of the game. Was there anything else in your eyes that BB Team could have done to close this out faster? Because it was a fantastic game. They bought the time, but was there more that they could have done? Could they have been more aggressive? Well,
No,
this was perfect.
They were not in a rush by any means. They were waiting for this big moments where they have their BKBs up so they can continue fighting. They knew exactly what the timing was, and they executed pretty much perfectly the draft that they had.
Yeah. Do you think the SF was something they should have been afraid of? Because in the coach's interview, Moon was like, nah, we're good. We got Marcy. It doesn't really worry us that much.
After seeing this game, they probably should be worried about SF. Last 2 games that GPK played on SF, he popped off completely. And coming into the second game, they definitely need to address this hero.
Yeah, I'm wondering where you focus your attention. For so long, it feels like we've had to limit this off-lane hero pool. And now, when I look at some of these teams, as the way the tournament's progressing, do we start limiting that mid pool? Because everyone wants Sand King, but those answers are coming out fast.
Sand King just seems to be the hero of the tournament, pretty much. Everybody has different opinions how to counter the hero, and most of them, from what I've seen, they're not working. Sand King seems to be too good, so this might be the hero that needs to go, or if they have the first pick, they might need to take it for themselves.
All right, well, of course, I appreciate you talking about this game with me. Unfortunately, BSJ is still trying to do the maths on the Rubik raise, and we're just going to head on over to Purge and Fear.
Boulevard, we just watched the game. That was the 5th win in a row for BB Team, which is amazing considering they almost got eliminated from groups.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a roll. They're a team that really relies on momentum. It either is going to make them play worse or play better, but since they are on that win streak, they're getting back to the form where BB Team looks incredibly scary.
I really did feel that momentum because I was doing the interviews for them, and I was like, oh man, BB Team's on stage. Time for another depression interview, and I didn't want to do it because I was like, it's going to be the same thing. I'm going to ask them how they're doing. They're just going to be like, we're not doing as well as we thought we would. And now they're doing as well as I thought they would, in my opinion.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I think this is one of the scariest teams when they're at peak to play against, and they really showed it in that game number 1. I will say Tundra, they're a similar type of team, or at least they have players that could be similar. Pure, that was on BB Team last iteration. He seems the type of player that if he's doing really well, he rides off emotion as well. Going into this series, they tried a new strategy, didn't really pan out. Very curious to see what's going to change in game number 2, but BB Team, their strategies are getting better by the game, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a couple of things that went really bad for Tundra. Obviously, the instant Morphling death, that one was pretty catastrophic in the first 2 minutes. Then he got pressured by both the offlaner and the support. He got zoned out of lane really quickly. And then from there, eventually lost team fights. They have ETR with SF, which seems kind of game-winning. I mean, Moon wasn't scared of it, but it seemed kind of problematic to me.
Yeah, and we saw later in the game as well that with the Kaya Yosh on the SF, the animations were too fast for Thompson to even steal one of those Requiems. So all he could really do was play with the raises. It looked cool in one fight, but outside of that, the Rubik, we talked about it in the pregame, you have Burrow Strike, you have Requiem to steal. Outside of that, not a really good Rubik game. You're playing the ET into the Elder Titan, not a really good, or you're playing Morph into Elder Titan, not a really good matchup if you are a carry Morph. So a lot of things went against them in this particular game. They had to outplay them really hard, but unable to do so.
Which is really tough for Tundra because they came out of the group stage swinging. They were like 10-2 or something. Tons of wins, lost their first match, now on the brink of elimination by the next game. It's a spooky moment for them, but we'll see what happens after we get back from the next break.
set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What's your favorite science?
I mean, just some math, if it's includes science.
I would say that is included. What's your favorite math fact?
TBD.
TBD? Because honestly, you have to prove things in math. A lot is undecided.
This was one of my favorite lessons in school.
Do you think math is an underrated science?
No, I think it's pretty rated by most people.
I disagree with you. I feel like nobody likes math. You're the only. That's the last thing I would have expected you to say is math.
Oh no, I thought you're saying that people disrespect math and people don't rate people who know math and stuff. But in reality, most smart people, they know.
What's the biggest number?
I mean, how's this thing? I don't know how's this thing in English, but it's yeah.
The sideways 8?
Yeah.
Infinity.
Yeah, infinity.
What about infinity, 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 infinity?
No. I think it's just one.
But what if you multiply them together?
I don't know. Not really professor to know, but probably it means it's gonna mean nothing. Just same as one or yeah.
This is a Dota tournament, so I have to ask you one Dota question. Do you think your love for math helps you in being a really strong Dota player?
Yeah, I feel Dota is quite a logic game, and you need to use your brain and I mean it's logic in math and Dota is both includes logic, so it kind of helps, yeah.
This has been a Mathematicians interview with Nightfall. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In our elimination series of BB Team up against Tundra. Tundra unfortunately missing their window, their timing there to be able to close out the game, and BB Team just pushing it off, starving them of those opportunities and playing it very methodical Dota is what I'd say, BSJ.
Yeah, I was thinking of the comic strip with the stick man with the stick, and he's like, do something, you know, to Tundra. And what I was watching in the replay of like the perspective of Tundra during their Aegis, the time where they had the lead, they had the map control, they had all these aura items. BB Team showed on the map like a total of 15 seconds of all of their heroes. Like you'd see the Ursa for 2 seconds, this guy's blink BKB. The only other time they'd ever show was when Tundra was like 4-manning a tower. But if you took their perspective, like if you guys want to go back and watch that game, they had absolutely no information to operate on. It was, you said methodical from BB Team. It's like pretty insane how vision deprived Tundra was based on the fact that they had all that map control.
Is there also an element of it then about the ward placement of the supports? Like why exactly weren't Tundra able to even get eyes on them to make those moves?
Toronto Tokyo was on point that game with getting the D wards, and that's something that maybe Tundra is getting out scouted. You know, that could have just been as simple as that, because there was one point where they might have had an opportunity towards the end of the Aegis that there was a crucial ward, but there was maybe a 5-second window and Toronto Tokyo just de-warded it. So something to be careful of. We saw 9 Class have a few wards that were placed right in front of their face that did get instantly de-warded. In the warding game, it's hard to know exactly unless we like comb through every moment of these games, but the fact that BB Team had such like the informational advantage, and basically they chose all these blinks and said, we've been playing a 5-man meta and we'll just never fight you. I think the mid Rubik kind of sealed the deal that Tundra didn't have enough catch to actually punish this type of playstyle. What is their like Rubik lift? That's basically it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tundra were missing a complete draft there, or I would even go as far as a good draft, because I feel like they were pretty hard countered on a lot of the positions here. You do have Ursa, a matchup that you enjoy playing a lot versus a Darkseer, even though the Darkseer did have a good start, but in the end, he doesn't really care too much about the hero in the late game. You do have a potential with the Shadow Fiend versus Rubik matchup, but we didn't see a single Requiem stolen. And I think a lot of that does come down to this Yashikaya build. It's too fast now. It's very difficult to steal with the cast animation reduction.
But we did see the Epicenter steal.
We did, sort
Didn't
of.
do a whole lot.
So
Yeah,
that was in the game, and then
1 kill.
The last part that was kind of an issue is you first pick Morphling, and you're playing versus an ET, and you're not that strength Morphling that doesn't care about ET. You're that carry Morphling that really cares about that ET. So I feel like inevitably, if you're not crushing that game as Tundra, you're gonna lose. Is that the way you want to play this against a, you know, a 5-game, 6-game in a row win string BB team? Not so sure if that's the correct answer here. So I want to see something new from Tundra. I do like the Sven pickup. This has been, I want to say, like the meta of the tournament at this point.
Pretty
the
much.
support Sven with the pipe. We talked about for both undispellable, so there's nothing you can do against it. It's just so much damage negation.
And on side of BB Team, Snapfire, they changed the bans a little bit in the first phase, which did open up the Snapfire. Hero that they played it only 2 times from GPK's position. At least they also do flex attack between both position 4 and 5. But also that game where GPK played it, I think all of us were present, where he was unable to achieve much with the Snapfire, unable to join the team. But I also want to see team play more around GPK. It's exactly what they did in the last couple of games, which made the GPK kind of shine in some of these fights, securing his farm. And if this is going to be a core Snapfire, I want to see heroes coming to his lane and getting stuff done.
Yeah, right there's the man with the smallest hero pool of this tournament. Do we want to see Ramses
Mars? Let's go.
Play a new hero outside of he's only played 5 heroes this tournament.
Yes.
By far the smallest hero pool of anyone at this tournament right now. I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it? But
It's a little broken right now.
I mean, the thing is, was it though? Like his Darkseer, it was pretty good that game. But just the rest of the draft, I feel like was kind of the issue. So maybe Ramses' hero pool isn't an issue, but I'm not entirely sure when it comes to Ramses' hero pool. I actually think he plays pretty meta stuff right now, so I'm okay with it, especially if he does want to go down the Mars route. He does like that hero a lot. A lot of them are being banned out.
Mars says 666, might need to pick that for himself if he wants to feel comfortable. But this is the guy that, you know, can play a lot of different stuff. It's just that things were working out for them, so they were not changing it, which I can totally understand.
I want to touch back on what Fear mentioned going into this series, was that it's Tundra's job after game 1 versus Liquid to adjust, after the entire series against Liquid to adjust like to what's happening in the meta. That's constantly evolving. We're seeing these teams like kind kind of stick to their guns, and I feel like that's what Team Spirit did, and instead we have PSG Quest, who was whipping out the Nagas out of nowhere in the last day or two, and they're the ones advancing, and I feel like Rubik, it's like a 35% win rate hero. It's not winning, it's been losing today, and I guess I'm like skeptical of whether or not Tundra has learned their lesson so far. So I'm curious, like, are they just gonna go straight Mars? Like, is that just what it's gonna be? If they do, I'm not liking their chances. I think BB Team's willing to pick the Troll here because of the fact that the carry pool is limited, and Doom being out of the pool kind of pigeonholes Tundra's draft already. Strong lanes, reliable.
Yeah, I mean, if they do the Mars route, it does make a lot of sense, especially versus Troll. It is a matchup where you can just kind of tank his ultimate, which is very nice. Spear him back, good control. This is a hero he likes. Not sure what would be better for him, but I do agree with you. Like, hopefully this isn't Tundra being a situation where they're kind of exposed, been figured out in a lot of different ways, running the same stuff over and over again. You know what's coming, you're not winning with it anymore. Time to show something new, perhaps.
Just wondering what that new stuff is, because we
haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that's the problem. It might be the time to bring it out, because you are one game from being eliminated.
Outside of an aura builder, because I know that you guys love to hop on about that during this meta, but outside of that, what else do you want this offlaner to be able to fulfill if you want something
Buy a
new?
pipe.
Did I not just say outside of
buy
auras?
a pipe.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. You're really digging deep in that.
I think if you have a Sven on your team, you have to have an offlaner that buys a pipe. Otherwise, you're wasting it.
A pusher, a Roche taker, someone that has a reliable stun, someone that can disengage, someone that can be left alone in lane. There's all these other things that I'm wondering what needs to be fulfilled for their offlaner.
Just buy a pipe.
Oh my god. Anyway, anyone else looking to become an analyst? Because I got a free slot right
maybe
now.
Brewmaster, if they want to, keep this troll pretty busy with something, the Wind Panda can do that. Right now, they don't have that much lockdown. You have Blink Lasso. Damage is not like very instant. Sure, some from Little Shadow. This is going to be core Snapfire, but Troll needs to build up some of the damage. And this might be Ramsey's hero, because I don't think you want to play many melee heroes into this Troll matchup, so it could be his.
Yeah, it's interesting. We see this hero. I mean, it could be a flex still. Technically,
sure.
Sven could be a carry.
Rubik could be mid.
Rubik
could be Venge carry.
Venge could be carry. Venge could be mid. We've seen
Venge could be off lane. Venge could be
off.
full.
Yeah, they have a lot of flexible heroes end of the day, so they would chewed through a lot of the reserve time to think about this one, and they're gonna pick the Marcy with it, which makes me believe this is probably their off lane.
Most likely,
because 9 class loves his Marcy. He played in the last game. Whitemon can still play Rubik. Thompson could play Rubik. Sven could be on Whitemon. Sven could also be their carry. So very flexible draft here, but I'm looking at these 4 heroes and I'm not really inspired by this draft.
I mean, I think BBT might just go with an ET, something like this, like for the position 5 again. It's not the best versus Sven because of the plus armor from the Warcry, but I think if I'm Troll right now, like, you pick me because you want a reliable lane, and what I need to see is a 5 that's going to soak up this Marcy Venge combo. It is a pretty threatening offlane, but I do agree, like, there's a lot of single target disables on the side of Tundra. It's like, in theory, you have the Sven cleave, but I guess when I look at this, it's like disjoints, Lincoln Spheres, Hurricane Pikes, like just kiting items in general are very good against this Tundra lineup. And I guess I'm fearful because it looks very straightforward for me to itemize if I'm BB team, like against all these heroes. I just have this feeling that they're all countered by very similar items. So whenever I see that in a draft, it concerns me, and I think BB team loves punishing these types of drafts because they will outscale you, they will get the items, they're going to play the exact same way they played last game. I think Batrider is what BB teams found as their way to say, we don't necessarily have to 5-man with a pipe, we'll drag you guys apart if you do try to do that. And I think last game was actually the first game I've really watched where the 5-man strat just kind of sucked.
Out. Yeah.
Where's the idea that Snap is more likely to be mid lane on GBK than the 5 on Toronto Tokyo?
They can still flex it, but I mean, if you're going to be playing 2 range heroes, Snapfire plus Troll, that also feels good. Snapfire is one of those heroes in the mid lane that doesn't have that many bad matchups, so...
Okay.
I don't think they're going to do it, though. I think they've learned their lesson of picking drafts that are just incomplete and just hard to execute. And I feel like if you're going Brew offlane, snap mid, troll carry, that is a very incomplete draft. And by learning your lesson, it's pretty much in these type of scenarios where you run that, you feel like in the mid game, if things don't go perfectly, you don't have a play on the map. This isn't really a ball up strategy whatsoever. So having that play option is very nice. And I was criticizing BB team about doing strats like that in the past, and they weren't winning with them. They switched it up. They picked a lot more Sand type of heroes that can do initiations, and then they started looking a lot better. And I'd like to believe they're a team that they're doing well because they've done the homework. They've researched how to change their drafting up. And I want to see Initiator on their last pick here. Brew, he likes to buy Aura, stand in the front line. Troll, same story. You're farming, you're standing in the front line. Bat can initiate, but I don't want to put all of the pressure onto Batrider to make every single initiation. So I want to see GBK
instant lift. Yeah, they can break the combo if they want to go in. But team fight wise, with Batrider, Troll, Brewmaster, Snapfire, it looks quite a lot of damage. There's going to be a lot of stuff on the ground. This Brewmaster, when he uses the split, if they don't burst him down from 100 to 0, Snapfire with the Mortimer's Kisses, Batrider with the Firefly, you get hit by like one axis, you're inside all of that damage on the ground. Could be very lethal for the Tundra's heroes.
I want to see like a Storm or a Puck, something along those lines that can have some presence on the map, pretty much. Can play with the Snapfire, can make things happen. Make sure you get to a stage in the game where this Troll will carry the game, where this Brewmaster will have enough farm to be able to stand on those front lines, but they're missing that mid-game presence to play around the Mortimer Kisses right now, and I think relying on a blink on Bat is just not the correct play.
I'll be a bit of a contrarian and just say that I think that Batrider does give you nice initiation when the opponent's lineup doesn't really have like good heroes to play alone on the map. So I'm not going to be surprised if they go for the puck. Okay, literally, they went for it. But like I was thinking that like maybe they thought the split push game was already taken care of. I don't think they really need to play around team fights. This might just be a Radiance Brew that we've been seeing of old, just because like the Tundra heroes, yeah, they have a lot of stuns, but honestly, a lot of these heroes are really slow and just have a tough time getting in position for the stuns against heroes like Batrider, against Brewmaster Split. This is almost certainly a carry DK from what I've seen from them before. We're going to see if they pick it up.
They were running out of mid.
Carry DK.
They were running out of like mid options, I would say, but they also needed an instant stun against Puck because Void Spirit got banned out. This is something that could work out nicely, something that would... Because they could also flex things, of course. It builds into Aghanim Scepter, great against Puck, great against Brewmaster, great against Troll. Now they don't have that silence. They also took the Puck for themselves. I have not been convinced. This is something that BB team were doing, flexing this Dragonite. I believe they were still 0-3 because they stopped picking this hero. They understood that the hero is not good. It's a bit on the slower side. And I really like what BB team got for themselves in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think BB team has learned a lot from their previous failures and are playing much better, drafting much better. And it really feels like Tundra are trying to reinvent themselves here. And I feel like it's way too late in the tournament to do that. So their draft looks okay, it can work, but I'm definitely going with BB team's drafter. It's just well-rounded, complete, and I think they know how to execute it.
Too much changing all at once. Is one game away from elimination. A little too late as well in your eyes, Brian?
Yep, I mean, I think they've swapped it up, which is good. They've obviously adjusted, but I think the word Fear used, which is uninspired, is the word I would use for Tundra's draft. I don't think it's going to completely fall flat, but I think it's kind of one-dimensional, just a bunch of point-click stuns. And I just think BB team's going to easily be able to outmaneuver them on the map and pick the fights that they want. And when you have a hero like Puck, that's like, once he gets a Lincolns, I don't see how he ever dies this game. And that's a scary thought, considering I don't really think Tundra's draft can just end at any point. So...
Like, just end?
Like they don't have like a...
Oh, like end the game?
Yeah, in the game.
Sorry,
like they don't have like a chin. They don't have the pipe mech kind of play aura buyer. So I think this game's going to go at least 35, 40 minutes. And with that in mind, I like the way BB team's set up to scale here.
Okay, well, you guys are really wanting a 2-0 here. You like the favor of BB team, what they've done. We've got uninspired is what we would describe for Tundra. Hopefully, the last time that they were on land, they went upper bracket to lower bracket. We don't want to see the repeat, but it is elimination with Cap and SBG.
Some harsh words from our panel. Judging Tundra's draft. Well, hopefully they'll come in with some inspirational play that will push us to a third game in this elimination series. Avery, did you back what the panel was laying down on Tundra's draft? They were putting the hurting on these boys.
no faith in the Thompson Rubik, I guess. I mean, I have faith. I have faith. He had the machine
we have
gun
more
raises.
faith after the miracle of his raise spam was explained.
Yes, benefit of the SF shard. So basically, you get those cooldowns down to under 1 second, close to 0 if you can land them on multiple heroes.
Yeah, if you hit 3 heroes, it's no cooldown.
So that pick made a lot more sense if he was actually going for that as a counter pick, laying down the heat. This game, we got to look at the spell steals here again. Is it better than last time? I feel like it is, right? I mean, you've got Snapfire with multiple good spells you can steal. Puck has really good spells. Stolen Silence and Coil really do work against Puck. Even the Brewmaster here, you can steal the Brew ult. Cinder Brew, going to be nice. So I feel like there's a lot more to work with here for Thompson. Also, you know, you see all these spellcasters. These are the kind of lineups where I think Rubik can thrive because you get all that extra magic resist, and there's not a lot of physical to pump into the Rubik, whereas last time BB Team had multiple heroes that could do that in the SF and the Ursa. Here it's kind of just the Troll. So I think those elements are working in Thompson's favor, and I think the draft for Tundra as a whole scales a lot better than it did the previous game. Like, you're going to have some really farmed Dragon Knight with Marcy and Venge buffs, and then Sven Armor. Pure could become an absolute beast this game. So I like those elements that they went back for, and I think there's a lot more pressure on BB Team to perform well in this early mid-game and get the auras on the Brew and start taking down the Roshans.
Aren't they still outscaled, though? Like, they may scale better, but aren't they ultimately still going to have the same problem?
I don't necessarily think so. I think this Venge Marcy Dragon Knight can go a long way in this game.
Okay.
You can become a raid boss in some ways with just the amount of buffs you can pour into this DK, and that hero can be really obnoxious in the late game. He does a lot more damage now. He is a true hard carry. He can farm pretty fast with the cleave. I have some faith in it here. You also have the swap save for lassos, so the type of game we saw last time where BB Team were just playing around, you know, lasso somebody kill him, lasso somebody kill him, not as reliable against the Venge. They've addressed that a bit.
Yes, I think that part is really important for me anyway. I may not believe in the scaling of Tundra, I think, as much as you do, but I do think Tundra is way better set up to, if they feel, if they take an advantage, they can actually take towers with it, right? Whereas before, we were joking about the, like, Meteor Hammer Rubik, but there was a real problem where they just could not actually take objectives. Here, you've got a Dragon Knight that can hit the tower, and you've got a swap save if you try and lasso the Dragon Knight when he's hitting the tower. So, for me, it feels like a way more cut and dry in that Tundra can actually pressure objectives.
Yep, I would agree. The fights look more straightforward too. Initiation was a huge problem for Tundra last game. They have, you know, a bit more reliable, I guess, with DK to maybe get a Blink or Silver Edge, and then you have Avenge Swap to play around with. So hopefully the fight should be a bit easier to enter for them. They want to try and turn this series around before they get eliminated here, as they are on the brink. And you know, if they lose this game, oh man, it's just going to be, why draft weird hero for Thompson every time?
Yeah, probably.
Why can't he play something good?
But I will say, there was some talk about the stats difference between Pure and Nightfall. Pure being the most active carry, having the most kills at this tournament, versus Nightfall, who has the least deaths of the entire play pool. And Pure also has another stat behind him. He also has the highest tower damage per minute, which he's playing Dragon Knight again, which he, I believe, did at least once during this tournament. Sometime during the groups, he played that as well. That's we're going to see that put to the test. I mean, he likes being such an active carry, both in kills and tower taking. And I do think that this carry Dragon Knight is relatively unexplored. With the Fire Dragon facet, I feel like I've only really seen Pure make use of it and make it look good. So I feel like there's still a little bit more here behind this hero that other teams haven't quite taken a hard look at it yet.
He farms pretty fast. I mean, people definitely underestimate it. He can clear through ancient stacks in the form as well. I think the hero's kind of solid. Like, maybe he doesn't get a lot of gameplay because he doesn't stand out in any of the categories, but old, reliable Dragon Knight, sometimes that's what you need to get the job done. Especially if you can boost them up with some extra DPS, which they have.
Yeah, they do have a lot of that.
Is once more winning this mid lane against GPK. I think this is a very favorable lane for him. Not much Puck can do about just spam Fade Bolt with outlast hits. Should have a level advantage.
9 class in some trouble. Hard to take these melee fights against a Snapfire and a Troll. That's always going to be troublesome. So First Blood goes up to the top lane, and Pure, every single time we look down here, man, he is being pressured. He's got double bracer, he's got a stick, he's had buried out salves, and it's still not enough. This Bat Rider +1 that Miro and Save keep running are just doing some heavy work.
Did take 0 points in the armor so far, so his regen's a little less than it would be, a little less armor. More offensive power, trying to secure the range creeps, and he's CSing fine. This looks rough, but I think he's doing okay. You don't want to give up the kill for sure.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
Yeah, he's chilling.
He's perfectly fine.
Your boy Fury, he's going to walk it off right here.
He is indeed, because of the ward. No, he's not. The final sticky napalm and hits will do enough.
Oh, your boy Fury's chilling. He's
chilling in the fountain right now.
Chilling down here right now.
Having a nice soak.
That was purposeful. That was...
yeah.
Space created. This mid lane really opening up the gap now. Thompson closing on level 6 as well. Would love to get the solo kill here. There's some potential.
Yeah. GPK trying to ward that up with the early raindrop pickup, but that also just means more economic damage done to him.
Oh, yeah.
He is right there next to Pure in net worth right now.
Not the greatest spot for him to be, but I mean, you're probably losing most lanes in this meta with the puck. Not a position GPK is unfamiliar with on this hero as of recent. This is mainly a hero for BB team that they're going to try and stall the game, rat it out, and just become a scaling beast on. Still a tremendous late game hero. You are going to outscale Thompson here no matter what. Just a question of can you get there on good footing. Spell steal is up. Grabs a phase shift. Spooky.
Continuing the battle, Flame Break with Whitemon joining in, trying to get the kill on Save, but they just ran out of damage. And if they keep chasing, Toronto Tokyo has actually mirrored this rotation. TP down to bottom lane. Everybody's making a run for the power rune. Let's see if it's top. It is indeed. Still going for the kill, but GPK is going to come back in and see if he can snipe out one of these supports. And it'll be 9 Class who fails to get the kill on Save. Thompson can't quite get the vision to fade bolt down Save, so he tries for Toronto Tokyo instead, who's a little bit tankier. And without a stolen spell, he steals Shredder. That's not going to do enough.
Not getting the good spell steals here. Phase shift, level 1 Shredder, not exactly the highest impact.
No.
What you want in this part of the game. Still winning the lane quite handily, but Tundra unable to do something with it. You almost wish the puck were stronger so he coiled you or something.
Yeah.
I mean, the other move he could make is onto this troll before he has the 6. But there's just been no rotations up here for Ramses, and he's going to go down in the 1v2.
He's got a bunch of stick charges, but he doesn't bother to pop them. Just there's no way back to the tower.
Another kind of clunky early game for Tundra.
Yes.
Just feels like they're on the back foot. They haven't made a lot of like double support rotations to try and open up the lanes. They're doing decent on the CS. That's the one saving grace here, so it's still very even across the board, but giving up some kills doesn't feel great. Miro's getting a lot of solo time down here where he's just not pressured at all, which means this Brewmaster ulti is going to come out way before Pure has his own Dragon form. That's going to create an innate pressure point here as Thompson looks for the rotation. Steals.
That's not going to help you too much, but sheer numbers.
Oh, he netted him. He got it. Big spell steal.
Wow. Level 1 Berserker's Rage. Got him with the 20% chance.
I mean, when you get him, you get him.
Sure. And now look.
Yeah, he's punching the tower. Didn't TP bottom, though. TP mid, which means...
Yeah, which means Whitemon is going to try and TP in to help as Save is taking all this tower aggro. He almost dies the final shot, but managed to de-aggro just in time. Push through the gate, though. A second goes. Toronto Tokyo sees that Pure is low and way out there. Gets a shot that brings Pure quite low. The cookie isn't quite good enough. Wait a minute. Pure is going to be able to get away, and Miro
needed the blast. Costs them so much here. You would have had 6 on the brew. You would have had to earn charges.
Oh, yeah. What a difference that would have made. I mean, Miro's going to stick around and still get his level 6, so it may be possible he still manages
Yeah,
to...
he might just ult on the DK here.
Yeah, just go for it. Yeah, they hit him down with a slow, and now it's easy to run him down. Well, that
That was kind of anticlimactic, but it works out for him.
Jur is really trying way too hard to stay in these lanes. Am I wrong?
I mean, he is a Dragon Knight. Like, you don't want to abandon the lane too early.
Guess so. Thompson, he'll get the rebuttal kill at least with the stolen orb.
Something here. He went treads this time instead of the boots of travel as well. So tankier in the early game. This also takes a lot more benefit of the extra damage this hero gets off the spell amp.
Yeah, and much better when he steals Berserker's Rage and turns into melee form.
He can start beating on some towers here. Will feel worse as the game progresses, and you know, you're not playing around the map as much, but didn't do much for him in that game 1. So.
No, Nightfall. Nighttime vision can be spooky sometimes. All of a sudden, 3 heroes out of nowhere.
Oh, Thompson getting some work done here. This is the type of early you want.
He bumps a Dragon Form, hits the stun, a swap back with the extra shield. He might just be able to live as that last bit of kisses is not enough. So, good read by him to pop the Dragon Form and hit that stun onto GPK. Ramses recovers with the swap.
An older generation of carry bailing out the younger one, some might say.
That's true. In fact, this team in some ways bailed Pure out of having to play offlane in the first place. That's what he did on the old BB team. GPK tried to hit him with the missile, doesn't land. Phase shift dodges that one. BB.
He's going Maelstrom. I told you it's all about the right click Rubik now, and you doubted me. The Gleipnir build up here for Thompson. He's going to be dealing the deeps. He's going to be locking him down. I actually like this. This sounds cool, this game.
Did you actually say that?
Well, this is the classic Gleipnir into Meteor Hammer into Butterfly build-up that we were discussing game 1.
All right.
He might have even watched the VOD back. Inspired here.
He's like, what did I do wrong in that game 1? Let me go back and listen to the English commentary. See what the casters had to say about that. This is a nasty situation. We'll say something about the mid Rubik. Thompson really puts himself in there.
I mean, you have to, right? You got it.
Yeah, and well, it also means that he ends up dying a lot. Especially with the way defensive. BB team would play pretty defensive and reactive.
Yeah, that's a type of fight that GPK is super happy to take, where he can come in and clean up instead of being the first one going on.
Yeah.
I mean, his tower is gone. His laning phase was rough, but he is going to start to recover here, especially if you give some of those high net worth Rubik kills away. These are not the deaths you want on your mid here right now. You want to continue to snowball this Rubik out of control.
Thompson, never one to let a death keep him down for long. Immediately goes back to the aggression, and Miro is not going to pop the Primal Split. Didn't respect it early on this go, and then 9 Class shows up and seals the deal.
Okay. Back on the board. Thompson continues to grow his advantage. Almost max in the Arcane Supremacy here. Start dealing some big damage on these stolen spells. This feels kind of like the point in last game, though, where you have to start controlling the map better than I think Tundra did in that previous game with this Rubik, because, you know, you're going to take down some of these tier 1s, but are you just going to get stalemated out here again? That's the big question. Can you push through this kind of period? Double damage on the Rubik with treads, though. Pretty scary. Some scary right clicks about to come in.
Miro, is he going to die again? Oh, good flame break. It stops the stun. Might give him the opportunity to get out the Primal Split. It does. Now, there are still too many heroes that maybe the Primal Split... Oh, never mind, with kisses, and they're all grouped up like this. Oh, Thompson, he's going to die as he's targeted down by the Primal Split. Almost got the Bat Rider there, but he's saved as the toss-up in the air from the Storm Panda bails him out from 9 Class. 9 Class now, his ultimate is ran out. He doesn't have the damage. 1, 2, 3 heroes all sitting on like 100 HP. Just Tundra unable to bring enough heroes to the table to finish the job.
Man, supports did work in that fight. I mean, there's so many spells cast by this Bat Rider. You get double Flame Break off, and then the kisses just raining in, cleaning everybody up here. BB team living with so little HP on so many heroes. I feel like you wanted to swap the Rubik here just to keep Thompson alive with the shield, but doesn't end up working out, and then you're just trickling into this fight.
Yeah.
But again, another fight where GPK is super happy to come in and just cast everything after the damage is done. And just like that, BB team are in the lead. And that Rubik momentum got squashed.
And it's bot time for Battle Fury Troll at 14 minutes. I know we've talked about this, maybe not the biggest fan of Battle Fury, but does it really matter if you get it at a fast enough timing?
That is true.
Aghanim Scepter for the Venge, obviously. Ramsey's still trying to build that one up. When they have that, it can be a lineup that is just go, 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 go. Maelstrom's done for the Rubik. See if he steals a little shredder.
First time this patch. Surprising.
You know who's getting the blame if they lose this game.
Oh, Meander?
Yeah, for picking Thompson Rubik again. They're like, you know what Thompson's going to do.
I mean, this looks
Thompson's going to Thompson, you know?
This does look fun. Like, he's doing some decent damage. You also get the spell amp on the Chain Lightning procs.
Yeah, I'm
Not
sure.
Bad. Not bad. It's going to be farming up a storm.
I'm sure when Whitemon's crying in the losers interview, he'll at
Can't-
least be able
can't say
to
that, man.
wipe
Can't
away
say
those tears and have a soft smile. At least Thompson had fun. Coil into Lasso. Ooh. A deadly combination that no hero on Tundra can survive through.
Third death. I didn't even notice his score was 2-2-3, but now it's 2-3-3. Ominous signs here for Tundra as the Rubik's game has just fallen apart for the second time.
Okay, but don't have the Ags yet on the Vengeful Spirit. Maybe that'll tie it all together.
Brewmaster's really strong right now.
Yeah, they want to use this Primal Split real badly. Ramsey's just getting caught here. Nobody can really bail him out. Okay, Ramsey's now with the Ags is going to be able to go for the second life here. And as Sage tries to get close, almost gets blown up. But he managed to limp away, and it's Ramsey who will die second time in his illusion. And 9 class will die to the kisses. Thompson, who started this push dead, comes back on the end of the push dead as well. Pure is surrounded by heroes since he's dropped down by the Storm Panda. They might be kind of strong and tanky, but they don't have anything to stop.
It's just collapsing.
Keep on hitting.
Absolutely crumbling in this game. Tundra are finding nothing as BB team just kind of casually forced that fight behind the tier 1, and were Tundra ready for it? It doesn't seem like they were. They just lost Ramses so easily here as that Ags flies in. That's the only thing that bails him out a little bit. But
well, he specifically did bait it. That actually makes it worse. They specifically baited the Ags. He had it sitting up there on the high ground.
But like Thompson isn't at the start of this fight. He comes in, casts a Fade Bolt, dies 100-0. Pure's kind of late to the party, gets tossed with a tornado. Just super disconnected here from Tundra. If you're going to take that fight, you need to be there with everybody the second that BB team dive, or you're TPing in during that. And GPK just gets to clean up more kills, recover his game. He's almost higher than Pure at this point after a disastrous laning phase.
Yeah, like he was the lowest core off of the laning phase, and now he's about to be in second place.
Cannot let this game spiral too much more. If you are Tundra, you're going to be out of this tournament. The BB team perhaps feeling very comfortable here. Up a game, finding the momentum here in this game too. Arcane Rune on the puck, cruising towards this Troll BKB. I mean, he's going to be a beast with that. You just have to outman fight the Troll in this game. You don't really have ways to kite him too easily.
Tundra, they just have to shrug off the failure because they've hit the Aghanim Scepter on the Venge. You've got a mid Rubik. You've got to carry DK. You just have to keep taking the fights and hope that they work this time around. And a pick off on the Bat Rider and then another one on Toronto Tokyo is a good start to things. Got to be careful of this dive, though. Night Class, he wants to keep it going. And they'll finally get that kill. GPK is here for a little bit of a punish. Coil underneath tier 2. Roll out the barrel. With the Vessel doing damage to Pure, he still has his toggle he could do, so he's not that low.
Yeah, did also go this Midas Armlet build, which is going to scale really well in this game. Like, he will be a beast at some point, and he's still farming very well. He's going to do an insane amount of damage in this DK form, especially with the other buffs.
Oh, he hit save right as he blinked in. Ramsey's not able to take advantage of it because he's right next to the cliff, and where did Nightfall come from? Came in from behind and will help get the Venge double. as they'll kill him and his little illusion too.
Awkward fight for save, but gets the job done. Another lasso kill on a big core target. And you get the D ward as well. Super valuable here. Secure more farm for the troll and continue to power up. Miro going for the Radiance here. I do not mind it at all. This is quite a good Radiance game just from the evasion standpoint. Tundra have to kind of just fight through you with the physical at some point.
Yeah, you've got a bunch of right clickers that are all not going to go NKD ever, considering it's a Maelstrom Rubik.
And you have no way to really turn the Radiance against them. No illusion creators or anything here. No real pipe builder either. I mean, I guess you're looking for it on the Sven eventually, but it's going to be very slow.
Yo, I got to go back to it, though. Like, if you're going to build the Gleipnir, wouldn't you want the Rod of Atos first? On Rubik, specifically.
What do you mean Maelstrom farms your Rod of Atos? Rod of Atos doesn't farm your Maelstrom.
I guess so. You're right. You're right. Well, he's finally going to get that Gleipnir. I'm just saying, maybe a little extra control could have helped. Okay, Gleipnir and BKB. Again, I feel like it's a timing where Tundra, they have to force some fights.
If he gets to it, I can see it, man. I can see it with this Sven armor, Avenge swap.
Okay, what's the rest of his build? Do not say Meteor Hammer Butterfly. Do not say that.
I mean, I'm just saying, like evasion versus the troll is not too bad. Extra attack speed for your lightning procs.
I'm gonna unplug your microphone.
I mean, there's a moon shard option if
you're not gonna give me analysis, I will take your microphone away.
That build's legit. Look, if he had Butterfly, he lives there, man. He 100% survived.
Sure, man. Sure.
Another Bat Rider gank that is successful for save. That has been the MO of this entire series.
Yeah, Bat Rider's destroyed this this matchup, man.
I mean, this is a hero that Dave just played well around. Very methodical hero. Can pick and choose your battles. Kind of the exact type of tempo and playstyle BB team like. They've played with it forever. I also think having save as an initiator is really nice for this team because, you know, he's one of their guys who kind of dictates the fights, shot calls a bit, one of their playmakers. It feels good to have those kind of guys on the heroes that start fights.
Sure. And I really thought it was going to be Tundra with BKB on Dragonite that would be trying to take the Roshan pit over, but BB team get it for free.
Big Roshan for this troll. Can really hold his BKB in the fight now. Make sure he gets on the right targets. Especially in this troll on Dragon Knight matchup where it probably takes a little while to wear through all the armor Tundra presented here. Parasma on GPK will definitely help with that. Actually getting some more magic damage and amp in this lineup for BB team for once seems pretty good here because you're not dealing with an early pipe and you're up against a lot of physical mitigation.
Yeah, that pipe is going to be coming pretty late as White
does at all. It's a slow build up on this support Sven. Whitemon does not get a lot of farm priority in this team, though he is 0-0-6.
Good for him. I actually think that's probably bad considering the number of times Thompson has died. Probably wishes Whitemon and tank some of those lassos instead.
Well, blink up for Pure. Maybe they can start the fight on their terms for once. Love to burst down that Brewmaster.
Can they burst down the Brewmaster fast enough, especially with any disables that could come in?
It's very close. They're going to maybe try for it.
Okay, it's going to start. Oh, immediately a silence on 3. That might ruin things as Miro does get telekinesis. They do manage to blow him up, but look at this Kisses coil combination. They're almost all dead just off of that. It's Pure with the BKB is the only thing that's keeping BB team from demolishing Tundra on low HP. Nightfall ran in with his BKB and couldn't actually get anything done there. Oh, it was just a beautiful combination between Toronto, Tokyo, and GPK that, like, basically took 80% of Tundra's HP.
I can't believe Miro didn't just try and ult there. He threw out the haze. I think he was even maybe trying to clap and just died during that duration. He had a chance to get that split off. Yeah, very limited, but it was there.
GPK gave him a window with that big Waning Rift silence.
Yes, it was a really nice counter initiation. The puck did its job. But without the Brule, the extended fight's just not that favorable yet. Troll really couldn't get enough done. I mean, this Dragon Knight is a beast, man. I'm telling you, with all the buffs, like, he does some damage, and he's extremely tanky on the front line. That's a 3-man silence.
Need a 4-man coil into 4 heroes all getting hit by some sort of kisses.
The stolen napalm.
But Nightfall just kind of left running around with his BKB not hitting anything.
I mean, that evened out this lead. Tundra should be very happy with that fight. And the fact that Ramses is staying this high on net worth on this offlane Venge bodes well for them. This is where you kind of want this hero. That 3rd, 4th solid position. He's keeping up in farm, not, you know, becoming that support Venge with an Ags that's useless. Got to maintain your core status. Also helps Whitemon push towards this shard and pipe. His team fight wins are super big for Tundra supports because they just don't get a lot on the map outside of them. Whereas the Bat and the Snap can clean up camps, clean up waves. Naturally going to use more with the time.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last game the Marcy really failed to transition into a core because they weren't getting a lot of those kills off the map and never really got to that BKB basher timing. Maybe this game, a few more fights go the way of Tundra, though they are still waiting out the Aegis on BB team.
Not a very successful Aegis for them.
No.
Lost a bit of their lead, didn't win the team fight, didn't really take over enemy areas. Pretty passive Aegis usage. They got like 1 good lasso kill out of it. That was kind of it. Still this super deep ward on Tundra's Ancients.
Yeah, just sitting out there on the high ground.
Like, they kind of smoked back to it. There wasn't anybody there, but I think they could have gotten a lot more out of this period. Hope for some Ancients here.
After that last team fight, GBK has switched up to the Lincolns, which, I mean, the panel talk alluded to it. It was just like, once he gets Lincolns, is he going to be having a pretty free game? Which, we'll see if that's the case. There is both Dragon Tail and Telekinesis, which are instant.
It's all free game until you get Gleipnir by the Rubik.
That's a good point, yeah. Lady Berserker's rages and continues to ensnare you. He almost has BKB, so he's gonna be right-clicking a lot.
I mean, I will say, this Rubik's gonna be a lot tankier this game than the last one.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, you BKB, you throw that Sven Shard armor on him, then just mitigating some damage. We saw Ramsey swap Thompson in that last fight just for extra shield barrier. Not that easy of a target to bring down unless you start with the lasso on him.
Yeah, we're like half memeing about it, but it's also half real. Save, spotted, blink. Goes for the TP away. They have the vision, but they don't have the stun as they lose the vision for the magic missile, and 9 class could not hop to anybody.
Big plays. I mean, those are the kind of moves that get you 1 or 2K net worth lead on the map.
Yeah.
And look, they see they gained gold during the Aegis period. Success.
Yeah, like 300 gold. Satanic into Basher for Nightfall.
Smoking back to that ward that was still there.
Oh, man. This high ground ward finally pays off for them. It's just stayed up for so long now. BKB was there for Thompson, and now with the Warcry,
walking it off.
He's going to walk away.
Just too powerful. He's hit his timing, Austin. What can you do to him now? He's invincible. He is the Grand Magus.
I mean, with
he just got lasso
he's got a bunch of armor. He's got
by their entire team.
Yeah.
And he just waved goodbye and walked it off. Didn't even steal a spell on the way out.
I mean, it would be fitting that an intelligence mid in this meta, the way to actually play it is just purely through survivability.
It's going Hurricane Pike. He's going to be up. This Rubik's he's about to pike somebody into the lower bracket. I'm telling you. Are we in the lower bracket? He's about to pike somebody out of
shove them out of the tournament.
Crimson done for the Brew is definitely going to help mitigate the Rubik damage here.
Why does it feel like when I watch Thompson, I don't really understand Dota?
Because you don't. Compared to this man, you don't.
That's fair.
Plays a different game than the rest of us. I've come to accept it, and so should you.
I was about to say, you... I guess you came to that revelation a long time ago, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately. I know what these games are like, man. I've been in them.
The Thompson effect. What is it like playing against?
What?
Like legitimate?
Oh, let's just relive your career drama live on cast.
Tell me about the lowest point of your career. $18-10, 2,000 net worth lead for BB team. Satanic is on its way for Nightfall. I mean, Nightfall is still kind of cruising. He's fine, I think, with the way the game is going, but I do wonder if he is looking at these heroes from Tundra and going, what? Am I going to outscale them?
I do not think this troll outscales him. I think maybe the puck does. If we're talking, you know, 6-slotted puck dancing around a fight, I can see that. But
you think the Dragon Knight is just going to beat?
I think the Dragon Knight with all the armor behind him and swap is going to massacre this troll. Like, you're not going to be able to stick on somebody as Ramses, and I just don't see him doing that much damage. There's a wave going through. The damage is getting pumped up on the side of Tundra. You have displacement spells. You have save mechanics.
Yeah, he has like 40+ armor when he's near the Sven. That's without Warcry being actively used.
You know, there's a bodyguard that's going to go through for some lifesteal and bonus armor. There's so much armor on this lineup. I don't see Troll doing anything in these fights. It really has to come down to the supports and the puck carrying the load. Ooh, big blink. Can now smoke, counter gank it.
You just built a Revenant's Boat at some point.
Still only level 2 Brewmaster ulti. Kind of sad for Miro.
He does not seem too intimidated, though. He wants to take this fight with the coil. The Dragon Knight's already down to half. They coil. No, wait, swap. Swap back in. Nightfall's on top of him, though. He's trying to finish off Pure, but he can't quite get the ensnare. The BKB and the movement speed is allowing him to stay away. Finally gets to now, but you can see the armor. Nightfall's really not doing that much damage. It's up to GPK. He's got to do all of it, and he does manage to do so. The Dragon Knight goes down. Troll goes back into it. The Rubik, he's trying to throw the whirling axes around. He gets the Gleipnir, throws the damage out in Nightfall. Can he do it? Gramsci swap back once again, and a Stormhammer to put him down. The Troll finally dies, but GPK is having the freest team fight of his life, man. Nobody is touching this puck, and he is touching everybody.
Oh, it was so close to being glorious there, but it all fell apart at the hands of this Brewmaster and puck, as the long fight is just so favorable for the Radiant Spur and all the puck spells. I mean, you're looking at the damage output. I mean, there it is, right? This is not a fight that Nightfall wins. This is a fight the other 4 cast members carry and just split it all across the board.
Rubik did 2,643 total damage to Troll Warlord.
I mean, he messed him up, dude. Like, you're laughing, but this Thompson, he stole Troll, just sat there and beat the living crap out of him. I'm pretty sure he even got sidekicked at some point. Like, that almost worked. That was kind of terrifying that almost worked.
But it didn't.
He eats MKB, man.
He actually does, yeah.
It's evasion.
Well, they have all these counters to Troll, but doesn't matter if the Troll isn't carrying the team fight. You're right, it's the puck. The puck is the one who... I mean, he has 4,000 less net worth than the Troll, but he did... I feel like he was doing 40% of the damage in that last fight.
He definitely did. He had the highest impact for sure. GPK is now level 20, has his Waning Rift cooldown. He's a menace.
Oh, they're going to break out on the open. Bedroom into trees. Nightclass still managed to get the initiation, though, onto the Troll. It's not good enough. They get a Force Staff. He actually got down to the low ground. BKB activated. Not the greatest situation for him, while Thompson starts going to work with the Axis. Berserker's Rage. He throws damage in Nightfall. Nightfall's like, I don't want that. Not the Rubik, man. Not the Rubik. Flame Break bumps him back with GPK dead. Tundra, a hunt for whatever heroes are left out. I can't get over it, man.
Dude, somehow that puck just got caught by a Stormbolt.
Oh my god, Toronto Tokyo. Surprise!
Dude, he's a monster.
He's
Don't net him.
Man.
What is happening?
Wait, how is he gonna live? He's stuck. All right, well...
The beast cometh.
He's coming for you. Berserker's Rage, Rubik. He's coming. I'm losing it watching this Rubik, man. What happened in that fight?
I mean, I'm pretty sure GPK he blinked into the AoE Stormbolt, I think? I believe that's what caught the puck, and then he just had every single target stun instantly thrown on him through the Lincolns. Like, there was a lift, there was a Venge stun. I almost didn't even see GBK go down. But the second the puck's out of the fight, I mean, you can just stand there under all your armor, under all your ores, and there's not much big threat left. They got Gem out of that as well, I believe, on the Sven. Yeah, closing in on Pipe. Really big team fight win here for Tundra, and man, it feels like Ramses is just carrying the load right now. He's doing a lot of work on this bench. The swaps, having the 2 lives, presenting these ores that are an issue for BB team to fight through.
Yeah.
He's dealing a decent amount of damage as well, has a full Hurricane Pike completed. He has kept up the farm really well in this hero.
That fight also started like the worst possible way, where the troll gets jumped on and they defensively force staff him. He ends up down the cliff, having already used his BKB.
Yeah, he ended up in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
That takes that.
Somebody dunked him when he still had his cell phone in his pocket. It was not cool, man. Well, after winning that fight, Pipe is almost done for Whitemon. And that'll be a huge answer to, well, like we've been saying, like one of the biggest threats is GBK's puck. That'll start narrowing down the damage a good amount.
Yeah, but Austin, your boy Pure.
Yeah?
Your boy Pure is hitting pretty hard right now.
Yeah?
This man's doing some damage. The benefit of all these armor ores behind him, he can just go glass cannon. And he's a glass tank cannon.
59 armor.
I mean, he has Bloodthorn Dado. He has no defensive item really. And he has basically 60 armor in the fight.
Yeah. And that's still level 25 is coming up as well, where he could get another 12 armor if he wanted to.
See how BB team want to take this fight. You can just lasso drag somebody here, but you have to think about the swap.
Swap, though, yeah.
So maybe you have to flank, look for the Venge, or just start the fight with like Coil running Brewhold.
You don't want to go for Venge.
Ball's pretty strong right now. The Hurricane Pikes have also come out. Like, this Rubik is no joke, man. He does some decent damage, and he's very tanky. I feel like this build has panned out a lot more for Thompson. He's presenting at least more of a scaling threat than last game, which I think feels nice here.
Yeah. Ramses now has his 20 talent. So stealing away some of that armor and damage. So even he is just naturally pumping out more.
And we just saw Pipe and Vlad's finish on the 2 supports here from Tundra.
Yeah,
they really big aura items.
Huge aura items. They have the shard that went to Ramses. So he's now going to have that bouncing magic missile, which is dangerous for the puck. Just more disables for the puck and Brewmaster.
It feels like Tundra are in control of this game right now. I don't see BB team fighting them head on in the final 5. The aura stacking is just insane right now. And you don't have good ways to punch through it. You have like this one, you know, go in coil, BKB bat, pull someone out of the coil, and you can shoot some kisses on them. You have this one little window, but Swap can ruin all of that. Aegis makes it so you can't do that on the Dragon Knight who's frontlining. You're not going to go on some of these heroes like the Sven or Marcy. They're not big enough damage priorities.
Yeah, anticipating Tundra to push up to the high ground soon, as they have a minute and a half to use this Aegis against BB team.
Almost level 25 on the Dragon Knight as well. Be curious to see which talent he takes here, honestly. I think you're taking AoE stun because, I mean, what does 12 more armor do for you? It's like 3-4% more resist. Who cares?
Back up to that top tower, which is already low. Pure will finish it off. He's just one little creep or two away from level 25. But BB team are not going to challenge him, it looks like. They're going to let him have this lane of barracks during this 60 seconds. And Aegis is still in his pocket. BKB completed for GPK. That'll go a long ways for his sustained team fights. But too late to defend the base.
Tundra scaling in this game. The late game, man. They feel very confident about it. They get another Roshan here. They're going to be in firm control. Still a little bit of ways away. They can just clump. I don't think you're doing anything with the tail end of this Aegis.
80% physical resistance.
All right, hear me out here. Oh, we did take the armor.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I get it. It's a very good talent. All right, hear me out here, Austin. Picture this. 60 minutes. The clock hits 60 minutes. We get tier 5 neutral items. Pierre walks up to a camp. He kills an Ursa creep. Down drops his token. He selects that token. He sees unwavering condition. Is he immortal?
He actually might be.
Is he invincible at that point? Little mini DK.
It's like no pure damage. Bloodthorn plus Dragon Tail stun.
Oh, he's gone.
Single target is Tundra's specialty.
What was he even doing there? His team is nowhere close by.
Yeah, as defensive as BB team has been, Miro went off a little bit of a walkabout.
This is like some ritual sacrifice. Like, you'll go find him, bro. You got this. You got this, man. Send one out of the base. You got this. Report back.
Bet you won't cross the river. Oh!
Big fine.
Lasso, all right.
Really
even just a
big fine.
support pickoff would be good enough maybe to stop this push from Tundra. But Tundra want to keep it going 4 versus 4. Pure down to about half, has his Satanic, of course.
Right. BB team are happy with that. This gets their Brewmaster back online. No damage really done. You can just keep poking here with the puck.
Good heads up from Save, seeing that opportunity off of the high ground ward that's right up here in the triangle, and then just kind of like, okay, he's pushing forward. No, the other one, the dire ward. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Timing out soon too. They have Gem, just missed it for that entire duration.
I'll take that.
Well, Marcy doesn't want to get found the next time, so Ninja here. Next time he's underneath the ward, he'll be smoked.
Well, here's a little Aviana's Feather for the Rubik. Perhaps benefiting from the evasion here, Austin. I love being vindicated. Ooh.
He's not built Meteor Hammer or Butterfly. You've got zero vindication out of this.
Doesn't matter. I was right in the end. He's a right-click beast.
BB team, smoke up the right side of the map. A move.
This Dragon Knight is insane.
That is designed to get behind him here. They cut the wave, so Tundra see that. They're like, okay, yeah, they're out here. They're smoked. We throw the scan out. BB team.
You can't get a good angle here, though, because you have to go uphill no matter what. And your lanes are all pushing in right now. I mean, you're just going to go hit your base right now.
Yeah, it just force you back.
There's no reason for Tundra to chase.
I mean, I guess they cut 2 waves, so that's...
Can't lasso him here. No Aegis anymore. Oh.
Link away. Ramsey's got to make sure he stays close enough. Lincoln's getting broken through. BKB activated from GPK.
Expensive.
That's not great for him. And Tundra, you're going to want to use the rest of your Dragon form now that BKB is on cooldown? Yeah, they're immediately going to smoke. Even a small bit of weakness here from BB team could lead into a big opening. 9 Class is looking for it. The rest of his team is moving north, though. They try and slip inside the base and get the pick off, and they're going to run into GPK. Will they have the Dragon Tail into the Bloodthorn? They've got him controlled up. No BKB. The Glide Bear, the damage. A swap back, and that'll finish him off. And there's no fight back there either. Nightfall with this BKB. He doesn't do anything, man. They are full HP on Tundra. That is a BKB, and they're just going to end the game. It's done. They can't handle it. The carry Dragon Knight is just too much for BB team.
Carry Rubik is too much for BB team as Thompson puts on a Rubik scaling masterclass right there. Take some notes, ladies and gentlemen. This man finally got the game he was looking for. He ends this game 3-6-12, but that does not tell the whole story as he absolutely demolished them in some of those fights. Just way too tanky. That is the name of the game here in the meta. Tank up, be unkillable, you win Dota. And they had a lot to make them unkillable in that game. Stacking armor auras, Pipe eventually comes out. You can't dispel this Fen Shard on the Brewmaster. You have a Troll who's doing 300 physical a pop. That gets reduced to around 30. Nightfall is just questioning his entire existence in this game too.
I'm questioning
not good enough to carry him.
These were weird wins. Both game 1 and game 2, it felt like there was just a team that was scaling up and the team that was not scaling up better couldn't do anything. And the game just sort of like naturally just reached a conclusion where both teams just kind of like shook hands and agreed, well played. You have successfully gotten to the 45 minutes. The game is over.
I would kind of agree with that. These are very slow-paced games, which means if you're going into game 3, you should maybe be eyeing the scale a bit more than the tempo. Because, yeah, maybe the tempo is more important for the tournament overall, but right now you're in this series meta. You have to recognize it for what it is. If both teams are going to play a little slow, farm up, and go for that late game, you want to be the one who's at least winning that late game.
Curious what a series this has been, and very interested to see what Game 3 has, but I'm even more interested in what our panel has to say about this game too.
That is some great questions posed that Cap and SVG have left us with, and I will come full circle. I'm sure I'll ask those before we do head to our game number 3, but let's break down this second game because they ran it back with the Rubik. There was a lot of potential for where this Rubik could have gone. In fact, a lot of their heroes that Tundra drafted for themselves. It did go back from that mid lane. We were worried for the scalability, just exactly how this matchup would go, but Fear, you're wrong.
Wow, just like that, huh? Anyway,
Only
so
he was wrong.
Yeah, only me.
Yeah, my other two amazing panelists definitely predicted the Tundra win.
Yeah, there's a couple things with this game that were very strange to me. So they did manage, first of all, in Tundra, to execute better than I expected with the draft they currently had. It wasn't very straightforward how you're going to take fights. And that's probably why the early game didn't go so well for them. At some point, you need this initiation from like the blink on the DK. But I feel the one thing that was kind of the issue here for the side of BB team was this Brewmaster build. We had an interview with 33 yesterday. He talked about how Brew's evolving and how they're using it, why it looks so good. And this Radiance build kind of went out of favor. That really hit home for me in that one fight where Brewmaster and the River in the late game, you're ahead, you have the Aegis, the Brew gets bursted there. And I feel like the Radiance was not the item that'll keep him alive there. Whether he went for Crimson or Pipe instead on top of that Spirit Vessel, perhaps he lives there, maybe he goes Void Stance, realizes that the stun is what's going to kill him in the end. But it didn't really happen. I think him dying immediately there kind of started like the reverse snowball for them, even though they were quite ahead in that game at that point in time. And then the scale just kept going on and on for Tundra. The Venge was scaling, the DK was scaling, and even that Rubik was scaling at some point. So if you mess up a couple fights, you do these builds, it can be a problem.
We said that Tundra, you know, the 3 games that they lost in a row, it didn't look too good. They were, you know, not too creative, but in this one, maybe too creative at the start, the way, you know, the way it started. The Thompson with the Glipson Glopson, I don't think it gets better than that. The Rubik item, definitely not an item that you're looking for, but for his facet with the sticking of palm charges, it gets pretty big. He deals quite a bit of a damage in those team fights. And stacking auras, they're stacking all of these little things. You have Vlad and Marcy, you have Sven with Pipe with his Warcry, which is undispellable, of course, because why not? And also you have other things, Vengeful Spirit Aura, so you have this gigantic Dragonite in the middle of a fight just pumping out the damage.
Yeah, when we said the draft is uninspiring, it still feels like that when you break it down. But when you add in these items that you're talking about, Lacoste, that's when you start realizing there is so much more depth to what Tundra was seeing. The vision that you can't see when you just look at exactly the toolkits of these heroes, what they bring to it, and what we expect the lane matchups to be. But let's do some highlights. Let's look down at every single moment in this one. Lacoste, you were this very first highlight here.
Yeah, BBD team, they did go full force in this one, pretty much bringing in the numbers. You can feel the difference in some of these fights where Miero actually gets the split off, and in those where he doesn't. Some good kisses from Toronto Tokyo, keeping the distance. Laning stage was like really good for a BB team. They were getting quite a lot of kills, punching back, but Tundra also punching back. I mean, Miero was greedy. Like, there was one time where he was dragging the creep wave, getting multiple creeps underneath his tower, and just dying because of that. So quite a lot of mistakes from BB team, which are kind of not what we've seen, especially earlier today when they played against the XG.WBG.
I mean, even in game number 1, it felt like there weren't really those mistakes. I even described it as methodical, Brian, and you're like, that's exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, I mean, that second game was a day and night difference performance from BB team specifically. I don't want to take anything away from the draft. Like, we were wrong, but I do believe that if like Liquid or Gaimin, for instance, had the exact same draft, like they would have won that game just purely based on the situation that they put themselves in.
Thanks for defending us, Brian.
Yeah,
Appreciate
I mean,
it.
I wasn't going to do it, so someone had
It's
to.
not as inspiring to watch a game when you feel like Tundra was more so capitalizing on BB Team's mistakes.
I see.
Rather than making really cool plays or like coming out with something new. So it's like Tundra's a solid team. They're obviously top 6 for a reason.
Yeah.
So if you make these type of mistakes, you're not going to win against these guys. Like BB Team's gotten here like with not the most convincing tournament performance thus far. We all kind of believed in them in rallying in the lower bracket. They've done this numerous times this year. And like, I would just say both these teams are making me skeptical for whoever wins, like moving forward in this tournament, basically against Falcons tomorrow. I think it is, right?
No,
Well,
it's
they're playing
whoever
against
wins.
Quest.
It's whoever wins between Quest or Falcons.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what it is. Fear, though, we're going to look at some more great moments from BB Team, despite the fact that they weren't able to close this one out because you thought that this was a great convincing moment for them.
Yeah, I mean, all the early game, a lot of the pieces went together here. Miro didn't get bursted in these fights as well. The kisses got off, the coil is off. Like everything that needed to happen and why I thought their draft looked so good is overwhelming team fight. You don't have that on Tundra here. BB Team was really exploiting that, making it work. And kind of as Brian said, as the game progressed here, this kind of stopped happening for them. Heroes got bursted, and this is to Tundra's credit. That happened a lot. They found the right picks. I think they needed the right item timing, but it's also up to BB Team to not let that happen. Either itemize for it, be ready, be positioned correctly. But their early game was great, and they were setting themselves up for success. And it was a good clip to show that.
Yeah. What you said is also very prevalent to our next clip. It's a lot of the BB Team's heroes just bursting, getting popped. And this one's yours, BSJ. You were a little bit worried about what GPK was able to bring to the table in this later part of the game.
Yeah, we're going to see an almost instant reaction from the side of Tundra. As you see GPK blink in, phase shift was on cooldown from before he went in, and he gets insta-bursted. And it just speaks to like the potential of Tundra's lineup. Like they have so many stuns, they have a lot of burst, the Venge Aura, the DK ults now being like a damage ability rather than the like utility of the old. So you see what happens when you get like slightly out of position, a little bit of mistake, and Tundra's ready to punish you for it. And then the fights were day and night difference, as Fear mentioned. Like when they had all 5 in numbers for BB Team, that's what the early game looked like. I feel like this was just the story of the game. Early game, overwhelming power. Later on, they're always missing one component of the entire puzzle, and then it just breaks apart, as you saw there.
Yep. The day is going on for these two teams. You know, poor BB Team, they've been here since, what is it, the middle of the day, I'm pretty sure, playing their very first series. So it's been quite a long, arduous day for them. We don't want to hold it up anymore. Let's go to a break. When we do come back, then we'll have that third final game that will decide who ends up staying in our tournament and who gets eliminated.
So this guy dies with Venge, then everyone.
Yeah. I can swap, I'm gonna stun, watch.
I'm stunned.
I got silence. Stunning him.
Dead.
I swap Utopia's for.
Yeah.
Guys, we can fight around DK. Sure. Good fight, guys.
We need to go. You need to kite.
Guys, good fight. Watch pop, watch pop.
This guy.
This guy, no BKB, guys. Look, Marcy. Okay. Nice, good fight.
Good shit.
shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong. When you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, I don't feel sad, I don't get mad, 'cause I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you call. We've been here before, so roll on back to her before you wake up in.
Even throw lies.
Go back. Lift him, guys. He's dead, he's dead.
Stunning throw.
No, I don't have flash. Guys, he lost to me, I'm fine. Guys, split is dead, split is dead. Go fight, just stay together,
Yeah.
Guys, jam. Nice.
A great win in game number 2 there for Tundra. It is taking us to a game of 3 in this elimination best of 3. Right now, these two teams sit in top 6, but if they want to get just that little bit closer to top 3, then they're going to have to win it right here and right now. There's been a lot of draft changes between game 1 and game 2, and the highlights of a best of 3 is what small meta performs and shapes up within these two teams. Cap and Avery, I said it before, they left us with some good questions, so I'm going to bring it back. Do you change your idea about how you draft in this series to fit the fact that they're going late, this game 1 and game 2? Do you go for that scaling, or do you try and bring that overall meta of a higher paced tempo and just try and shut down these long lineups that want to be able to buy time for themselves?
I think if you're a BB team, just play what you're playing and just play better. I think that's really what it comes down for them. For Tundra, whatever works for them, right? Because they've made a couple of change-ups that we haven't seen before. That was Ramsey's, I believe, 6th hero being picked now. So he played a new hero. It looked really good for them, showing he has some versatility. And maybe that's the strength of Tundra in this series, just showing that they do have that versatility. They have that flexibility, and they're going to show things that we have not yet seen from them, but they can still execute it.
I'm looking at these bans here. Sven is probably the one that sticks out the most because you don't see a lot of first phase bans being changed up. Normally when we get to a game 3, that's when we will see 1 or 2 heroes sliding through.
I really like that ban because Whitemon, he did some really good war crying in that game.
That was really
key war crying.
This is even easier than Bristleback pre-Ags, where you didn't need to click. You were basically clicking 2 buttons, carpal tunnel syndrome, while playing Bristleback. And Tiny's still in a pool, Sanking's still in a pool, with the supports who kind of were owning so far in the tournament, Hoodwink, but also some of the offlaners like the Darkseer. But I'm looking at Tiny. Tiny as a hero is just... his facet is too broken.
That's the other hero, Sand King and Tiny. I feel like these are the premier heroes of the first round of the drafts. The Tiny is available in the first round last game, but the Snap and Sven were also left in. There's kind of like some team-specific bans like the Doom and the Nyx that are coming out that are allowing these heroes through.
Wow.
And yeah, whip out the Shadow Fiend right away. as the first game they picked it 9th on BB Team. They themselves had the Sand King. I think the one thing about Shadow Fiend is you do need the reliable initiation to make the Requiem work. We saw the Sand King plus Batrider in game 1, which made it look really clean and smooth. So now it's a matter of, I feel like Sand King kind of addresses all the problems that Tundra had in game 1, which was complete lack of catch and ability to punish like these Blink Dagger cores. So kind of good. It's going to be a different story either way, even if they end up winning with it on the Shadow Fiend. Like the way they win is going to be a very different picture with that Batrider ban.
One of the issues that they had no BKB piercing ability, so you had this Batrider blinking in, getting the lasso off, Shadow Fiend and Ursa Blink Dagger plus a BKB, so they had to watch. Like you're watching one or two of your teammates dying pretty much instantly, so I would like to see something from Tundra, something that can stop this Shadow Fiend, even though you have Yasha Kaya, so your Requiem is almost instant, but if you have quick fingers, you still might be able to cancel that Requiem from going off.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things you need when you play versus SF. One of them is going to be BKB. It should be a pretty good lane versus Sand King. I haven't seen it too much, but it seems like you should be able to bully him as long as you do have the detection there. But I really want to see BB Team ban Spirit Breaker. Yeah. I've seen so many games of the Shadow Fiend versus Spirit Breaker, and they've all ended the same. Shadow Fiend just losing, so hopefully they ban it here.
I was wondering if I agree with the Spirit Breaker. I'm wondering if they decide to pick it up here, but then Darkseer still in the pool as like the ideal offlaner to enable it, so then you're left with this like chess game of, do we take Darkseer here? Do we take Spirit Breaker here?
Just don't give it away.
Yeah.
Because I feel like SF is just one of those heroes where your whole lineup revolves around this hero succeeding, and if it just doesn't at any point in the game, you're susceptible to just losing. So I wonder if they're thinking the same thing.
Yeah, because if they don't pick it now, if they don't split it, it's gonna be most likely Darkseer plus that Spirit Breaker coming out.
If they don't pick it, I hope it's that's not really a response. I was hoping it's like a preemptive counter to Darkseer Spirit Breaker. I think we'd all be shocked if it's not exactly those two heroes here. What else is there in the wheelhouse for ideal like BKB piercing disables against SF?
I mean, the bat is gone. I do think Carry Void is pretty easy to play for Shadow Fiend too. Just kind of wait in the back line. BKB Chronosphere him, even if he does get his combo off, he will die every single time, but it's very hard to pick that hero in the meta right now, whereas picking Spirit Breaker is, you know, just pretty easy. You just kind of pick him. You find a way to make him work. He's not too difficult. Surely SB, Sand King, those heroes don't synergize a lot together, at least in the early drafts, but everyone has their own idea of how they want to play the game. I know some other teams would have snap picked it already when they play versus Shadow Fiend, but surely every team has an idea which works for them against this hero, because this hero has been very popular in pubs for a very long time, and that does not surprise me at all. The Spirit Breaker will come out. And the biggest issue I have with this matchup is I normally see the Shadow Fiend just going for Yules early on to deal with the Spirit Breaker, because technically that is a good item versus Spirit Breaker, but the Spirit Breaker buys a Shadow Blade, and you don't always have detection to see this, and he will find you eventually, and he will lock you down, and it almost always leads into a death.
Yeah, so the reason why they didn't pick Darkseer is they wanted to keep this flex open with the Sand King, maybe find something better in the mid lane against that Shadow Fiend for Thompson to play. And Shadow Demon, not the hero that we've seen quite a lot, but it's a hero that does ruin Spirit Breaker. If you have the vision of him, you get that ulti on top of him, you stop, you dispel his bulldoze, and then you can kill him. So good response, but lacking stunts. Like, I think the last hero needs to be like some blink stun initiator for BB Team.
No, I think you've made a really good point of if you have vision of the Spirit Breaker, and thus going back to the Shadow Blade build. And I've seen oftentimes, right, you'll sit down vision and then you group on top of it, hoping the Spirit Breaker comes, but the map is very large this patch. Spirit Breaker doesn't mind farming away from you. If you're going to group up as a team, he will just go ahead and just let you sit there and you'll all farm him.
I'm going back to that Zeus that I mentioned in the game number 1. I don't see any heroes that could threaten a kill on Zeus. These are not backline jumpers by any means. They might still pick one. Good matchup against Shadow Fiend. Flex this Sand King to an off lane, maybe take an L, do some lane shenanigans, stack for your Sand King so that he can come back into the game.
No more Rubik mid?
They could still do it.
My theory behind this gyrocopter pickup is that yesterday Tundra ran Spearbreaker Enigma offlane, both game 2 and 3, and the only carry in the game that's really that great against Enigma in lane that is also a viable carry is the gyrocopter. And so, like, I think their idea of the ET gyro here on top of the SF is saying that Sand King's gonna have a bad lane.
Okay.
No matter what it is laning against, whether you flex it to mid or off. I feel like that's the only reason you would pick ET in the slot that you picked it, knowing about the Spearbreaker counter to the SF and the Darkseer combination. So I think BB team is kind of doing the classic, like something they are notorious for, which is all-inning laning phase with this tempo and like mid-game team fight. And it's either gonna really own and they're just gonna shut down the Darkseer and the Sand King at the same time and walk all over them with like an Aegis and 3 items on gyro, or like you guys said, I feel like they're kind of missing components of stuns and someone to really like catalyze the fights for them. I think Tundra's got the better overall draft, assuming that they get out of the lanes and they're allowed to basically play the game.
Yeah, you're definitely in an interesting spot here. I think a lot of pressure is on Miro here to pick a hero that just glues this lineup together, because there's a lot missing, and it's mainly just initiation. Shadow Demon, he's going to stay in the backline. He wants to protect people. At some point, you're not going to be able to initiate with your Stomp anymore as the move speed goes up. And all these heroes are actually pretty fast. The Darkseer with the fast, it moves quickly. Spearbreaker moves quickly. Sand King can burrow out, or you just can't see him. So I don't think it's an option for ET to even initiate these fights. It's going to be counter initiation. So Miro has to play a hero that his last pick does well in the laning stage and also as an initiator. Very tough position to be in.
And Mars seems like the best one.
Another ban?
Yeah, synergizes with SF, so they go for the Enigma ban. And I think you have to prioritize your game plan on BB team. Like you said, Fear and Lacoste. I feel like the lane counter, DK is kind of just a stable, don't really worry. Like, they've got the Dragon lane top. That's a pretty stable lane overall. I don't think much loses to it, but much doesn't beat it either, so.
Yeah, that's a triple Dragon in the safe lane with Jakiro and Dragon Knight. Very difficult lane to play into. Maybe some Miero Pangolier, but I don't think it's going to be an easy one. They could go back to Brewmaster, which is still available. There's a lot of things to be dispelled in this game with Bulldoze, Iron Shell. Shadow Demon's going to come in super handy for that one. You did mention the Yule Scepter build on Shadow Fiend, but yeah, I think they have the same issue that Tundra did have in game number 1. Once these heroes go in with the Blink BKBs, how are you going to take the fight?
They need something like extravagant here, nothing that Miro has played yet. Because I'm looking at all his heroes, none of them seem good enough versus the DK. Like the Brew against, literally you pick the DK with the red fasted to counter him right now in this meta. So I don't think you want to go that particular route. I don't think you want to go for the Primal either.
What about some Slardarino?
Slardar versus high armor heroes, I'm not entirely sure about that one either. I want to see, like, I don't know, something that's going to win the lane, initiate, like maybe some Bat is banned even. I'm kind of stumped here. I'm not entirely sure what glues this all together, and this is what I was afraid of. Like, he has to do a lot of stuff in this game. He has to be the initiator. He wants to counter pick his lane matchup, and I don't know if he has the heroes available left to do so with all these bans.
Maybe you do all in the lanes. Like, I'm literally with you guys. Like, maybe I was thinking for the game, but maybe they just, I mean, they're obviously taking a really long time to pick here. They had pretty much all their reserve time left over. I like the DK for Tundra because it's like a pseudo Sven in regards to, you know, the vacuum. You have the follow-up splash damage coming out from a pretty high damage carry. It's not going to be as much burst, but they have a lot of ways of keeping them locked up in place. They have the Ice Path, they have the Burrow Strike. Tundra's teamfight's looking really scary.
I think you just have to Slardar, right? That's the one that really makes sense.
Yeah, I think
okay.
So much catch. I think you just had purely all in the catch here. Play the map, basically.
They've got minus armor with the Shadow Fiend. I guess DK doesn't have as much armor as he used to have. I don't think it's like the overall perfect pick for the game, but we're gonna go Tide.
Tide is not afraid of these heroes, but it's also a very long cooldown on that stun. So they will need to rely on Gyrocopter's BKB, Shadowfiend's BKB Requiem to take the fight, and of course Tide Hunter. So I think they can dodge, because right now I don't see too many cooldowns on Tundra, and they have one of the biggest wombo combos maybe even in the whole tournament. You have Vacuum, you hit Charge, you hit Ice Bat or one blink stun from Sanking, that's going to be enough to set things up.
I think for me, this game's pretty straightforward. BB team's got really strong lanes. They're either going to run them over with like a pipe on Tide, or like one fumble.
Super insightful.
Yeah, one fumble from BB team, and I feel like the game's just over, to be honest. So we'll see. The Tide Hunter does have the Anchor Shard, something to consider, like a good way of locking down heroes like Spear Breaker who are fast but don't attack. So that's something to consider mid-game, but yeah, I'm not convinced this time around by BB team's draft. So
yeah, I mean, they have like overwhelming team fight this time around, and I think it's very difficult to fight into them just because of all the stuff they do have. But you have a Spear Breaker on your team. You don't mind playing the split push game, make them not group up. You don't have really the best way of forcing things down, unless you do all in the laning stage. But I've got to go with Tundra with this one. I feel like this lineup that they have concocted here just makes a lot more sense. The Spear Breaker, I haven't seen Shadow Fiend be able to solve this problem yet this tournament, so we'll have to see if he can do it, but I'm not a believer right now.
GPK looked pretty amazing in the last 2 games when he played Shadow Fiend, but I'm going to lean towards Tundra, the draft that they have. They can choose how they want to fight. They can kite as well with maybe a buyback. That's one way to deal with these big team fight ultis. They can, I mean, maybe they need to snowball. They need to take Roshan. They have the minus armor from Shadow Fiend, of course, to be able to do so, but I think Tundra got this one.
All right, well, one final quick question. I'll direct it towards you, BSJ.
That's
here.
Me.
Yeah. Is the Spirit Breaker, how would you want to play against him exactly to ensure that he can't do what he wants to do to the Shadow Fiend?
I think you're going to have to let the Shadow Fiend or somebody else get initiated onto and play off the disruption counter initiation with your own BKBs. Hopefully you hit that timing before the opponent. Like these heroes like Darkseer, Sanking don't want to go BKBs, so that's your timing, I think.
All right, bait him in, lure him in. Let's see if that's enough. Who's going to win? Tundra, BB team. Let's get into game number 3 with Cap and SVG.
One game to determine who is going to move on to a top 4 here at Riyadh Masters, and maybe even farther. Will it be Tundra or will it be BB team? It seems like our panel is siding heavily with Tundra this time around on the draft, but didn't make much of a difference in game 2. Avery, where are you siding?
Tundra.
Okay.
80-20.
Oh! Why?
I do not think BB team have nearly as good a shot as they think they have to win this game. I think they're going to have to execute out of their minds. I actually think this draft is one of the more sided I felt like in a long time.
Wait, why?
I don't think you're outscaling this DK with any of your cores.
Okay.
I think you're out team fought with Darkseer Spear Breaker, who has BKB piercing, so he's going to ruin the Shadow Fiend in the fight. I think the lane shove for Tundra looks great here with the Ion Shells, the Sand King, the Breaker. You're not really catching any of these heroes on the map if you're BB team. The ores are going to start to stack for Tundra. At some point, their heroes just look unkillable, and you have kind of no damage to throw in there outside of if this gyro just snowballs out of control. And so far this series, we have not seen teams play super fast against each other here between BB team and Tundra and kind of snowball games. So that's why I'm skewing it so much.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I can definitely see that, though. Surely, I mean, the team fight isn't that bad on BB team. They have Elder Titan and Tide Hunter.
They have no initiation, though.
They got some.
How do you
hit
start
a good
fight?
Ravage? Well, the Blink Ravage.
Blink Ravage?
Blink Ravage, that's right. No need for auras.
I don't think I've seen one of those
since the play in 2013.
Yeah.
That didn't actually feature a blink, but... Well, they have lanes. Surely lanes are going to be okay, right? You've got SF versus Sand King. You got a Gyrocopter who's just being pushed into by a Darkseer. So win lanes, win game. That's a BBT classic, right? Win lanes, win game.
I would agree. I think it has been part of their skill set for a long time, though this tournament, have they been demolishing teams in the laning phase? Not as much. Maybe I just don't have as much faith as I should. They can definitely win all 3 lanes here. That is the upside of this lineup, and if they snowball from there, I think that's their route to victory. But if they slip up and lose some team fights in that mid game, I feel like it's going to crumble real fast. And we saw how insane Pure farmed on this Dragon Knight and got to that late game, and how much of a beast he was once he got there. Like, there was nobody contesting him.
They do have a lot better sources of magic damage to threaten him this time around, though, where it felt like they really only had physical damage. Thompson going in for the kill on GPK. GPK will not die to that. We'll get some rebuttal raises in Thompson's face. He has gotten a lot, though. 9 and 6 Very well
Zoning.
played by GBK when it comes to the last hits.
This is what BB team need. Really strong start to the laning phase. Get more region out. Then Tundra are able to produce and snowball off that. Already GBK with the bottle advantage is going to win this lane even harder right now.
Yeah, now there's nothing Thompson could really do. He had a moment where it was like, maybe if you get the kill, then you could buy yourself a little bit of window, get a fast bottle, but now it is going to be full control for the Shadow Fiend. And I have not been very impressed with the Sand Kings who end up behind in farm in any way. Miro going to be chased down. Blood Grenade after the cleanse there of the Kraken Shell. Might just take him out. The final hit isn't quite enough. It goes down to 12 HP.
Has no regen though, really.
Yeah.
I mean, Pure's going to free farm this lane. Not much you can do about it. That lane should go pretty well for Tundra. The other two are going to be the big question mark here. How much do you get out of this Darkseer double melee off lane, and how much can Thompson get trying to survive the impact of these raises early? Doesn't even get the dodge. He is struggling in the regen department. Might need some stacks from the supports here.
You better hope that 9 class has the space to do so, but obviously he wants to be playing with his Darkseer for as much as possible. While Pure is free farming, Miro is getting a decent amount, even as they keep on trying to go on him here while he's low on regen. Will eventually probably turn into cores just trading off farm.
Man's got 5 CS. Brother.
GPK is getting his, like, all right, you had your Rubik fun, free lane wins. Now it's my turn for a free lane win.
I mean, it's time to call for a gank or what? This lane's just over for Thompson. Get some stacks, call for a gank. He's going to need something here. Get a little caustic pop.
Oh, is he dead? He does not have enough mana.
No mangoes or anything here.
Yeah, another round of raises. But he is so unimpeded by the Sand King that he's like gotten a clarity. Just get the full value out of that because the Sand King's not going to be able to touch him. A charge in. Can that make the difference? Thompson is going to Pro Strike for it. They try for the kill. Oh, he got him. It was close. It actually, first blood goes to Ramses off the Ion Shell.
Made the difference.
Yeah, big difference. If he had gotten off that raise, maybe the SF gets the first blood instead.
It's a really big gank. GPK was in a dominating position. That's the kind of influence that Spirit Break can give you. And something Tundra were looking for, because that off lane for them is also not going much better. Nightfall is absolutely free farming down here. Top CS in the game, top net worth in the game. Finding a lot. Thompson is going to continue to suffer. This is the downside. Like, you're going to commit resources to gank this SF, but he's just going to come back full and bully him again. So you're not really changing the situation here for the Sand King. Just giving him a little bit of a reprieve.
Gush, it's going to do a lot here to Whitemon. Whitemon with the stack up poison. He knows he's dead. He's just committing to try and kill Save. And it looks like with that last dual breath, he will get it. Save tries to draw the aggro of the neutral creeps, but they are too far away to get a deny for him.
Honestly, I think Pure is... he's pretty okay with that.
Yeah, I think so too. Miro just remains ever on this like 200, 300 HP point.
Very close early game here. Both sides trying to make some moves. Net worth is pretty even. Surprised at how much Ramses was able to get in this period. Nightfall did have a big lead early, but Darkseer's caught up. Even with 9 class committing some resources towards mid.
Wow.
He's going to TP top of the shell, look for the Tide Hunter kill.
A free first blood when you have to do literally nothing for it is...
Look at this wave. It's a huge wave built up.
It's a little nasty. Triple range creeps. They're going to pop the glyph for it.
So it'd be a big kill to get.
Charge with the Ion Shell disruption after the charge through. Miro goes back into tower range to try and hit everybody with an anchor smash, but he is committed to die.
Heads up move from Tundra. Great recognition of this wave up top. Just gonna lose so much experience on this Tide. Yeah, maybe Save gets a little bit. Well, get the return kill. That's pretty juicy there.
Raise to slow him down. That's enough to threaten Thompson. He knows he can't walk into triple raise, so he has to give up a haste rune.
Yes, Thompson won the 0-0 KD.
That's true.
Lane victory.
I mean, the fact that he got level 6 not long after GPK is a win by itself, I would say.
Yeah, all things considered, he's not in the worst position.
Yeah, GPK is only sitting at 2,400 net worth. All those denies, but he doesn't actually have that much of the experience advantage. All those last hits doesn't actually have that much of a gold lead. I do think this is like, if BB team, their MO, win lane, win game, I think Tundra's MO is lose lane and come back off of lose lane. You know, I feel like they're actually one of the remaining teams in this tournament that recover from bad lanes the best.
So you're saying they're trying to lose lanes?
No, that would be
themselves.
your kind of analysis, not mine. I'm saying that winning lanes is not their forte compared to Game of Gladiators, Team Liquid, BB team. But they take this like 10 to 20 minute window, and I think they operate pretty well with it.
So they're comeback teams, what you're saying?
Yeah.
So they like being behind. They like the pressure.
Yeah.
Because technically they're not that behind here.
Well, they do have pressure on them. It is a Game 3 elimination.
Oh, there.
Lost their advantage.
It's over. They're crumbling. They don't know what to do with this lead.
Nightfall. Through the gate he goes. A lot of magic damage from the gyrocopter will make a Dragon Knight very sad.
Oh, nice rotation from Nightfall. I'm kind of surprised we don't see more consistent gate rotations. I feel like every time we see the carry go through the gate, it works and it just feels good.
Yeah. I almost expected at some point in time that, like, carries would just be going through the gate earlier and earlier and earlier. He literally went through the gate. He didn't even stay in the lane, which most carries do. Nightfall went through the gate, killed, went back through the gate, and is still going to play for his safe lane tower.
Why is he leaving the token?
He literally did not see it.
He got pinged, though.
We all make mistakes, Saber.
No, save pinged the token.
Yeah, but Nightfall didn't know he was being directed at.
I don't understand. Are tokens like for scrubs? Like, I'm not going to pick that garbage up. Get it yourself, save.
It's really funny that, like, he's just like, I have my neutral items, therefore I cannot take the half a second it takes to grab that item for somebody else.
Dude, at some point, 10 minutes from now, I swear we're going to see save ping that, like, token slot again and be like, yo, where's my tier 1 guys? Oh, they found it. Hey, there we go. Wait, never mind.
You baited it.
Dude, he walked right by and pinged it. I don't understand.
Well, Pet Boom through the gate again. Miro's like, I'm feeling good. I've got level 6. I'm going to pressure this tower. Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall say, okay, we're coming through the gate. We'll take the tower with you. We'll kill anybody who's here. Nobody from Tundra is here, though.
Could definitely take a fight on the side of Tundra just through the spell power on the back of this Darkseer being so farmed. Already has mech. You are missing support ults. That's the big dissuader here. You already have Demonic Purge up for saves. It's a little bit ahead. Don't need that ET1 too much.
Look at this move. They have a ward to be able to spot some of it.
Yeah, GPK sees it coming.
Oh, they're smoked, actually, so.
Doesn't care, apparently.
GPK. Oh, he's going to use the early Nether Strike to make sure he doesn't get too close to the tier 2. Good disruption save. And Miro with the Ravage. GPK with the Requiem in perfect position to turn around this little gank from Tundra gone wrong.
Beautiful spell casting here from BB team. They were absolutely ready for that one. Baited it out perfectly. And Nightfall might even collect a little freebie on the way out.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. BB team, Ramses. Not going to go for the stomp. Well done. And this is BB team. That is definitely something that they have clearly in their advantage, right? The lanes is theirs, but they also have very good reactions to Tundra, right? You have Disruption, you have Ravage, you have Elder Titan Stomp. Like, when you try and go on somebody, there is the saves and then the AoE stuns to punish you.
Yeah, there's a lot of turnaround, a lot of fight reset. Nightfall is dying while this replay is going on. He's gone TP out too. Brutal for him.
Yeah, Pure tips him for that TP out.
So this is my issue with BB team is how do you play this map? Because your lane shove is pretty limited. You have to kind of show for a while on waves to get it out. Someone's going to get charged in that time. You're going to lose map control. Darkseer, Sand King are going to push it into you. And I feel like at some point you bleed some pick off and your lineup's only really strong as you group as 5. But you don't have super good early objective taking. It's like, okay. But like you said, a lot of their team fights reactionary, not in the initiation realm.
It means losing towers is really bad for a BB team.
Yes,
right?
Really, really bad. This tier 1 mid is super important for them.
But They do have Tidehunter, probably one of the better heroes to defend towers. Giving up your safe lane tower, I think nowadays, just everyone's going to do that.
But are Tundra pressured to run into you here? I don't think they are. I mean, maybe nobody has been pressured to run into the opponent at all this series, but
that is certainly true.
I certainly do not feel Tundra think they're getting outscaled here with this Tricore. I think that's why Pure went back to this Dragon Knight. He feels it's just going to outperform these carries in the late game. It's not a hero that ET can kind of sway that core-on-core matchup on either. Cannot get rid of bonus armor. Matchup just kind of sucks.
I don't know, man. Elder Titan SF, that's a lot of scaling.
It is a lot of magical bursts. Like, you will have some decent time to burst in here.
This isn't just like, oh, 80% physical resistance, you can't do anything. Like, it's not the same kind of dragon.
Okay, but has SF Requiem combo been winning a lot of the late games in this tournament?
Yeah.
I'd say not. I'd say more often it doesn't.
Yeah.
Which is why Thompson said it's a meme.
Thompson just set it up so he could play Rubik, so.
Right, and he stole the SF spells and then he lost that game because it was a meme. So he was actually correct. Should listen to himself.
0 cooldown raise.
That was cool. Huh?
Actually, just a meme. Didn't actually win the game.
Gatling raise. Well, here's your smoke. I mean, you don't have any way to start off of this.
Yeah, it's literally like, hope you run into somebody, disruption into Requiem, I guess.
Yep. Or you just blink the SFN and triple raise them, I guess. Just gonna bait out the gyro. I mean, you can make bait plays in this game, but again, if Tundra aren't doing anything, then all these baits are useless.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what feels like it's happening, right? They're just gonna shove waves with Sand King, Sandstorm, and Ion Shells, and you're not gonna see heroes.
I think that's what Tundra took from game 1, right? It's like BB team are just gonna play very defensive, try and bait out heroes, and we're just gonna farm and eventually outscale them.
Kind of surprised Thompson went for the blink here for that reason. Like, is this a game where you want to aggressively go on BB team if nothing's happening and you want to blink in?
I think it's more of like a Phase Boots, Eternal Shroud, Yule's game or something.
Or just early Bloodstone. There's no anti-healing. Like, Bloodstone Shivas is super good this game. This does help you set up back combos easier. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And you don't, it gives you your team fight initiation off of smoke. Since you have the auras on the Darkseer, Tundra want to force something here. So if they can make this blink pay off right now, it could be pretty nice. They're going to find GPK hitting some Mud Golems, but he knows. How does he know? Because they saw him smoke and run down the ramp. That's how he knows.
That's a great story, Avery.
Thank you.
Really set the audience up for that. So they smoke to the other side of the map, head to the off lane instead. Won't find anybody there either. Nobody's home. They're all just defensively farming jungle while Miro holds mid. I was looking at I think it's kind of cool. You have Shadow Demon on one side and Dragon Knight on the other. You know what the link between these two heroes is, Avery?
Shadow Demon and Dragon Knight?
Yeah. Don't think lore, it's not.
I immediately was thinking lore, and there is no lore that links.
Yes, stats-wise, these are like by far the 2 worst heroes of this tournament.
Oh.
They have like literally like 30% win rate and a lot of games. Shadow Demon is just not succeeding whatsoever, and Dragon Knight, maybe some of it is just like not everybody's doing this Dragon Knight build, but I do think it is cool that, these are some of the best teams at the tournament, and they're taking some of the worst heroes, statistically speaking, and just saying kind of like, there are right ways and right times to still run these heroes. Pure already had that successful Dragon Knight game in Game 2, and the Shadow Demon is supposed to be a hard counter to the Spirit Breaker Darkseer combination, right? That
okay, yeah, but like, what is the lore link? I don't get it.
There was no.
What is the point of this story?
Specifically said there was.
What is the point of this stat? People care about the lore, Austin. Statistics lie, but lore tells the truth.
Well, you want to hold your tower, Miro, but
yeah, where's the fight here for BB team? This is not a tower you just give up for free in this game.
You just letting Dragon Knight take it from you.
I mean,
that's not a knight, it's a bandit. He just robbed him.
They just don't want to fight without Shadow Fiend BJB, but Man, that's a hard tower to just give up for free right here with this kind of lineup.
I'm sure BB team feels your disappointment.
I mean, Pierre's having the time of his life. I'll tell you that, man. This guy picked what he felt was going to scale the best in this game, and he is just farming. This may as well be Anti-Mage Battle Fury 10 minutes. I'm watching Burning from 2011.
The good old days.
Man's taking XP runes. BKB is done for the DK. Starting to pick up that pace.
I mean, you are just behind on BKB timing and auras, so maybe it's best not to try and defend these towers. You've already got Pipe and Mech soon to be Greaves. Now you've got the BKB on the SF. But Tundra looks like they want to go for the offlane tower and Roshan. See which one they go for first.
Still looking for a fight with the auras on Darkseer here. There's a pipe on the Tide, so your Sand King damage might be a little limited, but you do have a decent amount of overwhelming magic here if you get the good vacuum.
Dire scan up the high ground, so they know they can go up there with their smoke. Almost running into the SF.
I mean, you're not going to catch GPK. This guy knows.
You know it's going to walk into him here.
Yeah, you're not going to ice path GP. Okay.
Yeah, but only because he allowed.
Yeah, that was GPK allowing. He ice pathed himself there.
He was trying to bait you. Oh, hit him with the ice path, guys. Go in. Walk into their Ravage.
Well, this is your last tier 1. You got 1 fight out of all of your tier 1s mid, kind of. You got 1 kill out of 3 tier 1s. With a Tide Hunter lineup, I think that feels kind of sad. No ways around it.
I'll take your tribute.
Man, these two teams matched up against each other just create such a different Dota than we have seen for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening in this series. This is
I want to know what the other teams in the tournament that are still in here think what's going on in this.
I'm sure they're all pulling their hair out. Thumbs up.
Minimap replay. Thumbs up. All right. Let's see what thumbs up means.
I think that was it. I think that...
Oh. Thank you, production.
I think that was just thumbs up, you know?
Getting our steps.
Oh, big ol'.
Ooh. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah.
Look at him go.
Look at him go. A whole lot of movement, a whole lot of nothing. They literally just sweep through the entire map.
Kind of like that, though. It's like an ant colony or something.
you know, they pitched that, the reduction, they showed us that, and they're like, yeah, and they move around, and they get these kills, they stack camps. I love the fact that first time we get to see it really in action. Ravage used with the Requiem, but he burrow struck out of the way, and it's still not enough. All the heals. Wait, Thompson, maybe he's good. He has Demonic Purge on him. They're trying to finish him off. They lost sight of him underneath the Sandstorm, and they can't get him. Meanwhile, they had the charge through. Nightfall pulled back into the wall. Rance is pushing forward. Epicenter back in. Thompson getting some revenge on GPK, not just for the lane, but that kill attempt that failed for BB team. The team that takes the first step completely trips and falls on their face.
The auras came in big there, bailing that Sand King out, and what a clutch burrow strike from Thompson, man. He got that off almost frame perfect. He was stunned when he got that off, right?
Yeah, he was.
It's literally almost frame perfect here. You cannot ask for more from your mid laner baiting on the front line. It feels like the fight's already over at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
committed so much to bring him down. Didn't even get it. He goes back in with the epicenter, backs off, doesn't die to the death Requiem. The ice pass from Lightmon were absolutely on point there, and Tundra, one little play from this Sand King.
I mean, if you're going to do a one-man Ravage, one-man Requiem, and you don't even get that kill, you have 100% lost the fight.
This is my issue with the draft. Like, how many opportunities are you going to have to take this game over if you're BB team? I feel like your spells are too big, too long cooldown, too committal for what Tundra are presenting, which is a lineup with a lot of low cooldown spells and a Spirit Breaker who can disable you in your BKB, so you can't just always guarantee that one.
Nightfall's like, wait a minute, hey, he's still here.
I mean, you're falling behind now. This team fight's looking scarier and scarier as Thompson. He's
Comes Thompson. Hits the burrow. Slows down Miro. Miro with the pipe, hoping he could survive, save. You could disrupt somebody, but there's 4 heroes. He disrupts his Tidehunter, and the stomp will help clear a little bit of space, but with Pure and Whitemon still up, and 9 class waking back up. There's no escape. So Tundra, like, after this is what the panel was talking about, where if you slip up as BB team, you lose so much ground. They use their double ultimates, don't lose the fight, don't get any kill out of it, and now, while those ultimates are on cooldown, Tundra is just running you over.
They have definitely slipped up in this game. This was a game they needed to win lanes and snowball. That's how Gyrocopter kind of functions as a carry. You just haven't had any of it. And now you're just chasing a BKB timing that has left you a long time ago. Your Nightfall here.
I like the Silver Edge build-up for the Dragonites, so Miro's not going to be able to just exist on the front lines. That break mechanic will kick that to the curb.
And you're going to be scared to push out the lanes because you're just going to get hunted by the breaker.
Yeah.
You know, that 5-man clump is supposed to be the strong point of your lineup. You couldn't kill a single hero with all those ults. You are in trouble. Where is the scaling going to come from on this BB team lineup? Yasha Kaya just going with instant Requiem. That might help. Maybe prevent some of the BKBs going off here. I guess Shadow Demon can scale a little bit in this game. He's just so poor. Again, there's not much space to operate with, and Tundra are just jamming it in. Thompson instantly
Smoke breaks, finds Toronto Tokyo. Miro blinks back and abandons his 5. And this will kind of be the MO for Tundra, perhaps for the rest of the game, which is kind of sweeping through these areas, collecting whatever kills they can. BB team is going to dodge fights until they try another round of Ravage Requiem.
Back into the Bloodstone Shivas goes Thompson. Scale continues here for Tundra as all 3 of their cores are powering to the later items. In fact, Shivas for Ramsey's almost done. This is a scary lineup to team fight here when your BKBs start to get low. So if you can't win these earlier fights when the durations are high, it just gets worse for you. And level 18 there for Pure. You'll get even more damage off the Dragon form.
Well, another Roshan. Tundra. They'll get this one for free, as I don't believe BB team got to play for it at all. And Tundra has very good vision behind that tier 2 mid where they saw some heroes anyway, so they know BB team isn't even in the neighborhood.
Well, you can give this to Thompson or Pure. Depends if you're planning to push the high ground. You probably give it to Pure. If you're maybe planning to just run around and take outnumbered fights, give it to the Sand King, but I feel Pure is probably going to take it, and he will. So the high ground is opened up now. I mean, the high ground defense for BB team is okay, I guess. You have some outspam, but there's no toss back or lasso mechanic to kind of threaten the guy hitting the tower. So I think Tundra are going to be pretty confident to let this Dragon Knight do his job and just siege some buildings here, assuming he's high resources.
At the same time, there's no rush to doing these things, and they can also just wait until there's an eventual Spirit Breaker pick off.
Yep. And every time there's not, you're just gaining net worth if BB team aren't doing anything.
Yeah, that is the problem with the Spirit Breaker and Nyx that we've seen a bit in this meta, is that some of these teams that are gonna clump up a bit more, play really defensively, they just end up losing so much map because they have to play even more grouped up, even more clumped. They go for a 5-man push out down mid, very blind, just point blank ravage Ramses. Hit him with the 1-man Ravage Requiem.
Now that's one way to get the job done.
Yeah. And I guess they will take a bit of space during this death timer for
I don't even think Pure knows his offlaner just died. He had like 0 reaction.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, that's nice, man. I'm going to go keep farming.
Okay, so presumably you have 3 minutes left on Aegis with no... Do you go high ground with that? get the lanes back.
I always
go for it.
I always think you can, but the right answer is probably always no. Again, I feel like you're comfortable with your scale here. Like you get the Bloodstone on the Sand King, Shiva's on the Darkseer, another fighting item on this Dragon Knight. Are you falling behind in your relative power during that interval? Not really. You're pretty comfortable here. Still got some levels on the ultimates and some talents to get on that level 18 and 20 that are pretty close for a lot of these heroes.
Class searching behind the tier 2. Thompson finds it. Got the jump on a GBK. He gets off his BKB, but now that BKB is on cooldown, especially with no Requiem and no Ravage, there's certainly no way that you could stop Pure taking this tier 2. Oh, Muro. Uh-oh. And that's just one of those random Spirit Breaker pickoffs that we're talking about. Because every once in a while, whether it's through a direct charge or a random charge like that, they're going to find a kill.
Dude, the damage from this Dragon Knight, it gets intense here, and the break is just going to slice and dice this Tidehunter. You are not a frontliner anymore. Pretty much only have one play on these fights if you're BB team, and that is blink, ravage somebody, and blow them up. And hope that goes well. Just throw everything on it. Another great charge coming through. Save is absolutely done here.
Dead.
Go high ground with this?
Yeah.
Old Aegis.
Got enough pickoffs at this point.
Don't have a wave bottom.
Yeah, that's a little awkward. Backdoor protection down.
Coming back up here. I guess Thompson doesn't care. Stalling up Scotty for the drive.
I mean, who cares? Who cares about going high ground? Just keep on sweeping back and forth and finding kills. Doesn't matter if you can't go high ground if you could just keep killing them over and over again. And that's what happens to Nightfall as he tries to farm Ancients on the other side of the map. But Pure and Night Class are so fast at moving. They're able to get there and just
another BKB charge.
Shake of the shtick there, Miro.
They just have such good lane wards bottom. There's no way to get out of this base right now. Gem is on the Jakiro as well, so you have no wards really on the map that do anything here if you're a BB team. You just got to play for the high ground defense.
Well, Ravage and Requiem's back up. They got a minute left on the Aegis. Do not want to go on the Dragon Knight. Disruption plus Stomp. They could definitely do some good harassment here.
Still got Aegis for a minute.
Almost killing him. Miro, oh, he cannot afford to die here. Oh, the charge comes through and finishes him off. Now they're not going to be able to get that Ravage Requiem on the second life of Pure, which is what they were kind of hoping for. And he still has BKB to work with. Even without Dragon Form, he'll just chip away at this tier 3.
Yeah, no buyback on this Tidehunter. Gonna have to get the job done with the Gyro. BKB's at Stomp. Maybe afraid of the Requiem coming through.
Yeah, especially with the Gyro about to be back up. Scotty complete though, man. He's got some stats on him.
Another interesting pickup. Very good versus the Gyro and the SF here. Makes you very tanky versus spell burst oriented lineup. Kind of like the idea.
What surge is this?
Well, Nightfall has had his Daedalus timing heavily delayed. Not looking good.
No, it's not, Austin. This game has not been looking good for a while for them. A lot has been delayed.
God, this series has been weird.
It has been a very strange series. Perhaps they know why. Perhaps it is just ex-teammate tension. Sometimes sneaks up on you.
The fear of elimination.
Bloodstone is now done for Thompson, so
I'll take that.
He had it last fight. He's fully capable of going in on his own.
Another 5-man smoke down mid from BB team.
Baiting the rune a little bit.
Oh, the charge is going to be really weird. It just runs through some of the smoke of BB team, and now they have been scouted. And Tundra, they are working their way over here. Now, high ground ward is what BB team is trying to play for, and they spotted Ramses, couldn't get him.
I mean, Tundra know where they are. Hey, this is a high ground. Oh, yeah, you got to get out with everybody here. Gonna give up your wards.
Yeah, that they double warded for a fight that they eventually abandoned. And Toronto Tokyo knows that he didn't have a TP, so I guess there was nothing else to do but just run into the jungle and die.
This is just gonna be a slow bleed out here for BB Team after everything they've done to stay in this tournament and make this run. Are they gonna go out with a whimper? It's looking possible. Satanic for Nightfall, some Hopium there, I guess. You can survive on the front line a bit. No anti-heal mechanic. Should be guaranteed.
Yeah, they need somebody to be able to sit in the front lines because Miro can't do it. But it is going to be difficult when you have BKB's Spirit Breaker. You know, charge, Nether Strike.
Yeah, this Breaker's been farming a lot, by the way. And basically becoming a 4th core. Going to be incredibly obnoxious in the fight. That looks like AC for the Dragon Knight. On top of that, Shiva's on the Darkseer. Just stack the armor. Make it really difficult for this SF Gyro to pump out the damage. Maybe you even survive a combo at this point. If you're pure, that's pretty terrifying for BB Team.
Woo!
My patience is reward. My patience is reward.
Oh, see, you got him.
Goes bottom, gets that kill. Look at him, he's all over the map. There's nowhere safe. Man, Spirit Breaker is so fun to play in games like these. The enemy team just huddled inside their base. You can farm every lane, every wave, while still being there for pickoffs and team fights.
Yeah, I'm still convinced this hero is kind of overpowered.
Yeah.
I don't know why we don't see him more. I swear Spirit Breaker is the #1 hero with this situation of every time I see him, he owns. And then he's just unpicked like 70% of the games.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra and Entity were both kind of owning with this combination of Darkseer, Spirit Breaker. Maybe Tundra, maybe they lost a little faith in it after they lost to Liquid with the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, his laning can be a little weak. High ground ward for Tundra.
Toronto Tokyo charging in, making himself the sacrificial lamb, opening up a Ravage that doesn't really hit much. BKBs from Tundra remain superior. Thompson, though, takes a lot of damage from GBK, and the shots from Nightfall add up a bit. Unfortunately, it's the Dragon Knight that's the bigger issue, and now the BKB is gone, and you have no Satanic, no lasting life for Nightfall.
Crit. Just chunked him down to size. I mean, I'm surprised BB Team got anything out of that. Let's be real. They got some decent damage into Thompson there because he's the one without the big armor item. No Shivas on him, but you missed Ravage on everybody. Requiem did basically nothing. Just a disaster of a team fight into high ground ward, and it was ET on the front lines trying to bait out the jump so that he can buy back and rejoin that fight, but he can't get there. It's too far away. The damage is done. Almost nothing has gone right for BB Team in this game 3. As Tundra are looking to close out the series.
Just like that. Bibbidi bobbidi. Your base is now Tundra's property. They're going to take 2 lanes barracks and might even push for a 3rd and just see if BB Team... There is Roshan to be taken, so Tundra don't have to keep this force. They are going to get a free kill on a Tidehunter, though. Not so free, actually. Okay, wow. Toronto Tokyo catch them on the Earth Splitter with save, adding up the damage. They do manage. I mean, there's some percentage-based damage.
That's a 2,000 gold kill right there.
I mean, they have this Disseminate with the Facet plus the Earth Splitter.
Yeah, you definitely have some ways to chunk some of his HP pool.
He did 2,283 damage from the Shadow Demon.
That's quite a lot.
Well, safe keeping him in the game, I guess. Big kill because now they can go out and take Roshan. BB Team, Tundra, they're going to fight this one without their Dragon Knight?
That would be bold.
That was the anchor for their last team fight. Ramses gets a little bit close to the creep wave, but BB Team don't have an immediate punish
what was
there.
That?
I don't know, man. That was.
How did he get away with that?
I think they just got so used to BB Team doing jack all that, you know, They assumed that BB team wasn't going to go for
I mean,
Roche.
if he gets disrupted purge there, that's an awkward situation.
Yeah, then it's a 3 versus 5. Yeah, they're giving up this Roche.
I guess he does have beacon.
Yeah,
but never mind. Maybe he can make that play. Yeah, Roche down. Aegis into the gyrocopter's hands. Cheese into GPK's.
All right.
Breath of fresh air here.
Yeah, got a game on our hands. Might give enough time for the Aghanim Scepter to be picked up for GPK, which is obviously very big, especially with the level 20 talent. And again, the Elder Titan that can amp up that damage with order.
KB to keep this tide out of the base as GPK is getting gone on